This guy was just complaining about school being hell, but little did he know the whole country would soon become a monster-infested hellscape. It was something no one could have foreseen, as Soon City had been bustling with life just moments before. People jostle each other on a crowded subway car as the great university welcomes its new students. Our main character, Song Yu, is a young man who has just returned to school after enlisting in the military, and on his first day back, he can't stand the daily grind of taking the crowded bus to school. That lament earns Song Yu a jab from his junior Han Ho, a passionate young man who accuses him of exaggerating his special forces experience. Song Yu knew Han Ho was all talk and teased him, making him jump. Though he spoke out of turn, the young man was still patriotic. Han Ho affirmed that resistance would succeed, and the country would be unified, but Song Yu's words struck a nerve once again. He knew his brother never bothered with the news, and was delaying enlistment because of some girl, and Han Ho's mood visibly darkened. As Song Yu entered the school, an unusual silence made him pause. Feeling guilty for possibly making his friend cry, Han Ho denied it and told him to look up at the sky. A series of numbers 99% faintly appears. Thanks to his keen eyes, Han Ho spots the monstrous text being downloaded. However, just as it reached 100%, it vanished, and Song Yu, seeing nothing, assumed his younger brother was lovesick. Once again he pointed in the same direction to prove his point, but the text had disappeared without a trace. This makes Song Yu think his brother can no longer distinguish between games, dreams, and reality, insisting it was just a hallucination. Han Ho even slaps himself awake, then asks to go get a coffee, but Song Yu coldly refused him. Before leaving, Han Ho insisted that he clearly saw the monster's text from before. The two parted ways there, and Song Yu headed to classroom 404. He sat through the lecture, unable to focus, fighting sleep, when suddenly a strange screen appeared asking, "To survive in a ruined world, what profession is best?" His drowsiness instantly vanished, replaced by a million questions of why and what. It urged Song Woo to choose now, but he rubbed his eyes, thinking it was all a dream. A buzzing sound filled the lecture hall, and the classroom was plunged into darkness, causing chaos among the students. But strangely, even with a power outage at midday, it shouldn't be this dark. Phones are useless, and a system window appears before each person. Song Yu realized this was no illusion or projection. Everyone could see the countdown: 15 seconds. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts as mysterious cards materialize from another dimension. The cards displayed images representing different levels. Some onlookers were curious, while others warned against touching them. Song Yu's instincts tell him that not choosing is even more dangerous. Will something happen after 15 seconds? Time continues to tick by, and before anyone can think, countless cards appear, one suddenly glowing brightly, and a sword leaps out. Song Yu realizes that the four-eyed youth must have chosen the warrior card from before. He hesitated, unsure of the best choice in this ruined world. The varying number of stars below catching his eye, and Liao Shi eating a lot. Song Yu chose the card with the most stars, and his class was revealed to be a 5-star necromancer. The card flew into his hand, and the class selection ended, leaving those who failed to wait for another chance. The space brightened again, and the four-eyed youth was still stunned by the sword in his hand, as were the others who couldn't believe that he had chosen the hero class, and this had fallen out. Song Yu is now certain he's a necromancer, but nothing came from his card, which confuses him. Just then, the first monster appears, mercilessly attacking a young man. This horrific scene served as a stark reminder that the world had descended into chaos, and though small, the monster's weapon radiated a deadly aura. The monster licked the blood from its weapon with a savage look, and the crowd instinctively fled in terror. Now Song Yu was alone in the room, frozen in place as the monster turned its attention to him. The other students urged Mu, a swordsman, to attack. The monster approached, and Song Yu tried to appeal to their former bond, but the young man seemed unwilling. He knew better than to hesitate. The monster leaped, driven by hunger, and Song Yu regretted not running when he had the chance. It was too late to turn back now, as that might mean a swift exit. Song Yu chose to face the monster, his kick echoing loudly. He even reassures himself that it's just a 15-kilogram monster, diapers and all. Song Yu hurls every chair within reach. The monster, exhausted, resorts to a cheap shot, attempting a sneak attack, but it picked the wrong guy, a young man fresh from grueling military training. Song Yu delivers a final powerful blow with the chair, and the monster is defeated. He breathes heavily, exhausted. The system congratulates Song Yu on his successful goblin hunt, and rewards him with 10 gold, but he has no idea what it means. The people around him were still terrified, but Song Yu realized understanding these messages was crucial. Before he could process it, a message appeared, revealing his power to turn the dead into subordinates, along with information about the goblin he'd just defeated. Bewildered Song Yu barely processes the information, as the goblin's corpse emits a green aura, levitating in the air, his first minion. He realizes his profession allows him to summon these creatures. A necromancer, a job that looks like it'll be pretty powerful. Immediately after, 2 more small ogres that look just like it entered through the door. Each of them now wields a small, sharp knife, their yellow eyes fixed as they utter strange words. The students, seeing this, widened their eyes in fear, and cried out, "It's them again." One of the creatures suddenly says, "There are 2 of them this time." They slowly advance towards Sanju. Suddenly, a message appeared before him. Your bone soldier awaits your command. Sanju gritted his teeth, commanding in his mind. Fight, kill them. The demon he had killed now. The bone soldier obeyed, standing up straight with its blade. The two lesser demons paused, startled by its presence, as the bone soldier powerfully thrust its blade toward one of them. The bone soldier grabbed its head, stabbed it, and the imp roared, struggling to push him away as the two imps advanced together. Bone soldier blocks a demon strike. Though outnumbered, it holds its own, surrounded but unyielding. But as bone soldier faltered, a demon behind Ryongyan seized the opportunity and severed its arm. Bone soldier turned alert. Sanju observes the battle and remarks that if he just watches, he'll have to fight alone. He looked at the two ferocious little demons, just small fry, not dangerous at all. If only he had a bigger weapon. He then turned and reached out to the timid Mitsu behind him, calling out his name. Hurry, and throw me the sword. He clutched the azure sword to his chest, reluctant to let go. Why? Growing impatient, Sanju explained. Hurry, I'll take care of them. But Minsu, snot running down his face, selfishly shouted. This is mine. I picked it first. Hearing that, he darkened and pointed at the two demons. Then you take care of them. Minsu, seeing the little demons baring their fangs, cowered in fear and squealed, eek eek. Sanji sighed in resignation, grabbing a nearby chair. Guess the old ways are the best. Is Minsu really okay if he's still screaming? Then he grabs a chair and charges towards the three demons that are chanting. A fierce battle ensues, and he throws the chair at a goblin, sending it flying with a cry. Seizing the opportunity, Sanju pressed his attack relentlessly, stabbing the goblin, which screamed in agony, Kek ta e. Immediately after, notifications rang out. You've gained 10 gold for killing Goldbin. You've gained 10 gold for killing Goblin. Sanji wearily wiped the sweat from his chin as goblin blood dripped from his blade. The one-armed goblin rose looking fierce, and Sanju panicked as it approached. He stepped back and said, But the skeleton soldier doesn't stop, slowly approaching Sanji, who sweats and lowers his head. His eyes betray his worry as he stares into the deep, fiery blue eyes of the skeleton soldier. He said nervously, I'm sorry, but you're a little scary, could you look somewhere else? The bone soldier, criticized by its master, was taken aback and dejectedly lowered its head. Seeing this, Sanji thinks in a fluster, hey, don't tell me you can be disappointed too. Just then, a notification pops up, startling Sanji. Under the influence of the necromancer class, bone soldiers will always obey you. Then the two little devils from before were gradually engulfed in blue flames. A notification appeared, tap to learn more about bone soldiers. The maximum number of summoned skeleton soldiers has been reached. At that moment, Professor Kim trembled as he asked Sanji what's going on. Sanju turns and says, I don't know either, but before he can finish, piercing screams erupt. Help. The screams caused everyone to turn around in fear. A girl with her hair tied back, holding a phone, frantically told Professor Kim, Professor, I can't reach the police. Even the fake professor was losing it, but he still tried to calm her down. Sanju overheard them thinking, I bet this is happening all over campus, or maybe. He glanced at the window where light peeked through the drawn curtains and into the classroom. Sanji approached and yanked the curtains open, sunlight flooding the window. But it wasn't sunlight, it was the light of fires burning all over the city. Sanji thought to herself, the whole country. The students in the classroom moved to the window, their faces etched with fear at the horrific scene outside, as Sanji wondered if the whole world was burning. Meanwhile, inside, the dimly lit classroom corpses lay in pools of blood. Suddenly, someone burst through the door shouting, we can't stay here any longer. Behind the school, fires rage, as a voice urges, move faster. A boy in a purple shirt swings his car keys, suddenly remembering something. Elated, he turns to the girl behind him and says, that's right, my car is in the parking lot. But before they could celebrate, several goblins emerged from the shadows in the hallway ahead, and the two broke out in a cold sweat. With a nod, one of the two goblins they just dealt with turned its large yellow eyes toward them, a blood-stained dagger still in its hand. Beside it was a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Our eyes met and the group turned and fled in terror. Haha, run. The two little goblins give chase, their cries echoing behind. The boy and girl were the last to flee, and one of the goblins quickly caught up, leaping high and reaching for the girl. But she raised her knife. Knowing escape was impossible, tears streamed down her face. But luckily, Sanju's skeleton soldiers appeared and blocked the two goblins, with three of them ganging up on the little monsters. Sanju watched them fight, making noises as if communicating, then turned to the crowd and yelled, run, I'll take care of these monsters. He then turned to the skeleton soldiers, a bit embarrassed, or rather to times them asterisk. The panicked students screamed and scattered in every direction, and Sanju reached out, worried, trying to stop them. No, don't split up. But before he could warn them, everyone scattered, leaving him helpless. He figured it was every man for himself. Amidst the chaos, he imagined many possibilities, realizing that this game, though unclear, must have rules they must follow, as Sanju recalled the events from choosing the cards to the appearance of the goblins. He thought to himself that the assigned professions and initial monsters were easy to kill. Sanju clenched his fist, wondering if he was right or wrong, but predicted that the survival rate would be higher if they fought them. Then he looked over at the goblins fiercely battling. At least he had allies willing to fight alongside him. Just then, a goblin placed its hand on the skeleton soldier's head, stunning it, and the soldier seemed to weaken, retreating from the goblin's attacks. The goblin slashed at the skeleton soldier, cackling triumphantly as its head flew off, landing near Sanju. The blue light in its eyes fades away, and another notification appears. Your bone soldier has returned to the void. Hearing this, he frowned in fear. Sanju trembles slightly as he cheers them on, urging them to take them down. The goblins cackled, turning a 3-on-2 fight into a 2-on-22 battle as one of them cheered. None of the skeleton soldiers would back down, and they roared back before charging into battle once more. Light burst forth, and soon notifications rang out in succession. You have gained 10 gold from killing a goblin. You have gained 10 gold from killing a goblin. Sanju happily squeezed his hand, then scratched his head shyly, praising the 2 surviving skeleton soldiers. Woo, well done. Then an announcement. You have leveled up to level 2. Sanju is a little surprised. He glanced at the level notification, wondering if it could be true. The status screen appears displaying IU, Sanju level 2, HP 42, over 50 MP, 13 over 30, Necromancer Strength, 5, Agility 5, Stamina, 5 Inventory Equipment Skills, and 50 gold. Sanju wonders if these are his stats, and where are the stat points from leveling up. Then a notification appears. Choose an upgrade card with options like random stats, skills, equipment, strength, and more. Sanju was speechless. So it's a gacha game. Sanju eyed the cards carefully, considering his choice a crucial element in any game. What would he get? In his hand, he holds a random skill card, and immediately, a notification appears. Your maximum number of summoned skeletal soldiers has increased by 1, and the 2 little demons that just died are immediately converted into skeletal soldiers. Sanju now has 4 bone soldiers, and a notification appears on the board. Your mana is critically low. Sanju looks and says mana only 30. He looked at the 4 bone soldiers and emphasized, so you guys aren't that expensive, huh? Immediately afterward, he avoided their gaze and waved his hand, saying, Ugh, I'm getting the chills, sorry, but don't look at me like that. Hearing that the 4 skeleton soldiers were collectively disappointed. In the gloomy corridor, Sanji sat down somewhere protected by the 4 of them. Sanji sighs. Alright, let's pull ourselves together. We'll make mistakes if we're not focused. I don't know what's coming, but for now we're okay. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the first step was to survive this place. That's all he could think of right now. Sanju gets up and tells the skeleton soldiers, let's survive and find a way out of here. Meanwhile, outside the school, hordes of goblins are torturing people. Terrified screams echo. Get away. Ah, help me. Mixed in with the cries are the voices of the goblins. From above, Sanju peered through the window, slamming his fist against the glass in anger. Damn it, I thought this place would be better. If I had gone straight to the courtyard. He turned determination in his eyes, but we can't stay here forever. He then let the skeleton soldiers lead the way, as Sanju stood on the stairs and said, it's time to go down to the lower levels. The skeleton soldiers advance towards the stairs, as Laihan, terrified, rushes up the steps, knife in hand. Suddenly, the 2 come face to face, stunned. He sees her screaming in terror at the skeleton soldier. Ah! Terrified, she closed her eyes and swung her knife wildly at the skeleton soldier, who, caught off guard, dropped the blade from its hand. Hearing the commotion, I rushed downstairs, surprised to see my bone soldier. Huh. Oh, is that Han? Her pale face looked at him with fear as she spoke. Sanji, who are these things? She fearfully raises her knife in defense. Helpless, I looked at her and said, oh, it's okay. You could call them my escorts, I guess. She replied suspiciously, is that okay? I looked at her and said, ah, Han Ho, it seems you've also chosen a job card. She looked at me puzzled. A card, that's right, I chose the thief class card. I looked at her helplessly, raised my hand to my forehead and asked, how many stars did you choose in that field? She looked at me puzzled. What she seems to remember, pointing happily, as she says, oh, 1 star, but it's the brightest star. That'll be fine, right? He looked at her at a loss for words. Yeah, let's just say that, she said, looking at him puzzled. Okay, he replied, as they and the bone soldiers descended the stairs. Pointing down, he added, let's find a safe spot first. We'll be safe as long as we stay behind them. As they descended, a blue screen suddenly appeared. We'll be safe if we stay behind the skeleton soldiers. Before the board, the thief's level 1 short sword combo skill is displayed. Skill combination, activation, requirement equip 5, short sword's effect increase, critical hit rate, gold received plus 10%. Sanju ignores her and strokes his chin, pondering, a combo. He imagines an army of skeleton soldiers and her thinking, if we have the same equipment, we'll get rewards. So if we team up with a decent squad, we'll get a lot of benefits. He thinks about the skeleton soldiers, not just them, and looks at them thoughtfully. Though I'm not sure their skills are really impressive. So even if I'm playing solo, teaming up with these bone soldiers is like having a full squad, right? They continue down the stairs. The skeleton, soldiers, and goblins meet, and they all move into fighting stances. Behind them was a massive leader, roaring with fury at our heroes. Terrified, she pointed, and said, that one seems to be the captain. As tensions flared, the system window appeared again. The opposing goblin squad is affected by level 1 death energy, reducing their power by 30%. Activation condition: 4 or more bone soldiers in your squad. Suddenly, the goblin looked at them with a terrified expression, screeching. He looked at them triumphantly. Looks like we got lucky. The skeleton soldiers around him emanate an angry green aura as they charge toward the goblins, their power sending the goblins flying, some injured. They scream in agony, but the skeletal soldiers ignore their cries and continue their relentless assault. It looks like that skeleton soldier is raising its hand in excitement. How grotesque. Seeing the smaller goblins attacked, the large goblin's eyes burned with rage, raising its massive hand as a yellow magic circle formed around it. The magic circle grew larger, and the smaller goblins began to glare at them with rage. The blue screen appears again, announcing that the goblin captain has activated his berserk skill. The text on the board shifts once more, indicating the goblins have been empowered. The goblin captain approached, seizing the skeleton soldier's sword arm and ripped it away. Seeing this, the other goblins charged in with their knives, and she stared at the goblin crew, her face pale with fear. What's going on? Should we just run? He watched his skeleton soldiers with concern, advising her to wait a little longer. Hold on. He surveyed the scene, carefully analyzing the situation before him, his mind racing as he watched his skeleton soldiers being brutally attacked by the goblins. They're following the captain's orders, so what I need to do? The goblin captain raises his hand again, a large golden magic circle emanating around it. Noticing the captain's movements, his eyes flash. That's it. His skeleton soldiers are steadily losing ground. A skeleton soldier wielding a blade leaps from above, striking the goblin captain's magic circle, severing his arm and eliciting a furious scream. As the skeleton soldier landed, it heard the goblin captain's cry, who furiously kicked it. Seeing their leader weaken the skeleton, soldiers seized the opportunity to quickly eliminate the goblins, a blue light flashing across their faces. Realizing the situation was dire, the terrified goblins tried to flee, as messages began to appear on the system boards. You gained 11 gold from killing goblins, as the skeleton soldiers continued to eliminate them. Enraged by the slaughter of his comrades, the goblin captain charges forward, slashing at the skeleton soldiers, who retaliate with a fierce counterattack. The goblin cried out in pain, "GR." The goblin captain, filled with murderous intent, turned to face the skeleton soldiers, but before it could attack, it was struck down. A notification appeared. You have gained 55 gold for killing the goblin captain. She stared at the phenomenon with disbelief. Seeing the goblins defeated, they approached, and she pointed to the scattered weapons, saying, "Hey Sanju, check out this gear." He looked at her and said, "That's right." He picked up the weapons around him and equipped them. A blade appears with its information panel: low-grade pig launcher, common rarity, one-handed weapon, no effects. Next to the ring, another information panel appears: the wild bracelet, rarity rare. Effect increases attack power by 20% against goblin-type monsters. The goblins are moving at breakneck speed across the ground, and another blue panel appears. Goblins gain 20% attack speed, and the buff skill will activate when the conditions are met. The activation requirement: assemble a full goblin squad. Another notification appears. Skill information: Wild Rampage, D rank, buff subclass. Goblin party members receive 10% damage and 20% attack speed for 10 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. He raises his hand, looking at the new ring in surprise. This is a nice piece. The skeleton soldier missing an arm looked up at him expectantly. Understanding its desire, he gently stroked its head. Good job. The bone soldier looks at him overjoyed. He stares at the bone soldier in disbelief. Whoa, what's with that face? Don't do that again. Han Ho looked at him with curiosity and confusion. Where do we go now? He asked. Turning to Han Ho, he replied, let's find a way out of here first. Descending the stairs into the hall, he was shocked, pointing and saying, hide in the copy room. Everyone will freak out if they see walking skeletons. Han Ho crossed her arms, eyes closed, and said, agreed. I freaked out the first time I saw them. Everyone will definitely panic. With a shield in one hand, he reached out to calm the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. He confidently pointed to himself, saying, we're trying to contact the police, and the student council is investigating what's happening in the school. The blonde girl angrily pointed at the door and shouted, you think the police have time to save us? Break down the door and we'll figure it out from there. He closed his eyes, raised his hand, and shook his head, saying, we've tried, but no matter what we do, it's impossible. The blonde girl retorted angrily, what do you mean it can't be broken? He watched the blonde girl reach out, saying, it's true, so please calm down and follow our student council's instructions. He approached, looking at him with suspicion, and began to recall. Standing beside another girl, he recalls that upperclassman Lin Seo is obsessed with the ranking system and has a lot of influence at school. He's also notorious for harassing female students. He looked at him feeling helpless, thinking his ambition was to get someone into the student council. He glared at the approaching people and shouted, didn't I tell you to stay away from that door? Are you deaf? Hearing his shout, he and Han Ho turned around, and he sighed in relief, putting on a fake face as he said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just too stressed today and lost my temper. You two might be new and don't know, but I just want to keep everyone safe. He turned to him confused. Was he putting on airs? Something felt off. He looked at him, put down the shield and said, Sanji, so you got your job card too. He turned and pointed at Han Ho, saying, yes, we both did. This is Han Ho. Do you know him? Han Ho bowed, saying, hello, I'm Han Ho. He looked at them, scratching the back of his head. Oh yeah, I think I've met him before. He rarely comes to school, so he looks at him puzzled, wondering why his brother is so eager to attend today. He looks at him and continues, do you two know that we are in a dangerous situation? If you both have weapons, help us protect everyone. He raised his sword and said, okay, we're always happy to help. His eyes narrowed with displeasure as he glanced at them. So what are your classes anyway? He glanced at the man holding the sword and continued, looks like you're a swordsman, I wonder if you can help us out. Here I am. He patted his shield proudly, saying, I've killed a blue monster before. It's a goblin, and even with weapons, they're not easy to kill. I chose a 2-star quest as a defensive warrior. He pointed at himself again, adding, if anything happens, just stay behind me. His eyes filled with disdain as he looked at the man. Oh, really? From afar, he came running with a terrified look on his face. Sir, I think I hear goblin noises upstairs. He frantically turned, pointing. All right, everyone, stay quiet and hide in that cafe. I'll hold the line at the entrance. He looked at Han Ho, pointed to a corner and said, Han Ho, come here, I need to talk to you privately. The two of them approached the door together. Han Ho stared at the door, panicked. Do you see it? His face was grim as he replied. Of course. A blue screen then appeared on the door once more. The door is sealed with powerful magic. Defeating the boss will release the magic and open the door. Failing to attack the monsters within the time limit will make them stronger. He angrily approached, trying to open the door, thinking the boss had 2 hours left, but the door wouldn't budge. Han anxiously looked at the board and said, it seems this is the time limit. If we don't defeat the boss within the allotted time, will everyone die? He grabs a throwing knife, turns and says, I'm not sure either, but we need to find and defeat the boss as soon as possible. We can't count on anyone to save us. He realized with dread that the least lucid would be killed first, then pointed to Sanju beside him, saying, hey Sanju, you and Misu know each other, right? You're both in the same class. He turned away, avoiding eye contact as his name was mentioned. Oh, yeah, we know each other. He walked over, put his arms around them and said, great, I'm allowing you two to be my close underlings. Let's team up and fight together, okay? He heard that and panicked, saying, wait, team up now. Are you serious? He asked. The man looked at him annoyed. Got a problem with that? He pointed towards the door, saying, didn't you read the notice on the door? He scratched the back of his head, replying, of course I did. We can't go out, we can only wait. You know, just wait for the rescue team. He angrily retorts, wait for the rescue team. You think the cops are coming here? What if this is happening all over the world? The police won't have time for us. He replied affectionately, hey, you've served in the military, haven't you? Then why would you doubt them? He asked, using his body and expressions to emphasize his point. The military will get involved and everything will be fine. He looked at him with annoyance, thinking this is crazy. How could the military save everyone right away? Okay, calm down. Everyone's in danger, I shouldn't provoke them. He sighed in anger and turned to leave, while the other man glared at him, saying, hey, did you just sniff at me? He waved him away, yelling, hey, you mutts, stay away from that door. If you want to live, listen to me and hide in the cafe. He huddled closer, saying, hey, those are goblins. Startled, the man turned to look at him. What's this? The goblins are storming down the stairs, filled with rage. The people in the cafe looked through the door in terror. Huh. It's them. He frantically grabbed his shield, saying, arm yourselves. We need to hold them back and keep them out of the safe zone. A brown-haired youth rushed towards him, yelling, brother, not again, they're in the hallway too. At that moment, the skeleton soldiers burst out of the cafe, knives in hand, ready for battle. He stared at the skeleton soldiers in horror. What the hell is this? I stepped forward, stopping him from attacking. They're not goblins. Is he surprised? Stepping forward through the scythes, he says, I understand that rights must come with obligations, but we need to be clear-headed right now. If a madman is elected leader, we're doomed. He looked at him fearfully, saying, huh. As if you're the one who received this great power, he said, his eyes gleaming as he stared at him. Perhaps. A goblin explodes, revealing a blue aura. Level 1 is activated, reducing goblin power by 30%. A blue substance fills the air and the goblins above panic. The blue substance erupted like wildfire, incinerating the goblins as the goblinlings scattered, fleeing from the blue power emanating from him. His eyes filled with rage and the hunt began. Murmurs spread as some people rushed to the windows to look down. Everyone was shocked, even the goblin shocks were stunned, wondering what the hell was going on. A horde of bone soldiers charged and attacked the goblins. One goblin was stunned, looking confused. Before it could react, a blow landed on its head. Sanju had made his move. Emboldened by this, the skeleton soldiers surge forward to attack the remaining goblins, and with his newfound strength, Sanju clears the path with his staff. Jinnok and Mitsu watched in terror. Jinsho gripped his shield, thinking he had planned his escape from the goblins, while Sanju charged in to destroy them one by one. Seeing their comrades slaughtered, the goblins try to flee, but Sanju orders them to be cut off at the stairs. The skeleton soldiers rushed out, and the goblins could only scream. Sanju triumphantly charged forward. Good, keep them pinned down for me. He has a plan. If others see how he commands the skeletons, they'll understand he can control the situation and they can easily fight the boss. According to the rules of the game, we'll have to kill the boss, and fighting together is always the best way. The skeleton soldiers charge, impaling the goblins as a system notification appears. Skill-activated rogue dagger combo. Critical hit rate plus 10%, gold acquisition plus 10%. Sanju's wrist gleams equipped with the wild bracelet, dealing 20% additional damage against goblin-type monsters. Watching his skeleton soldiers fight, he contemplates that with his bracelet and buff skills, the goblins are nothing to him. But surely goblins aren't the only monsters in this world. More terrifying creatures will emerge. Just as Sanju predicted, his classmates began to murmur, wondering if he had the power to control the undead. Another student replies that it seems so, as Jinjok and Minsu watch clinging to their shields. A girl is astonished, saying, "Thank goodness. But who is he? What department is he in?" His friend replied that he seemed to be a senior in the creative writing department. Meanwhile, the goblins continued to fight back ferociously, hacking at the skeletal soldiers and roaring. Seeing this, Sanju rushes in, killing the last monster with one blow. He breathes a sigh of relief. Good. Witnessing this, everyone cheered, hugged, and celebrated. He's amazing. How can someone so strong be in the literature department? Someone exclaimed. Thank God. Thank goodness someone like him was here. The goblin corpses were strewn across the ground. Sanju looked around, wondering. No equipment dropped. Do normal monsters not drop equipment? A system notification appears. He's received a lucky draw ticket for killing 20 monsters, and is one of the first 100 to complete this achievement. He raises an eyebrow. A lucky draw ticket. I don't see it in my inventory. How do I use it? Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers advance toward Sanju. He commends them. Well done, my brothers. Even so, the skull interface, empty eye sockets, and glowing toothy mouth made Sanju feel disgusted, and he quickly waved his hand, saying he told them not to make that face. Sanju and Hanho approached the others with their skeleton soldiers, while a shaken Jin still seemed disoriented. Sanju raised an eyebrow, asking loudly with satisfaction. So, what do you think? Was my brother useful? Jin grimaces, unsure how to respond, as Sanji-ju and his skeletal soldiers enter the school cafe. Everyone looked surprised as he spoke. You've all read the notice at the front gate, right? We are currently trapped by powerful magic. What should we do? They anxiously ask. Is there any way out of here? He pointed to the notice board and said, according to the notice at the gate, we need to eliminate the boss somewhere in this building. Everyone exchanged glances, suspicion beginning to rise. He continued, we only have 2 hours left. We have to defeat that boss. He lowered his voice. If we don't defeat it as required, things will definitely get worse. And because it's a boss, we won't be able to win if we fight it alone. A trembling student raised his hand and said, I've seen it before. Let me tell you, I went to the top floor, and I saw a giant monster appear there, and the professor, in his mind he saw a hairy monster, with glowing ferocious eyes holding the dead professor in its hands. He thought, the rooftop. That's the main target. Sanji asks, anyone want to come with me? Everyone lowers their heads, glancing at each other, nervously sweating, as if afraid of being called on. Sanji turned around, seeing no one willing to meet his gaze. He thought to himself, of course no one would. After all, this opponent is truly formidable. Wandering off carelessly is as good as dying. Han, standing nearby, calls out to him. Hanho scratches his head, forcing a smile. Maybe I should just stay here. Sanju pats his little brother's shoulder and laughs. I have to go show those boneheads what's what. Han then turned, begging and pleading, please take my dagger and let me stay here. Sanju waved his hand dismissively. He didn't need it. Suddenly, a voice from behind them said, even if we all fight together, I don't think the outcome will be good, will it? The brothers turned around in surprise to see who it was. A sporty girl with shoulder-length hair, a long sword, and a cool demeanor scoffs at the fearful people behind them, saying, those guys panic at the sight of small monsters. How annoying. Then she turns to Sanju, suggesting he look at his core troops. Why bring those weaklings when your core troops are far more useful? She is Jun Jisoo, a 2-3-year-old high-ranking tiger hunter. With that, she glared at the cowards behind them, a mix of anger and fear in her eyes. Sanju knew that gauging the boss's strength would be difficult. He turned to Jin Shook, asking what about him. As if called on in class, Jin Shook jumped, startled. He stammered, well, I think I should stay here. Someone needs to stay behind to protect the students. He was sweating bullets, his eyes darting around, trying to gauge Sanji-ju's reaction. He relents. All right. Stay here and defend this place for me. Jin X's voice trembled. Sanju and Ju look towards the stairs as he takes a gamble. Just keep moving up. It'll buy us some time. With that, he and the skeleton soldiers ascended, flanked by the powerful Ju and the reluctant Han Ho. Sanju urged Han Ho, don't let your guard down. Remember General Lee soon. Shin's words. If you want to live, pay attention. Suddenly they sensed movement below the stairs, a horde of goblins. They were being pursued relentlessly, and Sanji realized, damn it, there's another group blocking the stairs. He shouts, cover my back. Without a word, Jis rushes forward, cleaving a goblin in two with a single strike. His teammate barely had time to shout before Jisoo finished him off with a single strike. She sensed movement behind her and immediately stabbed the monster, which only had time to scream. The remaining goblins died instantly, Jisoo single-handedly wiping them all out. She surveys the aftermath of her battle, breathing heavily. Hanho, who had witnessed everything, was in awe, turning to Sanju and saying, "Bro, this girl is amazing." A dagger is pulled from a goblin's corpse. A noise catches Sanju's attention, and he turns to see the skeleton soldiers retrieving daggers from the goblin corpses. Hanho, now relieved, said, "It's nothing, I was wrong. It was General Li Shunchun." Sanji smiled. "Yes, let's hurry." The team continued onward. Before them, a bloodied man leaned against the wall, leaving him utterly shocked. "Professor Huang, what happened?" he gasped. Sanju asked in surprise. "Professor, what happened to you?" The professor spoke weakly of his students sobbing uncontrollably. "The children are all dead. It's all my fault." Sanju reassured him, asking him to calm down and recount everything that happened. The professor said, trembling, "Thanks to you, we were able to reach the safety of the lab." He continued, "We moved to the rooftop because I felt staying in one place wasn't safe. I was just following the survival guide." Sanji immediately realized the problem. Damn it. That's when the professor recalled the horrific scene, saying, "We encountered a terrifying monster there and the students who trusted me." The team fell silent. With his last breath, Professor Hoang said, "Sanji, never go to the rooftop, don't go there." He clung to Sanji's shirt, trembling as he gave his final warning. "You must survive." With those words, the professor collapsed, all signs of life gone. Sanji gripped his weapon, his face darkened, and a great hatred welled up inside him. A notification appeared, a side quest. Avenge the professor with the option to accept or decline the reward, being a random skill, and the objective kill the main monster. Witnessing the professor's final moments, you feel his burning resentment. Will you avenge him by destroying the monster or decline this mission? The choice is yours with the same time limit as the main quest. Your decision will affect your destiny. Sanji wondered, destiny? Is this some kind of forced turning point in the game? He was incredibly confused. Damn it, why? Why must we endure this misery? Seeing Sanju press on, he anxiously asked if they really had to fight the boss. The skeleton soldiers paused, awaiting an answer, but Sanju's eyes burned with hatred as a notification appeared. "You have entered the final boss room." Smoke billows from the rooftop, where Song Yu and his group, Find the Goblins, have claimed it as their own personal domain. The goblins feasted on the unfortunate students, a gruesome display of cannibalism, and Song Yu, unable to contain his rage, grimaced and exclaimed, "God damn it." Lai Han, horrified, pointed with trembling hands at the goblins feasting on human flesh, his eyes wide with fear. "That goblin is devouring a young man's corpse, a classmate of mine." Seeing this, Junjo was furious at their inhumanity. She gripped her sword and shouted, "You beasts." It seems Junjo couldn't bear the horrific scene, and was about to rush out to eliminate the goblins, but Song Yu quickly signaled her to stop. He raised the arm with the red bracelet, thinking he needed to stay calm and assess the situation first. How did we end up like this? Song Yu thought to himself that he wasn't strong enough to face this before. After a moment, everyone calmed down and Song Yu waved his hand forward, signaling, "Let's go, straight ahead." He thought to himself, "I need to be stronger." Hearing the thunderous footsteps, the goblin roasting human flesh suddenly turned around, startled by Song Yu's group, and immediately went to inform the other goblins, pointing and communicating in a strange tongue. Hearing this, his comrade dropped his knife, and the news spread quickly to nearby goblins. Soon they came rushing towards Song Yu's party, immediately forming a battle line around them. Li Han, terrified, trembled and whispered to Song Yu, "We should probably run." But Song Yu refused to run, determined to face them and his small skeletal army. He thought to himself, "No, I have to face them." Then Song Yu reached behind him and the red bracelet on his wrist began to glow as he thought to himself. With that thought, Song Yu decisively raised his hand to the sky, and a magic circle was immediately activated in his hand. Song Yu activates Wild Frenzy, increasing damage taken by the Goblin Squad by 10% and attack speed by 20%. The skeletons' bodies ignite, becoming one with Song Yu. Sensing the Twin Shadows' unwavering resolve, the opposing goblins charged into battle, but their attacks were nullified by the Twin Shadows' 3 fiery skeletons. No matter how they slashed their swords, just glanced off the bone gaps of Song Yu's skeleton soldiers and they panicked as they couldn't pull their swords free. Song Yu's fire skeletons retaliated with 3 swift strikes against the goblin, and so the first goblin cried out in agony as his body was torn to pieces. Enraged, the goblins charged again, only to be overwhelmed by Song Yu's fire skeletons. At that moment, Song Yu yelled at everyone to use the corpses as shields before charging forward and piercing a goblin's head with his spear dao. Junjo quickly followed Song Yu's lead, her eyes burning with rage as she rushed to a goblin and cleaved it in two, while Lai Han Ho, paralyzed by fear, flailed with his knife and cried out in frustration. "How useless. Why did I pick this?" Sobbing, tears streaming down his face, Li Han Ho recalled the past and continued to scream. "I thought it would be useful, but it's completely useless. He must be furious." Li Han Ho blindly grabbed the small dagger behind him. Tears blurred his vision, yet somehow he managed to throw it haphazardly, yelling, "Take this." Unexpectedly, Li Han's luck paid off. The dagger he threw haphazardly struck a goblin in the head. The goblin beside it was shocked and dodged aside, and Li Han Ho, hearing the noise, opened his eyes and stared blankly at the goblin he had just killed. Lai Han-ho took a closer look and saw the goblins surrounding the one he'd just killed with a dagger. Suddenly, Li Han-ho recalls his glory days, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, that's right, this is my special skill." Inspired, Li Han-ho resumes throwing knives at the goblins. Another goblin quickly meets its end. One after another, the goblins surrounding Li Han-ho are swiftly defeated. They grew fearful of his hidden talent, and Li Han-ho stared at his hands, lost in thought. A moment later, Li Han's expression turned serious as he thought to himself, "I've found it. This is my fighting style." Seeing Li Han-ho now filled with murderous intent, the goblins looked around at each other, terrified and unsure of what to do. This causes their flames to turn green, a slight reduction in danger but still enough to terrify the goblins into fleeing back to their nest. Suddenly, the lockers were struck with a massive force, sending them flying. The goblins were startled. They trembled as they looked over, waiting with bated breath. Then a goblin chieftain with a wooden club entered the fray. It lets out a mighty roar that shakes the entire rooftop, and the goblin soldiers immediately rush to their knees, begging for mercy. Lai Han and Song Yu stared in disbelief at the goblin chieftain. Lai Han asked fearfully, "That form, could it be the final boss?" The final goblin chieftain turned its gaze upon Song Yu's party. Its target now changed as the smaller goblins quickly rallied, and with a roar the chieftain signaled them to attack. Trouble once again descends upon Song Yu, who clicks his tongue in concern. Then with a wave of his spear, Song Yu sends two goblins flying. With a furious look, Song Yu turned and shouted, "Kill them all!" Yu Jisot and the others joined the desperate battle against the goblins. The battle intensifies, neither side yielding, but overall, Song Yu's party is overwhelming the goblins. One by one, they are quickly blown away. Seeing this, the goblin chief grows enraged, raising his club high, signaling an ominous sign. Seeing this, Song Yu frantically yelled, "Run!" With a single swing of its club, the goblin chieftain unleashed a massive strike towards Song Yu's skeleton soldiers, instantly felling them. Immediately, Song Yu summons two more skeletal soldiers as indicated by the system. "You have summoned a new skeleton soldier. You have summoned a new skeleton soldier." It turns out that was just a feint, as the goblin chief quickly lunged toward bone soldier number 1. Panicked and unable to defend, it was smashed to pieces, but thankfully, the other one managed to dodge. Song Wu grimaces and charges forward, narrowly dodging the scattered pieces of the shattered corpse. As Song Yu struggles against the overwhelming attack, his mana dwindles to a mere 20 out of 30. The system displays mana 20 over 30. Seeing this, Song Yu anxiously glances at the system display and exclaims, "Mana," then looks at the pile of goblin corpses, an idea forming in his mind. "There are so many corpses here, I can use them." Just as the goblin chieftain was about to finish Song Yu, a sudden sound echoed out, and the chieftain felt a sharp pain. It turned to see its arm riddled with daggers. Li Han-ho had thrown them at the goblin chieftain. Li Han-ho smirks defiantly, taunting, "Oh, does that hurt, buddy?" Before he could even bask in the coolness, the goblin chieftain easily removed the daggers, as if plucking feathers, and roared at Li Han-ho. Surprised, Li Han-ho froze, blurting out, "Hey, what's with the possessiveness?" Song Wu was speechless and looked at Li Han-ho. "Well, it's because you provoked him." The goblin chieftain immediately switched his target to Li Han-ho. Li Han-ho ran and screamed in agony, begging for help. Hearing Li Han-ho's cries for help, the skeletal soldiers appeared to intervene, bringing a smile of relief to Li Han-ho's face. Li Han was overjoyed, thinking he'd escaped his pursuers, but his joy was short-lived as the goblin chief wiped out the bone soldiers with a single blow. However, one lucky skeleton soldier survived the blow and jumped onto the goblin chieftain, stabbing him in the arm with a dagger. The goblin chieftain roared in pain, then immediately threw off the skeleton soldier and delivered a powerful kick. Before the skeleton soldier could react, the goblin chieftain lunged in for the kill. Seeing this, Yu Jisoo flew behind the goblin chieftain, her face filled with murderous intent, and slashed a long line across his back. A gash appeared and blood poured out. The goblin chieftain clutched his bleeding back, struggling to stand and fight on. Seeing this, Yu Jisoo coldly says, "This is the first time I've had to go all out." She glares at the goblin chief like he's scum, her face as cold as a killer's. She curses, "You son of a bitch." Seeing this, Song Yu praised Yu Jisoo's latent swordsmanship. Her swordsmanship is top-notch and her movements are so fluid. She's incredible. Seeing Yu Jisoo guarding the goblin chief, Song Yu seized the opportunity to summon more skeleton soldiers, saying, "I should rethink my strategy." Song Yu's strategy is to have his skeleton soldiers surround the goblin chieftain, then telepathically command one to attack from behind. Then a skeleton soldier flew in, raised a dagger, and attacked the goblin chieftain from behind, leading him into Song Yu's trap. Seizing the opportunity, Song Wu mustered all his strength and charged towards the goblin chieftain, thinking, "This is it." Unaware of Song Yu's approach, the goblin chieftain focused on the skeleton soldier trap, leaving him vulnerable to Song Yu's spear. In an instant, his ear was severed. The goblin chieftain clutched the bloody stump, howling in agony. Just as Song Yu was about to finish him off with the bone shade soldier, he suddenly lost his strength, and the soldier reverted to its original green color. Song Yu looks up at the system display in shock. Mana is almost depleted, 3 out of 30. He says angrily, "Damn it, just a little more." The goblin chief looked up, suddenly pointed at Song Yu and his party, then at the remaining bone soldier, the heavily injured one and the third. A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing sharp fangs. Song Yu realized the Goblin Chief's plan and angrily cursed, "Damn it, I only have this many bone soldiers left. Is it enough to win?" Then the bone soldier stood up and wildly smashed the iron cabinets, one of which flew towards Song Yu, who quickly dodged it. The Goblin Chieftain, confident in his victory, charged towards Song Yu without hesitation. Song Yu watched in despair, thinking, "If this keeps up, we're done for. I need one more trick." Suddenly he noticed a sword stuck in a nearby broken locker. A glimmer of hope. He stared at the sword, contemplating a way to defeat the monster. The Goblin Chieftain, in a frenzy, smashed everything around him, grabbing one of Song Yu's skeleton soldiers by the head, and Song Yu seethed with rage. Taking advantage of the chieftain's destructive rampage, Suwu retrieves the sword, grips both blades tightly, and advances toward the Goblin Chief, hoping his skeletons can buy him some time. Using his thoughts, he commanded block his path. And so the two skeleton soldiers began circling, attempting to disorient the Goblin Chieftain. But the Goblin Chief didn't have time to play around, and violently attacked the two skeleton soldiers, just as he saw a flash of light heading his way. Even so, the sword's target wasn't him, but the skeleton soldier behind him, who leaped up and grabbed the blade. Seeing this, the Goblin Chieftain swung his club, aiming to strike the skeleton soldier, but it leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the blow. Then the skeleton soldier spun and struck the Goblin Chief's club, the force of which sent them both flying. Suddenly, a system notification appeared announcing that a party synergy effect had been unlocked through the team's combat. Seong-woo looks up, a hint of surprise on his face. The skeleton soldier was the key to unlocking this effect. With it, the party's attack speed increases by 10% and weapon weight decreases by 50%. The skeleton soldier is now classified as a separate entity. Now it's a one-armed warrior with a sword, its power slowly returning. Seeing this, the Goblin Chieftain was terrified, while Song Yu confidently picked up his sword, marveling at it and saying, "If I link the weapons like this, I can win." Song Yu grabs a nearby chair, declaring, "Eat this, you kneeling desk." Seeing this, Yu Jizort and the skeleton soldier charged in as well, both filled with vigor, cornering the Goblin Chieftain from 3 different sides. The Goblin Chieftain was disoriented, unsure of who to attack first. And while lost, Song Yu hurled a chair straight into his back. Then Yu Jiso, with incredible speed, slashes him across the stomach, followed by the skeleton soldier. Enraged and humiliated, the Goblin Chieftain lost control, smashing everything in sight. But as he raised his club to finish off the skeleton soldier, a golden light streaked toward him. Instantly, a dagger pierced his hand as Lai Han cheered from afar. "That's right, feel the pain." The Goblin Chieftain furiously tried to remove the dagger from his hand. At that moment, Song Woo's eyes lit up, and he gave the order in his mind. At that moment, the skeleton soldier's eyes lit up in sync with his. "Go." Unbeknownst to the Goblin Chieftain, who was still struggling with the dagger, the bone soldier was charging from behind, bringing tears to Song Yu's eyes. He silently thanked it, saying goodbye. "Thank you for following me this far." Song Woo thought back to when he first acquired the skeleton soldier, realizing it was the most resilient of them all. As it lunged to finish off the Goblin Chieftain, Song Yu felt a pang in his heart, promising himself he would never forget its noble sacrifice. Suddenly Song Yu stops, exclaiming in disbelief, So that's it." Clearly the Goblin Chieftain had given it his all, yet the skeleton soldier cleaved through without resistance, leaving Song Yu stunned and disbelieving. The system displays that the Poison Warrior's effect can block 88% of the damage from the boss monster's first attack, something Goblin Chief Lin didn't foresee. And just like that, its head was severed in an instant, the Goblin Chief's body lifeless. The skeleton soldier slowly rises, and the system informs him that he's gained 25 gold from the boss kill. The system displays you have leveled up to level 3. Song Yu stares silently at the skeleton soldier for a moment. Lai Han-ho quietly asked him about the skeleton soldier's identity. "Song Woo, where did you get that skeleton soldier?" Recalling the past, Song Yu tells Lai Han-ho that it was the first goblin he killed with his table leg technique. As they discussed it, a blinding light erupted from the skeleton soldier. Moments later, the skeleton soldier began to evolve into a higher form. The system displayed that the goblin skeleton soldier had been promoted by absorbing the magic power of the Goblin Chief. Defense has been greatly increased, and the command stat has been added. Depending on the size of your legion, you will receive an organic power combination. Although the bone soldier's new form was somewhat flashy, Song Yu wasn't surprised, but rather found it strange. He pointed directly at the tattoo on its forehead and exclaimed, "What is this?" Song Woo points to the blue flame and the tattoo on its head, asking, "Since when did you get a tattoo on your forehead without my permission?" Regardless, Song Yu wasn't too concerned, and he opened the stat window to see the system displaying a second-class elite bone soldier weapon, katana species, goblin attribute, dark magic, and command. Reading that, Song Yu wondered, a combination power based on leadership. Sounds like it'll grow from a squad to a platoon and then a corporation, right? So I need to increase the number of my subordinates. Lee Han-ho and Yu Jiso also curiously opened their windows to take a look. They were all pleased to see their progress. "Oh, I leveled up too. I also leveled up to level 3. Then Yu Jo looked at Song Yu, wondering, "What about you?" Song Yu hesitated. "I also switched to the gift shop just now." She scrolled back and forth for a while, then asked Song Yu, "I still don't know what upgrade gift to choose at level 2. Do you have any suggestions? Song Yu glanced over and replied, well, everything's random, so you can only pray you draw something good. Lai Han is amazed by the system, everything is new to him, he didn't even know these cards could be seen. Confused, Lai Han asks Song Yu, you can see these cards too. Song Yu sighed, yeah, just pick any card. The system then displayed, please select an upgrade card showing options for stats, skills, and equipment. Song Yu then tapped on the skill option, saying, when I reached level 2 I chose a random skill upgrade and the number of Codbin summons increased. And this time is no different because the command stat requires a large number, so I chose to continue upgrading the skill. Then a card slowly appeared in Song Yu's hand. The system displayed, you have acquired basic bone weapon crafting. Song Yu stared blankly at his hand for a moment, then the system displayed the skill information bone weapon crafting basic level classification activation skill and mana cost. You can craft weapons from the bones of corpses. These are the weapons you can craft. First, a sword, second, a hammer-type weapon, third, a spear, and fourth, a bow. The quality of the weapon depends on the original material, and as the skill levels up, you can create more types of weapons. Song Yu reads this and wonders if he can craft weapons from bones. Just as he's puzzling over it, another system notification pops up. You have completed the quest to avenge the professor and will receive a random skill as a reward. The fate of your friend has also been altered. At that moment, Song Yu recalled the memory of Professor Kim's death, and with a choked voice vowed that Professor Kim would not suffer any more, pushing his grief aside. The system informs him that the maximum number of summons for each side has increased by 1. Song Wu looks at his skeleton soldiers and says, so I can now control 5 skeleton soldiers. Song Yu wondered, what does destiny has been altered even mean? It's confusing. I need to be more careful when choosing new quests. Suddenly, a cloak falls from the sky, landing near Lai Han. He looks up in surprise, catches it, and stares at it in bewilderment. He exclaimed about a cloak, and Song Yu, curious, asked, what is that? Li Han Ho caught it and immediately tried it on, saying, this is a bandit's cloak. It increases stealth against monsters by 50%. Song Wu responded with sarcasm. Isn't that just equipment for running away? Fearing Song Yu would misunderstand, Li Han Ho seriously defended himself. No, I won't be cowardly anymore. I've found my own fighting style. As Li Han Ho took off his robe, his eyes fell on Yuji Seol, who was also wearing new clothes, and he asked curiously, hey, what's that rock? Nana Yujiso stared blankly at the red stone in her hand and said, it's called a firestone. Hearing this, Lai Han Ho approached to examine the stone, closely impressed. Oh, ignition, it looks like a lighter, doesn't it? Yuji sighed and shook his head. No. Yujiso carefully placed the stone in a box and continued. If a weapon is polished with this stone, it will have a chance to ignite when fighting monsters. Hearing that, Lai Han Hu exclaimed in amazement, whoa, that's amazing. Meanwhile, Song Yu, seeing them still muttering, reminded them, that can wait, let's get out of here. A while later at the cafe, everyone was still busy with their tasks. Elsewhere, Minsu fearfully approached Li Jinsei. Hey Jinsei, he glared at Minsu and asked her. What Minsu nervously glanced at the gossiping crowd behind him, and trembled as he asked, are we going to be stuck like this forever? Their joy was short-lived, as Li Jinhyuk's anger resurfaced, his expression twisted with rage. Minsu relayed what he'd overheard, the hushed whispers of the others. They said they should have gone after the boss, that they should have listened to. Song, Minsu continued, that's just what they were saying. Before Minsu could finish, Li Jinsho angrily grabbed his shoulders and cursed at him. Li Jinho glared at the group rage building. They dare whisper behind my back when I'm trying to protect them. Say it to my face, Li Jinsok suddenly raged, storming toward the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd fell silent, and Lin Seo, shield in hand, stormed past, angrily cursing those outside. Hey, listen up, you guys really want to talk behind people's backs that badly? Eljin Shok's anger had reached its peak. His face flushed. He pointed outside and yelled, don't expect me to protect you anymore. Get out of my sight. The crowd, dissatisfied with his attitude, spoke up. Hey, what are you saying? Go where Lai Jin Hyuk retorted. His anger grew more intense. If you don't want to be here, then get out, go to the rooftop and die like that two-headed freak. And so a brawl broke out with someone from the crowd shouting back at him. You think you own this place, Li Jinseok angrily retorted. I'm doing my best here. But the ignorant crowd just scoffed and continued to curse. Don't be ridiculous, what can you even do? It's the guy on the roof who's protecting us. Hearing that, the fire of rage within him grew stronger, and with a flushed face he yelled, don't you dare get me riled up. You, with the bowl cut. Enraged by the insult, the young man lunged forward to fight him. Huh, what was that? Who are you calling a mophead? Li Jinso pointed at the young man's face and shouted, you, it's you. Keep barking, dog. Eljin X raised his middle finger, saying, no matter who tries to stop me, do you think that two-faced bastard is still breathing? Then go up to the roof and die like he did. Keep barking, you dogs. Suddenly everyone fell silent, but not because of him. Their eyes were drawn elsewhere, as Lai Jin X, thinking they were defeated, gloated. What's with the silence? You guys planning something? Before he could finish, the sound of a sword scraping against him echoed, followed by a voice. Who was killed? Eljin Shok's brother suddenly froze, slowly turning his head in disbelief. Seeing the skeleton soldiers greeting him with swords, he screamed and collapsed. Song Yu approached from behind, looking at Li Jinshuo with disgust and said, "Did you want me dead that badly?" Unfazed Song Yu approached the once sealed door, gently reaching for the handle. Of course, since the condition of defeating the boss was met, the seal was broken and the door opened easily. Elgin X, sitting on the ground, found it unbelievable, his expression one of unwillingness to accept it, and he trembled as he muttered, "No way." Clicking his tongue, Song Yu turned back to face him unimpressed. "You're really an eyesore, man." Lai Han snickered as if provoking him. And just like that, they began to leave this hellish school. As Song Yu's group was about to leave, he turned back to see Li Jinseok hesitating, as if he wanted to say something. Song Yu looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Hey, is there something you want to tell me?" Startled by this, Li Hanho awkwardly scratched his head, avoiding Song Wu's gaze, as the students behind them began to murmur. "What the hell, this guy always brags about how strong he is, but now he's acting like a coward. Talks a big game, but turns out he's just a paper tiger." Lin Seo couldn't argue with the student's assessment, so he remained silent. Song Yu's group took the lead scouting ahead while Lai Han Yu nervously observed. "It's a little too quiet out here, isn't it?" Yujo replied, "I don't see any monsters either." After surveying the area, Song Yu signals the others, saying it's safe, but stay quiet. And so Song Yu's group takes the lead. The students followed cautiously, passing corpses scattered throughout the streets. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill down their spines and whispers arose, "There's no one left alive here. What should we do?" Song Yu surmises that the goblins travel in packs and are likely hiding somewhere in the schoolyard, while Lai Han Ho suddenly spots something and excitedly shouts, "Hey, I think there are people over there." Song Yu warily drew his sword and followed Lai Han Ho to a balcony where a group of people had already set up camp, none of whom seemed friendly, except for a fair-skinned young man in white who waved them over, then glanced down at their blood-stained weapons. He wondered who these people were, then noticed their condition, realizing they were survivors of the Goblin War. Suddenly recognizing someone, Lai Jin Seok pushed everyone aside and shouted, "Oh, it's the guildmaster." The guild leader saw Li Jinshuk and smiled. "Oh, Jinshuk, you survived." Li Jinsuk rushed over like a puppy. He clasped his hands in thanks, saying he believed the powerful student council president could easily wipe out the goblins. "Good to see you again," Yujo said to Song Yu, glaring at the white-haired youth. "He's the student council president." Suddenly, El Jin Shou approached the student council president and began speaking to him while looking at Song Yu. Seeing this, Yujo tells Song Yu that they seem to be talking about him. Lai Han exclaims, "Yeah, that's really annoying to watch." Song Yu felt a chill run down his spine as the student president stepped forward. He gives a fake smile and introduces himself. "I'm Par, the student council president." The girls on Song Yu's side blushed at Per Swung's good looks, but Bukdung continued, "I imagine you've all been through some terrible things. We're just like you, trying to eliminate the monsters. I promise to ensure your safety if you join our team." But then Northstar quickly changed his tune when he saw Song Yu's skeleton soldiers pointing and asking, "And what are these monsters?" Song Yu replied, "I'm sure you know. This is the effect of the job card I received." Bukde Sung frowned. "You accept creatures that have killed people." Song Yu suddenly understood his intentions, realizing he was being set up as a dangerous element. Suddenly, Beatty Chong waved his hand and his men surrounded Song Yu's skeleton soldiers. He said, "I'm sorry, but if you want to join us, you'll have to get rid of these monsters." They quickly surrounded the skeleton soldiers with weapons, but Song Yu frowned and said, "Sorry, but I can't do that." "Song Yu, you want to keep these filthy unknown monsters by your side," Northstar snarled. "You want to keep them around us." Hearing this, Li Hanho was furious and retorted fiercely, "Filthy." And with that, the skeleton soldiers turned to glare at Li Hanho. Sweating, Li Hanho stammered, "Well, actually they're kind of cute." And so Li Hanho and the bone soldiers began to bicker. Li Hanho shouts, "Just teach them to be friendlier, have some confidence." Song Yu, exasperated, replies, "Hanho, quiet and you guys cut it out." Song Yu then turned to Peng and said, "I apologize, but I have no intention of abandoning them. Killing them would be like throwing away my own weapons. Could you survive in this world empty-handed?" Hearing this, Baek Duk Soong smirked, then arrogantly said, "Who knows, but if we can protect you, what do you need them for?" He grinned slyly, forcing Song Yu to decide, "This is your last chance. If you want to join us, you'll have to kill those creatures yourself." Enraged by his taunts, Yu Jisot stepped forward and said, "Hey, are you deciding our fate for us?" "When did we ever say we wanted to join you?" she said coolly, raising her sword. "You think the student council gets to decide everything? How pathetic." Seeing Yu Jisot's demeanor, Bukde Soong seriously asks if she's the president of the physical education department. Yu Jisoo frowned at that, replying, "No, what's the point of that empty title when the school's already been destroyed?" He still tries to coax her no matter what. He reached out feigning friendliness and said, "Madam President, please calm down and come with us, or you'll regret it." But Yu Dai-sot snapped back, "Shut your filthy mouth. You act like you're doing everyone a favor, but I know you embezzled hundreds of millions of won from the school festival. Did you think I didn't know?" Hearing this, he froze. Having caught her prey, Yujo boldly continued, "I'm the one who posted on the school's page." Hearing that, Bukdeoksu and his gang were even more shocked and exclaimed, Even though he was exposed at the last minute, Peryusung still acted arrogant. Barely containing his rage, he trembled as he said, "Then there's nothing more to say. Go do what you want, and die at the hands of those monsters." Yujot ignored them, confidently carrying Yu away without looking back. From behind back, Desung continued to curse, "You'll regret this. Without the party buff, you'll die a painful death. Trash." After a while, they had traveled a good distance away from Park Dung's group. Song Yu then asked Yu Jisot about her previous relationship with the student council president. "Sorry, but do you have a problem with those guys in the student council?" Yujuot coldly says, "I see him as nothing more than trash." Yuju remembers Park Desung's past and says he used to wander around school hitting on girls every day. "Some members of the faculty have told me as much. He may have a high position, but trash is still trash." Hearing this, Song Yu understood her plight a little better. He exclaimed in understanding while Lai Han, enraged, shouted, "What a bastard!" Yujo then suggested that they avoid the buildings and escape from there first. Yujo continued, "If this is an escape mission, I want to avoid crowded places because monsters love to attack them." Songwoo pondered this, then pointed to the road behind him and said, "In short, we need to avoid the buildings, so moving along the hill road behind the school will be much more effective. It leads straight to the main gate, and there's hardly anyone there." Yujite agreed and followed him to the back of the school. As they moved, they remained vigilant. Li Hanho looked around for a moment and said, "It's too quiet here. I have a bad feeling." Suddenly, Song Yu raised his hand and warily said, "Stop." Startled, Li Hanho turned to Song Yu confused. "What is it?" But Song Yu signaled for silence, as a goblin was above them hacking away at something. Its axe is buried in a goblin, which it then yanks free. It then looked up, sensing Song Yu's group, its eyes blazing with light, and Lai Han screamed, terrified by its murderous gaze. "Ugh, what is that massive thing? It's even bigger than the goblin boss." Song Yu was worried, narrowing his eyes as he realized the creature after the goblin was an orc. Suddenly, the massive orc roared and stomped its foot. The orc then charged down to the base of the stairs where the Song Yu guild stood, and despite some fear, Song Yu smirked. Because this is his chance. He says, "Excellent, let's add a new minion to my collection." At that moment, the orc charged towards Song Yu with its weapon. Song Yu grinned, saying, "Prepare for battle." He looked into its face and saw its rage. Suddenly, Song Yu's demeanor shifts. He looks at it, startled, a hint of fear in his eyes, and then he issues commands to his skeleton soldiers and those around him. He shouts, "Get out of the way." As Li Han falls back in shock, he cries out, "How can something so terrifying exist?" The orc quickly turned its head, changing direction, and attacked Yu Jisot. But luckily, she quickly used her sword to block the attack. Yu Jisot looked annoyed and gasped. The orc raised its weapon again, aiming for Yu Jisot, but luckily the skeleton soldier flew in, pushing her aside and taking the blow itself. The orc, unaware Yu Jisot was saved, continued its assault, slamming into the bone soldier with tremendous force, sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Song Yu angrily turned and roared, "Hold it back." Suddenly, blue flames ignited within the skeleton soldier's teeth. Then, wielding a sword and exhaling a blue mist, it stood before the orc. The enraged orc snorted smoke, raised its weapon high, and struck down, but the skeleton soldier leapt up sword in hand and charged. At that moment, the system announced the activation of Poisonous Hand Warrior, reducing the damage from the orc's first attack to 88%. And so the skeleton soldier leaped and slashed at the orc's arm, sending the beast flying back. From above, Song Yu shouts to Yujiso, "Jisoo, get up here. Fighting from above will give us a huge advantage." Hearing this, Yu Jisoo, looking exhausted, grabs her weapon and runs towards Song Yu. She thought, "Damn, I blocked one hit, but why does everything hurt so much?" Now that the three were together, Song Yu called out to Lei Hanho and Yu Jisoo, "Don't get too close. We'll use the same tactics as with the boss." The orc, now consumed with rage and radiating a murderous aura, ascended the steps towards Song Yu and his companions, and upon reaching the top, it unleashed a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Song Yu and Yu Jisoo, along with the core soldiers, hid behind the trees as the orc spotted them and charged forward with a roar. Seeing this, Song Yu turned to Yu Jisoo and said, "Stick to the plan. Let the skeleton soldiers go first." Looking at the corpses of the goblin monsters, he thought, "Even though there are still many corpses, I need to manage my mana wisely." The orc, enraged, raised its weapon high and swung wildly. Song Yu knew this wouldn't do. Brutes like that would have trouble moving through the forest. The orc, now surrounded by the skeleton soldiers, was startled when suddenly Li Han emerged from the bushes, throwing a knife at the orc while shouting. Seeing this, the skeleton soldiers threw away their weapons, pelting the orc, causing it great pain. It roared loudly, but it seemed this was far from over. The skeleton soldiers charged at it with their bare hands, and it roared in anger, striking them hard. Suddenly the orc is startled, his face darkening as he realizes something is wrong. His hands are now firmly gripped by the bone soldiers, making it difficult for him to move. And so Song Yu and Yujo charged forward, swords raised, seeking to end the orc, their faces grim. But the bone soldiers couldn't hold on for long, and the orc flung them away. At the same moment, Yu Jisort, who was charging forward, was struck. But Yu Jisort seized the opportunity to dodge the attack, and dashed forward, slashing at its leg. The injured orc now hobbled, howls in pain, as Song Yu seizes the moment and slashes at its arm. The skeletal soldier with the sword then soared into the air, appearing behind the orc, startling it. Then the skeleton soldier effortlessly decapitated the orc. After the orc was killed, the system announced that he received 100 gold for eliminating the orc commander. With the fight over, Song Yu wiped his sweat and wondered, so a commander is stronger than the other orcs? Yu Jizort, cleaning his sword, replied, it seems that monster was second only to the boss. Song Yu gestured towards the orc's corpse, then turned to Yu Jiso, saying, but thanks to it we gained experience to fight new monsters, right? Suddenly the system informs him that the corpse isn't responding to his summons. His level is too low to summon a medium-sized monster. Song Yu is stunned, then exclaims, still can't get a new minion. Then Song Yu manipulated the bone soldiers, and turned to Yu Jo, asking, oh Ju, what kind of job card did you choose? As for me, I chose the Necromancer card, Yu Jo replied. As for me, I chose the Master Hunter card, initially drawn to it by the color. Turns out it's a 3-star card. Li Han sighed in dismay, overhearing their conversation. Am I the only one who pulled a 1-star card? Song Wu said, his hand enveloped in mana. Oh, my mana's fully restored. Should I test out the new skill? With mana-filled hands, Song Yu gestures towards the ORC corpse, wondering what weapon it can yield, as the system offers a choice: 6 low-level swords, 5 low-level hammers, 2 low-level spears, or 4 low-level bows. Song Yu eyed the system screen and mused, the hammer is a higher level, maybe I should choose that. And just like that, the orc's corpse transformed into a hammer made of its bones. Yu Jo was amazed, saying, oh, it really appeared. Song Wu picked up the hammer, examining it, and said, it's smaller than I expected. Then he asked Yu Jo, it's not bad, right? At that moment, the system told him that the weapon's name was Orc Bone Hammer, normal grade, classified as a hammer-type weapon. Song Wu then tossed the new weapons to some of his skeleton soldiers, saying, try using these. Suddenly, the system chimed in. First, the level 1 power of Manji is distributed as part of a weapon combination, the condition being to equip 5 hammers. Its effect damage increases by 30% when injured. The system then displays, second, a level 1 bludgeon combo, subclass weapon combo, condition equip 5, blunt weapons effect, 5%, chance to stun the opponent in 1 hit and increase damage, dealt to medium-sized monsters by 500 sure. Song Yu, puzzled, looked at the skeleton soldier he'd just given the weapon to and exclaimed, hold on. Song Yu then tossed a red sword to Li Hanho, saying, Hanho, catch. After receiving the sword, Li Hanho gratefully said, thank you, then asked Song Yu, really? Just hold on to it for him. Give it back when I say so. Don't you see the benefits of the poison warrior's hand, or do you want to chop off one of your own to replace it? With weapons in hand, they press forward. Song Yu cautiously warns Yu Jiso and Li Hanho, keep a sharp lookout, we're almost there. Li Hanho pointed ahead in surprise, saying, look. Then he asked Song Yu why there were so many cars there. Before them, a sealed gate appeared, bearing a message. The gate was sealed by powerful magic. Defeat the boss to break the seal and open the gate. Failing to attack within the time limit will empower the monsters in this area. A timer appears, showing 8 minutes and 1 second remaining. Reading the sign, they despaired, crying out, not again. With exactly 8 minutes left, the system suddenly chimed in with an announcement. An orc hunting party has begun. Choose your battleground wisely. They hunt by scent. The stronger the prey, the more orc warriors are sent. The 3 are shocked by this revelation. The 3 of them looked at the system board, and Li Han exclaimed worriedly, wait, don't tell me they're coming to get us. Song Yu observes, so the stronger we are, the more orcs come. Suddenly, Yu Jizort turns, noticing something. If there are too many, it'll be a disadvantage, she asks, observing the footsteps of an approaching orc. Meanwhile, Park De-sung's group was being charged by a massive horde of orcs, sending the surrounding people into a panic. Then a loud scream caught Yu Jisot and La Hanho's attention. Yu Jisort looked towards the scream and said, that way it sounds like the student council group. Li Hanho trembled with fear, saying, if we were there right now. Song Yu, seeing this, told them, so following the big groups isn't always the best choice, huh? They looked ahead, realizing that the key was to find the right combination, to fight all kinds of monsters. Song Yu then mused that it was fortunate he'd chosen the Necromancer class, as a system notification appeared, announcing the first wave was about to begin. This first wave consists of 5 orcs, and Li Hanho is shocked, exclaiming, 5 orcs. He thought there would be fewer monsters than at the student union, but before he could finish saying 5, they were rushing towards him from afar, yelling loudly. El Han Han was startled and frightened by their voices. Seeing them, Song Yu said, looks like they're here. Li Hanho trembled with fear and asked, they're after us, what do we do? Hearing this, Song Yu looked at the parked cars, smiled, and said, I've got a great idea. Li Hanho looked skeptical and asked, what kind of idea? You mean discretion is the better part of valor? Yu Jiso asked, looking helplessly at Li Hanho, who was preparing to flee. Then Song Yu told them, let's set a trap for them. Song Yu smiled confidently and pointed to the cars and the skeleton soldiers, saying, use the terrain and your skeleton comrades. After the orcs finished off his skeleton soldiers, they moved on axes in hand, searching for something. When they spotted a young man standing atop the vehicles, shouting, hey you guys, that's Li Hanho. he shouted provocatively. That's right, you fat pigs. Enraged, the orcs growled and glared at him. Li Hanho, scared witless, stammered out more insults. Fatso. The orcs roared and charged at Lihan only to suddenly freeze, startled by something ahead. Then something struck them, sending them flying. It was Sanji Junjitsu and his skeleton soldiers. Sanju commands his skeletal soldiers to attack, and the orcs are filled with dread. Following his command, the skeleton soldiers brought their hammers down on the orcs, stunning them. The relentless assault left the orcs no chance to retaliate, only to cry out in pain. The orcs gradually fell under the skeleton's attacks, and then he shouted advance. During the battle, the system continuously notified him that he received 43 gold for defeating an orc hunter. You received 24 gold for defeating an orc hunter, followed by 55 gold, then 70 gold, and finally 40 gold. The system then announces that you receive a reward of 100 gold for winning the first wave. At the same time, another notification appears: you've leveled up to level 4, and the orcs have been instantly wiped out by Sanji and the others. The system then informs him that the limited number of summons has increased by 2. He looks at the system in surprise and says, I think I've gained another skill. Oh, what's this? He looked at the item in his hand, his face darkening, as he said, I have a total of 7 summons, but the problem is my mana is still only at 50. Just then Li Han's excited voice rang out. He looked at his dagger and exclaimed in surprise, oh, I got a new skill too. Sanju glanced at him, then asked, what kind of skill is it? Li Hanho swung his dagger and replied, something like Sonic Slash, but it seems to only work with daggers. Then he turned to Junjitsu and asked, what about you? Jisoo was now bursting with power. She clenched her fist, feeling her power, and replied, I gained 2 points of strength. It feels completely different, like my body's been energized. I can definitely feel my strength increasing. Then controlling the skeleton soldiers with his hand, he called out, Hanho, give the sword back. If you want to use skills, you can only hold a dagger. With a mix of reluctance and sorrow, Li Han returned the sword to the skeleton soldier. As dusk approached, Sanji's group continued down the road. Suddenly, he spotted something ahead, signaling the group to stop. Wait, there's a group of orcs attacking a bus up ahead. Hiding behind trees, Sanju observed, looks like another team is fighting over there. Suddenly, a spear shot out from the bus, piercing a nearby orc. Seeing this, he worriedly told everyone, at this rate, they're going to die. It seems someone inside the bus is using a spear to try and stab the orcs through the windows. Junjitsu sees this and agrees that they should help. The group began strategizing, realizing that a pincer attack would make it easier to kill the orcs. Lihan asked if it was possible. Sanju stroked his chin, lost in thought, then suddenly snapped out of it. It seems he's come up with something, he asks, but will the people in the car understand what we're trying to do? I'm not even sure they're on the same page as us. As he pondered, the orcs continued their assault on the vehicle. He continued, and it'll be troublesome if they run instead of fight. Suddenly he grinned, pointing. How about this? Let's show them the power of human civilization. Junjitsu and Li Han looked confused, then turned to where he was pointing and exclaimed, huh. At that moment, the orcs struck the bus window, with their axes cracking and shattering it. Inside, a blond man paralyzed with fear screamed at the spearman to attack, while the spearman Jian X trembled and retorted that if the blond man was so brave he should fight them himself with his shield and sword. The others on the bus were huddled on the floor, trembling and crying in fear. One of them said, damn it, we're done for. The man next to him, tears streaming down his face, whimpered, I don't want to die yet. Just then the orcs outside heard a noise and turned to look. They saw a truck full of skeleton soldiers heading straight for them, and they were shocked. Immediately the truck slammed into them, sending them flying as the blonde in the driver's seat continued to yell. Jian Shu, what is going on? Why are you just standing there? Jian Shu stares blankly at the scene outside, trembling as he speaks. The skeletons. Outside, Sanju's skeletal soldiers relentlessly attacked the orcs. The long-haired man in the hat looked outside and cried out in fear. Who are they? Why does one horror after another keep appearing? Then Jian Shu suddenly exclaimed, it's too quiet. One of the curly-haired men below added, did they leave? Jian Shu looked out the bus window again and saw a baby skeleton soldier waving hello. Startled, he dropped his weapon and fell backward, shouting, get away. Suddenly a hand knocked on the window and a voice boomed, open the door. The owner of that arm was Li Han, and as he knocked, he shouted to those inside, we're just ordinary people. Open the door quickly. It's getting dark and there are corpses everywhere outside. The bus doors opened, and inside, the survivors, overcome with relief and terror, embraced and wept, saying, we're saved. I can't believe it. Outside, Li Han raised the bone soldier's hammer high, then brought it down on the vending machine. The vending machine wouldn't budge, and he was sweating bullets. Sanju stared at him, bewildered, and asked, hey, what are you doing? With a sly grin, Li Hanho said, I don't have any change. Can you buy me a soda? The blonde replied, I got you. He then pressed the vending machine and turned around saying, what is this? I think I broke it. Li Han gave in, scratching his head as he asked, so should we get going? Having relieved some of his burden, Gyeonongsi sighed and said, ah yes. Suddenly, Sanju pointed and asked Gyeonongsi, Gyeonongsi, did you say this thing dispenses items? He replied, yes, we tried, but we didn't have much gold, so we only tried once. Looking at the square machine on the other side, he continued, if you follow the instructions, it will give us items. Li Han approached, handing him a soda and said, "Oh, so this is the item shop." Sanji hesitated, looking at him, and asked if it was okay. Suddenly, the machine's screen lit up, displaying "Welcome to the E-Rank shop. Tap anywhere to continue." He tapped the screen, and the words that appeared shocked him. The screen presented him with 3 options. Choose a lucky spin. The first is the bronze spin for 100 gold, and the second is the silver spin for 100,000 gold. The third is the gold spin, which costs 100,000 gold, the highest tier available in this E-class store. The screen lit up with 3 options as Sanju studied the machine's display, and Li Han asked, "Hey, do you really get items from this thing?" Junj says, "A knife can fall from the sky, so anything's possible." Sanji scratches his face and replies, "The only way to know is to try." His eyes remained glued to the screen as Li Han chimed in, "I only have 360 gold. Enough for the bronze spin, I guess." Junj popped open his soda and said, "I have 584 gold. Then Lean asked Sanju, "What about you?" Sanju, still glued to the screen, replied, "I have 1,552 gold. Hearing this, the other 2 are shocked, and Li Hanho asks loudly, "Really? He can play the silver level right away." Suddenly, another message appeared on the system. "You have an unlimited level gacha ticket." Sanji remembers getting it through a hunter achievement, "So I can use it now." Li Hanho looked at the screen and said in surprise, "Oh, he can play plunder gold." Sanju then presses start. The screen began to spin rapidly, but Sanju remained calm as he watched the wheel turn. Meanwhile, Li Hanho watched with bated breath as the wheel gradually slowed to a stop. Li Hanho was overjoyed with the result, exclaiming, "Yes, the wheel had landed on +1 strength. The most important thing for survival in this world is luck." Sanju held a blue orb in his hand, and the item's information appeared. Its name is Tear of the Ocean Spirit, Legendary Grade Orb Subclass. Its effects include a maximum mana increase of 300 and a mana recovery rate increase of 200%. El Hano happily says, "It's the longest one from the golden spin." Sanju held the orb, looked back at Li Hanho and Junj, and said, "I told you so." Li Hanho excitedly shouted, "Hey, why don't you try the silver spin too?" Deng Yu asks helplessly, "Why do you keep wanting me to play the lottery?" And so, Sanju, Li Hanho, and Junj begin to spin the wheel. Sanji then spun and got 2nd place, winning the Vanguard Shield, and Junjitsu also got 2nd place, winning the Purging Longsword. Meanwhile, Li Hanho spins and gets a C-grade potion bag, lamenting his luck in the corner. Why did he only get this? Sanju looks over and says, "What if there's some good healing in there? Stop complaining." Junjitsu sheathed his sword, gazing into the distance, and said, "It seems like things are getting chaotic over there. Should we lend a hand?" Li Hanho pouted, asking Sanju, "Sanju, are we really going to use that trick again?" Sanju glanced back at the vehicle and replied, "No, this time we're using something bigger." Meanwhile, the others were being chased and attacked by the orcs, running and screaming for help in a panic. Suddenly, something pierces one of the orcs. It's Park Dishung's team. He cleaves through orcs, shouting, "Hold the line, everyone. We'll carve a path forward." Someone from the team shouted, "Brother, some people are trapped behind." Meanwhile, those left behind were being attacked and killed by the orcs. Seeing this, Book Dishung panicked and shouted, "Forget them. Do you think we can afford to worry about all those people?" He then ordered Jin Sok and Hyung Min to take the shields and block the attacks. Suddenly, the orcs heard something and turned to see a bus barreling toward them, sending them flying. The bus spun around, throwing them all off, and behind the wheel was Kyung. With a manic grin, he shouts, "Money, money, come to me," as the system notifications flood in. You received 55 gold from hunting orcs. You received 60 gold from hunting orcs. You received 55 gold for hunting orcs, and Lan was not far behind. He relentlessly throws daggers at them, aided by the skeleton soldiers. Sanju then leaned out the door and shouted to everyone, "Get in the car, quickly." The others outside watched him in astonishment, realizing they should have followed him. Just then, an orc charged toward them, and Junj flew out to strike it, declaring, "Orcs, I won't lose this time." Unfazed, it raised its weapon high and struck at Junjitsu, but she blocked the attack with her sword. Blocking the attack, she rejoiced, thinking she was much stronger now. But then the orc burst into flames. Seeing this, Junjitsu knew it was time, and raised her flaming weapon, unleashing a circular strike. Then Junjitsu happily turned around, thinking she had succeeded, but suddenly stopped, looking back with a surprised expression. It turns out, while Junj only managed to kill one, Sanju and his skeleton soldiers had already taken out many, throwing daggers relentlessly at the orcs. They were pierced by daggers, causing them to cough up blood and die on the spot. The bone soldiers quickly retrieved their daggers from the fallen orcs, but another orc rushed in, throwing them aside. But other skeleton soldiers pelted it with daggers, not just one but many. As it fell, Sanju's skeleton soldiers worked in perfect harmony to collect the daggers, leading Junj to realize everything was proceeding exactly as Sanju had planned. Junj watched impressed, realizing Sanju's strategy was constant movement, maintaining distance, striking repeatedly, and positioning his subordinates perfectly to trap their prey. Suddenly she tightened her grip on her sword, mocking herself for losing to the orcs despite worshipping strength. Junj watched Sanju decimate the orcs, wondering if he was truly that talented. Suddenly footsteps approached Sanju, who stood before them, pausing to ask, "Is something the matter?" He looked at the group of people in front of him and asked mockingly, Didn't you want to get away from these monsters? North Dezung chuckled. Come on, don't hold a grudge. You came back, didn't you? You're not some heartless bastard, are you? I saw you run and abandon the others, he said sternly. His teammates looked displeased while he awkwardly tried to explain that he was simply making a tactical retreat. He looked at the people on the bus and said, I hope everyone on the bus thinks like you do. He glared at him, trembling with anger, biting his lip, unable to utter a word in his defense. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. The orc chieftain was enraged by the failed hunt. Suddenly, Sanju felt a chill and a murderous gaze staring at his back, while the others, startled, fearfully looked around. Sanju boarded the bus, telling Park De-seong's group that it was leaving. If they listened to him, they could come to the back. Pi-seong anxiously asked what they should do, to which he reluctantly replied that they had no choice. Sanju then turned back and said, "Oh, and give me that armor too." The man was shocked and angrily retorted, "Why should I give you this armor? Don't you have the right to defend yourself?" Sanju smiled and winked, replying that of course he would protect everyone. But everything comes at a price, unlike some people. We're not doing free work here. The system announces to Sanju that he has leveled up to level 5. The system announces that medium-sized monsters can now be summoned into your army. Sanju in high spirits speaks to himself while choosing a skill card. Medium-sized. Does that mean I can summon orcs now? Sanju remarks that as he thought acquiring skill cards is still the most beneficial. The vehicle speeds down the road as the system announces the maximum number of summons has increased by 2. Sanju is overjoyed. He can now summon up to 9 minions. Sanju noticed a skeleton soldier approaching from behind and called out to Orin, who was struggling with his coat. He asks what's wrong and if Orin doesn't like it. He recalled every battle, realizing this was the bone soldier he trusted most. That's why he gave him almost all of his best equipment. I even named it. Sanju sighed and spoke to it. Take it off if it bothers you, he thought. Since it only has a right hand, he decides to call it Orin as Lee Hanho approaches him while he's putting his shirt back on. Lee Hanho suggests taking another vehicle, pointing to the crowd behind them as their current one speeds down the road. Sanju replies, "Of course we're going to rescue the others." He continues, "It's no problem, we have plenty of time to search for them." Sanji steps forward announcing, "From now on we'll have to fight the boss." The system announces that the ORC chieftain has declared war. All the orcs will face the survivors with the goal of wiping them out completely, as the quest board announced this is unavoidable. "We can only leave this place if we kill the boss." A man spoke up, "Hey, when I was in the GM room I saw everything. The orc army is even larger than before, at least 100 strong." Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked. As everyone trembled in fear, the system announced that the corn gathering quest's time limit had expired, triggering a penalty. The system then displayed the notifications. First, the leech member penalty is applied, the condition being more than 10 members below level 5 inches the party. The debuff reduces movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 5%. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "How are we supposed to fight them?" As the screen continued to display information, the second penalty was announced, lazy newbie. The condition is that more than 10 members haven't killed any monsters, with a debuff of 10% reduced attack speed and 5% less gold earned. Everyone panics, wondering how they're supposed to fight. The system wasn't finished yet, and now came despair, another penalty tier. If most members lacked fighting spirit, they'd have a 10% higher chance of entering a state of chaos, and someone shouted about 100 orcs. However, Sanju remained unconcerned, confidently believing he knew how to fight the orcs effectively, so even 100 wouldn't matter. He was sure to win this battle. Amidst everyone's worries, Sanju declared, "I will fight alone." He thinks having a lot of weapons doesn't mean they're all useful. Junj exclaimed in surprise. "Huh, what was that?" Lai Han shouts in surprise, "Hey, are you crazy? What did you just say?" Sanju calmly points to himself, confirming, "I will fight that OS alone." The others murmured in disbelief. "Did I hear that right? Is he crazy?" Another trembled in fear. "Damn it, he's the only one we can count on." Amidst the whispers, Peng's group sat back, sneering and cursing. That idiot Sanju Lin Sok is digging his own grave with that cocky attitude. The Northern Emperor sneered, saying Sanju had only gotten this far through luck, and it would be better if that idiot just died. Elgin X chimed in, adding that he was a failure who would surely die because of his foolish statement. Junj disagreed, trying to stop Sanju. "Sanju, are you okay? Even if we joined forces, how could we fight that many monsters?" But Sanju calmly replied, "That's what you said before we fought the boss on the top floor, right?" Junj said hesitantly. "Yes, you're right. That's why I felt fighting together wouldn't be effective." In other words, his teammates' combat prowess is incomparable to Go Bin's. To Junjisu's astonishment, Sanju continued, "You were right. Oh, no offense. You've been a great help already. But I feel this battle will be very dangerous. I've thought long and hard before making this decision." Watching him, Junj was surprised, thinking although he knew Sanju often planned tactics before fighting, this was no joke. Everyone looked down from the windows whispering, "Is he really going to fight alone?" He walked past the bus where El Hanho, Junjisu and Jionu anxiously watched. El Hanho says fearfully Sanjiju is done for. Junjisu resolves that if things get worse, they'll intervene. Jianshu agreed, saying he was ready to step on the gas. Soon the OS army, their cries echoing, approached Sanju's group. The OS forces drew closer, charging towards Sanju with weapons and savage cries. Sanji calmly observed them, wondering if the red-clad figure was their leader, but he noticed something was off. Why wasn't the quest notification popping up? He must only be a sub-boss. The leader then quickly ordered the OS to attack Sanju, but he calmly turned and gave orders to the Gubing squad. Let's move out. Set down the iron shield, he decided, and spoke to the mercenaries. We'll wait here. He surveyed the area, adding, we don't have to worry about the terrain anymore. Sanju looked up again and continued saying, this staircase is no different from the road behind the school. Then cheerfully looked at the core soldiers guarding the front and said, thank you, and if you return to dust, don't forget me. The ogres roared as they charged towards the skeleton soldiers, and Sanju activated Wild Frenzy. The goblin army receives 10% more damage and 20% increased attack speed for 10 minutes. He shouts, let's fight. A rain of daggers flew towards the orcs, quickly taking down a few. The skeleton soldiers rushed forward, continuing to hurl daggers. The orc leader charged forward, easily deflecting the daggers with its weapon, and Sanji began to feel the pressure. Yan Jiang realizes his knife attack has been thwarted, leaving them with close combat. The skeleton soldiers continue their relentless assault, but an orc's hand suddenly snatches a skeleton soldier's head. The enraged orc eyed the captured skeleton soldier, then smashed it to pieces. He realized this was a powerful sacrifice, the shattered bones fueling a surge of energy, but he held the skeleton soldier back. He said, wait. He coldly stated, it's not your turn yet. The orc crushed a proud skeleton soldier, taunting all the while before a surprise attack struck its head. Its blood splatters as it falls, releasing a surge of green energy. Sanji realizes it's time for the orc skeleton soldiers to enter the fray as the orcs begin to sense a shift in the air. On the system screen, the words "Death obeys your command" appear, and his eyes light up as the system announces that the combination effect has been activated. Magi Level 1 Warrior, a weapon combination subclass, requires a party equipped with 5 battle axes. The effect, the first attack deals 10% additional damage, increases attack speed by 15 for 10 seconds, and has a 10-minute cooldown. The newly summoned warrior appears, and Sanju orders them to slaughter all the orcs. The summoned warrior is ready to devour them. The battle raged on. Sanju thought to himself, no matter how many lives it costs, even if they have to throw themselves onto the front lines. An orc was crushed, and suddenly it saw something that shocked it. Sanju continued to think that army would never fear death. The orc realized they were his dead comrades now, skeletons with blue flames inside. Becoming warriors for Sanju, he thought, because they were born from death, the Undead army, he smiled triumphantly. He declared this was the fighting style of a necromancer as a blond man threw open a window and looked down. As everyone watched the battle unfold from above, they stared in disbelief, guessing that it was all over. Seeing him single-handedly destroy the orcs, they stammered in fear. What is he? They wonder if he really got a good class. The people on the bus are also craning their necks to see. Cheering at the battle, they exclaim, wow, Sanju must have gone all in on those skill cards again. He grumbled, annoyed. You should have told me so, I wouldn't worry. Junj realizes with a start, everything is going according to Sanju's plan. She thought to herself that he must have considered almost every possibility to fight like that. On the screen, the system continuously displays Sanji's information. Mana 107 over 350, mana 184 over 350, mana 198 over 350. Sanji was elated to see his mana nearly full again. The system displayed the item's information: Ocean Elf, tier rank, legendary type, orb effect, max mana, plus 300 mana regen rate, plus 200%. Holding the blue orb, Sanji wondered if this was the power of a legendary item as a surge of blue energy erupted. The system displayed that the orc party had been weakened by LV1 death energy, reducing stats by 30%. The orcs begin to panic and cry out, but their leader roars, boosting their morale and altering their stats. The system announces that thanks to the orc leader's fighting spirit, the debuff is halved, and the orcs charge forward ferociously, weapons raised. Sanju's warrior leaps forward from behind him. Sanju says, it's your turn. He and his sword leap to attack, as the skeleton soldier draws its blue-tinged blade. It slashes through the orcs, moving quickly from one to the next, cutting them to pieces before charging towards a large orc. Instantly, a blue flame engulfed the orc, causing it to scream in agony, and incinerating it until only bones remained. Sanju's left eye glowed blue as he commanded, clean up the rest. Immediately, blue flames engulfed the remaining orcs, obliterating them all. He sighed wearily as a screen appeared, and he looked at it, wondering if he'd gotten another reward. The system displayed a notification: one lucky draw ticket has been sent to you as a reward for killing 100 monsters. You are the 21st person in history to receive a reward from this limited quest, only for the first 100 people. The 21st, he frowned, wondering where the other 20 were. So this is a worldwide ranking board. Sanju sat down on the steps, gazing into the distance. Sanju watched the bus speeding down the road, wondering who was driving it. Sanju watches in shock as the vehicle tries to break through the purple barrier, wondering if they're trying to escape without facing the boss. He cursed their foolishness as the others were being brutally beaten. He realizes that the student council members have been captured and are being beaten to a pulp by Luo Qicheng. Ah, help me. Sanju raised his hand to his head, grinding his teeth in annoyance. Seriously, what's wrong with staying put? You just had to stir things up. Deeper inside the group brandished their weapons, eager to fight. I'll fight too, I won't hold you back. At least I can defend myself, Sanji glanced back annoyed. He preferred to handle things alone but warned, just don't get in the way of my bone soldiers. He slipped inside with 2 large skeleton soldiers, the ceiling lined with hanging corpses. Hanho looked around horrified and said, this place is creepy. The group ventured deeper, spotting a strange, ominous creature in the distance. Sanji, clutching the orb, fixed his gaze, suspecting it was the boss. Behind that massive orc, many orcs and monsters hold the student council hostage. Sanji raises his hand, commanding, everyone prepare yourselves, we're about to fight the orc lord. The others draw their weapons ready to attack as Sanji surveys the captives beaten and bloodied, some unconscious, others trembling in pain. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking even though he hadn't seen the student council's bodies, were the orcs smart enough to keep them as hostages. Suddenly, one of the hostages looked in his direction and spoke. Sanji, please save us, he cried, kneeling in despair, begging for his life. I don't want to die. He sobbed, trembling, and offered a desperate smile. You'll save me, won't you? But a loud shout cut him off, telling him to shut his mouth. Everyone in Sanji frowned, and he glared at them, saying, you only care about yourselves and abandon others. Now pay the price for that foolish selfishness and realize what you've done. Clutching the orb, Sanju berated himself. I said I couldn't save everyone. I'm no god. He knew these monsters were beyond compromise. With that, he shouted for everyone to charge, knowing it would be dangerous if they became the group's weakness. So I'll strike the orcs first and try to save as many students as possible. One student begged for mercy, but the orc slit his throat without a second thought. Then a bloody scene unfolded at the hands of the orc, and screams echoed as everyone watched in horror. One person stammered they. Another, witnessing the carnage, vomited. Sanji cursed at the bastards as he watched the orcs in the distance, wondering what they were planning. The orc leader bared its fangs at the sight of the splattered blood. It roared the monster's name, unleashing a powerful aura that terrified Sanji and the others. What is this thing? Our strength. It feels like it's draining everyone's power. The group lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for air while Junj coughed violently. The system displays a notification. Due to the effects of the breath of hell, you have fallen into a state of unease. Due to the effects of hell's breath, you have fallen into a weakened state. Due to the effects of hell's breath, you have fallen into a state of dizziness. Your mana is being burned. The Orc Archmage has entered the battle. The system announces the enhanced final boss, Orc Great Mage, has appeared. Hanho shakily opens a vial of blue liquid. Lihan chugged the potion and wiped his mouth, turning to Sanju to offer it, but the protagonist seemed determined, surrounded by a blue aura. Without turning to Hanho, he said, protect you for me. He inhaled the magical energy and remarked, ha, what is this smoke? It feels so, Yomos. Now a system notification appears. Your mana has been significantly increased thanks to the breath of hell. Mana 4,585, over 4,585. He's surprised, maximum mana increased. Sanji laughs. Ha ha. Henry, I feel so refreshed. System notification, Hell's Breath has strengthened your body, allowing you to easily reach an excited state. All stats have been greatly enhanced, significantly increasing your maximum summons by 50. The Englishman, now overflowing with energy, confidently declares, I don't care what you did to me, but I want to know the secret behind this. The Orc Archmage looks puzzled, exclaiming in annoyance. Sanji taunts, you've never seen anything like this before, have you? Han cheers. Looks like we have the upper hand like we did on the rooftop. Let's fight. Sanji Ju picks up his sword, determined to join, but he refuses with a sly smile, saying, no, this time will be different from that battle. The system announces, the dead await your command. The dead have become your kneeling subordinates. The dead have become your kneeling subordinates. Han cries out in surprise. All of their combo effects are activating for your team. The Orc Archmage is at the center of his army's transformation. Sanju muses about the wielder of this power as the system continues its notifications. LV1, Warrior Combination, Info Weapon Combination, Subclass Condition, Equip 3 or more battle axes effect, Attack Speed increased by 20%, Weapon Weight reduced by 50%. Han, terrified, cries out, Hick, how can there be so many of them? The system continues to announce. 2. The One-Handed Warrior Subclass Combination Weapon Condition has a unique one-handed blocking effect of 88 damage from the first hit. Jisoo was also surprised to see the system announce 3 LV3 Warrior Subclass Combination Weapon Conditions, equip 30 or more battle axes, effect damage increases by 15%, attack speed increases by 20% in the first 20 seconds of the next battle. BORC-LV. 2 Hunter Subclass Tribal Condition. Having more than 30 orcs in the team increases awareness by 20% damage, while fighting increases by 10%. 5. The Rebirth Stage Professional Combination Condition, owning an army of 30 or more randomly, restores attack speed when pursuing living creatures by 20%. A great aura emanates from Sanji as the system continues its notifications. 6 organization teams, hidden rank subclass combination members. Condition Stage 1 Commander, able to control a team of over 11 members. Damage effect increased by 5%, defense increased by 5%. Sanju has transformed his eyes glowing with murderous intent as he thinks with resolve. I'll show you the true power of death. A surge of power launches toward the Orc Archmage. He braces himself against the attack as the system announces the Orc skeletons have risen again. The Orc Great Mage notices the blue flames engulfing him as the Orc skeletons relentlessly attack the strongest Orc. As expected of a final boss, it can take on many Orcish undead alone, but each one it defeats is immediately resurrected. The final boss is overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies quickly becoming injured and crying out, but despite the pain, the Orc skeletons continue to rise. The final insect struggles to stay standing as Sanju smugly asks, "How do you like it?" Sanju asked, flaunting his power. "This is your current situation. No matter how strong you are, there's one thing you can't escape." Sanju's eyes blaze with blue fire as he declares, "That is death itself." The Orc Great Mage, terrified, turns to flee, only to find his path blocked by a legion of skeletal soldiers. Sanji sneers at the panicking Orc trapped and surrounded by the overwhelming forces. "Trying to run, not on my watch." With that, he throws a punch. The Orc cries out with determination as if ready to risk it all. The Orcish skeleton soldiers quickly surrounded them, and the final boss watched in fear as they rushed towards him, seizing him and leaving him in a dilemma. It looked at Sanji, pleading for mercy, trembling as it reached out, crying. The male lead calls Oran. It stamped its foot on the ground in frustration. Sanji coldly ordered its execution, and in a flash it sped behind the Orc boss to deliver the final blow. He delivers a powerful blow, and the system announces that he's received 1055 gold for defeating the Orc Archmage boss. His Oran also evolved. The system displayed that the elite Goblin Codbin had leveled up by absorbing the magic of the ORC chieftain. Defense has greatly increased and his command stat has leveled up. Sanji is slowly returning to his original form. He checked the system, realizing that Oran could level up by defeating bosses, just as he'd thought, and opened the minion list. On the system screen, the subordinate list shows 33 over 59, including a veteran Bingolan LV3 wielding a katana, an Andgolan, and a commander LV2. Just then, Han Ho noticed something glowing inside the insect. "Wait, what's that in the bug's mouth?" Sanji reaches for it. Could it be a new item? As he touched it, the system warned that the item would activate the demon attribute for its owner, but the player would have to sacrifice much to obtain it. The main character wonders about the devil. Their power isn't that different from a necromancer, is it? The system announced that the demon attribute had been added. Holding the item, the system displayed information: name, Blood Demon Stone, rarity legendary, subclass orb, effect. Activating the demon attribute for the owner with each attack will burn 2% of the opponent's mana. And when their mana is depleted, it will absorb the enemy's power, with the Sanju skeletons returning to their original forms. The system announces that because the hellish aura has been completely absorbed, the enhanced state has been lifted. At the school, everyone cheers, shouting, "We defeated the final boss." A chubby student clenches his fist in determination. "I don't want to cause any trouble, but I know I can be useful in the future." Some even praised him, saying he truly had the makings of a hero, but Sanji frowned, thinking he didn't need any more people on his team. "I don't even know what the world outside is like anymore. Sticking with a small group is the best way to survive." The screen on the barrier suddenly explodes, creating a violent tremor. Many witnessed it, some surprised. "Oh, it finally let us go," others sadly said. "Staying here felt safer." At the school, 2 figures arrive as the crowd gathers to observe, and a girl watches as everyone begins to move on with their journey. The girl looked at Sanju and asked the person next to her, "Where is he going?" The man beside her replied, "I don't know, but I feel safe following him." Han checks his phone, panicking. "Damn it, the situation around the world is just as bad as it is here. I wonder if my parents are okay." Sanji glances at him and he falls silent, thinking, "Mom, Dad, someone's coming up behind us." Kyung-shu, sitting in the car, suggests, "Get in. The road's rough, but it's safer than the bus. As a military driver, I know there's a large military zone nearby. Let's head there together." Sanji smiles and waves him off, saying, "It's okay, I need to go here first." He thought to himself that he had to lie, as Kyung-shu sadly replied, "Oh well, remember to stop by that place behind the house later." Then he shouts, "Everyone get on board. We'll be at the safe zone soon. There's another bus, so there's room for everyone, right, Ki-ung?" Shu smiles, wishing Sanju well. "Good luck to you." He waved goodbye as well. "Yeah, good luck to you too, Jianshu." Sanju and Hanho watched the 2 cars drive away, and Hanho turned to Ju. "So, where to now? A Ju, where do you live?" She answered honestly, "I'm currently living in the school dormitory because my home is in Ju." Speechless Ju looks at Sanju, smiling as she makes a suggestion. "So Sanju, can I come with you? I don't know if I'll be of any help," but he quickly agreed. "Oh, of course you can," Ju said happily. "Ah, thanks Han," Ho teased from the side. "And me brother, I'm a lost cause, right?" the main character says, turning with a sly grin. "Or hey, you could chop off an arm and become a one-armed warrior. I'd love to have another teammate with a sweet combo effect. Hearing that, Han Ho fearfully looks at his brother. Suddenly Ju turns and shoves them both down, yelling for them to get down as a dark object whizzes past. Han Ho fearfully asks, "What is that?" Sanju and Jisoo both grimace as they stare at it. The bus screeches to a halt because of it, and panic erupts among the passengers. Why are we stopping? Just drive. Q said fearfully. No, if we start the engine we'll all die instantly. He explained fearfully that the monsters were attracted to engine noise, as Sanji stared wide-eyed at the creature before him, thinking it was a dragon. Dragons fill the sky, one swooping down to snatch the bus, as a system alert announces the appearance of the area boss W leader. The dragon snatched the bus high into the air, and Sanji watched in horror as it was torn to shreds by the swarm. Sanji struggled with his thoughts, knowing he wasn't strong enough yet, but gritted his teeth, realizing this was his chance to become stronger. The protagonist suddenly spoke up. Ju, we won't avoid them. Instead, we'll hunt those monsters. Surprised, he decided to say, we must always adapt to new environments. That's why we must hunt powerful monsters, not easy prey. He thought to himself, humanity will still rule the earth. Ju and Hanho took him seriously, and Sanji clenched his fist, showing his determination. He wondered if that's why they sought to control them as the three advanced bone soldier ready to battle the monsters ahead. The system announces that the player has completed the tutorial as a small goblin frantically runs through a city. It screamed incessantly, reaching out its hand. It ran until it burst into a building where other goblins were hiding under a cloth, peeking out at the newcomer, who was still frantically trying to say something. The goblin, out of breath, tried to speak, but an undead orc appeared behind it, axe raised, and struck. In an instant, it's cut in two, blood splattering, and terrifying the other goblins, as the orc zombie quickly finds the rest. Realizing they've been discovered, the goblins tell each other to flee, one stepping up to block the orc's path. But before they could escape, one goblin was impaled, and Sanju, shield in hand, burst through the door, his eyes filled with fury as he gazed upon the trembling goblins. The system announced he'd received 10 gold for eliminating the goblins, to which he retorted, I know. The terrified goblins stared at Sanju, and his spectral soldiers closing in. Together they quickly wiped out the remaining goblins. The system chimed, announcing he'd gained 10 gold for defeating a goblin. The experience wasn't much, but the sheer number made up for it, and soon enough, the system announced, you have leveled up to LV6. Someone behind him said helplessly, honestly. Hanho, leaning against the door, gasps, you took care of all the riffraff here again. Sanju calmly says there weren't that many of them. He sighed, saying hunting these goblins doesn't amount to much. The system then presented him with 5 upgrade cards for his level 6, reward a random stat, a random skill, a random piece of equipment, random items, and a designated power. Without hesitation, Sanji chose the designated power, smirking as he said, if I can get a guaranteed 3 points of strength, why wouldn't I? After making his selection, his strength had improved, not by much, but enough to fight the big bosses. He looked at his body and said, it's real. The system displays his stats. IU Sanju LV, 6 HP, 50 over 50 MP, 330 over 330. Class Necromancer, Demon Affinity, Strength 8, Agility 5, Stamina 5, Inventory Equipment Skills, EXP, 0 over 3000, 200 gold, 5,837. He clenches his fist, feeling the difference. Sanju and Hanho exit the building with their undead army as the system continuously announces, you have received 10 gold for defeating a goblin. You have received 8 gold for defeating a goblin. You have gained 10 gold by defeating a goblin. Jisoo stands in the distance. Turning to them with a smile, she asked, are you finished over there, Jisoo? And the other shadow soldiers had already taken care of the goblins outside. Wiping her sword, she smiled and said, only 9 here, we've taken care of them all. Sanji turned to Hanho after hearing that. Excellent. Hanho focused on collecting the daggers. After a while, the daggers were placed into separate bags for the Yin soldiers to carry away. Suddenly, Sanji Ju turned to the two and said, all right, from now on we're skipping the goblins. Hanho was taken aback and asked, what's wrong, brother? Jisoo understood his intention, drawing her sword and asking, you mean we're going after bigger game, right? Sanji nodded and smiled. Exactly, if you look at the bounty board, the highest goblin is only worth 10 gold. But an orc's head is worth 8 gold, so bigger monsters must be worth more. A few minutes later, Sanju's party emerged onto the main road in the center of the city. Hanho frowned and said, I hate to say it, but we look like a legion of the undead. Han suddenly notices something, pointing and saying, hey, is that an army convoy over there? Before them lies a battlefield littered with the corpses of soldiers in pools of blood. Sanji examines the scene, deducing it was once a battlefield, and spots a figure hiding by a vehicle. A soldier tremblingly pulled out a shovel, terrified to see them accompanied by those spectral soldiers. Are you people human? The thing behind us. Hearing this, Sanji sheathed his sword and waved his hand, saying, we're human, we don't mean any harm. The soldier, overjoyed, quickly reported to another, shouting, Sergeant Kim is one of us. Hearing that, the other man angrily retorted, well, obviously. What, you thought they were goblins? Sanji approached to assess the situation. Inside the vehicle was Sergeant Kim, the commander of this army, who wearily said, I apologize, but although he wanted to greet them, his leg is broken and temporarily bandaged. He struggled to say, "As you can see with my leg like this, I can't even walk." Sanji looked at Sergeant Kim and voiced his suspicion. "Looks like you were attacked by goblin daggers." Sergeant Kim chuckled wearily. "Yeah, they're like murderous children slowly assassinating our regiment." Despite killing the goblins, Sanju was taken aback. "Killed? What about your guns?" Sergeant Kim recalled the weapons with regret. "The guns were useless." Sergeant Kim recalled the battle, saying that although they weren't damaged, no one knew why they wouldn't fire. "So we soldiers used hauls and swords to kill them." Han, suddenly remembering something, said softly, "Hey Hyung, your sister took out a bottle of red medicine." Sergeant Kim pressed, "Do you have any medicine or anything?" He leaned towards the car window. "No." Sanji stroked his chin, glancing away as he said, "I'm sorry, but you know in this situation no one gives anything away for free." Sergeant Kim asked breathlessly. "Then how about trading information?" Sanji asked, intrigued. "Information?" Sergeant Kim said, "I'll tell you everything I've heard or witnessed." Sanji pondered and said, "Tell me what you know first." Sergeant Kim recalled the image of 3 wolves radiating immense killing intent, saying, "There was a massive pack of wolves. They were the size of bulls. We couldn't even catch one of them, and they wiped out our battalion." Sergeant Kim, recalling the image of a QR code, continued, "And Q-Odd, have you ever seen a blue QR code?" Han-Ho and Ju exchanged doubtful glances as Sergeant Kim continued, "I saw it over there. You can find it in the parking lot along this road and the subway station's transit center." Sergeant Kim pulled out a phone and said with difficulty, "Scan it with your phones and then install this app." The phone screen displays the app name Guidebook Book. Sergeant Kim says, "This is the only way to communicate right now, a virtual social network." Sanji handed the potion to Sergeant Kim, thinking to himself that it was an app for survivors. Kim struggled to open the bottle, then looked at Sanji and the others asking, "Where do you plan to go next?" "We're leaving this place to return to base." Sanji turned to look at the pile of corpses and said, "Do you think it'll be safer at the base?" After drinking the potion, Sergeant Kim's wounds healed completely. He unwrapped his bandages and said, "Ever since the players appeared, the higher-ups have taken all the good weapons. The higher-ups took all the good weapons, leaving us to fight with melee weapons, but I don't think it's a big deal." Sanju felt a little relieved hearing that. He bid farewell to Sergeant Kim, their journey still far from over. Sergeant Kim wished them well without question. So may fortune favor them. But before leaving, Sanju warned, "Oh, keep an eye on the sky." Sergeant Kim was puzzled. The sky, Sanju calmly explains that giant flying lizards tend to appear there. Sergeant Kim and the other soldier were unnerved by this, but the sergeant politely thanked him for the information. Having said their goodbyes, Sanju watched the military vehicle depart, then continued with the group to other locations, eventually standing before a phone booth where he spotted the blue QR code Sergeant Kim had mentioned. Sanji pulled out his phone to scan it, telling Han-Ho and Jisoo, "Here's the QR code." After scanning it, it immediately leads to the Survival Ledger app. Han-Ho, a little worried, says, "Hey, are you sure it doesn't contain a hidden virus?" Sanji sighed, deciding to risk it. What's the worst that could happen? We don't need phones anymore anyway. After downloading, Sanji opens the app to a flood of notifications, notes, player rankings, public posts, auction houses, and more. After a bit of searching, Sanji found a complete beginner's guide and tapped on it to see what would appear on his phone screen. Note 1, Official Beginner's Guide. You have used the service today. 2967821. People have chosen their professions since the first selection with 141112, 2 survivors continuing the game. The second selection opens in 3 days, so we eagerly await your choices. Sanju, surprised and annoyed, wondered who came up with this game. He frowned, saying public posts on the announcement phone show no posts. Jisoo looked at her phone and said, "It costs 1000 gold to post," prompting Han-Ho to exclaim, "That's like killing 100 goblins just to post." Suddenly a comment appeared, asking if anyone was nearby. It seemed this person was trying to recruit survivors to the apartment complex's safe zone. He says, "If anyone is in this area, please comment. We're a level 8 party stationed at the safe zone in Gonggi's Hoaseon-shi at the theater building. Anyone near here, please reply to this post." As soon as it was posted, someone commented, "Oh really, we're nearby as well. Can you give us a specific address?" The person replied, "We'll meet at the nearby apartment complex." Each reply costs a lot of gold, so we won't be replying to too many messages, Han-Ho immediately realized. That theater is near my place." Sanji asked him, "Should we go?" Sanji stared at his phone, wondering. They can just throw around 1000 gold like that. "I just reached level 5 and they're already at level 8. Sanji frowned. Something was definitely strange, but he still wanted to meet this high-level group. Sanji's group moves forward as a notification appears on his phone. Comment deleted by author. The 2 messages they just sent have been deleted, and someone else commented, "I can't read the comments above." Why would they delete them? Was there important information in there? Sanji hums suspiciously. The poster is replying to the other person's doubts. "I deleted some nonsense," a fool commented. "Don't worry, just come here." Sanji eyed the poster's comment with suspicion. Elsewhere in the shadows, a large figure stares at a phone, the blue light illuminating long fangs. As twilight descends on a nearby neighborhood, a civilian is attacked by a rapidly approaching goblin. Suddenly something is launched, ending its life. A terrified father swings a baseball bat to fend off the goblins, protecting his daughter hiding behind him. He screamed in terror, "Ua, get away! Get away!" he screamed in terror, "Help me!" As the goblins swarmed, the father turned and desperately cried out for his daughter, "Is anyone there?" But his pleas were met only with slamming windows and the indifference of the other townspeople. He cried out, begging them to at least save the child. Seeing the father stop, the goblins charged as one, and he resolved to protect his daughter with his own body. Suddenly, a dagger flew and struck a goblin in the head, sending the others into a panic, unaware of the approaching orcish undead wielding axes. Then a volley of arrows sent the rest to their graves, leaving the father bewildered. Suddenly, a voice from behind him said, "It's all right now." He turned around startled. Sanju smiled, extending his hand and gently asking, "May I take you home?" The father hesitated, pointing in a direction. "Ah, my house is that way." The father muttered, "We're almost out of food." Sanju pulled out some food packs and said, "It's not much, but please take it." Meanwhile, Ju, spotting the remaining two goblins, was about to charge, but they recognized the threat and fled into the basement. Han Ho then chimed in, "Oh, look at those idiots, they've cornered themselves." Just as Han Ho was about to head down, the dungeon sign appeared and he turned to Sanju asking, "Is this sign a dungeon? Should we go in and clear it out?" Just as Sanju was about to speak, the father frantically stopped them. "Wait, you shouldn't go in there." He sadly explained that it used to be his brother's karaoke bar, and he'd heard there were creatures even worse than those green goblins inside. Sanju smiled. "Worse creatures, you say? Thanks for the tip." No matter how bad it is, he has to go down there to gain experience. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, the system issued a notification. "You have entered the sacred realm of the Elder Sui." Not even a few minutes in, and Sanju and his party are already running for their lives. He yelled, "Ah, run away." Han still wanted to joke around with Sanju despite the situation. "Thanks for the tip to run," Sanj said, grimacing before shutting his mouth and running. "If you don't want to bite your tongue, we'll have to stop, because up ahead the slimes are suffocating two goblins in some strange liquid." Sanji calmly states that these are just small slimes, and the orc soldiers quickly dispatch the two, earning them more gold. The system announces that you have received 140 gold for eliminating the small slimes. He received 140 gold for eliminating the small slimes, and unfortunately, Han Ho's dagger quickly melted upon contact with the slime's mucus, releasing a foul odor. He pinched his nose in disgust, saying, "Ugh, that stinks. Even steel melts, so your flesh would last no more than 3 seconds. I'm out of options this time." Sanju smiles, saying that they don't affect the bones. This allowed the skeleton soldiers to fight, but suddenly the yin soldier behind Sanju was absorbed. Everyone turned to look, and the scene before them was shocking. Even Han Ho trembled as he pointed, stuttering. Sanju, can you handle that thing?" The dungeon's overlord Elder Slim has appeared and is devouring the ghost soldier within. Moments later, the system announced that his bone soldier had returned to the eternal resting place, its body shattering into fragments of bone. Sanji looked on in fear. "If they can't absorb it, will they try to crush and destroy the bones?" he added with concern. "The bone soldier's attacks aren't very effective against their slippery bodies," but the protagonist calmly replied, "There's still a way to fight without touching them." He then used the basic bone creation item, taking advantage of the bones within its body, and declared that he would mix the bones of the bone soldiers with its body, using the bone creation technique. It can't break down bones, so even though it's time-consuming, it's the only way to fight. Jis found a goblin skeleton and grabbed it. She tossed it to Sanju, shouting, "Sanji, don't fail." Understanding her intent, he once again used bone forging to create sharp spears that pierced through it. But Sanji was distracted, and some of Slim's goo was heading straight for him and the yin soldier. Han barely managed to pull him out of harm's way. But the Slim still managed to grab the spirit soldier, absorbing and slowly devouring its bones, sending Sanju's second spirit soldier to the eternal realm. Sanju smirks. "You've made a grave mistake. What you just swallowed was nothing more than a ticking time bomb." Sanju raised his hand, activating bone creation, causing the skeletons inside the slime to explode. The slime's fluids scattered and weakened, and Sanju ordered everyone to finish it off. "Finish it off before it can regenerate," he yelled, hacking it to pieces until it can't revive again. Oran joined in ending the cycle of rebirth. The system then announced that they should fill empty bottles with the liquid from the creature, and Han, JSU, and the other soldiers began searching for empty bottles to collect the slime. Sanju said, "All right, find some empty bottles and collect that slime." He looked at the slime on the ground, thinking to himself that this liquid was no different from a strong acid, and it would definitely be useful later. Suddenly, a small blue sphere appeared before him, and Sanju picked it up to examine it. The system displays information: Elder Slim core rarity, classification, crafting material, and a description: the core of an Elder Slim. It has a thick, hard membrane containing a highly potent acid that can melt almost anything. This core can be used to melt hard materials. Sanji stared at the stone, saying, "Crafting material." Suddenly, Han shouted while looking at her phone. "Sanji, look at this." The phone displays the previous post. Someone comments, "I'm on my way there, but why were the other comments deleted?" The original poster replied, "With the world in chaos, there are still plenty of bored trolls stirring up trouble, so I had to delete them." Another person commented, "Did that person arrive at your place yesterday? I'm a little worried. Please write something." This comment was deleted by the author, who then spoke up. He still hasn't shown up. Maybe something happened to him on the way. I'm not commenting anymore. Whoever wants to come can come. Han wonders why most of the comments were deleted. He asks Sanju if he thought it was strange, and Sanju stared at his phone, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He frowned, wondering who would throw away 1000 gold so easily to help someone. But what was suspicious was why so many people would spend 1000 gold to leave malicious comments only to have them deleted. Suddenly Sangun stops rubbing his chin, wondering why he couldn't figure it out. Under the moonlight someone speaks their names. The three men sat in the parking garage, wondering why they wanted to capture monsters. A blonde man smoking a cigarette chuckled, "If we kill someone they'll give us 5000 gold plus 1000 gold for each of the players' levels." The brown-haired man laughed, saying, "Haha, it's much easier to catch people." One of them smirks, saying, "Plus, it's so much more satisfying." Meanwhile, a large dark-haired man watches them intently from inside a car. The dark-haired man crossed his arms and said, "Boss, who exactly is our employer?" The man called Boss nervously sat there, biting his nails. The boss suddenly clutches his head in pain, and the black-haired man asks in alarm, "Brother." The boss trembles in fear. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked Professor Red, "Oh, is he a serial killer?" The boss then recalled someone's words, "So you've met your match." Returning to the past, the ruined Mugong realm is littered with corpses. The gang leader, terrified by someone, stumbles backward, crying out in pain. He glared at him, his voice trembling monster. The figure stopped just a few steps from the boss, and calmly said, "Looks like it's the end of the world, huh?" With bloodshot eyes, he glared at the leader, saying, "I need more food." Cut to Sanji's group where he suddenly says, "Hey, Han-ho." Startled by his call, Han asks, "Yes, what is it?" Sanji draws his sword, looking at him intently. "Are you ready to kill? There's a light flickering inside that house." After making a pact with that vampire, the gang leader became a member of the Vampire Rot Squad, his job title changing to a low-level vampire. He never expected things to turn out this way. It was also the first time he had to kill one of his own kind, and as his body changed, his eyes turned to the fat man. Terrified by the monstrous transformation, the fat man cried, "What happened to you?" He never imagined a simple trip to the convenience store would turn into a bloodbath. The fat guy was still trembling, begging for his life, but the leader ignored his pleas and charged forward. He screamed, "No, stop," only to be met with the leader's thoughts, "Not enough blood for me." And so, as if understanding the vampire's desire, the leader devoured the fat guy. He was dead, drained of blood, and the killer stood there laughing maniacally at the transformation. "Well done, truly a son of me." The leader, now almost devoid of humanity, began to see blood as a delicacy, exclaiming, "Delicious. Blood is exquisite." He watched the boss lose his humanity with glee, saying, "Grow stronger, my son." The memory faded as someone shouted his name from the doorway. "Boss." He startled awake, and his disciple, worried something was wrong, asked if he was all right. "Hey boss, is something wrong?" But he shook his head, "It's nothing." "What's wrong?" The disciple held up his phone to the leader. "I wanted to report to you that the prey has arrived." He had just spotted 3 new targets, and they were the 157 players. According to the comments, that idiot 157 is with a group of 3. They're in the park. Seeing 3 easy targets, the boss wasted no time ordering his men into the car and hitting the gas time to move out. The car sped out of the parking garage and toward the park. They cheered, ready to collect their 17th blood pack, and the boss chose this apartment complex for 3 reasons. The apartment complex is quite large, making it easier to hunt their prey, and he expects the residents to turn a blind eye. Inside the trunk lay withered corpses, and player group 157 had no idea death was upon them. He thought to himself, "They have no idea they're next after all the other prey is gone." At that moment, the boss's subordinate shined the car's headlights and spotted their prey, exclaiming, "Boss, there's our prey." Ahead, 3 figures in cloaks stood mysteriously exciting, the leader who ordered his men to floor it, relishing the scent of blood. The car sped closer to the 3 members of Syndicate 157, the scent of blood clouding their judgment, stripping them of any humanity. His subordinate floored it, aiming straight for the 3 figures, but a sudden cracking sound startled them. Looking up, they saw bone fragments falling to the ground, leaving the subordinate confused. Are they bone soldiers? Suddenly, someone activated the basic bone structure creation, and bone fragments quickly formed spears, piercing the car, causing it to lose balance and crash into the wall. Before the boss could grasp the situation, an arm shattered the window, dragging him out for a little chat. He coughed, struggling to look up. What the hell? Hiding his identity, Nuai holds up a phone to the boss's face. Question 4884. He fearfully looked up to see Sanju Jisoo and Hanho standing there, swords pointed at him. He angrily shouted, "It's you bastards, isn't it?" The gang leader is confused as to how his plan was exposed, but Sanju had his suspicions from the start. The deleted comments. He couldn't understand who would waste 1000 gold just to post nonsense. Could this be some kind of evil scheme? And thanks to a useful tip from an anonymous source, he's absolutely certain of it without a second thought. Looking at you guys, I knew it. Jisoo and Hanho never imagined there were such scumbags and trash in this chaotic world. So trash like he really exists? Is this world really that scary? Sanju, suspecting this, used the shadow soldiers as decoys. And just as he thought they took the bait, and you even used a car to try and run us over. The boss, enraged, was about to introduce himself with arrogance, asking if they knew who he was, but Sanju immediately delivered a powerful kick to his chin. The guy who pawned the car screamed for his boss in desperation as he was held by the ghost soldiers. Sanju glared and demanded, "How many of you are there? Answer me properly, or your head will be separated from your body." The boss started bleeding from his mouth, revealing the fangs of a vampire. "My head," the boss, now enraged, jumps up and lunges toward him. "Has a little punk like you ever killed anyone, don't get cocky with me." But suddenly the ogre's spirit emerged, drawing its sword and severing his barbaric hand. The boss was shocked and screamed in pain as he tried to stop the bleeding. The subordinate, terrified by the sight, trembled as Sanji spoke again. "Well done." He turned to the leader and said, "In this world I'm not evil enough to kill, but my subordinates are not so forgiving." With that, the orc soldier raised his axe and approached the whimpering leader. Sanji, thinking the boss was out of his mind from the pain, turned to the lackey, threatening to take a limb if he didn't talk. The lackey, terrified, revealed there were 8 of them, but before he could say more, a blade flashed across his neck. The lackey's head is instantly severed, and the boss sends him to the afterlife without a shred of remorse, horrifying the group. But before attacking them, his severed arm transformed into a blade. The leader had already feasted on his subordinate. Even more horrifying, he drank every last drop of blood, then suddenly burst into insane laughter. "Here it is. This is amazing." Sanji couldn't bear to watch any longer, and he screamed, "You maniac. System notification. Your stamina has been restored by absorbing blood. Experience gained from absorbing blood and strength has increased by 2. Agility and stamina, each increased by 1. He exclaimed, "My original class was ninja." But after being bitten by the boss, he was changed into a low-level vampire, watching with glee as fresh blood dripped from his hand. Becoming a vampire locks you at level 1, preventing normal progression. But the possibilities are endless. He licked the blood from his hand and continued, "If you kill and drink human blood instead of monsters, you'll gain experience." After drinking the blood, the vampire began to transform. The system announces that his strength, agility, and stamina have increased again. He has entered a wild state, increasing his stats by 20% for 10 hours. After this state ends, he'll suffer a 50% penalty to his current stats. Sanji was surprised by the vampire's analysis. There are classes worse than his. Then he spoke, "Everyone brace yourselves, one wrong move, and we're dead." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Sanju's eyes, his voice as dark and sinister as a demon's. As soon as they hear their master's command, the skeleton soldiers, guided by Sanju, rush madly towards the vampire, but he dives toward them like a kite launching an attack. Wherever he went, the bone soldiers were cut to pieces, and Sanju in a panic thought, "He's too fast. Is he aiming for the shield?" With razor claws, the vampire tore into the bone, soldiers relentlessly cutting down one after another. Sanju's skeletal soldiers fell one by one to the vampire. It seemed his true target wasn't the bones but the man behind them. Upon seeing Sanju, the vampire grinned. "There you are." He panicked, caught off guard, but luckily, the remaining skeletons joined forces to attack. Meanwhile, the vampire swiftly lunged at him with a sharp blade. Knowing Sanju was the leader, he was in dire straits, as the vampire lunged to attack only to be intercepted by someone protecting him. It's Jisoo, and she quickly strikes at the vampire with her sword, but it seems to have no effect, though the clash does get his attention. He turns a wicked grin spreading across his face. "I thought you were a kitten, but you're a lioness." Then he roars, "Since I've seen you, I'll taste your blood first." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to Ju, violently slashing at her sword, while a wave of energy surged from behind, putting the vampire on alert. He barely dodges, now surrounded from all sides. Hanho smirks, "Don't forget about me." He then threw knives haphazardly to distract the vampire, and it seemed to work quite well. Han successfully provoked him, and the vampire roared enraged. He then charged furiously toward Han at terrifying speed. He curses in a panic, "Damn, you're fast." Seeing his comrades struggle, Oran rushes in, putting all his strength into pushing back the vampire. It seems this skeleton soldier is still a bit faster as it slips behind the vampire and slashes down hard on its shoulder. Sanju rushes forward with his shield, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Take this," as the vampire quickly advances to attack. The system announces that his equipment has been destroyed, and Sanju angrily curses. He then taunted the vampire for being slow as a turtle, before dashing past him, sending the vampire into a furious rage. Watch and learn how a real attack is done, you weaklings. While he's busy attacking Sanji, Ju attempts a sneak attack from behind, but he easily dodges it. It seems Ju put a lot of force into that attack. Had it landed, it could have been fatal. He laughs triumphantly, saying they're too predictable, then turns to attack Ju. At the same moment, Oren rushed in to support his teammate, fiercely slashing at the vampire's sharp arm. The vampire clutches his bleeding arm in agony, screaming, "My hand." Sanju quickly gave the order, "Everyone. All-out attack." At his command, everyone charged toward him at once. From afar, the vampire's henchmen rushed in at breakneck speed. "We're here, boss." He looked at his men and laughed with satisfaction. "Very good. He looked less and less human. His henchmen who had just arrived were horrified by his current state. "Boss, your arm is exposed. Someone's attacking your injured arm. Blood is gushing out. The vampire screams in pain." Jisoo waited for the perfect moment to strike, knowing she was no match for him, and as she landed her blow, Oren swiftly followed up with an attack. It seems they're working together seamlessly. The skeleton soldier then steps forward, swinging his axe down, and the dragon is momentarily stunned by the sudden encirclement. Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood, suggesting the attack was devastating. Sanji stood tall, his voice dark. "If you're so confident in your monster's healing abilities," he challenged, "then heal your head for me." With that, he struck, and a system alert appeared. "You have killed a level 1 player and received 1,000 gold. A thought flashes through his mind, gold from players. Sanji realized what was happening, and angrily asked, "So you guys earn gold this way?" The group was speechless, but their silence was an admission, and Sanji angrily shouted as he approached them. Like a death god emerging from hell, Sanji fiercely asks, "You're the level 8 group, right? I'm almost certain, but I want to confirm it one last time." Once they confessed, he said grimly, "Drop your weapons or I'll send you to meet your maker." Overwhelmed by his presence, they fearfully dropped their weapons to the ground. To prevent their escape, the bone soldiers quickly destroy their vehicle, and from one of the underlings he learns they work for the boss, who he tearfully mentions. "We don't know who he is. We take orders through our boss, and we never expected him to end up like that." Sanju thought to himself, could this boss be the one who transformed that person? If so, is he even human, and what's his class? Sanju estimates the man's strength to be around 5 stars, and now knows there's a powerful figure lurking in the city. Sanju then asked them, "How many people have you killed?" The man honestly replied, "About 20 or more." Hearing this, Sanju's eyes turned dark as he glared menacingly at the murderers. Bone Soldier understood and quickly raised his axe ready to strike, sending them all into a panic. "Please spare us, we were only following orders." But how could he forgive such murderers? The Bone Soldier quickly struck them down. The system then notified Sanju that he received an additional 500 gold for killing civilians, and 30000 gold for killing a level 3 player. 1000 gold for killing level 1 players. Jisoo and Hanho were horrified by his decisive actions and screamed, "Sanju, what are you doing?" Sanju didn't turn around, his whole being radiating anger. "If I don't kill them now, they'll just keep killing others. Old habits die hard." Remembering the scene of those gullible people who lost their lives, Jisoo sighed. "That's true. I have no objections." As night falls, silence returns to the brightly lit military headquarters, and the victims' last words spread like wildfire. Before the vampire could erase them, someone nearby witnessed the event and reported it. "Look, as if monsters weren't enough now, people are killing each other." Sergeant Kim frowned in annoyance. "Even in the army, survival is a struggle. I'm speechless at this world, a world full of lunatics." Another comment mentions Sanji wanting to meet him, and the skeletal soldiers, wondering, skeletal soldiers. Sergeant Kim smiled to himself. Could it be them, just as I thought? They really are the best. A comrade rushes in, urging Sergeant Kim, "Let's gather quickly," but he's engrossed in comments about Sanjiju's group, telling me to wait a moment. He quickly leaves a comment praising Sanju as well. "So I did meet them once. They really are something. Hey, 157, remember to be careful out there." Below were other lucky victims saved by Sanju. He tells his teammate, "I'm monitoring Vian's situation from the other day. I'll be busy for a bit." Dawn breaks quickly over an abandoned high-rise. Inside, someone monitoring the comments thought, "This is interesting information." They quickly stood up, put away their phone, and muttered, "I didn't expect there to be good people like him out there. Well, let's begin." No sooner had he thought it than the gates burst open, flooding the scene with light. Below the city, the streets were deserted, cars overturned. The scene resembled a dead city as Hanho monitored the comments on his phone. He's surprised. "Oh, Sanju has a new post. The post by Prosecutor Youngo says many people want to comment, but the 1000 gold price is too steep, right? Well, here you can comment freely. Let's find guilds, share information, and survive together. Note that each ID is limited to about 200 characters, and you can pay 100 gold to change your nickname in the settings." Han exclaims in disbelief. This guy actually made a post, and is letting people comment for free with 10000 gold. Jisoo quickly picks up her phone. Most of the comments are looking for guild members. Sanji looks over. A wolf can jump to the second floor thanks to combination effects. He already knows this, but it's good to check for new information. People cheered him on, praising him for what he did in Yongdongpo's post a few days ago. Sanju responds indifferently, saying he doesn't really care. As dusk descends, they arrive at a building, and Hanho speaks up. Hanho has arrived. Sanju points ahead, declaring, "We finally reached your uncle's house." But Hanho trembled with fear. Were his parents all right? Hanho seems eager to reunite with his family, pointing up ahead. "My house is up there." Sanju warns him to stay calm. "We don't know what's inside yet." Hearing this, Hanho worried that something terrible had happened. Meanwhile, Ju looks around, noticing many orc colors as Hanho trembles uncontrollably. "Thank goodness I made it." Hanho quickly noticed a long, clean slash right in the middle of his front door. He yelled, "Mom, Dad, open the door, it's me, Hanho," and as soon as they heard his voice, the door swung wide open. Hanho's parents rushed out teary-eyed. "Huh. Is that really you, Hanho?" They were overjoyed, hardly believing their eyes. That evening, at the Han family's dilapidated apartment, the interior was incredibly bleak. Hanho, about to eat, exclaimed in surprise, "Dad didn't choose a job card at all." He continued, no matter what Mom said about Dad, why wouldn't he draw another card when playing blackjack? His dad sulked, saying it was because he wasn't sure which made him angry, so he always ran out of money and lost everything. Sanji asks, "How did you guys fight off the orcs?" Hanho remembers he wanted to ask the same thing. He was confused. The orcs had nearly wiped out the other houses. How did his parents stop them? Hanho's father recounts that they used nasal spray, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Hanho's mother continued, saying that her husband used the nasal spray to attack them while they were running away, a look of pride on his face. Hanho nearly choked when he heard that. It really happened. Sanji was surprised they fought off the orcs like that. The family has finished their meal. Hanho's mother continued, "Thank you for bringing Hanho back. I'm sorry we don't have much left, but please have some tea." Just as anxious, "It's really no problem." Sanj quickly took the tea tray, thanking her. Hanho bragged that he was strong too, and could defeat monsters with a dagger, causing his mother to scold him. She then explained that the building's heating system was broken so it would be cold at night, but the water supply was still working. As night fell, someone was ominously staring up at their building, a sinister smile spreading across their face as they looked towards Hanho's lit room. Finally, Ju finished showering, dried her hair, and announced that she was done. She shyly thanks her for the pajamas. After days on the road, Ju feels like a new person after finally being able to wash up. Hanho's mother marvels at Ju's physique, saying she must train hard, to which Hanho replies that she's 30 times stronger than him. After she finished her shower, it was Sanji Ju's turn, as they decided to let their daughter go first, since there was only one bathroom. He leisurely enjoys the shower, thinking it's been a long time since he's been able to bathe so comfortably. Most importantly, Hanho's family is safe. He was worried about them on the way here, especially Hanho. Sanju was relieved the orc senses weren't better. He shuddered to think what might have happened without the spray. To have a place to return to in this insane world, that's a small happiness. Sanju thought watching Hanho and Oran bicker, and a warm small happiness filled him. After washing up and doing laundry, everyone quickly cleaned their weapons, each busy with their own tasks. Suddenly Hanho spoke up. "Have you made any plans? Staying here forever isn't a good idea, right?" Sanju replied, "I'll continue my journey." He added that the orcs below were just scouts, and there's definitely an orc tribe living in this area, and they're numerous. Sanju pondered his next destination, needing a location at the very least, when Hanho suddenly shouted. Sanju sighed, wondering who was lost in social media this time. Hanho continued, "No, forget the small talk." Prosecutor Yan Dongpo commented, and this person made a new post. "Look, specifically, he's prepared a safe haven for you all, though many suspect it's a trap. But maybe it's not a trap, because a colleague of mine has a 3-star engineer job. He can create barriers to keep monsters out of this area, but we can't provide shelter for everyone. However, finding a new leader will take time, so we're planning to gather gold and materials. There will be a test for everyone who wants to enter this area. We hope you can understand our position." Ju has also reviewed it. "Can we trust them this time?" Han expresses his opinion. "I think they're a good group of people, but..." Sanju scoffs. "So that's why they were posting yesterday." The room suddenly fell silent at his question. Everyone agreed, and Sanju surmised that the prosecutor's haven was likely genuine. "The world is now like a game where overpowered skills and professions exist," he says, adding that yesterday 10000 gold was spent to create a comment section for you survivors. "It's hard to believe this is pure altruism," he says, urging everyone to look at the other comments. They both quickly picked up their phones to reread the comments, finding many praising and thanking the prosecutor. But some suspected he wasn't as good as he seemed, and Jisoo and Hanho noticed the post was filled with praise and gratitude. Sanju deduces that they're trying to build initial trust by presenting a benevolent leader, gathering people, and then the hideout will begin collecting gold. And then he envisions a new regime being formed, guessing they're secretly gathering gold and medicine. Hanho gaped in astonishment, realizing there's no such thing as a free lunch. Sanju carefully calculates, though this is just his personal opinion. Hanho's parents are here too, quite a distance away in fact. "So we shouldn't go there," Hanho says. Dam. Moi's profession is a priest. Moi's place is a safe building with plenty of room in Zon, and he's looking for girls to live with him in this love castle. Below, critical comments flood in, but he ignores them. Hanho is still searching for their next destination, and he quickly holds up his phone asking if this place is suitable. The commenter, Chief Gu, says there's a safe place in Suwon, and as a 2-star cleric he'll charge a fee if they want to stay there. Sanju thinks to himself that he doesn't like paying for lodging, but it is quite safe. He asked Hanho, "Sugon 1. Isn't that far, is it?" Hanho quickly chimes in, "If we take the bus, I guess it'll take about 20 minutes. Sanju holds up his phone. "So this is our next destination." Han was overjoyed. "Yes, I'll go ask my parents." And so everyone packed their things and got ready to leave. Sanju asked if everyone was prepared. Hanho's family was also ready, and Sanju politely turned to face them. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Hanho's father smiled. It's all right. He continued, since you brought Hanho home safely, we can trust you. Hanho's mother added, it's not safe here. Not only are there monsters, but there are also gangs. Sanji was surprised to hear this. A raider gang. He continued, guessing they were just street thugs. They move around bullying and robbing people of their possessions. Sanji scratches his head, surprised that there are thugs around. No sooner were the words out of her mouth than the gang roared up on their motorcycles, yelling and speeding towards Sanju and his group before screeching to a halt. From behind, Jujin glares and clears her throat with a nasty attitude. Hey old man, Han is stunned to hear that. Thee thinks Sanju looks old as Ju covers her mouth, trying to hold back laughter until her body trembles. Old man Yong sneered. We planted the trees and built the roads, so hand over anything valuable as a toll and do it quickly. Or do you want to cry as you hand it over? Sanju grumbled. Behind him, the skeletal soldiers are staring intently at the gangsters, their glowing blue eyes like death itself claiming souls. Before Rujin could finish, Yongshit shouted, and the others panicked at the sight of those blue eyes. They yelled at each other, twisting the throttle as fast as they could. Run, hurry. The thugs scattered like cockroaches, fleeing for their lives without daring to look back. Jisoo and Hanho were surprised by what they saw. What's wrong with them? Sanji was also surprised and turned around. A voice echoed, warning them that something was approaching. From afar, canine-like feet with sharp claws approached, tossing cars into the air. It seems they've encountered something enormous, and though they can't quite make it out, Sanju senses danger, and everyone quickly draws their weapons. A pair of bloodthirsty eyes stared him down. They were facing a pack of giant wolves. They eyed Sanju and his group like prey, slowly closing in, but not attacking just yet. Could they be exhibiting the same pack behavior as normal wolves? Sanju guessed, and told everyone to fall back. He knew close combat with these creatures would be dangerous. With their sharp teeth and claws, they could wipe out the entire team. Sanju began to analyze them, noting their bodies were horizontal, while humans were vertical. A vision flashes through his mind: if he falls, he won't be able to get back up and his life will be forfeit. Sanju silently calculated his next move as Han trembled. Brother, is it safe to stay here? Sanju answers honestly. No, I know that if I were them, I would definitely flatten this place. Han is terrified, so what should we do? No sooner had they spoken than a giant wolf roared and charged forward, its strength far surpassing that of ordinary wolves. It frantically charged, slamming violently into the door, when suddenly a glass bottle appeared out of nowhere and shattered against the wolf's head. The blue liquid inside it spills out, and Han gasps in shock. Use that, Han asks. Sanju nods. He explains that this is the slime's mucus, and as soon as it's thrown, it explodes, causing the wolves to panic and howl. Sanju then looked at his skeleton soldiers and ordered them to throw their spears. The skeleton soldiers quickly obey, launching dozens of sharp spears at the wolves, believing this tactic is best to defeat the four-legged beasts. Attack from afar, only one remains. Perhaps this is the alpha still alive. Enraged by the death of its pack, it charges forward. Meanwhile, Sanju quickly commanded his skeleton soldiers to advance. As soon as he gave the order, the bone troops rushed towards the massive wolf, who snapped its jaws, tearing off a bone troop's arm and chewing it ferociously. Suddenly, its body oozed slime that quickly took effect upon contact, disorienting the wolf. Sanji smirked. Guess you guys weren't taught not to take candy from strangers. I secretly slipped some slim goo into the bone soldier's hand as a gift for you. Its mouth is now as if it's burning. Oran gave it no chance to recover, quickly flying towards the wolf with his sword, delivering a decisive blow to its head. The system announces that he has received 240 gold for eliminating the wild wolf, and Oran quickly retreats. And so, another wolf quickly fell. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers were busy fighting the remaining wolf. Seeing what happened, it became more cautious, but thousands of sharp blades quickly pierced its abdomen. The system announces that Sanju has gained another 240 gold from eliminating wolves, and leveled up to level 7. One by one, they fall. Sanju earned more gold after her unexpected wolf hunt, while Jisoo was saddened that he hadn't defeated any himself. I didn't get anything again, Sanju said consolingly. No, this time the strategy just wasn't suited to you. He thought to himself that this was humiliating for Ju's profession, but it was better to let her develop her physical strength. She's better at it anyway. Having just fought the wolves, Sanju, not yet recovered, turns to look at Hanno. He happily introduced bone soldiers and Oran to his parents, making Sanju think how proud the kid was. The system announces that Sach does not accept your summons. Your level is too low to summon a monster of that size. Sanju lamented his failure to summon anything, then told everyone, let's get out of here, there are definitely more around. Meanwhile, razor-sharp teeth open wide in a deafening roar, as flying dragons pursue a helicopter at breakneck speed. The people on the helicopter scream in terror, can't you go any faster? At this rate they'll catch up, the pilot is helpless. This is maximum speed, sir, he shouted, infuriating the man even more. Sergeant Kim, you son of a bitch, you should have reported monsters like this. The pilot thought to himself, wait, didn't he refuse the sergeant's report earlier? It seems he's on the opposing side of Yondongbo, wanting the military to take the lead, but these monsters are the biggest obstacle. The system blares an alert. A leader-class monster has appeared in Sector W, and the dragon is fast approaching. It latches onto the helicopter's side with its claws. Will anyone inside survive? Against such a ferocious monster, the helicopter stood no chance, its parts falling away. Then it exploded in a shocking blast. In the sky, the flying dragons have become the overlords, quickly advancing into the city, some with different forms. They relentlessly destroyed everything in their path as Sanju and the others watched from inside a building. Hanho panics as the military aircraft shake violently. She suspected as much, but never imagined the monsters would be this brutal. And there, atop the high-rise building where they took refuge, the dragons slumbered peacefully. Hanho's father said, "I've seen them sleep here before." His mother chimed in. "What should we do? The safe zone is right in front of us." Sanju turns back, saying they can't risk it. It's best to wait for them to leave and set up camp here for now. As night falls, the dragons continue to slumber on the roof, showing no signs of leaving. Meanwhile, Hanho's parents were fast asleep, but no one else could catch a wink. Suddenly, Sanju sensed something, and was startled awake. The system asks, "Which profession will help you survive? In this apocalyptic world, make your choice." He excitedly urged his parents, "It's starting. Hey mom and dad, don't be like me. Choose the cards with the most stars possible." He replied, "Of course not. I've been playing cards for almost 20 years. I'm not going to make a silly mistake like you." The system prompts them to choose a job card related to their current profession, surprising Sanju. Quickly, the system announced they only had 15 seconds left to choose a card. Sanji considered his options. A linked card. Does that mean it's related to my class? Just as he thought that, the card in front of him suddenly vanished, leaving Sanji in shock. He thought to himself that someone must have taken a card first, meaning they're shared among others. He understands it's essentially a game of speed and reflexes. He muttered to himself, "The more stars the better." He calmed himself, reasoning that if it was a link, more stars weren't necessarily better. Sanju knew he needed to choose the card that best supported his Spirit Flag Magician class, and without hesitation he grabbed a card in front of him. "This is it," the system announces. "You have selected the Mage Link card. It is now merging with your current class. New skills are being configured. This is a buff for allies and a debuff for enemies." Sanju tells himself that the aura is a buff for allies and a debuff for enemies. Not bad at all. The others cheer at the move, sealing his doom. Tears welling, he laments the loss of the 4-star card he was after. "I only got a 1-star priest card," Sanju cursed inwardly. "Damn it." Hanho continued to struggle. "My skill is creating a shield for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. And I'm a ranged attacker." His father quickly approaches, asking, "Hey Hanho, will this card of mine work?" Teary-eyed Hanho glances over and nods. "What's wrong? My son is dying inside." His card is a profession that creates a safe zone, a card engineer. Hearing this, Sanji was overjoyed. He couldn't contain his joy, and exclaimed that they wouldn't need to move to the Sugan Wong area anymore. As dawn approaches, the area where they've decided to rest is eerily deserted. Perhaps the safest place for now. Han's father was still diligently studying his new moves, happily asking son, "Did you see those?" He continued to strike poses, asking son, "Did you see that? I should have learned these skills sooner. Then you both would have died by my hand." Hanho asked his mother which card she chose, and she replied, "I'm a cook." He was surprised. Shouldn't his mother have chosen something that could help her fight? Hanho's parents suddenly burst into tears and embraced. "You want your old parents to fight? Good heavens, after 20 years of education, this is what my son asks of us." Sanju turns and asks, "What card did you choose?" Jisoo says, "I choose the 3-star assassin class. The skill is Heightened Senses, a passive skill that amplifies the senses in dangerous situations." Sanju stroked his chin, thinking, "Heightened Senses, huh?" Jisoo thought to herself, Sanju is strong. She realizes his ability to effectively utilize others and his clear assessment of situations are essential for survival. No matter how hard she tries, she can't become like him. Meanwhile, Sanju contemplates fighting to test the skill's effectiveness, and Jisoo resolves to become stronger. If she couldn't be like him, then she'd forge her own path, growing stronger in both body and mind. Sanju turns to Hanho's father, asking, "Uncle, can you explain the pioneer skill?" Hanho's father responds, "Alright, wait a moment, I'll explain it to you in detail." The skill is called Pioneer Tent Creation, a basic level active skill that consumes 10 mana every 10 minutes. It creates a safe zone capable of warding off monster attacks, effective within a limited area of 200 square meters and a height of 10 meters, defended by a shield that can instantly regenerate. However, it can still be destroyed by an attack with unstoppable force. Once mana is depleted, gold will continue to substitute at 100 gold coins per 10 minutes. Sanji calculates that it's too difficult for them to create and maintain a safe zone right now, and gathering everyone into a large group to collect gold isn't wise either. After a pause, he says we should only use that skill when absolutely necessary, since we still need to find a place to create a safe zone first. Hanho's father spoke up, asking, "Really?" Hanho is surprised. "Senior, does that mean we're not going to the safe zone in Suan Wong?" He turns away, saying it's not needed anymore. Sanju looks up at the sky, adding that every group has to follow a leader, and dealing with them is exhausting. He observes the dragon above, stirring as if waking from a long slumber. The dragon high above is now fully awake, and it begins to take flight. Sanji turned and instructed Han to see if there were any shops still open, and he quickly agreed, searching on his phone. Just a moment. Sanju realizes he needs to use gold to level up, as they don't know when they'll encounter another entity like W. But Han-ho scratched his head confused, unable to find anything nearby. Suddenly, the quiet space around them turned white, as if an earthquake had struck. Outside, a group on motorcycles frantically shouts, "The W is gone. Hurry." Han recognizes them, exclaiming, "Hey, aren't those the kids from yesterday? Let's ask them." Sanji had an idea. Didn't they steal gold from someone? They'll likely know where to spend their stolen gold. There's a supermarket nearby, but Sanji's group seems to have noticed. Tiong is annoyed. "Damn it, we had a rough night because of that ween. How long were we in that meat shop?" Yongshik is happy, pointing out that at least they got to eat meat. Suddenly, Yongshik asked Tung, "Can you spin roulette 30 this time?" He lazily replied, "We need to gather a bit more first." Tiong continued, "The last survival kit was all bananas, so hopefully we'll find something useful this time." Then he shouted, "Hey guys, we're back. You thought we were dead, didn't you?" But there was no response from within. Tiong was surprised. Why was it so quiet? One of them fearfully called out his name, but Tiong quickly silenced them. The group began to tread carefully. In this chaotic world, they instinctively know what to do in moments like these. Running down hand, reaching to slowly slide the door open. They wanted to know what was inside, and then the group outside was shocked. What the hell? Everyone's gathered here. Tiong was inwardly bewildered, but forced a smile. What's with this atmosphere? Where's Jujin? Min Shich recounted in a trembling voice. He came and said we didn't collect enough money, so Tiong rushed over to them. Damn it, what's going on? Nearby, a man named Jujin shouted, "Shut up." Tiong was surprised. Are you okay? The man removed his mask, shocking Tiong. He shouts, "What's wrong with you? It looks like she's been turned into a vampire." Quiet, say no more. I can smell human flesh. Every time I smell it, I crave it. Someone sits with their legs crossed on the table. He glared at the two men and cursed while the gang leader sneered. So even you have a weak side for us to exploit, ghoul leader. He recalled how he had killed that person, laughing as he asked the corpse, "Why did you have to die like that?" That bastard Dung is furious too. How dare that brat attack us? The gang leader sitting at the table continued. Then it's Jin's turn to be next. He stands up saying, "I told you if you suppress your bloodlust, you'll only hurt yourself. You need to drink a certain amount of blood to stay sane. Don't you kids understand what I'm saying?" Taezong shouts a certain amount. "Do you know how many people Gyuok has killed?" The gang leader laughed, countering his outburst. "Dare to defy me," the leader threatens. "The leader is watching you. How long do you think you'll survive if you disobey us?" Tiong looks at Dujin in fear. "Just leave us alone and we'll find enough." But he quickly gets up, realizing he made a mistake, approaching Tiong. "You must die." He shoved his face close to Tuong's. "If you don't listen, I'll kill you. All of you." After all, Tiong is just a kid. Faced with such a terrifying vampire's warning, his legs trembled uncontrollably as the vampire continued, "Earn 1,000,000 gold in 2 days or your neck is next. You know you can't run right." Suddenly a shout came from outside the door, making the gang leader turn around curiously, and the voice rang out again. "Who are you guys? Let me go." Sanji and the others stepped in saying, "Aren't you supposed to treat us like real customers? This shop is losing too much money." The gang leader asked in surprise. "Guests. All right, my guests, what is it you want?" Sanju fearlessly presents his sword, leaving the gang leader questioning his actions. "What was that?" He repeated his answer again clearly. "Give me everything you've got." "You're not afraid to lose to us, are you?" He smirks. "You're not a customer. You're just a madman." Swung thought to himself that a bloodbath was surely coming. Seeing the familiar sharp teeth in his grin, Sanju recognized those fangs. He asked, "Is it you? Are you the gang leader from the singing apartment?" Caught off guard by being recognized, the gang leader hesitates for a moment, then channels his inner power into his sharp claws, preparing to strike. He lunges furiously at Sanju, asking, "Did you kill them?" But before he could touch a hair on Sanju's head, the gang leader was quickly restrained by his skeleton army. He cried out in shock, "What are these things?" Taedong, standing nearby, was so startled that he fell to the ground. "Dry bones," Sanju asked, closing in on the gang leader. "Did you do this?" He didn't answer, only cursing in fury. "You bastard." He gritted his teeth, but before he could react, a stream of blood splattered across Tiong's face. He could only hear the gang leader's screams as Sanju ferociously stabbed him, charging up his skeletal soldiers. Root was quickly lifted into the air by the first bone soldier, his blood dripping onto the ground, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Sanji slashed again, the gang leader screaming in agony, as he coldly warned him not to move or he'd lose his head. The bone soldier tightened its grip on the chains, causing the gang leader to cry out in pain once more. Sanji pressed again. "Are you the vampire, Rotor?" Though his sword pierced the vampire's neck, he refused to speak, only offering a sinister smile. The vampire then swung his arm, violently shattering. Bone soldier and Sanju's blade pierced his neck, at which point the gang leader snapped Sanju's sword in two, and the system announced its destruction. Then, consumed by rage and bloodlust, he charged madly toward Sanju, who raised his arms in defense. When suddenly, something intercepted the attack. Before he could react, daggers pierced his body. Han laughed. I thought you guys were told not to move. Sanju's words echo as Jisoo swiftly slashes, severing the vampire's arm. He screamed in agony, but just like the leader, another blade-like arm grew out of the severed wound, only for it to suddenly burst into flames. The system announces that the blazing grindstone effect has been activated, limiting regeneration with fire. Ju's sword becomes a fiery brand, and she fiercely strikes from behind, but he narrowly avoids the fatal blow. He then unleashed a powerful attack, but Ju, quick and strong, ducked to evade it. At that moment, Ju shifted her grip, guiding the blade aside and severing the sharp arm once more. The vampire's fresh blood poured out like a spring. Truly enraged, he roared madly, then lunged at Ju with his remaining clawed hand. Neither side would yield, each blow met with another, their battle raging on with no clear victor. Suddenly he grabbed Ju's sword, catching her off guard. But somehow, the gang leader's body couldn't attack Ju. The system announced the fine sense effect, which she thought she could feel. So this is the effect of exquisite senses. Suddenly, another powerful attack came from behind the gang leader, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The system announces that lust has granted its disciples a mandatory slowing effect. Enemies bound by covenant to the disciples will enter a weakened state. Jisoo thinks that normally he would have been defeated by the vampire's power, but luckily he's still standing strong. That skill really paid off. The system announces that the gang leader has fallen into a debuff combo state. He quickly succumbs, trembling and collapsing. He likely doesn't have much time left, and finally screams in terror. Stop, what do you want? Sanju gloated. So now you want to talk, he thought to himself. He's controlling those skeletons. I could end him in one strike. He has no physical skills. He smirks, thinking I'll pretend to talk and close the distance, then kill him instantly. Before he could finish his thought, the skeleton soldier landed a fierce blow on the gang leader's stomach, followed by a barrage of powerful attacks, leaving him helpless to scream. Sanji added, if you're a monster like him, you should talk in this state. A menacing aura surrounds him as he says, if that's not enough, just tell me. I've got plenty more. Te watches everything unfold from behind a table. He fearfully looks at Sanji, that scary guy. He mocked him last time they met. Now the kid is really scared. Just who are these people? The gang leader coughs up blood but still manages a smile. Don't think you're so great just because you've got me like this. He sticks his tongue out, marking the end of the commander's plan. You small fries will all. He looked even more terrifying than before, but knowing he couldn't get any information from this cunning vampire, he ordered Ju to finish him off. Receiving the order from Sanju and hearing that she could kill this vile creature, she swung her sword fiercely, ending his life and earning 322 gold. The terrifying vampire fell before Tung, who cried out in horror, then suddenly screamed, please spare us, we have nothing to do with them. As if hearing Sanju's words, he gritted his teeth and politely asked, yes, how can you let this go? Didn't I say it from the start? Hand over everything you stole. As dawn breaks, the supermarket feels much warmer than it did last night. All of Tung's gold 984 coins has been transferred to Sanju's men, and Han whines that it's less than he thought. Sanji chuckles, recalling his third-place finish, as Jisoo gazes at the vampire's corpse now covered with a white sheet. That boss Sanju began, I don't know who they are, but they seem ready to fight. Their power is increasing rapidly, and if you're right, they're a whole system. Jisoo sighed. Sanji, you adapt so quickly. Why would anyone do something like this? Sanji replied. Instead of adapting, don't you think they all come from this world? He's certain that everyone except their leader can create more vampires. Some species have limits, but not vampires. They spread like a virus. He thinks to himself that they can't ignore these creatures. We even had to fight together just to take down one of them, and what if they all came at once? This will reach their ears soon, so we'll inevitably face them one day. Sanju knew they needed to prepare to grow stronger. He turned to Tung, saying, I heard there's a shop here. The man sweated as he whispered to his companion. Don't be arrogant, just listen. This kid saw everything, and now he deeply admires Sanju. I'll lead the way. Suddenly the system asks what will happen to those who don't choose a card even in this second player selection. Everyone panicked, shouting, what's wrong, did you see that? Sanju is startled by the red window, feeling anxious about what will happen to players who don't choose a card. Suddenly Minhyuk clutches his head in pain and screams. Tung calls out his name in alarm. Tung rushes over, grabs his hand and demands, Minhyuk, don't tell me you didn't choose anything, but he just stammers, unable to speak. Minhyuk cries out, I don't have a good feeling about this. I don't trust these systems, Tung says, annoyed. You never know what might happen, the kid retorted. See, I'm not the only one who didn't choose to play. Neither did they. The system announced that if you still haven't awakened after being given 2 chances because you refused to become a player, so now you'll be given the chance to become a monster. As soon as the announcement ends, Min quickly transforms. Neither human nor demon, Min screams. Everyone run, Sanju felt a sense of dread. This warning is clear, we can't win if he completes his transformation, but Sanju knows it won't happen quickly, giving everyone a chance to escape while they're changing. Then he shouted, everyone attack, now Jisoo was surprised. Sanji gritted his teeth, I'm sorry, but there's no other way. You have to kill them, they've lost all awareness. Oran quickly took heed and spoke to the monsters who were fighting fiercely and were much larger than expected. Sanju watched them fight, surprised that such sturdy bodies moved so clumsily, while Oran and his skeleton soldiers continued their fierce assault. He received 3,000 gold for hunting 2 dire wolves and leveling up to level 8, leaving Sanju stunned. He couldn't believe that just one of them was worth 3,000 gold. He was surprised, because even a wolf storm was only worth 240 gold. How could those kids transform into such high-level monsters, nearly costing us our lives? Sanju then chose a random stat upgrade card, increasing his agility by 3 points. Sanju marvels, to get so lucky with just one random card. Jis replies, your power is to control skeletons, so I think this upgrade is a good one. Han standing nearby gaped. Are we really going to have to face guys like those kids? I feel like the difficulty just spiked. He says there's a way, thinking to himself, we'll go with family members. Sanji reflects that he's avoided joining the skeletons to maintain a good impression with other survivors, but now things have changed. Non-class individuals have appeared in their group, and there will surely be cases where not just individuals but entire groups turn into monsters. He quietly calculated if we're about to face something like that. Before he could finish his thought, the system announced that the dead would become his minions. Accepting the enhancement, Sanju still pondered. Even though this looks too weird, I can't worry about what others think anymore. Seeing his new minion, Sanju couldn't help but exclaim, great, at this rate we can even take on a whole horde of demons one-on-one. Teung, seeing his friend like this, panicked. But Sanju hasn't forgotten the main issue, asking Teung about the store. He hesitates. I couldn't tell you before, but now that store is a used car dealership. He recalls the manager there looking dangerous, and that they only had their gold taken. But the others had to obey him, and offer themselves to those people. Sanju grew even more curious. Take me there. Leaving the previous location, the group and the bone soldiers quickly set off. The 2 newly enhanced gatekeepers led the way. Sanju looked around. We've moved secretly, but the atmosphere here is strange, and there aren't even any guards. Suddenly a scream shattered the silence of the night, and Sanji signaled everyone to halt, pointing out a massive bear battling a vampire in the distance. He angrily exclaimed, this crazy bear, but the bear seemed out of control, relentlessly, lunging to tear the vampire apart, forcing him to struggle to evade. Sanju thought to himself, I see. That bear was one of the kidnapped, unable to choose a class, and transformed into a monster. He observed, realizing they were killed by their own captives, reaping what they sowed. Finally, the vampire, nearly mad, screamed and charged. You wretched beast, daring to act so recklessly when you're just prey. But the bear roared back in fury like a maddened monster. It swung its arm, breaking the chains, and ferociously struck the vampire, both of them bleeding profusely. Sanju, witnessing the battle, hatches a plan to eliminate both obstacles at once. At the same moment, both the black bear and the vampire roared, as if they were about to fight to the death. The vampire lunged forward, screaming, die, you monster. The black bear roars and charges, but the demonic dragon suddenly pauses as something blue streaks past. Meanwhile, Hanho's parents are safely separated. 2 bone soldiers stood guard beside them as the man worried. Haven't Hanho and his senior been gone too long? His mother was also anxious, wondering if this was okay. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. If you think about what they've already done, it's not so strange they've killed others before. Still, she couldn't shake the worry in her heart. They were so young. They better be able to resolve this peacefully. An and Sanju's bone soldiers quickly joined the fray, attacking both the black bear and the vampire. The chains binding the black bear shake violently, then fly towards the vampire, striking him in the eye and causing him to scream in pain. The black bear has successfully defeated the vampire. It throws him back with a mighty swing, but the chains holding it are incredibly strong. Despite its strength, the black bear couldn't break free, prompting Sanju to take a closer look. Sanju sees the corpses and realizes the black bear vampire has killed all the other vampires, but what about the chains? Seeing the werewolves as a bigger threat, the bear vampire changed targets, crushing one in its grip while roaring fiercely. Seeing its actions, Sanju's face darkened, and he panicked slightly. Oh no, I was wrong. Unlike the bears, he realized the wolves hunted in packs. He thought the werewolves would fall, but they quickly gained the upper hand. Sanju shouted, I'll make it your friend. The werewolf disciples advanced quickly, taking down the black bear, and the system notified him that he had earned 3,500 gold for hunting the demonic bear. The bear quickly fell, breathing its last while Sanju stood by, not even breaking a sweat. Sanju turned to the skeleton soldiers and said, I need to eliminate him to make him your servant. The system quickly announced, you have controlled the dead. Sanju overthinks it wasn't this guy's size limited to medium. Suddenly Han shouts, hey, that bus is our school bus. Ju recognized the vehicle immediately. I think this is the car Q was driving. Looks like Q took this car and it was attacked by the dragon demon, Sanju added. He recalled Q's words, I promised to get everyone to the camp. With so many people, the number of enemies would increase significantly. Rushing in blindly would be a death wish, so Sanji asked Tung where the store was. He immediately answers, yes. This way. Then suddenly Jujin reacts strangely. Her nails quickly grew long as if she was beginning to transform further, but Tung stubbornly called out to her. It seems someone has taken over her body and is smirking. So that's the girl's name. Don't worry about her. Because to me every child is precious, he continued, but I'm curious about the one who killed my little ones. Let's see, this guy seems like a real piece of work. Sanji thought carefully. Her body has been taken over, is death closing in? Then he spoke. I thought a lord would be a man of few words, but you seem to be the opposite. Sanju can be whatever, but that skill is quite tiring. I have to explain myself to deaf people over and over again, don't I? Perhaps that's why I have the nickname Professor. He then turned away, saying, let's see how you handle this. I'll only do what I like. He spoke again, his tone laced with challenge. You insects are dead. System alert, you've been cursed by a low-level spell. You need holy power to dispel it. He screams and laughs maniacally. Die, die, you're all done for. I'll devour your remains, you dogs. Just wait, I'll come and tear you apart. It'll be easier to eat that way. Suddenly, Sanji appears before him, moving at incredible speed, catching the professor off guard. Not only is he unaffected by the curse, but he's even stronger, delivering a swift flying kick. He flew back and Sanji continued fiercely, don't listen to him anymore. Han standing beside him exclaimed, Senior, are you even human? Sanji noticed a red mark on his hand, guessing it was a curse, but if so, why didn't he feel anything? Hanho looked on with sparkling eyes. Brother, I can sense an unclean energy coming from you. Sanji remembers receiving a Karma Monk's token before. As the monk heals him, Sanji wonders if this guy is really a monk, the country is doomed. Han continues, I can sense irreverence coming from you, but please wait a moment. The system warns of the Vampire Lord's unique skill, blood tracking, and that you have been detected. Your location will be revealed every 12 hours, and you can't break the curse due to low divine power. A special quest has appeared. The challenge is called No Shelter for the Wicked, and the condition is to eliminate the assassins targeting your life. The reward is 3,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket. The hunt ends only with death. Sanju realizes there's no time to hesitate. I have to strike first before they grow stronger. He steps forward and says, Hey, I asked you where the shop was, but this gunman seems a little slow. Sanji loses his patience. Where's that vampire den? The system quickly announced, Welcome to the D-rank store. Jis was wary. Isn't Violet supposed to be here this time? This is the lucky orb. The D-grade store only sells up to platinum rank. The cheering falters. Choose a lucky ball. Sanju quickly steps forward, activating the system first. Having an unlimited level ticket, he calmly pieced things together. Before I got a reward for killing 100 people, and it was limited to 100 people. Now this platinum hair costs 1,000,000 gold, isn't that 10 times higher? He calculated silently, thinking if the price increases tenfold with each level, then he should save some tickets for later. This time I'll choose gold, as long as I'm alive. Then Sanju was surprised. A notification appears, stating that you can add 1 to 3 limit-breaking orbs. You can exchange 100 regular orbs for 5, which frustrates him. Did these game designers sell their souls to the devil? But thinking about the last reward, I better aim for first place no matter the cost. Jisoo is flustered, thinking there will be a new bargain. Hanho is also anxious. Senior, in my experience, this will fail. But against all odds, Sanju wins first place and receives a random job skill. This skill will reach the master level without special training, and the empty holy ground of the artisan level creates a subspace as a resting place for disciples. However, this space only allows disciples in perfect condition. Healing too many at once will unleash a deadly curse upon the area. Sanji was ecstatic, marveling at his luck, then looked over at the other two. What's wrong? Han shouts, Move aside you money grubbers, I want to try too, and so does Jisoo. Sanju then tests his newfound power, ordering his skeleton soldiers and disciples to stand down. He was pleased. This is amazing. There's a limit to the quantity right now, but this means I can expand my inventory. Stealth movement, and even the safe zone will expand when they meet other survivors, so Sanju cheerfully asks if they found anything good. Both of them looked dejected with a B-grade survival box, bandages, first aid kits, rope, oil, lamps, common items, and armor for bull training. Sanji ignored them, acting as if nothing had happened. Shall we move on then? Han, frustrated, cries out, I'll definitely get there first next time. From a high-rise building, an unknown voice echoes, Don't get your hopes up. These slaves, he can't believe it. Where did he go wrong? Q says all survivors get in the vehicle. He inwardly admits he underestimated it. Thinking of Sanju, should I have stayed with him? No, I definitely should have. He thought the military camp was safe, but now everything is in ruins. And after all the trouble to get here past Ween and those monsters. At the military camp, smoke and fire spread everywhere. It seems it's no longer the safe haven he thought it was. Jinx hops around, not stopping. Kungshu, what should you do? I came here because you told me to, but what is this? He continued to shout, If the camp is in this state, we're doomed. What are we supposed to do now? Kyungsoo gritted his teeth trying to stay calm, but the man kept talking incessantly in his ear. He's frustrated. Damn it, I'm just driving. Why is this so stressful? Then suddenly a woman in the car held up her phone and shouted. Kyungshu looked over and read the notification. A safe zone, the woman replied. That's right, Suan Wasung, that's where we'll go. The people in the back were in constant turmoil. Kyung-shu, what's the plan? Please choose our next destination. He seemed to regain his spirit. That's right, he survived by devising tactics to avoid W. These people sacrificed their lives to follow me. I need to be more confident. Kyung-shu then declared. Alright, let's set out again. Though he'd regret it later, the decision was too hasty. He should have considered it more carefully. What awaits us? Kyung-shu grit his teeth and raised his head. What awaits us are monsters in human skin. So this is the vampire's lair. They lure people here to make things easier. One of them kicks him in the back, telling him to move faster. These fools. He smiles, seeing Q's resistance. What's wrong? Having a hard time. If you don't want to work, just go to the kitchen and cook for us. He then turned to his comrades saying, these slaves are so slow. Shouldn't we replace them? That one replied. Indeed, some are resisting, which will help me level up. He looked back at him, suggesting they rob them for gold, then tear them apart to level up. Isn't that a creative way to make money? Kung-shu felt helpless, thinking he was doomed to die like his friends. The vampires yelled at them to hurry or they'd be eaten alive. Suddenly the vampire in front of him stopped, and Kung-shu bumped into him painfully. Why did you stop? Oran stands before them. It seems Sanju's group has already arrived. Facing his enemies, Oran stands strong like a warrior sword, aimed at the vampires. The two vampires are caught off guard. What is this? The other one takes one look and guesses dry bones. Kyung-shu could tell by the size of it. The vampire seemed pleased to see Oran cornered. Are you kidding? I thought it was a new type of monster. He then leaped forward, claws raised swiftly, lunging toward Oran as they screamed and died. But from behind, a sharp object pierced him, leaving the vampire unable to defend himself, and the others were quickly impaled by sharp bone spears. They lay defeated, covered in blood, and asked bitterly, what the hell is going on? They looked up at the massive, ferocious army of bone soldiers and werewolves. As the vampires were overwhelmed, Sanju emerged from the skeletal horde, slowly approaching to observe these demons in human disguise. Kyung-shu, seeing a lifeline, cried out, Sanju, you go. Kyung-gu, I prayed for your luck before sunset, but it seems it didn't work. Seeing Kyung-shu alive, he sighed in relief and smiled. Kyung-soo knew at once they'd be stronger after sunset. Sanju and I went to the same university, but how could we be so different? One of the vampires stood up menacingly, sneering, I'm going to kill you. He's going to ambush him. Before Kyung-shu could finish his thought, Sanju leaped into action. To everyone's surprise, he risked it all. Sanju said grimly, you look like humans, but you're monsters, so only one of you will survive. As he spoke, an aura of deadly intent emanated from him, chilling those nearby to the bone. Night was falling. Kyung-shu was shocked, realizing Sanju had grown far stronger than he imagined, and not just him, but Jisoo as well. And Hanho too. Is it really that easy to get stronger? He said, watching Hanho argue with Oran. That's right, you're my bodyguard, you know that. Oran looked helpless. One of the vampires, terrified, begged, spare me, and I'll tell you everything. He cut to the chase, asking how many were inside the factory, the exact number of vampires and players and their levels. He confessed that the vampire leader was there, currently at level 5, along with about 12 players, the highest of whom was probably level 4. Sanji was pleased, a sincere confession, but in his heart, he never intended to spare him. The vampire trembled. Aren't you curious about the guards and the situation inside? Like I said, your life... Before he could finish, Kung-shu lunged forward, stabbing the vampire in the neck, felling him. His face darkened. I know what's going on in there now. We can't let him live. All my friends. They died by his hand. Kung-shu trembled and wept. Though they were a bit thoughtless and cowardly, they didn't deserve to die. He begins to recall beautiful memories of his friends. I had so many things I wanted to do with them. Sanju steps forward to encourage him. He feels sorry for others, but he's been saved and survived. He looks at the vampire demons and continues, these bastards take it out on us every night. They're just hiding within the community. Not everyone can make decisions in difficult situations. It's very different from being independent. Everyone listened silently, as Sanju continued. This world is headed for destruction, but we have to catch those bastards. In the Luzma Dragon Factory, the branch manager was working hard, unaware of what they were plotting. From above, 3 figures observe the workers below. One steps forward and asks, what is the director thinking? That gloomy vampire wants us to capture people, but how long must we do this? Manager Kim explains. They're just a secondary resource. They're easier to catch than the monsters out there. He says nonchalantly that what they're doing is called business development. Perhaps our director has his own plans or philosophy. Everyone is struggling for survival, and we must become leaders in this field, the henchman gleefully says. I want to be a leader, the foreman continued. If you work hard, you can become a permanent employee, just like how he promoted me while I was wandering around the warehouse. The director will promote you to permanent staff just like that. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling the demon. You're not permanent employees, you're monsters. At the door, a tall figure stood, silhouetted robes billowing in the wind. He yelled, which one of you is Sanju? Are you asking if the business is growing? You truly went to great lengths to make others give up their humanity. The demonic manager and his 2 henchmen quickly leaped down to the ground. The surrounding underlings also took defensive stances, asking, hey manager, who do you think you are? The people trapped in the iron cage are overjoyed to see Sanju. That's him, isn't it? Another person speaks up, confirming he's the same guy they saw at the school. Who is he? He's the one who saved us all at the school. The demon manager cuts them off. Shut your mouths, dogs. Who told you to wake me up? He then glared menacingly at the imprisoned inmates. Sanji said sternly, Didn't you guys get the message from your boss? Didn't your boss tell you who I am? One of them stammered. Are you the one who killed Manager Park? Sanji retorted. Manager, he scoffed. Are you guys playing company or something? You frauds. Mocked like that, they were furious, finding it hard to believe. We knew you were crazy coming in here, but why are you acting like this? Sanju asks again why. Because I have the skill. As he said that, a cold, cruel glint flashed in his eyes. The vampires are terrified, and the manager shouts, What is this? What is this black smoke? The system warns that the shattered sword will affect the current area, surprising him even more. What? What is going on? The fragmented sword has been summoned. Sanji stood there like a demon from hell, further weakening the vampires, as the system warned of a deadly curse, severely reducing all stats, and they trembled. What the hell? What are these monsters? Just as the vampires were about to flee, the skeleton soldiers quickly surged forward, cutting off their escape. Everyone hold your ground, face them calmly, just kill the one controlling them. Very quickly the dead became Sanju's disciples. The vampires scattered like frightened rats, and their manager was shocked by the skeleton's revival. He cursed in frustration. You, dog. The skeletons relentlessly surge, reviving each time they're struck down an endless tide they can't overcome. Manager Kim swiftly leaps onto a skeleton, flying towards Sanju. I just need to kill you. Suddenly, a vial of Slim's liquid flew from nowhere and hit him in the face. Han laughs, triumphantly relieved. The ceiling was broken. The vampire screamed as acid ate away at his face, causing it to smoke. He stood there screaming in agony and despair as Jisoo rushed forward to rescue the hostage. Afterward, she reported that the hostage Sanji had been freed. Chaos erupts as Shu speeds toward them in a car, and they must quickly move the wounded to safety. He roars in frustration, unwilling to give up the chase. Where do you think you're going? You're just food to me. From afar, Oran roared, lunging forward with incredible speed, sending the vampire manager flying. The system announces that the Wrath of Nature has been activated, increasing attack and attack speed for 10 minutes. The manager sensed the danger and knew he had to evade, but he was already affected by the curse of death. All stats are severely reduced, and vitality is also declining. Sanju picks up the bracelet. The holder will be granted the demon element. The attack is imbued with mana drain, and when the enemy's mana is depleted, their stamina will be siphoned, instead an effect of the bracelet. The attack speed of small goblins will increase by 20%, and then they'll charge. The manager thought to himself that he must always carry out his mission. The vampires had chosen a very unsafe location. The building's foundation is cracked, the windows and walls are thin, there's no better place than this abandoned factory. Being in a place like this means they're sure to lose. Everything is going according to Sanju's plan as Manager Kim grits his teeth. What, that kid's pretty strong. My head is spinning. A subordinate quickly steps forward. Branch manager, let me share my power with you. You have to deal with them. Hanho, witnessing the scene, felt a chill and called out in alarm. Senior, he's getting bigger and more ferocious. I can feel this power, the power of a boss. Surrender to my boss. After his evolution, the system issued a warning, and even the high-level dragons were furious. His body had completely mutated, resembling a bone with sharp fangs. But Sanju remained calm. Was this what he had foreseen? It seems he has abandoned his humanity. The vampire no longer moved on 2 feet, instead lunging towards the group, but Sanju's bone soldiers quickly stepped in to protect them. But this only irritated the vampire, who turned and roared silence. The skeleton soldiers charged, and the manager refused to yield, breaking through the encirclement alone. The werewolf also ferociously attacked from behind, momentarily weakening the manager, but he refused to give in easily, and retaliated fiercely. He threw a powerful punch at the mother wolf, sending her flying, but as soon as one was down, another rushed in madly. Manager Kim uses his speed to break through the encirclement, but the werewolf is no slouch either, slashing at the vampire's back, causing him immense pain. Seeing no end in sight, Jisoo impatiently joins the fray, sword in hand, charging towards the vampire. But surprisingly, Ju takes a different approach, somersaulting behind him and delivering a powerful blow. Attacked so low, the vampire manager is furious. He's truly lost it. You bastards. As Oran reached for his sword, Ju grabbed his hand and yanked him back with surprising speed and force, leaving him stunned. He fought the skeletal soldiers alone, showing no signs of fatigue, and his opponent seemed to underestimate them. Jisoo shouted, "Don't underestimate them." As she spoke, 2 skeletal soldiers charged, stabbing the manager in the chest. The system promptly announced that a death had become her minion. A gasp of amazement. Ju is truly incredible. You call this an alarming situation, Sanju tensely observes. That's exactly why it won't work. He's just venting with blood and explosives. He won't last long at this rate, but the monster's body might be destroyed. It'll be dangerous if his attack isn't stopped by the ORC's barrier. He realizes the real problem: that bastard is just one of Vampire Lord Rot's disciples. Sanju shivers, wondering just how powerful R must be if his followers are this strong. Suddenly, startled Sanju receives a system notification. The deceased has become his disciple, granting him team strength and a combo effect. He smirks. Too bad for him, I'll use every bit of power to catch this guy. He decides to make good use of this werewolf as well. Cerberus Guardian of Hell. Condition 3 Canine Creatures. Effect attack speed increased by 10, strength increased by 10, power increased by 50 when attacking simultaneously, and defense increased by 50 when using narrow passages. The vampire is caught off guard as the skeleton's power suddenly surges. He orders them to bite, knowing the manager's constant blocking will leave him defenseless. Helpless, the vampire cursed them as his body dissolved. Sanji looked at the spot where he'd been and said, "Tell your boss, his business venture in 1 is finished." The system informs him that he has received 10000 gold for killing a special player. Sanji is surprised a player, even though he looks like a beast, he's still considered a person. He wonders if he can turn him into a follower. Sanji eyes the massive corpse, knowing that, to truly kill a vampire with its regenerative abilities, he must sever the head, something he's been unable to do until now. But if it was him, the system warned the dead man had become his disciple. Sanju told him, "From now on you'll serve me instead of your boss." After subduing the vampire, the system says he can delve into the memories of his minion, Sanlacus Vlesis. Sanju is surprised. Memory fragments. What is that? He was quickly flooded with dark thoughts from an unknown source. What's going on? I've never seen anything like this before. Is this necromancy? Then Sanju listened in silence as a voice echoed. That's what I'm talking about. Vampires are cunning after all. Think again, what is at the heart of this game? Anyone want to answer? The vampires fell silent, exchanging glances, unsure how to respond. He took a sip of blood. Someone had to speak up. To be honest, I don't know what's going on either, he continued. But I know what to do. We need to evolve. Am I right, Manager Kim? The manager, as if hypnotized by Choi Eon, respectfully replied, "Yes, you're right." The vampire lord continues his brainwashing. Whether it's a supernatural entity or a being from the cosmos, we've been granted a special opportunity. These weak bones. We need to eliminate this failed insect race. He tempts humanity has reached its limit. If it weren't for this event, something else would have happened. They're going to be erased anyway, evolving into a new entity and ushering in a new world. Sanju, having overheard the entire conversation, couldn't help but grit his teeth. "So it's you, Vampire Lord." He continued, "I have a mission, and all of you will complete it with me." Sanju muttered, "A mission?" They roared in unison, "Of course, leave it to us. We'll follow you to the end." He wondered what this strange fervor was. He couldn't believe it. Were they being brainwashed when they drank that stuff? An uncanny sense of loyalty. So this is how their organization managed to grow so strong in just a few days. The vampire Rot raised his glass of blood and declared, "We're throwing a feast, and this will be the first location." He couldn't help but feel excited. This strategy is called the Grand Feast. Invite all the neighbors to join the fun. Then he turned and said, "Manager Kim, you will handle the meat supply and material harvesting." Sanji was speechless, cursing inwardly. Harvesting human meat, fighting slaves, a feast of slaughter. They're concocting a sinister plan. They intend to use the safe zone as bait to gather everyone. How ridiculous that such a strategy would work. The system then appears. You have been assigned a hidden quest. Sanji was surprised. This thing has appeared twice since the Windmaster died. What more do you want from me? This time, the system presents a mission, either prevent or conduct a massacre as the Grim Reaper. You can save many or leave them to die, and control them after death. The choice is yours, and it will affect your future destiny. Jisoo spoke up, trying to stop him. Hanho, wait a moment. It seems she's still hesitating about something. Then a rough hand landed on Hanho's head, startling him. Sanju, with a dark look of anger, asked, "What did you eat?" Hanho stammers, "That's not what I meant, senior." Sanju's face darkens as he asks, "You said you'd do anything I asked, right?" These words made Hanho uneasy. "It's nothing." Sanju smiles, suggesting he complete this mission with him. Hanho, now even more panicked, asks what. Cut to another location where a sharp hand clenches in anger. The branch manager was killed. Madam Y is surprised. How could this be? He received power from the director but was still killed. Dragon Bargain scratches his head. He's stronger than I thought. He thought to himself. How could he kill a branch manager with those weak skeletons? But it does bother me. Lady Y continued, "Isn't this affecting the director?" He laughs menacingly. "Miss Y," he fumes, "are you underestimating me?" His words sounded gentle, but were laced with threat, and Lady Y blushed, flustered. "Oh, how rude of me. It seems she's forgotten who her master is, a cold-blooded one at that." Vampire R observes that Miss Yang is quite annoyed that we keep getting interrupted while focusing on the main task. He thought, as long as we can use the prayer to track him once the party is over, it will be his turn to strike. I'm curious to know what kind of person he is. That afternoon at a factory district, everything was deserted. But the people there seemed quite busy. Some are carrying things, others are gathering weapons, and the wounded are being bandaged. A sigh escapes. The cleanup is endless, as if they've spent an eternity on it. Han turns to Sanju Sr. "Do we really have to do this?" he asks suddenly, and Sanju is puzzled. "What do you want?" Jisoo says, "If what you say is true, won't the massacre happen?" In Wonong, Sanji explains, "We can't stop it early, and it seems we're out of time." So from now on, let's prepare as much as we can. Is Ao looking for something? Jisoo mentioned some vials in the metal management department, and it seems she's identified some kind of drug. Sanji was surprised, feeling curious and excited as he picked up and examined the various medicines with Jisoo carefully observing as well. They're human hunters instead of monsters, so they have a lot of useful things. Suddenly Hanho exclaims, happily, I was worried about what we'd do without power. But it turns out there are things like this too, a portable charger that can supply power or recharge batteries. Remaining battery 87%. Sanji quickly plugged in his phone. The system announced that it was charging and would be full in 10 minutes. He was surprised but thought it would be easy to use. Jisoo presents a white vial, a mid-grade elixir capable of curing various infectious diseases and soothing wounds. He looked closer, examining it with satisfaction. I think we can use this too. As everyone busies themselves with cleaning, dusk quickly approaches. Indeed, in these chaotic times, the atmosphere remains eerily silent, whether it be morning or evening. Suddenly, the Tung clan bowed in unison before Sanji Ju expressing their gratitude. Thank you, boss. He happily looked toward his girlfriend, thinking it must have been difficult for him to accept them and even give them medicine. He was secretly relieved. Things were still dangerous. Although she wasn't completely cured, it was still somewhat effective. Sanji says calmly that if she's controlled by the vampire lord and attacks him again, he'll kill her, so keep a close eye on her. Tune was alarmed. Yes, I'll stop it from happening. Sanji looks at Tung, wondering if he's trying to stop him. He looks like a gangster, but he isn't. He continued, this isn't free. I'll have work for you later. Taeseung immediately agreed, saying he would do anything asked of him. I don't know what he's planning, but after talking to Taeseung, he turned to Hanho's father and said, let's begin, sir. He was overjoyed. Finally, he could harness his mysterious power. Hanho stood by, speechless. Mysterious power, Dad. He raised his hand and shouted, initiating the pioneer camp. Soon the area became a pioneer camp, protected by a shield from the center, restoring the health of those inside with restricted access set by the manager. Everyone was surprised by this, feeling so cozy, like they'd just stepped out of a sauna. Hanho's mother also cooked a lot of delicious food for everyone. Their surprise only grew. Was there even food here? They're starting to live like humans. Their strength is rapidly increasing thanks to the special dishes she cooked. In 20 minutes, everyone's strength will increase. Jisoo felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed they were having a hard time adjusting to the current situation. If we can solve the massacre, Sanju wondered. Jisoo, did you receive a special quest? But she quickly denied it. Sanju thought to himself that Ju seemed too obsessed with stopping the massacre. She didn't receive any suspicious or special mission. Even if it wasn't a mission, I and that vampire lord are mortal enemies. So it's unavoidable, but Jisoo doesn't see it that way. Sanju states bluntly. You know it's not your duty to stop this massacre, right? She exclaimed. That's right, but... Yan Yi cuts her off. But you're still trying to stop it. For your conscience. At Sanju's question and resolute attitude, Ju lowered his head and bit his lip. No. Suddenly enraged, she warns that if he avoids it, he'll be killed someday by something else, perhaps not even a vampire. I'm just trying to survive. Suddenly a system notification pops up, leaving them both confused. New Trend Guidebook, Chapter 1. The dark night still lingers for all survivors. Welcome to the New Trend channel. Since the disaster struck this world, a long time has passed. Many have perished, and some unable to adapt have become monsters. I admire all of you who have survived this catastrophe. However, you will face even more terrible events from now on. Never forget that the most important thing in a survival battle is to fight. Whether against monsters, people, or even the world itself, you must be brave to survive. Important warning, the event will last for 7 days. Anyone who moves to the combat zone will be banned. The current zone is empty, and Sugan Wong and gold collected will be doubled. The second player will receive a monster with each hunt, and boss monsters will appear in the area, an opportunity to obtain powerful items not available in the store. Sanji thought Jisoo's words held the answer. If the system was right, this was just the beginning, but why couldn't they move to the combat zone? The announcement only strengthened Jisoo's resolve to survive this game. The skies had to clear. After hearing Sanju, Hanho was unwilling. Isn't this too much, senior? He's forcing me into a dangerous mission while leaving Ju out, so Kung Shu is taking them somewhere. Feeling wronged, Hanho continues to protest, but Sanju says Jisoo has been working hard since she became our ally. He told Hanho in a mocking tone, she's strong enough to survive on her own, but you'd probably be dead in less than half a day. Hanho grits his teeth. Senior, have you ever heard of defamation? There are comments like that on your post. Sanji replied, we can't just sit back and let those vampires deceive people, so I wrote it. The post warned people not to believe anyone would help them unconditionally at this point. Many agreed, but some didn't, and Sanji didn't care. Even if it wasn't that case, I would still warn everyone, he continued, though he hoped to receive comments, Ju interrupted. Even prosecutor Yan Deng-po commented talk about influence. With this many replies, it's no joke. That person posted that they can't wait for help from the authorities. So he created a self-reliant player community with the goal of protecting safe zones, rescuing survivors, and defeating monsters. Sanju immediately realized that this guy wasn't commenting to get them to join, he just wanted to promote that they weren't the bad guys. Han gasps in surprise. Really, he did that before too. This guy is seriously something. Sanju knows that ambitious people are starting to reveal themselves. After saying that, he changes the subject. But senior, where are we going? Sanju says, we need to level up. What level are you? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I'm level 5. Sanju thought to himself, forget about half a day, surviving 2 hours is already a feat. After a long conversation, they seem to have arrived at their destination, and the vehicle screeched to a halt. Kyungshu excitedly announces, Sanju, we're here, time to walk. Hearing this, everyone quickly jumps out of the car ready to proceed on foot. Han stares ahead, gritting his teeth. Senior, is this our destination? Sanju tersely replies, yes, a new hunting ground. The scene before them was incredibly desolate, with many cars parked there. Behind the wreckage, dozens of eyes are fixed on Shu and his group as the midday sun illuminates the space before the supermarket. From the sky, a large fireball hurtles down. Hanho closes his eyes, gritting his teeth as the fireball races closer. Sanju quickly pulled him behind a nearby car as Han panicked. Those monsters have fire skills. They look so strange. But before they could finish, a massive explosion rocked the monsters. For Sanju, these monsters were no big deal. His werewolves quickly snatched one up. Jisoo rushes forward, sword in hand, and slashes fiercely at the remaining monster, which gapes in astonishment. In its final moments, Ju looked like the Grim Reaper come to claim its soul, and they quickly wiped them out. Hanho said, I thought it would be like the goblins. Jisoo cleaned her sword. They aren't too dangerous, but they're using magic attacks. Sanju realized the hunt was to level up Han and discover new powers, while he could significantly increase his strength just by using the skeletons. He knew the skeletal wolves could handle the low-level vampires, but the kobolds, despite their magic, weren't strong enough to be disciples. As he pondered, Ju looked ahead, noting how similar the supermarket was to their construction site. Cars overturned, corpses and blood everywhere, a truly gruesome sight. Sanju surmises that many people gathered here, suggesting the tutorial took place in this area. Hearing this, Ju couldn't help but wonder as she looked ahead. Are there any survivors in the supermarket? Sanji guesses that the more people there are, the higher the chance of monsters appearing, so there's probably no hope. Kyung chimes in. Then remote places would be less dangerous, like Jeju or an island. Both he and Ju let out a sigh, and Sanju remembered that Ju's family was in Ju. Sensing his thoughts, she said, Don't worry, we've already decided not to see each other again. Ju seemed unhappy afterwards, but I believe they're doing well. They were always good at roasting. Sanji mused. Her family situation is complicated, huh? It wouldn't be right to pry, and not every family is like Haino's. They decide to drop the subject of Ju's family for now. They quickly move forward, entering the supermarket as the system announces, You have entered a large dungeon. The entrance to the Kobold Mage's fortress is sealed with magic. Find a way out of here. He scanned the area, realizing this entire place was a dungeon when Ju spotted something and cried out in alarm. Swoosh, they're standing on something purple. She's shocked. Is it a magic circle? Something glittering quickly emerges from the purple light. It's a passage, but it's incredibly dark, gloomy, and eerie. Han, terrified at first sight, couldn't help but tremble and cry out. The goblins quickly emerged, their eyes glowing like owls in the night, making him want to cry. Where was he? The goblins told each other that he'd been caught, and another responded. Good, he stepped into the trap alone with nothing, now let him wait to die. Hearing the voice, Han Ho was surprised and thought to himself, Are those monsters talking? Seeing their disdain, Han Ho smirks, thinking, Damn goblins, the weakest monsters in the world. Even though he was alone, he suddenly froze, not realizing he'd fallen into their trap, completely surrounded. And Lai Hanho's life expectancy went from half a day to 30 seconds. Before Hanho could collect himself, the kobolds cried out their leader, ordering his death, the others eagerly shouting, You're finished. Hanho was now confused, never having faced a battle alone like this before, and the knife slipped from his grasp. Hanho cried out in desperation, Senior, save me. Seeing his pathetic pleas, they grew even more excited, mocking him as weak and insignificant. Hanho cried, thinking, Dear parents, your precious son is about to die, following my senior into this tomb. But before the word pain could escape his lips, Hanho realized. He felt nothing. 2 daggers are still stuck in his head, courtesy of those goblins. Oran appears from behind, explaining that after killing the target, this skill can only create a barrier. The kobolds are now terrified. What? I don't know. Hanho regains his composure, becoming more aggressive and confident. Now who's the small fry, you weaklings? Ju was frantic. Kyungshu, hurry, we have to find Hanho and Sanju. Kyungshu quickly agreed, worried that if the two were separated, something bad might happen. Before Ju could finish, she heard Hanho's voice, and with her heart ablaze, she rushed towards it, shouting, Hanho, are you all right? Over here. Hanho emerges brandishing daggers. Ju stares in disbelief. Don't tell me you cleared out this whole place. Hanho grins triumphantly. Did you see that, Senior? This is my new skill. He boasts, further bragging about how a strong person defeated the weak. Li Hanho is speechless, noting that it's not exactly a good virtue. But Ju is still worried. Sanju is all alone if we're here. Han is relieved, knowing that Sanju is with his elite bone troops and werewolves. They were all busy hacking and slashing at the kobolds, and in no time Sanju's side had wiped them out. Corpses littered the ground, and after completing their task he and his bone soldiers quickly set out to find the others. Sanji thought to himself, I hope he's with Jisoo. They continued forward, realizing the warehouse was more complex than they thought, making escape difficult. Suddenly, in the distance, he spotted a corpse, but upon closer inspection realized the man was still alive. Barely. He was surrounded by blood but still breathing. He thought to himself that even his divine elixir might not be enough to heal such a wound. The man saw him approach and heavily opened his eyes, trembling, then pointed weakly to his side. Following the man's gesture, Sanju saw a box on the shelf. It seemed he wanted Sanju to retrieve it for him, and he quickly did so. Could this contain some kind of miracle cure? He opens it and a system notification appears. That's an unidentifiable egg, a signature item of the Dragon Knight. If you can successfully protect this egg, your destiny will change the moment it hatches. He stared at the egg, hesitant. But before he could finish his question, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The boss monster has taken the barcode. Sanju, confused, asks what barcode he's talking about. He sighed weakly, barely able to speak. Owner identification mark. It seemed he didn't have much longer to live. Sanju, gaining nothing from the man's death, clicked his tongue in annoyance. This wretched world, could that man have been a 5-star Dragon Knight? Sanju felt sorry that he had died here, probably ambushed while looking for a supermarket, and the item code was taken by the boss monster. He thought, moreover, according to the item description, this was a class with explosive potential, but it seems he didn't live long enough to see it. Sanju held the egg and carefully examined it for a long time. Even though the name was unknown, it was definitely a dragon egg. He felt sorry for this passerby. Even in his dying moments, he entrusted the dragon egg to him so he would take it as a plea to end this damned game. The other goblins, spotting him gleefully, pointed him out, wondering if killing him would be worth it. Before they could reach Sanju, a werewolf disciple quickly rushed in front of the goblins. They were quickly slaughtered, some only managing a desperate cry for help. The last thing it saw was Sanju, a silent reaper, standing there resolute. So besides avenging that nameless boy, shouldn't we also find the so-called code object? All of them were quickly eliminated again. He gains 150 gold from hunting the tainted monsters. As one group is killed, another advances. They looked at the golems and soldiers, then spoke to each other over there. Sanji was surprised. Wasn't that strange? They're being slaughtered, yet they don't seem to be backing down. Could they actually be intelligent? They're holding their ground for a second, but keep charging like zombies. The battle rages on, and a massive explosion makes Oron flinch. One of them stands in the middle of the gate. What beautiful magic. It's the Hook Mage, using a knife shield to block the skeleton soldiers' attacks. These walls are nothing more than a flick of the wrist. A powerful blue aura emanates from the Kobo Mage. It seems to be the strongest of the bunch, but one attack is all it takes to bring it down. Sanji immediately receives 800 gold for hunting the Kobo Mages, and he glares menacingly at the remaining ghouls. Now you're surrounded from all sides. Sanji is determined to leave no one behind. The skeleton soldiers quickly charged forward, wiping them out, and gold from monster hunting was continuously added. Finally, he's leveled up. Sanji is surprised. He gets to choose a skill. Hopefully it increases his damage stats. The skill is called Corpse Explosion, turning corpses into bombs to create an explosion. He's surprised an explosion. For some reason, these goblins keep coming in droves, and they're telling each other not to kill them, but to stop them. Sanju suddenly orders his men to stand down. He gestures, fall back now. His face darkens. That was the skill I just acquired. But just then, test subjects willingly presented themselves. The kobolds didn't understand what was happening, only that their comrades were suddenly engulfed in a brilliant golden light, their bodies exploding, like bombs with devastating force. Inside, a few more, kobolds remained listening intently to the unfolding situation outside. It had sent many kobold to fight Sanju's group. The leader wondered, was that an explosion? One in the back spoke up, asking a magical accident. The leader scoffed, cowards, go check it out. But before they could react, Orin burst in, charging with his sword. The goblins could only stand there and scream as their fresh blood flowed. Another massacre was underway. Terrified, they unleashed a fiery attack on Oran, angrily yelling, monster. But before they could react, Oran, like a vengeful god, was already behind them. Oran's sword danced like a true assassin, relentlessly striking the enemy. Sanji was pleased. As expected, Orin had completed the mission excellently, and he couldn't help but feel shy after being praised by his master. Then he silently observed, thinking something was about to happen where the monsters were gathering. Is that a tree root? Over there, a kobold with fierce eyes is staring this way. This is the high-level kobold wizard boss, and it currently has a strong barrier. Most attacks won't break through. Sanji wondered, a barrier. So that's why you didn't rush us without any minions, huh? He taunts, staring it down. So you were stalling for time. The kobold glared menacingly at him. System alert, the kobold wizard is casting a basic instant death spell. Players below level 10 inches, the dungeon will die instantly. Block it within the time limit, and the countdown has begun. Hearing this, Sanju panicked. Sudden death. If they're under level 10, that means my whole party will be wiped out. He realizes the kobolds are stalling for time. Now he finally understands. If he can't break it with attacks, he'll have to outsmart it. Meanwhile, the goblin mage laughed. It's useless, just die. He then decided to bide his time to unleash his strongest attack, ordering his skeleton soldiers and disciples to gather. The kobold sorcerer couldn't understand Sanju's plan, never imagining he'd find a solution. Meanwhile, strange sounds echoed as the kobold corpses piled up. Sanji threw all the corpses of the kobos in front of the sorceress, leaving her bewildered, and she couldn't help but cry out. What are you planning to do? Sanju grinned. Thanks for waiting. And with a final farewell to the high-level kobo sorcerer, the door slammed shut and he coldly ordered it to explode. The kobo didn't understand, but no one was left to explain. A scorching golden light erupted, causing it to instinctively stick out its tongue as the entire room was engulfed in flames. The explosion was so massive, it shook the entire area, instantly turning the interior into a desolate wasteland filled with billowing smoke. Sanji peeked inside to check, realizing he was too far away. This wasn't good. The witch was unharmed by the blast, but now enraged, she let out a series of bizarre cries. The system announced that the boss had converted HP to reduce casting time, nearly halving it. Sanji cursed under his breath. Damn it, that was already a long enough cast time. Seeing his reaction, the boss smirked. Roots began to sprout everywhere, creating an atmosphere of bleak desolation. Sanju and the scavengers quickly ran as he urged them to run faster. He shouts, there must be a core nearby. Find it quickly. Upon his command, his subordinates swiftly comply. Just as he predicted there, it was a core surrounded by brown roots. Without needing an order, Oran quickly moved to sever the roots around it. The system announces, the dungeon core has been destroyed, preventing its spread within the time limit, leaving them with only 19 minutes. Sanji grits his teeth. If we hurry, we can do it. He calculated that he had isolated a few of the dead as they were all mages, and luckily he had summoned them as disciples. These are first-level apprentice mages whose combined power, the minimum requirement being 3 mages, increases casting speed by 20%. Now he can examine the memories of the dead. Sanji thought this was just a dream, but now we can actually see the memories of monsters. He points in that direction. It's a little blurry, but he's found the location of the dungeon core, and the next one is in the electrical control room on the first floor. There are also many roots clinging around here. The corpses of the cow tribe were piled haphazardly. Jisoo must have taken care of them, Sanji thought, finally relieved. Sanji looks ahead relieved. The core is safe, and Jisoo must have sent the kill message to the whole team. Suddenly a koboran collapsed in front of him, emitting painful cries that startled Sanju. He frantically shouts, Jisoo, find Hanho and Kungsu, I'll take care of the remaining core. But far from what he imagined, Hanho happily lifts a koboran. Senior Sanju, you're late. Sanju and Oran were stunned by the sight before them. He and Oran rubbed their eyes repeatedly, trying to make sense of what they were seeing, while Sanju looked on, utterly bewildered. Jisoo quickly moved forward, saying, Sanju, I destroyed the core, but what in the world is going on here? He explained that the dungeon boss had been planning something, but he was more concerned about what had happened to Hanho. Hanho says, we can talk about this later. There's no time. Let's take care of the last core first. Sanji was surprised, but agreed. Understood. The system issued a warning, stop them within the time limit. They now had a mere 13 minutes and 27 seconds left. Everyone frantically attacks to stop them. Sanju is tense, there's not much time left. Focus on destroying the core instead of killing them. Jisoo advanced on the kobos, yelling to Sanju while the Koan, seemingly frightened, stopped warning them not to come any closer. As the bone soldiers charged, the Kobans swarmed in like moths to a flame. Sanju realized they were desperately protecting the core. Then crossing his arms and lowering himself, he shouted, Oran here. Hearing the command, Oran leapt up sword in hand without another word from Sanju. He rushes towards the core and Oran successfully destroys the final core. The system announces that you have destroyed the hidden core within the time limit, completing the mission in 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Sanji then ordered the mercenaries to wipe them out, sending the sea fleeing in terror. Help, what should we do? The system announces that you have destroyed all the cores, and the barrier will be lowered. Sanji sighs in relief. Now all that's left is to stop the instant death magic. He's so annoyed that veins pop out on his head. We've suffered so much because of that bastard. Just you wait, you'll pay for this. Han then added, Senior, taking down the boss should be easy, right? He said he received the corpse explosion skill. Sanji sighs in relief. He's back to normal. He replies, No, I already tried using that move in front of it, so it's probably more wary now. Han-ho continues, That's right, the power when detonating something should be more terrifying than detonating a corpse. Just throw it at the whole building, and bury the boss in the explosion. At Han-ho's words, he wondered the building. Then he said, Let's regroup and go fight the boss. We don't have much time left. They quickly returned to the mage boss. Roots spread relentlessly as the system warned Sanju he had only 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. Surprised to see them return, he asked, How did you? Sanju speaks up, but it seems their plan has crumbled. And unfortunately for them, there are only 2 minutes left. A skeleton soldier stood before it, its blue light, like a death god from hell. Suddenly a burst of hot light appeared, and the mage boss was quickly blown away. Caught off guard, it could only cry out in pain as the sudden death magic was essentially blocked. He gritted his teeth. Your carefully prepared magic has failed. Do you have any other tricks to show? If not, then this is the end of your life. Unwilling to accept defeat, it roared, blood streaming from its eyes, nose, and mouth as roots relentlessly grew. As soon as he said that, Sanju panicked again. Han also shouted in confusion. It's transforming because of what you said, Senior. The system is announcing that the true boss, the fallen virtue spirit, has appeared. It charged forward madly, a far cry from the original Buttercup, sending everyone into a panic as it relentlessly pursued Sanju's skeleton soldiers. It now resembled a giant tree monster, its entire body connected by roots with only a pair of eyes shining with a golden light. Unable to speak, it could only roar in the face of this situation. Sanju didn't have time to react. Jisoo stood to protect him, but it unleashed a devastating blow. He panicked, shouting, "Everyone get out of the way." "Unafraid," Ju retorted. "If our enemy is made of wood, then I'll burn you with my fire sword." Before such a small girl, the boss stood like a towering monster, surprising her. Sanji shouted, "Jisoo, get out of the way," as he quickly threw something. The boss monster was surprised that he had thrown the goblins' corpses in front of it, and paused to observe Sanju's intentions. With a bang, a shocking explosion seemed to obliterate the boss. He gritted his teeth. "We did it right." Han shouts, covering his senior's ears as he's its focal point. The boss monster clearly exploded, but now its body is gradually regenerating. He's shocked that it's regenerating. Quickly, its body is as good as new. It charged towards Sanji, but before he could react, another fierce attack cleaved through it, setting its rear ablaze. It roared in agony as the flames consumed its body once more. Cheering, they shout, "That boss, can we take it down? It just keeps regenerating." Sanji, annoyed, says to keep attacking as the system announces the enemy is out of mana and using health instead. It seems quite surprised. Sanji says, "I've been using this from the start, but its vitality is finally dwindling." "Thanks." What he used was blood demon magic. The holder collects demonic energy and attacks steal mana. Once depleted, their life force is taken. The frustrated boss roars and the frightened disciples cower behind Sanji. But it doesn't stop completely. Seeing the scene before him, Sanji exclaimed in surprise, "That's the signal. Everyone fall back." The werewolf disciples quickly fled the boss, abandoning them to pursue its true target. It was slow and lumbering, but everyone quickly evacuated, leaving it to drag its massive body behind. Before leaving, he turned back with a triumphant grin. "We've prepared a gift for those on the first floor." With Gubing and the others successfully evacuated, Sanji coldly ordered detonate, and the flames erupted. A deafening explosion lit up the area, leaving the boss with no time to react, and it was finally annihilated. Sanji received 1,284 gold coins for hunting the boss, and quickly leveled up to level 10, exclaiming in surprise, "That boss must have been worth a lot of experience points." He received a roulette ticket for leveling up and is the 69th person in history to achieve this. So tickets can be upgraded without limit, and the maximum inventory increases upon reaching certain levels. Sanju is pleased. It would be great to get more skills. This is a basic necromancy skill that summons 10 hell-spawned zombies unconstrained by inventory limits that will turn to dust after 30 minutes. He was taken aback by the system's mention of zombies, especially the large number of 10, and thought about how he had hoped to increase the maximum size of all things to fight the vampires, but unexpectedly, he could suddenly summon 25 monsters and even war horses. As he spoke, he stroked the new sword in his hand obtained after that incident. Sanji is happy, his face determined. He can finally hunt those vampires. The sword he possesses is unowned. This sword will be the key to awakening the Nameless, but he doesn't have the right class to achieve it. And if he wants to hatch the egg, he has to wait 5000 days. Sanji grits his teeth. Over 13 years. Jisoo replies that it seems to be a punishment for not choosing the right class for it. Han sighed. By the time it hatches, we'll be middle-aged. He reluctantly acknowledged that the egg would recognize him if he killed a powerful enemy. "I never imagined I'd be in a situation where I needed to be recognized by an egg. The more monsters I hunt, the faster it will hatch." But he thinks gaining 6 more strength points wouldn't be bad. This sword doesn't seem easy to break either. "I've obtained a powerful item." Han excitedly says, "Senior, your phone lit up. I wonder what's going on." It's a comment from Taesung. "I've found the comment function, so I'm using it to send you this message. I'm at Hengung Square in Hwasong. There are about 100 to 200 people gathered here, and I don't see any vampires. We'll need 300 gold to send this comment, so please have it ready." Reading the message, Sanju breathed a sigh of relief, glad they were safe. He ordered all the survivors to gather there as well, instructing them to blend in and observe those in the safe zone. He remembered telling Tung, "We can't let them run wild. I left a hidden comment in case something goes wrong." He was so determined then. "Having been with the vampires for a few days, I should at least be able to accomplish that small task," Sanju sighed. "That kid is nothing but trouble. Is this why vampires never amount to anything?" As he pondered this, a skeleton soldier tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the door. Sanju wondered, "Did you guys find something?" On the other side, the root masses continued to grow, as if there was something the skeleton soldiers had spotted. So it was the two werewolf assassins. But strangely, roots were growing out of their stomachs. The sight is gruesome, and Sanji wonders, did they die from being crushed by the roots? Sanji reaches out his hand. Your death now falls under my control. With these two, he now has 5 werewolves under his command, plus the skeletal werewolf and the bone staff mage Cobb. In total, you now have 15 disciples. Now let's head to Suan Wonong and see the end of those vampires. Night quickly returns and a cold gloom envelops the city. Back with Taesung and his group, he asks, is this a safe zone? Is this place unmanaged? There are no monsters around the sea. Let's just wait and see. They looked up to see a group of people watching them from above, waiting for their meal to arrive. One pointed, see that kid over there? He's mine. That kid's blood is exquisite, the leader roared. Get ready to move out. The other vampire asked with interest, is the feast about to begin? He glared back, looking menacing. No, we're going after the kid who attacked the factory first. One of them wondered, didn't the representative say we'd start after the feast? His comrade replied, that day they told us to conserve our strength in case of big trouble. The leader pondered, the situation had changed, and that guy was nearby. He then asked, is he stupid? If he saw the post, he should know we're managing this area right. The leader affirmed, trust me, we have to catch and kill him before he ruins the banquet. He grinned viciously, these are the boss's orders, kill him and leave no bone unbroken. Tung's people quickly grabbed their phones, leaving coded messages for Sanji. The vampires swiftly gathered in the parking lot below, the surroundings eerily silent. One of them said, the elementary school near the mall, they're hiding closer than we thought, the leader added. He didn't seem to realize the vow was being cast on him, which is why he was so unguarded. Suddenly, the underling cried out in alarm at the sight before him. Boss, I see a warg aura. They were shocked to see such a large, ferocious wolf lying dead on a car almost completely drained of blood. They approached to observe. Its blood was still fresh. These claw marks resemble those of a werewolf, but there are no bite marks. Perhaps it became a disciple of that guy. This situation darkens the leader's face, never expecting the opponent to have this ability. He quickly used his hearing to sniff out the area, then spoke. The scent of a dire wolf's blood is that way. They discussed among themselves, how could that dire wolf lose to such a scrub? He's not on our team anyway. If there's a blood trail, monsters will be drawn here soon. Looks like he doesn't know a thing about hunting. The others follow the trail of blood. Hey boss, look, the blood trail leads right to the chairman. The vampires are ecstatic. Don't let them escape. Charge, the leader roared. According to the Lord, the monsters he summoned were skeletons, so he only needed to be wary of the werewolf skeletons. It seems he underestimated them, thinking their side only had 5 werewolves. In that case, he has more than enough manpower. The leader was extremely pleased, boasting that he was a direct subordinate of a master vampire lord. I have the power to defeat 2 werewolves at once. Soon they were running into the great hall. Those glowing red eyes inspired dread as a smug vampire kicked open the door and roared. You dare challenge Lord Lon Fool, this will be your grave. Looking at his opponents, he wondered if this was all of them. But the boss said there were supposed to be M of them. The more excited they are, the better, right? The son speaks up, asking if his neck has been cleaned. The blood of those prey is so filthy, and then they all laugh at how evil we are. But I prefer it that way, the leader says, with glee. Oh my god, look at that guy running away in fear. The suited men rush toward Sanju, but inexplicably he runs out the door. Ma Rong shouts that they're blocked, calling him an idiot. Sanju sprints, then stops abruptly, turning back with a glare. So you found your burial ground. They didn't understand what he was saying. The leader asked, what? Sanju retorts, you won't sit still if I'm around. Usually dogs get more sensitive and ferocious when they're fed. He continued saying that judging by the fact that they all came here, they probably didn't know what level his skills were at. As expected, they saw him, and their eyes lit up, a bloodthirsty vampire with skills. Are you talking about your skeletons? How many do you have? He smirks, these aren't just skeletons, they're heavy-duty skeletons. The system then promptly announces that the Transcendent Slash will be unleashed. Sanji was like a demon from hell, come to claim the vampires' lives. One of them cried out, damn it, I'm not ready. He casually sits and watches them struggle, wondering who the hunter is, when they all look the same. Soon, the vampires are dead. Sanji continuously received 2,000 gold for killing players, taunting them. Do you get it now? Seizing the advantage, Oren commands the skeleton soldiers to charge, organizing a covert ops team, classifying power combinations. The command conditions for Phase 1, more than 11 members with increased strength. Defense. The vampires screamed, I can't see anything. Another struggled, stop it. What is this smoke? I can't move my body. Sanju explained fiercely, lethal thunder source, substitute, demon bloodstone. These will only appear when you guys fight Undead. At that moment, a player with shining eyes rushed over, shouting, bro, why are you in such a hurry? All she had to do was summon them with the elimination plan. But before she could finish, 2 attacks blew off both of her arms. Instantly, that player vanished into thin air, and a system notification appeared. You have collected 2,000 gold for killing a player. The space around them was in chaos as another player, muscles bulging, roared, you rotting corpse, you dare kill me. He then charged forward, unleashing a flurry of defiant attacks. Is that all you've got? Come on, give me more, I said, give me more. Suddenly his eyes darted wide as the player was torn apart by the ghouls. He yelled again, don't cling to me so miserably. Then he turned toward the nonchalant Dungu. That's right, you're the one controlling these shrimps. If I kill you, it's all over, he screamed as he lunged toward him. I'll kill you. You're the only enemy of the Lord. Dung. Wu smirked, reaching out and replying, don't run around like that. This player's expression is terrifying and incomprehensible. What? Let's rewind 2 hours. Dung Yu instructs his subordinates, you must wait for the vampire demons to arrive. Then gesturing to one side he says, first go over there. The skeleton soldier was confused but complied and he said, all right, now create an explosion. Confused, the bone soldier trembled and tried to comply but couldn't. Sung Yu, it's not working. Oh right, you're just bones, not a corpse. The bone soldier then collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair. As one comforted their friend, another glared at Sung Yu, who was only trying to be cautious. Don't look at me like that. Chung Wu reaches out and a notification appears. Zombie summoning will be activated in the area, and the corpses are beginning to stir. Dung Yu wore a sinister expression. What about these corpses? The corpses rise now zombies, as Dung Yu mutters, the consequences determining the affected area while moving. This is called corpse explosion. Back in the present, the player didn't even get close before Chung Wu's attacks had him screaming in agony. Dung Yu's face darkened as he spoke, like moths drawn to a flame as the player continued to scream. Bastard, I'll kill you. He was immediately set upon by the bone soldiers, his pained screams echoing as he writhed on the ground, still struggling. You think you can stop the Lord? He is a great man. With eyes gleaming, Dung Yu waved his hand, shocked that the vampire lord could brainwash someone so quickly. The player screamed, the Lord will kill you. Dung Yu, that vampire lord is a disgusting cur. As Ian grits his teeth, a system notification appears. You have collected 2,000 gold for killing a special player. The seed will hatch in 4,949 days. Dung Yu declared, it's time to fill the ranks of the fallen disciples. Gather all the corpses that are still in good shape. A series of notifications appeared. The dead have become your disciples, activating a team synergy effect. The Sinlist Bloodthirsty Stage 1 Power Classification Synergy Condition 5 Vampires. Effect Blood Drain increases attack power by 2%. All stats increase by 10% in the moment of release right before defeat. Looking down at the item in his hand, he muttered that the strongest formation might finally be complete. Just then a message arrived from Co3HA9 Jews, saying they had hurried off somewhere. Even the so-called managers who usually just sit around suddenly confiscated our weapons, saying it was a requirement to enter the safe zone. I have a feeling something's about to happen. Answer the message, Ju and Han-Ho have successfully infiltrated. He must have sensed his underlings were killed, hence the haste. But now they are all mine. The tables have turned. This is the end for you. Cut to a crowded area outside where terrified citizens stare in one direction. Look over, there are those werewolves. Above countless werewolf corpses are impaled on spears. They were both pale with fear. How could they let this happen? But defeating all those werewolves is truly astonishing. Werewolves can even kill wolves. So how did they catch them? Han-Ho then spoke up. Ju, it'll be our turn soon. I had a feeling, but it seems they're confiscating our weapons. The inspectors chuckled. We know some of you aren't happy, but this is for everyone's safety and order. We caught those 4 werewolves, so we don't need your weapons. Seeing this, Ju gritted her teeth in anger. The vampire's lackeys weren't trying to confiscate weapons, they just wanted to make it easier to attack. Suddenly voices rang out. What are you doing, Ju? Hey, no cutting. Taeyong whispered to her. We've hidden your swords where you asked. Yang Shik is a 2-star thief, so it went smoothly. No one noticed. Han-Ho nervously asks, what about me? Have you prepared everything as I requested? He replies, yes, we've prepared everything you asked for. The staff then shouts, the next person who tries to hide a weapon will find it during the mana check. Han-Ho, looking tense, steps up for inspection first. But just then someone appears. As he stormed in with his masked cronies, Roth the vampire questioned, how is this possible? How is this possible? I sent so many of my men. How could they all lose to such an imbecile? Han-Ho looks worried. Chu says that they must be wearing masks to hide their fangs. Ju frowns, realizing the swords are taken care of, and now they just need to wait for the cavalry. The vampire lord will pay for all of this. Root Vampire then stretched out his arms and said loudly, attention. Ju's group was confused, and Han-Ho exclaimed, Ju, we're surrounded. Meanwhile, Rots the vampire continued, oh dear, you humans have stopped evolving. What do you think of this disaster? Are you wondering why all of this is happening? Anyone want to answer? No one. Some people cried out in alarm, wondering what was wrong with him. What is he saying? And the dragon continues to roar. That's why you guys are nothing. Your fate is to become victims of evolution, he said, pulling down his mask to reveal a wide gleaming grin. Canes strike the ground as the vampire's henchmen cry out, masks flying into the air. They are the chosen ones, the masters of the future. Rejoice. The vampires then lunged at the humans with ravenous claws. I'm going to enjoy a delicious meal. They're absolutely terrified. What's wrong with you guys? We vampires have been waiting for this for so long. Everyone scrambled to escape. Over there, there's nothing there. Let's get out of here. Suddenly, a surge of electricity tears through the air. Is that lightning? The vampire grins wickedly. Come on, come closer. I'll give you guys some peace. The panicked group turns around. What should we do? Don't come near me. Just then, Ju stepped forward and shouted, Everyone, please get behind me. Han continues saying that the barrier is an electrical item and no one can escape. The vampires are shocked and exclaim, That bastard, how could he? How did he get a weapon? Just then, a large vehicle appeared, its driver's eyes burning bright. A bus, target those people. Instantly, the bus plows into the vampires, its wheels screeching across the pavement. Han shouts, The electric fence is down, let's go. The vampires are confused. Why is there a bus here? Because of him, our food has run away. Everything descended into chaos as Rose grimaced and gnashed her teeth. You scoundrel. At that moment, Sung Yu revealed a confident smile. I'm not late to the party, am I? The leader of the mosquitoes spoke still in that dark space. Sung Yu casually turned back and asked, Weren't you having a party? Is Tootmun dead because all the strong guys are gone? Rot the vampire, then stepped forward, striking a cool pose. Haha, I thought I was going to be late, but how did I arrive just in time? We haven't even had our appetizers yet. Now that everyone's here, shall we begin the feast? His expression is terrifying, but things are a bit chaotic at the moment. Lady Y, standing nearby with a grim expression, agreed that a feast wouldn't be complete without food, then leaped into action. Lady Y shouts, Trainees, hunt down the escapees with me. The rest help the representative deal with him. The blood demon still stands motionless. Oh, shouldn't you be stopping them? Wrong. He replied, I already have reliable allies over there. Hearing this, he covered his face and burst out laughing. Allies at this hour, haha. How amusing. Even if we hadn't met like this, they would have been mine already. He begins summoning his minions, saying, Don't worry, you've got some close friends here too. The appearance of the Bone Wolves surprises him. Bone Wolves. The Bone Wolf pounces forward as the vampire watches its movements with a scornful expression. Don't tell me you're planning to use those against me. The Bone Wolves then charged forward with their jaws wide open. He unleashes a powerful blow as Shung Yu expresses his satisfaction. As expected, these lavishly decorated feasts are wonderful, aren't they? The vampire Roth looked down in astonishment. What corpse composite art? Immediately, a massive explosion erupts and the space is illuminated. The vampires watched in horror. The representative. How could this happen? Stay calm. There's no way the representative would fall like that. I'll handle this. You guys go kill those others. That guy must have taken the bus. Don't let him escape, we have to finish him here. The group with terrifyingly bright eyes began to shout, but soon their search turned to confusion. What? Where did he go? All that's left are monster corpses. Then another looks up onto the bus roof. Damn it, everyone get out of the way. Dong Yu appears saying they've conveniently gathered together for him. Corpse explosion. Instantly, a massive explosion of raw power erupts from the bus, and the vampires look on in horror. No way. Is this how we're eliminated? A sharp hand appears as Madame Y's group speeds through the forest. Her subordinates wondered, that explosion. Something happened to the representative, didn't it? She remarked. That was a big sound, but he'll be fine with his abilities. But in her heart, Lady Y was lost in thought. She was worried about the representative, but going there alone would be suicide. She turned and said focus on chasing the victims instead of worrying about nonsense. She immediately noticed her subordinates were unconscious, wondering what had happened. Then Lady Y was shocked to feel two bright eyes staring at her from behind, a surge of power erupting as she quickly slid back to evade questioning. What was going on? Who are you? The newcomer is Ju. She points her sword forward, declaring, It's over, Dragon Hag. Lady Y smirks. You dare to act knowing my identity. Such arrogance. You're not the chairman's type, but I'm sure my subordinates would enjoy having you. Ju grits her teeth. Come on, you old hag. She growled in fury. Fine, I'll tear you to pieces. That night in the deserted area, Han Ho ordered, This building is safe. Everyone take shelter inside. Tae Chung announces Han Ho, everything is going according to plan. The vampires won't dare approach us like this. Gritting his teeth, Han Ho exclaimed Chap Sanju's plan is something else. This is the gem I brought. I don't think I'll be using it. Tae Chung cracked his knuckles with excitement, saying, And Han Ho, you still have that thing that always causes trouble. His foresight is pretty good. Suddenly, someone appeared behind them. When the manager secured that safe zone, I thought he was being paranoid. Fighting really is a pain. Why aren't they coming for me? Here's another long-haired guy. If they're not going to make a move, then fine, I'll help them level up. And with that, two sharp fangs emerged from his mouth, revealing him to be a vampire. Taeseung cheers excitedly. I knew it. College students are different. I believe in you. Han Ho, stunned, wonders what to do while Taeseung charges forward, yelling, Han Ho, kill him. That vampire looks weak. Hold on, idiot. The vampire dodged his attacks casually, saying, You wound me with your underestimation. I may be weaker than the others, but not weak enough to lose to insects like you. With that, he appeared next to Taeseung and opened his mouth to bite his neck. At that moment, countless swords hurtled toward him, and with a shout, he quickly ducked to evade them. The vampire's face pales as he looks ahead. Taeseung throws a punch, but the vampire leaps into the air to dodge it. Hanho controls his sword and rushes forward thinking, oh, you jumped into the air, you've made yourself the perfect target. Attacks rained down and the vampire collapsed to the ground as Taeshik cheered. Got him, we make a great team. Hanho, sweating, stared at his hands, thinking, wait, did I just catch a vampire? No way. He suddenly realizes something. Wait, I haven't gotten my gold yet. On the ground, fragments of blades scattered as a voice echoed, not bad, you bastards. The vampire who had risen to a sitting position wore a menacing expression. You've hurt my handsome face. Elsewhere, a sea of fire engulfs the scene the lesser vampires already dealt with, their bodies exploding in the intense blaze. Dongwoo observes the situation and says, it's starting. The bus is beginning to tilt. Just then, the winged rot vampire descended, a terrifying look on his face, and roared, I'll say it again, you're dead. Dongyu calmly replies, it's not going to end that easily. Then he summons his skeleton soldiers, sending Rot into a frenzy. Charge, I'll kill the ORC skeletons first and use my spear for defense. At that moment, sharp spears pointed forward. Rotor the vampire in his grotesque form hovered in the air, easily shattering the bone soldiers' formation. Dongyu gritted his teeth, worried that the orcs were no match for him. The undead are crushed by Rot's vampire assault, his hands slamming into the earth. A system notification appears. Necromancy has begun in this area. Seeing the zombies rushing towards him, he exclaimed, Zombies I see, so my subordinates died because of these things, but I am the vampire lord. He roared madly, yet could not avoid colliding with the zombies. One zombie gnaws at his arm. These creatures, even with just a head, are called zombies, because they keep biting. I must say I commend you. A mere scratch, and you've drawn my blood. With that, the vampire Arbob snapped the zombies clinging to him in two. Seizing the moment, Yongyu pointed and unleashed his technique. The time has come for corpse explosion. The space turns eerie as he uses Bloodbone to counterattack. Seeing this, Yongyu exclaimed in surprise, Blood Mist. Is this his active skill? He couldn't help but worry, thinking he's transformed his blood into bone and spewed it out under great pressure. While the attack power isn't high, it's enough to prevent the body from exploding. So the werewolf's combined strength then. Thanks to the synergy, his stamina has increased to face the enemy, but these bastards are different. The vampire, Rot now even more arrogant, roared, You think that paltry strength can win? Then a powerful attack erupts. Dongyu panics. Everyone keep your distance and attack with spears. Vampire R attacked, relentlessly sneering. How boring. Is this the limit of you unevolved humans? Dongwu retorted. Evolved. You call that monstrous form evolution. Yet he remains confident. So what? Isn't it a good thing? We're far superior to you, inferior humans. Superior beings should conquer the weak. Isn't that how humanity evolved? But this deceitful modern society treats me like a rambling serial killer. And so the day arrived when those in heaven realized this world was nothing more than a boring imitation. The body I possess is far superior to you weaklings. Humanity must evolve to lead this world. As he manifested his power, he droned on about his past, prompting a mocking laugh from Dongyu. I thought you had some grand purpose, but it's just some dumb eugenics explanation. Do you really believe in something that was eliminated over 100 years ago? Even the dragon roars. That's a story from the past before the system existed. His expression grew even more ferocious. Our existence is proof of evolution. We are far superior beings to the old races. With a sharp gaze, Sung-Yu thinks the new race will be slaughtered by the old. What? Lady Y screams, Boss, please save us. Even the dragon Rotesh was shocked. Lady Y. Meanwhile, a sharp blade was already stained with blood. Lady Y's face contorted as she hissed, No, it can't be. Am I an evolved being, being attacked by such a young woman? Impossible, it can't be. She wildly slashes with her heavy claws. Ju analyzed the situation as she fought, noting her opponent's strength and speed far surpassed humans, but she was slower and weaker than Ju. But wasn't she hit? You're curious, aren't you? She said, swinging her sword. Why aren't your attacks working on me? Songju thought, realizing that, while she might not be as strong as the impure, she'd improved a lot through constant hunting. Leveling up not only increases stats, but countless combat experiences help me grow. That's why I know. It seems you're just toying with me, old woman. She's just trying to intimidate her opponent. She must have gained experience working under the vampire lord. The analysis appears as the attacks from both sides intersect. Lady Y was overwhelmed and cried out, Damn it. Her face pales, tears streaming down as Ju speaks. Thanks, old lady. Having proven to me that you're not weak, she plunges her sword into her opponent's body. Fresh blood splatters into the air, as the noblewoman desperately cries out, Lord Regent, please save me, but it's too late. Du exhales and it's over. Hanho is evacuating everyone, and it will all be over once Sanju defeats the vampire lord. Meanwhile, Taeseong lies on the ground, struggling and calling out to someone nearby. Han, are you okay? The long-haired vampire looked down with arrogance, thinking they were weaklings, but they were more resilient than he thought. Can you still fight? It'd be a waste to just kill you. Why don't you two become like us? This is a rare opportunity. He seemed thrilled while Han, in a panic, blurted out. What he questions? You want me to become a vampire? The vampire casually replied. You chose a class card in the tutorial, didn't you? A class card to survive in this chaotic world. Honestly, instead of choosing a class to fight for survival, I think you should make a different choice. A choice that guarantees your survival. And the best method is to become a parasite, he sweetly coaxes, people who have never fought before, like students, janitors, and shop owners. But what will they do trapped in a world that's been transformed? Their best bet is to cling to the strong. Join us now. Survival is the top priority, right? Hanho said quietly. You're right. Shichong was alarmed to hear that. Hanho's expression turns manic, but what can he do? It seems we're much stronger than you. It's not just the two of us fighting you. Even now, someone's speeding towards you on a motorcycle, startling the dragon demon. A motorcycle, Hanho yelled, launching a spear. You shouldn't let your guard down, you fool. The attack slashes across the vampire's neck. You killed your own teammate. The vampire roared, I'll kill you all. Just then, a motorcycle sped toward them, startling the vampire, who turned to look behind him. Just then, the blonde-haired biker arrived, still smiling. Had Goblin been used as a shield? He pointed and laughed, saying he wasn't after them but the goblin. Just then, Hanho suddenly transformed into a giant, leaving him bewildered. What the heck? Am I seeing things, or did that kid suddenly get huge? He exclaimed. Confidence is what makes a real man. The vampire, now enraged, continues his attack. I don't know what skill that is, but even with more magic circles, the result won't change. Suddenly his expression turns blank. Why do I hear metal clanging? The giant Hanho coldly pointed his blade downwards, declaring that from the moment they targeted his goblin, he became invincible. You don't stand a chance. Then he unleashes his lightning strike. The vampire's body was repeatedly pierced by slashes as Taeseong and his teammate attacked in unison. A fatal stab, 5 steel swamps. The vampire unsheathed his claws, hissing, You think I won't retaliate? This vanguard is burning with zeal as the giant Hanho steps forward to challenge him. What are you planning? To block you in this situation, I'll have to move fast. Don't you understand? You can't escape, you damned thing. The city's nightscape is silent as the vampire unleashes a flurry of attacks, and the Hanho cries out, Why aren't you hurt, Dee? Enraged, Taechung unleashes a devastating blow, a fist of steel. Immediately, a massive punch erupts from him, his body beginning to take the blows, blood flowing without end. These guys' attacks are nothing but their teamwork is on point. I've lost my footing and am bleeding from their spears. Plus they have a massive shield that moves incredibly fast. This is bad. At this moment, Hanho worried. Damn, his power was fading. The vampire's expression turns sinister. Is that right? There's no way such a powerful skill wouldn't have a time limit. Now this is the end for you. But at that moment, Hanho raised his hand to the sky, and a skeleton soldier appeared, blocking the blade. More goblins. How are there goblins in the sky? Nice hit, Hanho. Yong, exhausted from climbing, speaks from above, saying she heard he had to get the goblins to safety. How many floors have you climbed? Come to think of it, my mission is the hardest. But Hanho simply points at the vampire, saying I just need to kill the goblin that fell from above, and the power won't end. You said you'd harm others so I could survive, right? The vampire looked around in confusion as Hanho spoke grimly. Then you're wrong. True survival is about having trustworthy friends and uniting to overcome difficulties. That's what we're made of, how we survive love and peace. Hanho looked incredibly righteous in that moment, leaving the vampire bewildered. No, it can't be. That girl. Still unwilling to accept defeat, he shouts, You're just a bunch of kids, you bastards, only to be beaten down by the T-Rush gang. Beat him, kill him. Everything descends into chaos. At that moment, Root, in an even more terrifying form, rose and shouted, You fool, how could you lose to such lowly humans? With a strange look, Dong Yu says, The truth is, vampires aren't all that great. They have more weaknesses than humans. Enraged, the vampire lunges forward. I spared you so we could talk, but all you've done is spew nonsense. While the vampire R is dealing with the skeleton soldiers, Sung Yu points out the first weakness of vampires: they can't use any bladed weapons. I thought you couldn't use long-range attacks, but I see now that this is the punishment of death. Considering the distance and range, it truly is a major penalty without weapons. His expression is deadly serious. The second weakness is regeneration. Because of their rapid regeneration, vampires have weak defenses in combat, making obvious moves because they don't care about their surroundings. The vampire roars foolishly, This is our true power. Shung Yu remained unfazed, stating that dragons don't have mana, and all skills in regeneration are activated by blood. You're still arrogant, even though your stamina is depleted, he said, holding up a blood-red orb. Immediately, the item's attributes appear. Blood Demon Stone, Legendary Great Orb class effect. The demon's properties will be granted to the owner, reducing the enemy's mana by 2% upon attack. When the enemy's mana is depleted, it will consume power to create an object. Seeing this, the guy panicked. The vampire rasped, You bastard, and drew a finger across his throat. Fourth, you talk too much. If I were you, I'd ignore the enemy's taunts and target the necromancer first. The vampire then erupts with a bizarre surge of power. Blood field. It's too late to attack now. I just need to absorb the remaining blood. He lunges forward like a demon, but the seemingly small bone soldier rushes to intercept him. What's this, a toast? You're using that thing to target me, Sung Yu continued. And fifth, the skeleton soldier becomes a one-armed warrior still charging forward. Judging by appearances will be your downfall. The ancient vampire roared back, increasingly frustrated. You little skeleton brat. He spits out a bottle, and with no wasted movement pours the liquid onto the vampire's face. The glass shatters as it hits the ground, and the liquid visibly evaporates as poison. The vampire lord screamed in agony, as Rong Yu smiled and spoke. That demonic slime tricked me. He struggles to open his eyes. My eyes can't see clearly. I've lost too much blood to regenerate them. A scream echoes. Let's end this here. The dragon root gnashed its teeth as it thought its footsteps echoing from all directions. I'm in danger of dying. He thought, then went berserk, attacking everything in sight. Never. I will stand above all others. You think I'll die here? The bone soldiers were instantly crushed, and Yongwu gasped in shock. He's still struggling, Che. The ending remains the same regardless. The rabid vampire grows even more frenzied. Blood. I need blood. I can smell it nearby. Get out of my way, you brats. Is he running away? We can't let him get away. But he's fast, and the crazed vampire scales the wall. There it is, blood, werewolf blood. It's not fresh, having been exposed to the air for too long, but no matter. Once my body is regenerated, I'll be able to kill a truckload of people. I can't let my guard down now. He rushes forward, then suddenly stops. Just then, Chung Yu appeared, saying, You fool, I know you're talking, but did you think my bone monsters were just for show? There's no blood here for you to drink. Just then, a werewolf skeleton impaled him with a weapon. The vampire rot fell from the sky, impaled on the weapon, his body slamming into the ground in a cloud of dust, blood gushing from his wounds. No, how could this be? I was going to rule the new world. Deng Yu coldly looked down and said, You're as tenacious as a leech. He tried to speak, but could only manage a few words. You. Sheng Yu raised a finger wreathed in flames and laughed. The party started with a bang, so let's make sure the after-party is just as grand. The bone soldier then continued to stab the body forward, slamming it violently into the wall, leaving the vampire in utter bewilderment. Here sharp claws reached out, but were instantly met with a burst of eerie flames. He screamed in terror, No, I don't want to. Rong Yu simply said, Live a happy life. In the depths of hell, an immense explosion erupts, and the system announces that 10000 gold has been awarded for eliminating a unique player. The exclusive quest to punish evil has concluded, successfully eliminating the murderer who threatened your life, and rewarding you with 30000 gold. A C-grade item, the Diligence quest, and the title of Death Controller for saving so many lives. He receives an exclusive skill, and his fate is slightly altered. That boss raid was worth it, he exclaims. Jisoo and Hanho's group reunited here with joy as well. Sheng Ui Sr., I knew I could count on you. Deng Yu turns back in surprise, saying they should all be in a safe place, but he also gives a relieved smile. Though this world is dying, I will continue to live with those before me. And so he happily smiled back at everyone as the scene shifts to a bright sky. Amidst the crowd, the Sung Yu group stood drawing curious gazes. Did these people really defeat the vampire lord? One person happily said, I don't know who they are, but they definitely saved us. That's right, they saved us, the very people I was telling you about. Is that the person who saved me on day 157 and gave me food? Is it the guy from the apartment? That necromancer Han Ho turned and joked. Senior, it seems you're quite popular. Deng-gu replied nonchalantly, Well, this is a public service community, so we're bound to save a lot of people. Suddenly some people point in one direction. Oh, who are those guys? What, who? A group of people are lining up and approaching. The military. A military troop appears aggressively. Why are they here? Desertion. Suddenly an army lines up before the group. How's everyone doing? I was wondering who caused such a ruckus. I never expected to see you all again. Gasps fill the air. It's Sergeant Kim. Yonggu chimes in, I'm glad to see you're still doing well. Sergeant Kim stepped forward cheerfully. Yes, I'm still alive, thanks to the medicine you gave me before. He wondered seriously, but the timing was strange. Why were they here? Sergeant Kim added, We've been monitoring the people who created the safe zone here for the past few days. I never imagined something like this would happen. Jungwoo's eyes sharpened as he thought, surveillance. Does that mean he knew something bad was going to happen? Given the current situation, it's best not to get involved. He continued, I apologize for saying this so suddenly, but someone wants to meet you, causing Jungwoo to exclaim and surprise me. Who is it? Sergeant Kim replies with a smile. Is this what the Korean army does on its missions? The scene shifts to another building where a 4-star general in uniform ominously surveys the area below. Then to a moonlit night. In the director's office, Sungwoo meticulously reviews a player profile. IU Sungwoo, level 10 HP, 10/5 MP, 33/300 class, elemental necromancer stats, equipment skills, and 128/53,200 experience points. He smiles, pleased to have earned 15,00000 out of 3,00000 gold from the battle. This is nothing like hunting monsters on the street. And bone armor. Immediately bone fragments on the floor fly up and attach to Sungwoo. The stats appear, bone armor basic active cost 10 mana. This is an armor made from the bones of corpses. Each use will gradually wear it down. The result depends on the classification and quality of the materials, and the higher the skill level, the higher the armor's degree of perfection. Dong Yu looked down at his sturdy armor, pleased, saying it fit him perfectly, was denser than he thought, and allowed him to move freely. Even though the armor could be worn down by the dead, its defense would gradually strengthen. Oh, and the items I got as quest rewards. An arrow appears item information, dwarf, goblin, crossbow, heroic grade, crossbow classification. The equipped effect and ammo box are connected to the armory's subspace, allowing continuous firing without reloading. He holds up the crossbow, a perfect item for him, especially with its long-range scope. Although he received a greatsword, it doesn't suit his tactics. Today is about exponential growth, and he will become stronger. To defeat anyone, I'm no longer useless. Suddenly, a fire erupts behind him, followed by a cry. Shungu. Ah, it's so hot. Shungu. Startled, Shungu turns around. Before him, a building was engulfed in a raging inferno, accompanied by desperate cries for help. Is anyone there? Help. Please help me, save me. Dongyu, please. The image inside becomes clearer, revealing figures within, and Dongyu recognizes them, exclaiming, Mom, Dad. The figure opened its mouth wide as if begging for help. You're strong now, so please come save us. At that moment, a small hand reached out, the sword falling away. Now Sung-yu had returned to his small body, looking down at his hand in confusion. The two figures engulfed in flames reached out to the boy, questioning why he wouldn't save them. We're suffering like this, and you're leaving. Don't run away again. The boy turns and flees in terror, the stinging rebukes echoing behind him. You weakling. I thought you were stronger, but why are you still stuck in reality? A voice calls out, Senior Sung-woo. Hanho stands there speaking. You've been asleep all day. You must be exhausted. Exhausted, Dongyu clutches his head. Ugh. Hanho glanced outside again. Dongyu remembered their last encounter, recalling Sergeant Kim and the soldiers he was speaking with. Sergeant Kim had said to come with them to the unit and to find him if he needed anything, but there was no reason to visit him while he was so tired. Then putting on his jacket, he said, Wait a moment. Okay. At that moment, Yong-woo quietly tightened his jacket. Stronger. I need to become even stronger. I need to become stronger to save people and leave no one behind. Just then, soldiers appeared in the hallway. The man opened the door and asked, Is he here? Confused, Han hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, but please wait a moment. Suddenly, the soldier burst through the curtain yelling, Wait, do you think this is some kind of game? Hurry up. A fat, balding soldier confidently introduces himself. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Park Seo-young from the 51st Infantry Division. You're a necromancer, aren't you, Sung-woo? Asked, glancing out as he put on his jacket. Park Tae-young casually approached the sofa, sat down and continued. You know we don't have much time to travel such a long distance, right? So I'll get straight to the point. Sung-woo sits down opposite him and answers frankly, Okay. His expression turns sour. You were one of the people who defeated the Hwasong group, weren't you? I want to ask you about some statements related to this issue and about your future cooperation. Testimony is fine, but what kind of cooperation are you talking about? Join the army. Dongyu paused as if hearing a joke, then stared at the man. After processing the words, he helplessly covered his face. Join the army. Your offer has me floored. What reason would I have to join? Bak Tae-yong calmly replied, Our country is in a state of emergency, or more precisely, we're in a state of martial law. So asking you to join the military in this situation isn't against the law, and of course we're prepared to give you special treatment. Dongyu considered this seriously. Not against the law, huh? In a country in turmoil, it's too late for that. Then he asked what I wanted him to do. The man tilted his head, serve the country, reclaim the territory and protect the system. You just need to help with those procedures. Dongyu despaired once more, screaming internally that he was going to be worked to death. But Buk Tae-yong didn't stop there, continuing. You've been in the military before, so I believe you understand these things better than I do. The current situation is unimaginable, and even mobilizing the entire population wouldn't be enough. Yet that guild member betrayed the country and decided to form his own puppet army. Dongyu nonchalantly replies, I'm aware. At this, Buktong looks at him in awe, having saved the people of Yongdongpo, created Korea's first guild, established safe zones, and protected the peace by hunting bosses. After all, he led that group, but he grew impatient and raised his voice. This is no time to be discouraged. The entire nation must unite under the command of the military. The more dire the situation, the more crucial it is to listen to those who can see the bigger picture. Everyone should follow our orders and systematically manage society, becoming the leaders of Korea and its heroes. We have more pressing matters at hand. Shuang Yu starts to pay attention. Wang Waman is surprised by his firm rejection. No, I don't agree. The military has no right to say that. Seeing his rejection, Bak Tae-yong grits his teeth in anger. What Dongyu solemnly stated, that when this happened, the government and military were helpless, and only the people could rely on each other to survive. And you call them a puppet army? North-yong gritted his teeth in anger. He ignored the outburst and continued, We've simply adapted well to the system. Monsters pour out, items are distributed, and quests appear. This is beyond what the country and military can handle. You told me to become a hero, right? I'd rather be a mercenary. Unable to contain himself, he confronted Pian. Are you saying you want to become an enemy of the state? But Yongyu just continued, the people are dying and you're doing nothing. The nation's purpose is gone. This stark revelation unsettles Payan and he angrily grabs Dongwoo's collar. Every word you speak is an insult to us. How dare you deny the country that raised you? Dongwoo pulled away and declared the negotiation over. With that he stood up, turned and walked away. Enraged, Book Taeyong shouted after him, sputtering, "You'll regret this. How dare you insult us like that? Unity and discipline are the roots of human strength. How can you survive against an army alone?" Before leaving, Dongwoo casually retorts, "I'm more comfortable as a lone wolf." Cut to the army on a mission outside where people cheer. "Yeah, it feels different now that the army's here. Everything will go back to normal." Hanho frowned, annoyed. "It was us who saved them, not those soldiers who arrived late." Diyu chuckled, saying it was understandable that everyone needed someone to rely on. "After all, we don't know what's happening to this world." He smiled in response. "Honestly, I feel relieved too. After all, they have more combat experience than we do." Jisoo pondered seriously, realizing they were experts in combat. They may be the strongest and most experienced team, but they don't look so good. For some reason, Hanho cheerfully approached some soldiers, saying, "Excuse me." The two soldiers turned around startled. Yes, we are." "What's wrong?" he asked eagerly. "You're Sergeant Kim's subordinates, right? Last time we met someone else with Sergeant Kim. I think his name was Byung-gun." "Where is he?" The soldiers' expressions twisted at the question and they stammered a reply. "Well, it seems there's something amiss with these Jiang and security soldiers." "Is that so? I wouldn't know since I haven't enlisted." Ju, standing behind, speculated, "Security? Isn't he asking about that private's location?" Hanho approached her, saying, "Jisoo, doesn't the atmosphere feel a little strange?" She replies, "I think so too. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's move somewhere else." Meanwhile, Jung-woo walks down the hall, declaring that his negotiations with the military will end here. "I was going to maintain a good relationship with them, but Pong's words still ring in my head." But little did he know the man ordered him to enlist. He should learn to temper his commands. Suddenly, someone rushed over and called out Sung-yu. He turned around in surprise. "Sergeant Kim." Sergeant Kim rushed over, offering an explanation. "I'm sorry for putting you in this position." Sung-yu smiles and replies, "It's all right, this is the military after all. A soldier can't be held responsible for this." But it was the sergeant who convinced me with his request, right? Hearing that, he scratched his head a little embarrassed while Dong-yu sighed. "Looks like you guys really need me, huh?" With a tense expression, Sergeant Kim affirmed, "Yes, we really need you, Jung-woo, but I didn't know the commander would do this. That's why I thought I should show you this. Even though it's a secret." Dong-woo is taken aback. Cut to outside, where Dong-yu and Empit follow Sergeant Kim, who wonders aloud about the secret. Could it be classified military intel? A moment later, Sergeant Kim stopped and said, "Please wait here for a moment. If I'm caught, I'll be shot on sight. But the soldiers are distracted, so I'll try to sneak it out." Dong-woo watched him, wondering, shot. Whatever the reason is, he really risking his life just to show me something. Sergeant Kim looked uneasy. Someone's watching, let's go in." Soon after, a long staircase appears and Chung-woo's eyes widen in shock at the sight of the item. "What is this?" he asked, pointing at the glowing stone. Sergeant Kim holds the item and replies, "This is the premonition stone. I've heard these items are scattered across the world, allowing people to glimpse into the future. We don't see the exact scenes that will happen, but they're pretty realistic. Whoever is lucky enough to find this will have a huge advantage." This game is called Unbalanced Luck, and Dong-woo's expression grows more tense as he watches. He uttered the word future as he touched the seer stone, which immediately glowed, and a system notification appeared. "You have touched the seer stone Season 2. A burst of light erupts in space." Dong-yu looks up the sky. "Where am I?" His body floats in space. Suddenly, a giant, flaming, skeletal monster streaks past Sung-woo, who cries out in shock. It's turning into bone. Then zombies with glowing red eyes appear in Sung-woo's vision, murmuring on the streets below. Corpses. This entire city is filled with the undead. Wang Wumu stares in confusion at the scene below. This place is a completely ruined world. There's Ju, and my position is exactly the same as it was in the Great Heavenly World. There's Han, and there he is. And the one responsible is a monster, a cool-looking three-horned skeleton breathing fire. If we have to stop something like that, we're doomed. Sung-yu is worried. Yes, that skull is ablaze and heading straight for Sung-yu. Just like that, one side of Chung-o's body was burned away, and a system notification appeared. Season 2 of The Hellish Adventure, a major change is coming on January 1st. Back in the present, Dong-woo frantically grabs his hand, panting. Seeing that exhaustion, Sergeant Kim wondered, "What did you see?" "I saw mountains of bones and the dead, and I immediately thought of you." The notifications keep appearing. Exclusive quest, who is the master of death, type achievement. Objective, choose the Reaper. Reward, top awakener. Exclusive skill, you have foreseen the deaths of thousands, but in your current state you cannot wield such power. If you don't grow stronger to resist it, you'll be assimilated by the power of the apocalypse and become one of them. The location of the death scythe will be revealed upon reaching level 15. Your choices will determine your fate. Dong-woo tries to regain his composure, face buried in his hands, exhausted. What an incredible item, now I have a goal. Sergeant Kim was taken aback. "Hey," Dong-woo thought to himself, grinding his teeth. Damn it, level 15 inches just 2 months before Season 2 starts. If I can't wield the Reaper's scythe, then I'll become the man the future foretold. Which is cool, but not right. Sergeant Kim, I have a question. I know each district has a boss monster. Do you know where they are? He wondered if each area's boss monster had been there from the start. The rewards were tempting, but the danger made him hesitate, but he couldn't anymore. Taking them down was the fastest way to level up. Sergeant Kim, still stroking his chin in thought, suddenly exclaimed, I only know of one boss monster, and it's been a major headache for the Lieutenant General. Eliminating this threat and building a base is his top priority, but without a player like you, it's impossible. Dong Yu decided to go there, and told him that he had convinced me to hunt the boss monster, and Sergeant Kim's face lit up with joy. Siu, hey Dong Yu, called, waving from the top of the stairs. But it won't be free. Sergeant Kim seems a little confused. He turns back, rubs his fingers together, and says of course he'll exchange it for gold right into his hands. Let's cut to Park Tiang, who upon hearing the news, exclaims 1,000,000 none of gold. Is he insane? What did he just say? His expression was filled with disbelief, as the announcer, looking a little embarrassed, tried to smooth things over. After all, no one is more skilled than him. Commander, I've seen Sergeant Kim fight vampires, but his skills are truly on another level. He's better than Sergeant Kim, North Tian asked, relenting slightly. The man replied, there's a slight difference. Sergeant Kim is alone while he commands an entire army. North Tian was a little annoyed, but we're the military. He continued to explain. Even if Sergeant Kim leads the player soldiers, we can't fight the skeletons and subdue him, can we? I'm not afraid of the skeleton army he creates, but I'm afraid that the soldiers will die when we carry out the mission. Commander. Even with more troops and supplies, I believe he's stronger than a battalion. At that moment, Sergeant Kim spoke up. Commander, I have something to say. He calculated that no matter what they had to make Sanju an ally. Sergeant Kim Tong spoke passionately. He's skilled, even gave me information and elixirs. Sanju is a talented man, knowledgeable in everything. We can't sacrifice any more soldiers. I'm sure that money is just a mission fee, B. Yong thought, his beady eyes darting back and forth. The soldiers earn about 6,000 gold a day, and his fee is almost 2 days' worth of their wages. With that calculation, he crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Yes, it's embarrassing, but our top priority is to reclaim the key areas. He thought, a desperate battle against the most fearsome monster controlling the runway we have to eliminate it. If we just sit here, we'll never get out. The regimental commander sent dozens of player soldiers, but they were all wiped out in 10 minutes. They've given up on combat. If only the Wyvern wasn't there, the skies would be the safest route. If we can repair that area, our next evaluation will be significantly upgraded. Peon slammed his fist on the armrest and declared, damn it, we have no choice. Hand him over. The company manager will take care of him. As for that greedy bastard, he grits his teeth in anger, vowing to take back what he gave. Fueled by rage and regret, Sergeant Kim was on edge. As the scene shifts outside, an announcement rings out. 1,000,000 gold has been exchanged, and the two shake hands. The soldier sternly says, we collected this money from the soldiers, please cooperate with us in the near future. Yongyu replies with a smile, but we still can't travel that far in 5 days. He recalls the announcement, one city traffic will be prohibited for 7 days. The accessible area is now Sugan and Waisen. 2. The amount of gold you possess will be doubled. 3. Whenever a second player hunts a monster, you'll get a chance, Dong Yu continued. I just need to handle what's inside right, the man replied. Because danger still threatens the plane, we have to maintain it. Everything will be done in 3 days. You'll be assigned to Sergeant Kang. He's a survivor of the runway attack. Sergeant Kang then appears with a brazen look on his face, saying, I'm Sergeant Kang Jin. Unfortunately, it seems you'll be my assistant. By the way, what's your level? If you're lower than me, does that make you level 0? Dong Yu frowned as he listened. He then replied casually, I'm level 10. This revelation stunned the sergeants, who gnashed their teeth in disbelief. Damn it, what are we even doing? I've been killing orcs all day and it's done nothing. Is this a joke? Dongwu turned back with a smile, saying, it would be better if you could kill the boss monster. Sergeant Kang was furious, veins popping in his forehead. Ha ha ha, not wrong, but don't get cocky, that monster on the runway is different. Dong Yu and his teammates simply waved goodbye, thanking them for the advice, and promising to see them again in 3 days, hoping they'd leveled up by then. Cut to night and everyone gathers outside, confused. Where's Dong Yu? You mean he's not a returnee, he really is something else. I hope he continues to protect us. Ki Ung-soo is overjoyed to see so many people, but the number of survivors in the factory is hard to say. Nearby, Han-ho's father smiled and asked Q, we can create a safe zone when there's danger, right? He turned back and replied, that's right, we don't need to do it right away, because the military is still doing maintenance. Han-ho's parents were a little bored, asking, what are we supposed to do in the future? Food. Of course we need to find food. Q clenches, his fist determined to build a village for the survivors. One way or another, we're all survivors in this situation and there's much work to be done. Those skilled in crafting and production can develop the village, while the military and those suited for combat will hunt and protect it. The main goal is to steadily increase our gold and our forces, he says with a hopeful expression. Han's parents cheered from the sidelines, agreeing it was a brilliant plan. We've always believed in you, Kyung-soo replied. Ah, no, to be honest, Sanju suggested it. I'm not that good. I've already been a failed leader. My team and friends died because of my stupid decisions. How could someone like me lead others? His face fell once more. The two of them were touched by his story. Well, Ki-young-shu leading others in this world is not something an ordinary person can do. Kyung-shu felt disappointed in himself. Yes, that's right. Ba-han laughs in encouragement. What a sad story. But when there was no one else to lead, you stepped up and made a decision, didn't you? You did your best. That alone was an act of courage. Have confidence. You deserve it. Seeing this, Ung-shu couldn't hold back his tears. Become the village chief. He immediately embraces the other. Thank you, sir, he thinks to himself. I don't want the pressure of that position, so I'm leaving it to you. Cut to another place of death and fire where the Dong-yu party has appeared. Han-ho looked around marveling. Wow, it feels like a joke. Dong-yu turns back and says, for our level, this is normal. Just 3 people and a skeleton horse wiped them all out. If they're lucky enough to survive and bring more orcs, they'll be destroyed by the Sword of Demise. If an unusual number show up, we'll just end it with corpse explosion, and Sung-yu can calculate the path for any stragglers. But then a horde of monsters pounces. So Shungu takes aim with his crossbow, dispatching them with ease, and a flood of people rush inside. The 3 of them, led by Jung-hyuk, entered in single file. Han-ho then spoke up, Sunbae, there's a dungeon sign over there. Oh, but this isn't a dungeon, Jung-yu replies. It's the shape of a hammer. So maybe it's a smithy. Let's go in. The 3 then opened the door to a room and system information appeared. Item crafting combination. You can combine items here. 1. Tears of the Ocean Spirit material. 2. Bloodstone of the Demon material. And 3. Core of the Elder Slime, an item dropped by monsters. The search fee requires 1,000,000 gold. 3 colorful orbs appear. Dong-yu thought in amazement, I can combine legendary items. Just how amazing will the result be? I got the Ocean Soul Water from the shop, the Devil Bloodstone from the Orc, plus the Elder Slim's core. Dong-woo picked up the green orb and smiled. Items like these are important. Han-ho exclaimed, oh senior, the result will be random. Then his face lit up, so there's a chance you'll get an item I can use. Like a dagger, for example. Yong-woo replied with a smile, don't you know how lucky I am? Besides, I have 2 orbs, how could I get a dagger? Just then he noticed Ju clasping her hands together, eyes tightly shut in prayer. Jisoo, yes, the notification reappears. The cost is 1,000,000 gold, and the chance of failure is 2%. Do you still wish to proceed? 3 orbs of light glow in the air. Dong-woo exclaims, are you kidding? Of course, continue. The 3 orbs drew closer, as a system message warned that they were merging, urging him to step back behind the table for safety, a thought that echoed in Dong-woo's mind as his expression paled. Jisoo, please tell me this is a joke. Behind you are 2 pairs of glowing eyes. The merging process is complete. Item information, Chaos, Crystal Mythic Grade Orb Effect. This item will grant its user the Chaos attribute increasing mana by 500 granting mana effects and a 3% vitality drain on attacks. Dong-yu accepted the purple gem with surprise, thinking Chaos. Isn't this the same as a demon? It seems like a special concept that isn't easy to understand. Unfortunately, there aren't any items above the legend rank yet, but I can upgrade it. By absorbing all the enemy's mana and converting stamina into continuous absorption, Han-ho exclaimed, wow, just as I expected, you got a really great item. Jisoo was just as happy, saying congratulations. Sung-woo, bewildered, simply replies, thank you, you two. A notification appears you can combine the item 1 Spark Igniter with an unknown Wado material. The cost is 15,000 gold, leaving Jisoo confused. Wait, I can fuse items too. Wado is a curved sword used in the military, similar in shape and material to a Japanese Wakazaki sword. Instantly, her sword was merged with the item. Moments later, the sword transformed into a fiery red, becoming even more powerful. Jisoo exclaimed with satisfaction, noting the increased burn level and added fire surrounding each attack. I like it. Seeing this, Han-ho shouted out in frustration. Wait a minute, what about me? He slams his hand down on the table. At that moment, a faint ray of light emanated from above, and Han-ho, covered in tears and snot, cried out in anguish, only I can't have it. Young-yu forces a smile, saying it seems we'll be getting more gold. I'll buy you an item from the store. Ju reluctantly added, okay, there's bound to be something good there. Cut to the parking garage where things are a bit chaotic. What's going on? At this rate, we can't even use the store, can we? Du asks, peering outside. Blocking the entrance to keep the monsters out seems useless, doesn't it? Han-ho wails in despair. Who did this? Why would they destroy the store? Isn't this where you know where everyone needs to be? Dong-yu picked up the broken pieces, realizing that monsters wouldn't do something like this. Humans inept and reliant on luck, you should all die. The era of new life forms will begin soon. Ju exclaimed, realizing it was the work of something intelligent. She points to the markings on the wall. These look like someone's claw marks. I don't think a monster could write a perfect sentence like that. But what if it's a beast that knows human language and can write na, unless it's a Disney character? Let's head back to the village for now. We cut back to the towering buildings. Empet leads the way with Shungyu, and the others following behind through the chaotic ruins. Just then, someone appeared before them, calling out to Shungyu. Startled Shungyu, exclaimed Sergeant Kim, "What are you doing here?" Sergeant Kim, his face covered in scratches, held a hammer, having just dealt with a group of orcs. "We were assigned to take care of the monsters around here. It feels like I'm back in my old unit again." Yongyu is surprised. "A squad mission." Sergeant Kim, looking down at the corpses below, replied, "It's like a daily quest. We hunt a lot of monsters for the unit every day, and if we do, we get combined rewards." He wonders what good the rewards are for the soldiers, as many injured soldiers are being treated. Sergeant Kim, with a sharp gaze, muses that completing the mission might grant a 10% boost to attack and defense the next day. But he definitely felt something. "These orcs and goblins keep coming from over there. I wonder if this is some kind of response." Hanho sits down, examines a goblin corpse and exclaims, "Wow, there are a lot of them. We didn't even see them coming." "I hope that's not the case, but if it is..." Sergeant Kim clutched his pendant, unwilling to accept such a meaningless death. Ju asked with a sympathetic look. "No one deserted. They must have stayed behind to look for their families." Sergeant Kim looked at his comrades. "There were many at first, but we were immediately defeated. Without reinforcements, it will be difficult to move. But no army would ever let its soldiers run away, right? In the current situation, the army can't offer any strategy or anything at all. We can only gather our soldiers and head to the battlefield. Hand over the gold you've collected. From now on, no one is to access the community." He then thought, if it were the army, I think I would soon get used to the losses, even if there were initial setbacks. But little did he know, they were trying to control the situation in such a rigid way, which is why the Yanzheng Po Prosecutors Guild had a chance to grow even stronger than the military. Shungyu urged, "Let's move. Someone's injured, and it'll be safer in the nearby village." Suddenly, a ferocious monster lunged with its claws, slaughtering the weak. A chaotic scream erupts. Stop it, we're doomed, everyone run inside." They all scramble to escape. Ki Ungshu turns back shouting, "Combat squad, hold the line until everyone escapes." Suddenly, a massive bear monster with glowing red eyes appears behind him. Q glances back in horror. Does this have to happen while Sungwoo's away? Is this going to happen again? No, not if he can pull himself together and face that bear. And just like that, a group of people charged in to attack. The bear monster reached out its claws, but its expression turned foolish. Ki Ungshu leaps into the air, thrusting his spear forward, knowing he'll never give up when there are people he needs to protect. The monster roars its jaws wide as Ki Ungshu successfully strikes. Blood splatters as he cries out in joy, "I did it." Just as he rejoices, the beast's claws suddenly dig into his waist, lifting him up. Oh no, he forgot there were 3 bears. Kyungshu cried out in pain, blood gushing from his wounds. "You're late, Sungwoo." Just then, Sungwoo's peat slashed through the bear, severing the claws, digging into Kyungshu. It looked down at its severed arm and roared, only to be impaled by a sword straight through its skull. From the attack, a flame erupted, and Ju exclaimed, "Good job, Fuzzy Bear." Another monstrous bear appeared, roaring loudly. Blinding slashes erupted, tearing the claws off of me, you monster. Han, snot and tears streaming, could only whimper in despair. "I'm not in a good mood today." Kyungshu sits on the ground, his injuries doing nothing to quell his shock. "Since when did someone appear and speak? I thought I'd exhausted all my strength for the upcoming raid, but I didn't expect you guys to drag yourselves here. Get ready to be summoned." At that moment, Sungyu reached out and summoned his skeletal soldiers. Sergeant Kim and the other soldiers were now terrified by Shungyu's power. No way. A giant skeleton soldier appeared beside Shungyu Sini's, 3 Berserker level 1, a combination race with the condition of more than 4 bear monsters, an effect that reduces the opponent's power and defense by 10% and increases the defense power of allies by 10%. Sergeant Kim couldn't help but marvel once again at how strong not only Sungwoo but his entire team was, and how skillfully they used their powers to hunt. This is so unfair. The Mings aren't as strong as Sungwoo's team, but our comrades and successors can fight just as well. Those sent to battle can't fight like that. They can't die like that. A wounded comrade's pained words echoed in his mind. "Sergeant Kim, I miss my mother." Sergeant Kim gritted his teeth, his heart heavy with doubt. Was following orders the right thing to do? Just then, Dongwoo approached him and said, "Sergeant Kim, tell them we're ready." Sergeant Kim exclaimed in surprise. What is it?" he then said. "The mission to capture the escapees. I think we can begin now." Afterward, the injured were quickly treated by those who were still able, and Hanho and Jisoo approached Kyungshu with words of encouragement. "Kyungshu, you did great. I can't believe you caught a grizzly bear." He chuckled nervously. "It was nothing. I wasn't exactly unscathed." Dongyu gives him a thumbs up, saying, "It wasn't easy for everyone to react. You did your best to protect the village." Kyungshu looked up stunned. "Sungyu, why is another group showing up now? What's going on?" It was none other than Sergeant Kang's group, looking around with smug expressions. "This village is a bit of a mess, isn't it? Looks like a few people have died." Dongyu thought with displeasure was that his reaction to seeing casualties. He calmly replied that there had been a bear raid. The cold-resistant sergeant looked up haughtily. Oh, those things. I caught one too. It was seriously strong. At this, Jung Yu thought to himself, from what I've heard, Sergeant Kang is a 3-star martial artist. A combat-type fighter who doesn't need weapons. Didn't you say you didn't know which badge you received? Sergeant Kim then approached Private Quan Kang asking, are you ready for the raid? Yong Yu wants to proceed as soon as possible. Sergeant Kang cuts him off. Sergeant Kim. He made an ugly face, grinding his teeth as he questioned, since when did you become his mouthpiece? Sergeant Kim paused at those words. Yes. Sergeant Kang then kicked him in the ankle, snarling, does he need to tell me his plan of action personally? Why do you care? Are you sure you're carrying out your duties properly? Sergeant Kim could only grit his teeth and force the words out. Of course, of course. Sergeant Kang grew even more vicious. I don't think so. Do you think I don't know you're always complaining about the senseless deaths during missions? Yeah, and then he even looked back. Looks like the gold's been reduced because you guys aren't performing well enough. You should know the commander always knows the exact location of his troops. Deng Yu observed the situation and thought a precise position for a systematic army, huh? They even collect gold. The soldiers are more like slaves. Sergeant Kim couldn't hold back any longer, shouting, are you saying we're not doing our jobs? Do you know how many of my men have fallen? They died because of the unfair promotions of privates and sergeants like you. The sergeant grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up, his face darkening. Are you crazy? Just shut your mouth and pick up the gold. I'll go catch all those monsters. They died because of your weakness. Is the guy who chose to be a blacksmith and hid behind me now blaming me? Sergeant Kim thought to himself, grinding his teeth. I chose to be a combat blacksmith to help the soldiers survive. Just then Chung Woo appeared, placing a hand on Sergeant Kang's arm and coldly said, we have to go now. You know we don't have much time, right? He glared with eyes almost white with malice, then dropped Sergeant Kim, feigning annoyance. I have to personally discipline this bastard. We're running out of time, let's go. Annoyed, he went to direct his subordinates while everyone rushed to Sergeant Kim's side, concerned. Sergeant Kim, that scumbag. Deng Yu thought to himself. Sergeant Kim's relationships here seem pretty complicated. Sergeant Kim adjusted his chin and forced a smile. I've let you see me humiliated, Shung Yu. He replied, it's okay. Sergeant Kim's staff, Sergeant Quan Chang, is so competitive. I didn't expect him to take his anger out on me. We'll help you with the raid, so we're going to prepare now. With that, he and his teammates turned away. The assault team watched him go, murmuring with concern. Sergeant Kim Ju added that he must be having a hard time. Cut to a road where cars are driving, then stopping to reveal a plane completely torn to pieces. My God, the sergeant exclaimed. A plane can still fly in that condition. Looks like the boss is wallowing in the mud. I tangled with it a few days ago. It's quite the fighter. Deng Yu thinks this guy is full of it. More like he ran away with his tail between his legs. He glared at the man with displeasure. The information he was spouting was nonsense, utterly useless. I know he doesn't want us to fail this raid, but his jealousy and pettiness are too much. Luckily, I got some intel on the boss from Sergeant Kim, so it's not a big deal. A notification rings out, announcing the appearance of the colossal Cho region monster, followed by the arrival of a Cho beast with a massive rugged body. Even the Deng Yu boss is said to have been left speechless. Damn, it's bigger than I thought. Forget taking it down with the 4 bear kings. Kuruk, the giant Cho monster, then glanced to one side. It's looking this way. Then a ground-shaking roar erupts. Sergeant Kang turned and pointed at Yu, saying, well, did you see it? If you give up and run now, you can still get 100,000 gold back. He confidently reached out and replied, it's okay, it's not like I only have one plan. Immediately a notification appears, the call of death has been cast in the current area, and countless zombies crawl onto the monster. It exhaled deeply, then stomped its foot, sending shockwaves that staggered everyone. Deng Yu shouts a warning, the ground is shaking, be careful. Sergeant Kim yells, hey Deng Yu, but the zombies are all dead. Chung Woo calmly reassured himself, wondering if he should level up to match it before unleashing the corpse explosion skill. The zombie corpses then began to explode, and the giant monster couldn't avoid the onslaught. Deng Yu studies the situation, wondering if it's been injured. The monster's wrist snapped, dangling uselessly, but healed almost instantly. This beast wasn't just big, it had incredible defense and regeneration. It should have been weakened by the mantra and the continuous attacks, but it seems completely unaffected. It doesn't have any special skills like slim dragons or earth spirits, but its stamina is overwhelming. This might be his most formidable foe yet. And the monster roars once more. The sergeant turned to question him. Damn it, your special attack didn't work. Even if we ran now, some people would still die, Deng Yu thought calmly. There's still a way to run, but the safest and most effective solution is that it's finally our turn. Jisoo, filled with determination, walks alongside her. Let's go. Han shifts the scene to the military area as an announcement rings out. Prosecutor Yan Diampo has gathered a group of survivors, and their numbers are growing. In Busan, the War Peon Guild is furious at the news. Those traitorous bastards keep growing in number, as if they've been waiting for this opportunity. Why don't we write an article on the military community? The National Defense News is a favorite bulletin board. 1. Our team's current status. 2. The commander's words. 3. Subsidiary bulletin board. 4. Publisher. Don't you think public news will decrease if the guild's growth slows down? He looked up, reminding the commander that as members of the military, we can't just trust unconfirmed news. That thing isn't even on our network. The commander exclaimed in shock. What Flag Book Taeyong explained, information is crucial. Once the military or government is identified, won't the enemy find our location? The commander pondered, but would it be all right? Was it right to trust the orders of his superiors? Though unfamiliar, isn't the system's influence too great to ignore? This system truly has the power to control soldiers. Back at North Yong, he asks, "Oh, you've already relayed the message to the troops, haven't you? After taking down the boss, the next target is that bastard, and anyone who doesn't cooperate will be eliminated." The commander replied, "Yes, I've already done it. Sergeant Kang and 2 platoons will take care of that, leaving Sergeant Kim no choice but to cooperate." With narrowed, sinister eyes, Book Se-yong asked, "I think that bastard has allies. Does he have any weaknesses?" The commander recalled one of them, the frail Jew, saying, "A Jew is easily frightened, but being a girl, I don't know how strong she is." I don't like him being assessed," the commander continued. "Another one's pretty low level. He uses a dagger, though he's physically weak, always hiding behind the summoner, and only attacking the weak." He's describing Han Ho. Hearing that, Book Taeyong was thrilled. "Perfect, go check it out, but don't engage yet. Take at least 1,000,000 gold. No, even more than that is the goal of this attack." Upon hearing this, the commander frowned, thinking, isn't this more like robbery than military work, more concerned with taking gold than killing potential enemies? "No, don't worry about that. We're soldiers. We have no choice but to obey orders. Sergeant Kang will surely complete the mission." On the battlefield, the grotesque monster charged forward. "Is that all you've got? Do you have any stronger moves?" "The Holy Shield Guardian is on the move. I am the king's neighbor," the man shouted. From above, Ju plunges her sword into the monster's neck, but against its massive form, it's like a mosquito bite. Still, the beast roars in pain, thrashing wildly. Ju quickly leaped away, landing back on the ground, and analyzed the situation. The boss was huge, but slow. This is our chance to win. The sword embedded in the boss's body has now been tied with rope. Ju shouts Hanho, "I've prepared the rope, you can start now." Hanho, looking fierce, begins to draw his sword. Ju acquired a climbing rope. Unlike ordinary ropes, this one is unbreakable. "We'll use it to bind the monster's legs, then toss the rope up to the sergeant." The monster roared, its massive jaws wide, leaving the sergeant stunned by the sight. "What's going on? I thought he was just some necromancer's servant, but he's incredibly strong." It was as if they were messing with a giant opponent. Attacking its head was no problem. He gnashed his teeth in envy, wondering if this guy was stealing their spotlight to boost his reputation. A notification appears. 3 seconds remain to create a barrier. Hanho shouts, "Win now." Sergeant Kim took out a dazzling goblin and replied, "Hanho ready." A notification appears, "You've defeated a goblin. The barrier effect will activate." Sergeant Kim orders his team to attack the next goblin. "Hurry." Sergeant Kang was astonished. They were hunting goblins and raising the market price at the same time. He glanced over at Han Hong, who stood there beaming with pride at his plan. After all, this skill still needed to be maintained to kill monsters. Then he looked at Ju, betting that woman didn't have much experience or combat training. Fighting monsters is different. "But I didn't expect this situation. Wouldn't it be better to just kill him now?" As he calculated, he reached out to Chungwoo, who was frowning and thinking, "Hey, are you trying to tie yourself to Han Ho?" Remembering what Sung Yu said, "It's too dangerous, we should ask Andit to do it," Jis replied. "But if we get hit by the boss, we'll fail immediately." Jisoo pouted. "Hey, what about my opinion?" she continued. "It's best if Han Ho and I do it. Our reflexes are pretty good. With Han Ho's shield skills, the boss's attacks won't be a problem." Han Ho nodded in agreement. "She's right. I have my shield." Sungwoo thought to himself, "Isn't shield pressure more like a transformation skill?" Then he said, "Let me consider it. I need to ensure your safety to surprise them." Ju exclaimed Sung. "Woo, we're not your protectors. Let us be your allies. Please trust us more." With unwavering eyes, they looked at him, but back in the present, a large log slams into the ground. Han, looking fierce, wraps ropes around himself and the monster Joe, trying to drag it away. Moments later, the giant body collapses. The boss monster, it's down. Dongwoo steps forward. "I love watching you grow strong, but it seems it's my turn." Guardian spirits appear behind him. The sergeant gritted his teeth, thinking, "Is this really a necromancer? Damn it, his salary is protected. I can't attack him." Dongyu then retrieved a sword, announcing a Dragon Knight sword without a master. "It thirsts for blood, so attack." And with that, his skeleton soldiers charged forward. The monster chomped down on the skeletons as Dongwu reappeared, looking down and asking, "How do you like my cooking? In case you need more nutrients, I packed something extra in there." The monster still has it in its mouth. Dongwu spoke, and a second explosion erupted, unleashing a torrent of attacks as the space was engulfed in flames. He approached cautiously, knowing that in most cases the boss could not be revived. "I bet you do too." And with that, he plunges his sword into the monster. A notification appears. "You have annihilated the monster boss of the No Yule Monster Zone and received 2,200,000 gold. You have received a special reward for killing the main boss. All stats have increased. You have received a special reward for killing the main boss. You have received a special item box and leveled up to level 11. There are 4,851 days left to prove my authority, Dung Wu declared, pointing his sword forward. I've already wasted 98 days on this hunt. I'll choose the Essence Forging rank-up card. With this, I can create a wider variety of items. Sergeant Kang was now in a panic. No, it can't be. Was it really that easy? Dung Yu turned and said, looks like my contract with the military ends here. I'll be taking the corpse. From the start, I only promised to take it down. Sergeant Kang glanced back, calculating whether he could attack now. With over 20 soldiers here, it might be possible. Okay, approach slowly and strike the back of his head. He feigned a smile, acting as if he were at his command. Rong Yu, already aware of his wicked intentions, sneered Sergeant Kang. It seems you've walked right into a trap. Too late. His eyes gleamed with ruthless intent. Sergeant Kang swung his flaming fist maliciously. You bastard, you noticed. Die. The power of space exploded, obscuring the scene as the energy dissipated. Sergeant Kang exclaimed in disbelief. A shield Dung Wu had managed to block the attack. Dung Wu calmly assesses the situation, summoning bone fragments that assemble into a shield. The sergeant grits his teeth. A shield. He retracted his fist, clicking his tongue at the failed surprise attack, and ordered his subordinates. Soldiers, where are you? Attack those summons, I'll kill him. Without those skeletons, the four of you are nothing. Then he lunged forward, throwing another massive punch which Yongwu blocked with his shield. As he raised his sword to strike, the sergeant countered with a delayed action kick, then mocked him once more. With your bare hands, you think that fist can… Yongwu doesn't respond, his face dark as he slashes out, forcing the other man to lean back and dodge. What the hell? He curses at the sergeant and jumps back to dodge. Just then, a long cut appeared across his nose, and the sergeant exclaimed, Daggers, but your hands were empty just a moment ago. Where did you pull that from? Dung Yu replied, removing a few bone fragments. The armor I'm wearing is made of bone, so it has the essence of bone. With my bone weaponry skill, I can change its form however I want. As he said this, he created 2 daggers, thinking that the more proficient he became, the more useful these 2 skills would be. The sergeant's facial wound bled more and more as he screamed, Stop acting so high and mighty, you dog. When it comes to strength, physique, and close combat, I'm still far superior to you. At that moment, he looked at the bones on the ground in confusion. What? Shung Yu calmly replied, Of course, Skotan's bones can be used to create weapons. Following Dung Yu's command, the bones transform into weapons, piercing Sergeant Kang's body, causing him to bleed profusely. Does Dung Yu have any other abilities to show off? The sergeant roared, his face contorted in fear. Why haven't those coolies come to help me? Sergeant Kim and the others just watched in silence as he questioned, Are you just going to stand there? Yeah. Sergeant Kim muttered, clutching the dog tags of his fallen comrades. Are you pretending to be dumb? Sir, you should know without us having to say it. Corporal K, I've decided to stay alive. I don't want to follow you to a pointless death. Sergeant Kang Na, 3, then roared. Ha, what do you mean you want to live? Do you want me to kill you right here? Your behavior is an act of treason, you hear me, Millilit. You're just soldiers who know how to hunt, aren't you? You don't protect civilians, you just serve them to extort money. The other soldiers angrily roared. That's right, we can't take it anymore. Just then the commander arrived with an army, questioning them in a panic. What in the world is going on? Sergeant Kang, riddled with weapons, still manages to shout. Commander, what took you so long? The commander asked, pulling out several weapons. What's going on? Private Sergeant Kim spoke up. Commander, the soldiers in the other platoons have told us about the operation, but we're no longer qualified to be soldiers. This left everyone stunned. The commander quickly turned around, shouting, Sergeant Kim, we understand you, but should we really do this? Look at this world. We can't live anywhere else but the military base. Sergeant Kim strained to say, Do you understand? Ju agreed. Those words really backfired. Shung Yu, if he were in charge, his subordinates would have a hard time. The commander retorts, You think the commander will turn a blind eye to this? You know the penalty for desertion. Sergeant Kim turned to the Sung Yu group and replied, The punishment we feared has kept us enslaved, but with these people here we'll stand tall. Sergeant Kang then roared, You fools, just cough up the gold and I'll take care of you useless lot myself. Then he pulls out a syringe, saying he didn't want to use it as a soldier, cries out in alarm. Wait, that sergeant is injecting something into himself while gritting his teeth. Shut your yap, you can't even train a few soldiers. Seeing this, Dung Yu frowned with worry. What is that? A syringe. That's definitely not medicine. The sergeant roared, his body grotesquely, bulking with muscle, tearing his clothes apart, as Sergeant Kim frantically evacuated everyone. Everyone run. He then reminded Sung Woo, Be careful. Sung Yu, that's an IV drip, the kind that turns people into monsters. The commander tensed, trying to intervene. Sergeant Kang, calm down, you mustn't. Instantly, a claw slashed out, decapitating the commander. Sergeant Kang had transformed into a ferocious tiger, his claws dripping with blood. Han anxiously exclaimed, Brother, he's turned into a were-tiger. Even Yongwu was shocked, thinking only those who didn't choose a card could become monsters. With eyes gleaming, Sergeant Kang roared, Come and get me if you dare. Sword in hand, Ju rushes forward, but those sharp claws aim for her face. In the nick of time, she ducks, dodging the attack with her heightened senses. Ju then used her arm strength to jump up, unleashing flames with her blade, her eyes gleaming as she thrust forward. Her sword pierces the sergeant's claw, but he swings his arm with force, sending the lighter Ju flying since her sword is stuck. Before she could escape, she was struck with a powerful blow, then slammed to the ground. Han cried out. Jisoo coughed up blood in agony, as Sungyu roared. Cerberus announces the buff Hellgate Guardian, a canine-type buff, requiring 3 or more canine creatures. Attack speed plus 10% strength plus 10% consecutive attack power plus 50% and nearby defense. 加50%. Dong Yu's eyes flashed with rage. I wasn't going to kill you, I just wanted information about the army, but you've crossed the line. You won't be leaving here alive. And so he led the skeleton soldiers towards the sergeant, causing a spatial tremor before cutting to the army. Just then, a soldier burst in announcing, Lieutenant, the soldiers have returned. Old man Baek Tian beamed. Really, tell them to come in. Sergeant Kim then entered with a cold expression as Baek Tian exclaimed, Oh, you made it back alive. Well, did you succeed? He eagerly greeted them, but Sergeant Kim replied with a serious expression, We defeated the boss. Yongvi stuttered, Good, very good, but where is Sergeant Kang and the commander? He tried to answer, but they were all dead. He was now confused. What's going on? And that guy, why is he showing up at the door now? Let's talk about the sergeant. And your plan to take me out. Just then, a fleet of military vehicles arrived, and a group of soldiers jumped out demanding, Who's there? Which unit dares to rest without permission? Sergeant Kim from the 1st Division. Wasn't he with the Air Force? The group was terrified at the sight of the skeleton soldiers. What the, is that a skeleton? A necromancer? They're rebelling. Someone asked anxiously. Sergeant Kim, what's going on? Sergeant Kim happily replies. Everyone, we're free now. Meanwhile, Dong Yu is dragging Payan towards the door. As he stepped inside, he decisively threw the man to the floor, never expecting his own soldiers to commit such violence. Inside the room, a figure sits at work as Bukti struggles to speak. Commander, the so-called commander said with a serious expression, I'm very disappointed in you. Lieutenant P is certain the riot showed signs beforehand, and he should have stopped it then. Dong Yu spoke up. I don't know why this happened, but are you saying that if you send your soldiers to the battlefield and they don't listen, it's a riot? He continued drinking his water, and asked, Did you push him down that path? You strategized carefully. He further reminded, We survived because we adapted quickly, but this is war. From the start, our soldiers were sent to hunt monsters, and I found a way to replace those with flagging spirits. Dong Yu sneered at this. Oh, so you're talking about the combined effect of this system, forced compliance and the pain of being burned for disobedience. Just then, Chi slammed his glass on the table. Damn it, but it's still working. Only then could the main force survive. On the first day, many soldiers were sacrificed to deal with the monsters. And then a combined power forced them to stay together. A notification appeared, a hidden combined power would be triggered due to the shared loss. A combined list appears 1, the hidden thorny path of patriotism. A special type of combined power conditions met effects. Your commander will be granted the commander class. Granting the commander class. The commander can order you to do anything, and disobedience will be punished. All abilities and pain sensations will be suppressed as if burned. Group missions are assigned daily at 6:00 a.m. Upon completing your mission, you'll receive a buff for a limited time, but desertion will be marked on your record if you refuse orders or leave the area. Immediately after, you'll receive the deserter penalty and be constantly hunted by nearby monsters. The commander then yelled, All nearby legions have been defeated and destroyed. This is war, and it's normal to ask soldiers to rush onto the battlefield. Is Xiong Yu questioning war itself? Compared to you, they're just mindless monsters following a simple pattern. This is a survival game. Until we know the identity of this system, we're just pawns on a chessboard controlled at its whim. Let's focus on the main issue. Why did you tell them to kill me? He growled. He then revealed that it was because he was sure that one day he would become a troublemaker. Yang Yu was puzzled. Doesn't he realize this will create independent organizations? He replies that if the people want stability, the military will soon re-establish it. Such a vast national system will need many to operate it, powerful people who can connect talents like us. He suddenly raised his voice, saying that people like you will only stand at the bottom of a soon-to-be rebuilt society. Those who create independent organizations like that sly old Didong Po should be eliminated. This is the right path. As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the table. Yang Yu frowned, eyeing the bow on the desk, wondering if he was being directly targeted. You think that bow and arrow can take me down? Don't make me laugh. He then sighed in frustration. I've already given the soldiers the freedom they wanted. So just give me the pass and we'll leave as soon as the main mission is over. Hearing this, the old commander angrily shouted, You traitorous bastard, these soldiers are all national assets. Dong Yu, no longer holding back, unleashed a terrifying aura, saying, I'm not telling you to negotiate with me. Hand it all over if you don't want to die. The old commander was terrified. Fine deal. You have to leave Wonong and Suo as promised. But can't you return the soldiers? I need people to rebuild this nation. Dong Yu remembers Sergeant Kim and his comrades refusing outright. No, he would only enslave them in exchange for combined power. The two approach and shake hands as a notification appears. You have earned 45688 gold. A notification pops up and Sungwoo recoils in disgust, thinking, is that all? I thought he would have gotten a lot from the group quests. He asks again. Oh, and one more thing, where did you get the beast transformation of pure wind? He growls. Why would I tell you that? This isn't what we agreed on. Wrong, you wiped away an invisible tear, feigning pity. I was just thinking about staying here a little longer. Oh, I was just thinking about going back to that life. Mai is making me cry. You know you shouldn't act on your own before signing the commitment, right? The pets in the back chimed in and the commander, gritting his teeth reluctantly, replied, I don't know who they are, but they call themselves home visitors. They said they sell items not found in stores, so I bought a few things. Yang-woo thought to himself, how suspicious. Then he asked, where are they? The commander replied, I don't know. They wouldn't answer any of my questions, only saying that relying on the Retspin's luck was foolish and pointless. That's their catchphrase. After hearing that, I decided to buy the item. Relying on luck. Dong-yu thought to himself, I bet those words are written on the shop's walls. Fools who rely on luck deserve to die. The new era will begin soon. Were they the ones who destroyed the store? He turns and walks away, not forgetting to remind him. Well, I'm off. Don't forget the combined strength. I'll double-check with Sergeant Kim. Suddenly, he reaches for a bow and arrow, saying, wait, you forgot something. He fires a shot, declaring it the nation's punishment, and shouts, die, traitor. A soldier with a bow rushes in, firing an arrow straight into Jungwoo's back as Buxiong and his men grin. Is this the end? But Dong-yu has returned, creating a shield. I knew this would happen. There's no way a commander like you would let me be. The two were shocked, blurting out, a vampire. What are you doing? Shoot, hit him. Kill that bastard. Shots fired at Xung-yu, but the bones break apart and fly back. A system notification rings out. You have killed a level 4 player and earned 8,000 gold plus a double reward. You have killed a level 3 player and earned 6,000 gold plus a X2 bonus. The commander watches in horror as the bone soldier charges. Don't come any closer. He then pulls out an item. Stop right there. This is a bomb. Xung-yu is shocked. A bomb, he roared. That's right. You think I wouldn't come prepared. This is a concentrated essence from the abyss that I bought from those merchants. I even tested it on orcs. He looked incredibly smug, confident that the explosion would kill both Xie and himself. He simply told him to do it, causing the man to panic and cry out in confusion. What's wrong? You smiles eerily. I told you to do it. The orc leader's bomb is only slightly tilted, so I really want to try this out. The commander then waved his hand and shouted, Don't come near me. You'll really die from this. Just then, a skeleton soldier burst through the window and grabbed his arm, crushing it. The commander wept in agony. Dong-woo spoke again, pointing out that the commander only talked about rebuilding the country, never about saving its people. He was no soldier, just a coward concerned with his own safety. His eyes burning, he moved in close. The commander screamed as the traitor was immediately torn apart by the bone soldiers in a gruesome display. Immediately, a notification appears announcing that he killed a level 3 player and obtained 6,000 gold plus a double reward, as Dong-yu wipes the blood from his face with disdain. A self-proclaimed commander at level 3. Seems he didn't even bother to level up. Just as I thought, he doesn't know a thing about how the world works. Looks like he was just focused on collecting gold from the combo effect. Even so, he didn't have much, but you still got 45688 gold. Suddenly, turning to a nearby cabinet, he tells the little one to open it, and she quickly yanks the doors open. Xung's eyes widened as he saw the vials of liquid, realizing why there was so little gold. So this is where it was hidden. Dong-yu picked up a vial, and the item information appeared. Beast Transformation Serum, unspecified grade, player-crafted item. A temporary werewolf transformation. This serum was extracted from my friend after he became a beast. Inject this and you'll transform into a beast. But don't worry, you'll be back to normal in 20 minutes. Han-ho uses his healing ability on Ju then, says, Jisoo, wouldn't a divine elixir be better than my newly acquired healing? Jis said, there are still many injured and untreated soldiers. Also, you need to improve your healing skills. Han-ho, the effect just now was lacking, but increasing proficiency will help a lot. Han-ho pouted as he looked at the trembling, awkward skeletons who didn't dare look him in the eye. Yeah, but I get sad every time I see those guys. At that moment, Pech coolly approached Han-ho to comfort him. The two embraced tightly, and he cried with emotion. I knew it, you're the only one who chose the right side. Xung-yu steps forward, asking Ju, have you recovered at all? Ju replies with a disappointed look, I'm so ashamed of myself. Dong-yu, I thought I could handle the tiger, but it suddenly attacked me. I was overconfident. He smiled, encouraging her. It's because you haven't mastered your skills yet. But I think it's better to specialize in dealing with a specific monster type, since only a few monsters have the form or characteristics of a tiger. Dong-yu then turned to Han-ho. Han-ho, learning recovery skills is a good choice. At worst, we can at least deal with Gualag's Undead army before the priest arrives. To fight Bon Undead in close combat, he has recovery skills, and he's even more defensive when fighting at long range with his daggers. This job combination is a bit strange, but if he can develop it well, can I even defeat him? Han-ho suddenly calls out, Senior. he uttered with a bewildered expression. When I first saw this cloak I had one too, but why are the colors different? Dongyu replied, I got this item in a special item box after killing a boss. But the items inside are random. The item information appears King of the Night Cloak Mythic Grade outerwear magic damage reduced by 10%. You can hide in the shadows but you'll be exposed when attacking, and can be detected by sense skills. Hanho, having received nothing, is filled with envy and admiration. Kneeling on the ground she pounded her fists, wanting to see and hear no more. Why is it always you? Seeing this, Dongyu quickly took off his cloak. Or I could lend you mine. Just then Sergeant Kim came out calling for Chungwoo, saying they were finished there. Aside from those searching for their families, we decided to join the village. Some people held on to their beliefs until the very end. I suppose they'll find their own way to survive. The responsible and brave ones died in the beginning. I have no hope for the others. Yang Yu smiled and said, then let's return to the village. There's still so much for us to do. He frowned, realizing there were only 3 days left until the main quest ended, and he had to keep hunting. Elsewhere, people happily lined up for food, treated the wounded, and dealt with the remaining monsters, everyone fulfilling their duties with joy. The reckless youths then dragged the goblins behind their vehicle, terrifying them as a notification appeared. Level up to 12. Samsung Yu sighs. Seriously, if this keeps up, when will I ever reach level 15? Another notification appears. Strength increased by +3. Dongyu realizes his strength is 13 + 6, enough to beat the orcs but useless against that bastard. He must reach level 15 quickly and protect the Death Scythe. A notification appears. Main trend, Chapter 1. The long night has ended, and gold acquisition will be doubled during this event. Movement restrictions have been lifted. Han excitedly exclaims. Oh, double gold. The notification screen continues. Guide to the main trend begins. Chapter 2. Confronting a Grand Destiny, sent to all survivors. Congratulations on reaching Chapter 2. Many lives were lost in the previous chapter, but those who survived will grow stronger, and you must all be wondering what your fate is in this world. The game's purpose and the path to the answer will soon be revealed. Now is the time to grow stronger and face the world. Important note number 1, this event will continue for the next 20 days and all movement restrictions will be lifted. However, double gold acquisition has ended. 2 massive rewards from boss raids are appearing all over the world, and in some cases they may even attack safe zones. 3. The angel and demon selection will now begin. Seek out traces of the omnipotent Horn tribe across the world. The 3 of them looked at the content together, and Jisoo exclaimed, Here we go again. Dongyu sighed, I don't think this game will work. But he secretly analyzed that the most important thing was the boss raid, the key to his rapid level up. Second angels and demons? I have no idea what this will be like. Suddenly Hanho looked at his phone and exclaimed, Hey, check this out. He exclaimed in disbelief. What? The rankings just updated, Hanho said, holding out his phone. The content showed the rankings for the Korean region, Hangok level 15, and Prosecutor Yan Di-dung level 13. Wow. Number 157 level 12, number 400 level 12, number 5002 level 12, you exclaimed in shock. Number 1 is level 15. I go hunting, you take breaks, and you're still level 12. How is that even possible? And he's not even an experienced online gamer. Is it really possible? Jisoo frowned, thinking, those ranked 4th and 5th are strange. Doctor, it looks like they're in the same group, but they're both top rankers. Han Ho-ho excitedly held up the screen again. Chak seniors. What's with this overexcited community all of a sudden? Han cries out, the rank 2 prosecutor is coming to meet him. A system notification quickly appeared, Player's Guide Volume 3. Public announcement. 38-star constellation. 157. Requests an official meeting with the prosecutor, as a representative of the Freedom Guild, Korea's premier survivor guild of 500 elite players. We overcame the crisis, saved lives, and will finally reveal the truth of this game. We've heard a lot about your courageous actions from the community. Mr. Shooting Star 157. That's why we're so eager to formally meet through this platform. We sincerely hope you'll join our guild, and Prosecutor Yan Di-dung will personally come to meet you. Please accept this request. Dongyu wondered in astonishment. A public announcement on the community platform. What are they after civilization has already collapsed? The world had become selfish towards survivors, and Prosecutor Yan Di-dung surely had a reason for approaching him. I knew we'd meet again someday, he thought with a sigh. Trouble seems to be arriving early. A massive explosion suddenly erupts before everyone's eyes, shattering the calm. Shungmin Hum excitedly proclaims that Yan Di-dung travel restrictions have been lifted, giving him a chance to expand his power, while Shungmin Hoa scoffs, calling him ignorant as she adjusts her glasses, noting the raid on the boss. Monster, and angels, and the presence of demons. We need to gather more information about this. What? She'll figure it out while hunting anyway. Even if this situation arises, our mission is to deal with them. Choi Dong-hoon then calmly stated, we will save people by eliminating monsters. To prevent the world from reverting to the Stone Age, we must do everything we can. Dong Min H thought to himself in admiration. As expected of prosecutor Yandi Dung Po, a warm heart and a compassionate nature, a truly irresistible charm. This is the man who will save this country. The more he thought about it, the more moved he became, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Shungbin Hoa sighed, he's crying again. She then looked down at her phone, realizing the prosecutor also wanted to recruit powerful players, so she sought out the strongest in the community. But there was no trace like a ghost. So I contacted the third strongest player, the Grim Reaper. The person beneath you. Upon hearing that, Shung Min Heem exclaimed in shock. The Soul Summoner. I thought he saved a lot of people in Seoul, but I guess some say the world revolves around money now, right? Dung Min Hoa, looking at his phone, said he didn't get paid for it, and even if he did, he only asked for a reasonable amount, which in this world is considered proper. Perhaps this person is more praised by the community than prosecutor Yan Dium-po. Shung Min Heem added fuel to the fire. What, even more than our prosecutor? Yeah, Sung Min Hoa continued reading the comments. It seems he played a major role in taking down that vampire group, and the survivors are still spreading the word. But it's only temporary. There's a vast difference in reputation and player support. Choi Dong-hun then spoke up again. This is exactly why I should learn more about him. Then he thought, according to the information, the necromancer is only in a group of 3, and he has leveled up to level 12 with just those 3. Aside from the top-ranked player, his speed is unmatched. It's time to find out who he is. If he becomes a threat in the future. Choi Dong-hun tightened his grip on his sword. Just then, Shung-min, still scrolling on her phone, exclaimed, Prosecutor, we've got a response. Dennis from K-Star 157 replied, We're waiting for you. Choi Dong-hun exclaimed, Then hurry up, let's get ready to go to Sugon Hwaseong. The sun rose high in the sky, as Han-ho asked meeting prosecutor Yan Dium-po. Are you uncomfortable? Senior Chung Yu replies, we had to meet them eventually. If I get any classified information, it'll help me level up faster. There's no way I can reach level 15 just by hunting normally. Suddenly, a fleet of motorcycles roars up. Tae-yong frantically reports an attack, and Jung-woo exclaims, An attack? He gritted his teeth in anger. That's right, those strange bastards suddenly attacked us. Yang has been captured. By the Golden Moon Deer. They were looking for something, and when I said I hadn't seen it, they attacked me. I lost them, but they'll be here soon. Jews seriously suggest that they're from another area, and they might even take hostages to reveal our location. Dong-yu coldly tells me to take him to those bastards, and we cut to a different street where a group of men are beating someone, one of them exclaiming in annoyance. This bastard won't talk. He'll be beaten to death. Yang Shich, though battered, grits his teeth and steels himself. I have to endure. If I reveal the village's location, I'm dead. I have to hold on until Tae-hyung arrives. The rooster-haired man raised his club and roared. I'm tired of this. Let's just kill this bastard and find that deer. His face showed excitement as he prepared to kill. Just then, Tae-seung arrived with Seung-woo calling out to Yongshik, prompting the staff wielder to turn around with a smug grin. Well, look who's here. Seems you brought your big brother and sister along. By the way, have you seen the golden deer? If so, I'll let you off. Just tell me which way it went. He looked arrogant, like he was asking for a beating. Dong-yu calmly asks, We haven't seen it. Why are you looking for the golden deer? The man frowns. Ugh, you guys are wasting my time. Then he suddenly stuck out his tongue with a lewd expression, saying, Oh, your pretty sister is here. This place isn't great, but I want to go on a date with her. The others teased, Oh, come on, not again. Ju, displeased, glared and hissed. I'll kill you, and Dong-yu has already given me permission. Alright, come on then. He arrogantly swung his staff and charged forward. Kill me, I shouldn't have been so polite. Just stand still. The tip of his staff crackles with electricity. His attack looks pretty impressive. Ju dodges as he wildly swings his staff and shouts. Haha, how do you like that? My skill will knock you unconscious if it touches you, so just take it while I'm being nice. Ju nimbly dodged, then drew her sword slicing forward in one swift motion to the thug's horror. His wrist severed, he collapsed in agony, screaming, My hand, the underlings began to panic. Boss, she's no ordinary woman, kill her. Then one of them unleashes a fireball. Ju didn't even blink as these fools rushed toward her with the expressions of vengeful gods, still unaware of her true power as they hurled insults. He killed our boss, get him. Ju's eyes blazed as she unleashed a fiery sword strike. A lackey shouts, Ugh, it's coming. Before he could finish his sentence, the crossbowman's neck was slashed. Han-ho stood tall. Using crossbows to attack women, my silver armor won't allow it. Just then, one of them grabbed Yongshich, held a knife to his throat, and threatened, Stop or I'll slit his throat. Taedong cried out in alarm as Yongshich was still being threatened. Don't move oblivious to what's behind you. Chung-woo appears like a demon, slitting the man's throat in one swift motion. Gah! A notification quickly appeared. You have acquired 8000 gold from hunting players. The remaining players quickly jumped into their vehicles and fled, not forgetting to hurl threats as they left. We gotta run. We'll be back to wipe you out, Tae. Yong rushed over in a panic. Yongshik, are you alright? Despite his injuries, Yongshik replies with a smile. Hey. I'm still alive. Han-ho crossed his arms, saying, Senior, you're more of a thief than I am. Dong-yu replied, That's why I lent it to you. But with an exaggerated expression, Han Ho refuses, surrounded by a pink aura. I reject this cheap pity. I want something else. Dung U, as if he saw it coming, jumped back in shock. Don't come any closer or I'll hit you, Han Ho pouted in displeasure. You're talking about luck, huh? Just how good is that golden deer that Yang Shik is being treated like this? Taeyong frowned. Yang Shich exclaimed, I guess that thing must be amazing. Suddenly Ju pointed in one direction. Sungwoo look. Yeah, there's a golden deer right in front of them. Everyone exclaimed, a golden deer. A notification appeared. Hidden quest: capture the lucky golden deer to achieve the objective. The golden deer hunt's reward is a ticket to secret stage 1. Jisoo marveled as she watched the screen. A quest, huh? Looks like we have to catch it. Han Ho smirked. See, that golden deer sure is lucky. It senses the danger. He panics as he's surrounded by zombies. The death knell has begun in the area. The golden deer quickly turns and flees as Yang Yu waves his hand giving the order. Damn it, the wolf pack is chasing it. It's heading for the valley. The golden deer turned into an alley, and I rushed after him. Damn, was I too hasty. Just then something suddenly appeared before golden deer, and she cried out in terror. In the alley, a massive wolf gnaws on another beast, a dire wolf. The dire wolf, spotting its new prey, began to growl wildly with desire. Shung Yu's elite wolf soldiers halted as Shung Yu's eyes gleamed at the sight of the beast. Its eyes began to blur and sweat poured as it sensed the danger. Grew! It cried out, then leaped onto the walls and fled. The golden deer breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment Chung Woo's troops charged in. A notification appears: you've completed the hidden quest capturing the lucky golden deer. Rewards will be granted now, ticket to secret stage 12. Han Ho looked uneasy. Wasn't that a little strange? Did the reward money scare it away? Dung Yu pondered. Didn't it just make a judgment based on its own thoughts? The prisoners have been attacking relentlessly, but they flee at the slightest sign of trouble. How can we possibly defeat them? After a moment he said it was troublesome, but it was time to keep his promise, so they should return to the village first. Quickly night fell, the moon rose high, and the group returned to the village standing before everyone. Whispers arose: was Prosecutor Yan Deung-po really coming? The Free Union Hall. The person we're about to meet must be amazing. Brother Su, suddenly someone pointed in amazement. Oh, look up there, Dung Yu said happily. Even with W in the sky, it's still so noisy, Han Ho remarks impressed. The best guild in Korea is here for him, as helicopters appear in the sky. The helicopter quickly lands, and Choi Dong-hoon steps out with his teammates. Dong-hoon purses his lips. So this is the second in command. Prosecutor Yan approaches, a friendly smile on his face, extending his hand, saying it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, actually my name is Choi Dong-hoon. While the two of you were shaking hands, a camera flashed. Seizing the moment, Shung Min Huang smiled, saying moments like these should be recorded, knowing what the future holds. This moment could be considered a historic one, while the camera owner weeps in the background. My camera. Suddenly Sung Min Heo's eyes sharpened. The story of Prosecutor Yang Debor. Sung Woo now knows what the guild members think of their master. To be honest, Prosecutor Yan Deung-po is quite attractive. At that moment, Soo-hyuk glanced behind him, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Some of the boys and girls were blushing as they looked over there. Wow, he's so handsome. Just look at his coat and weapons. He's so tall. He's different, worthy of being called a hero. Even this guy can't resist beauty. Dung Yu frowned at their reactions. It's the first time the villagers have met him, and they're already like this. The girls exclaimed. Yan Deung-po, the prosecutor, is looking this way, but thinking about how attractive he is won't make him work harder. Meanwhile, Han Ho's eyes are sparkling with curiosity. His eyes look just like a vampire leader's. Is that pure faith I see in his eyes? Or am I just being too sensitive? Cut to a more secluded location where Dung Yu opens the door for Choi Dong-hoon. Come on in. A little later, a table is set with cans of soda and some food. Choi Dong-hoon sat down to rest and began to speak. These past few days I've seen expressions I've never seen before. Dung-woo, who had just arrived, didn't quite catch that. Yes. He smiles again, a look of contentment and security. I knew it. I knew coming here was the right decision. Dung-woo sat down across from him and asked, Is that so? Is the Yeongdongpo area safe? Choi Dong-hoon chuckled. That's because the survivors from Soon are all gathering in Dongpa. Many have died, but since the survivors have gathered here, it's become much more lively. 3,000 people, that's how many are in the Adungbo district. Dung-woo is shocked by the news. That many, Dung-hun continued. I guess we'll break 4,000 soon. It's so crowded. Wouldn't having more people be beneficial? Is that why he's active in the community? Choi Dong-hun became pensive. There's a misunderstanding. I just want to save more people, and having too many isn't a good thing. Of those 3,000 people, how many do you think can adapt to the current situation? He leads 3,000 people. Wow. He couldn't help but wear a jealous expression as Choi Dong-hun spoke up again. That's why we really need someone skilled. And frankly, I've been watching you, Chung-woo, for a while now. To be honest, inviting you wasn't my first priority. He immediately retorted. It's about the rankings, isn't it? Choi Dong-hoon nodded. That's right, I'm not lucky, and the rankings prove it. I'm not as good as people think. I'm anxious because the world has changed, and everyone is depending on me. As he spoke, his hands clenched tightly together. Dong-yu thought to herself that he looked so vulnerable, then replied, I don't think you should say things like that to someone you just met. But Song Choi Dong-hun continued to open up. Though Song Choi Dong-hoon may seem cold and decisive, he still knows how to share his feelings. I lost my family to this disaster. I was forced to survive and become stronger. And then I grew angry at this game. I'm still following the rules now, but one day I want to break them, which is why I need someone trustworthy by my side. Someone with similar abilities with whom I can share my thoughts. Dong-yu asked again seriously. Do you really see me that way? Choi Dong-hun shook his head. I'm not sure. All I know about you is your level. That's why I came to see for myself. He then asked, Are you inviting me to join your guild? He affirmed, That's right, but I wouldn't have rushed here just for that. As he spoke, he opened the suitcase, and Sung-woo exclaimed inwardly, A stone of foresight. Choi Dong-hoon introduced it. This is called a premonition stone, and it's why I came here so quickly. Put your hand on it. Seung-yu quickly placed his hand on it, and a notification appeared. You have entered the Foresight Stone bad ending of Korean Server 2. A light flashed, and Seung-yu was transported to another space, IOI-UO. In the distance, an orange-red light appears, and upon closer inspection, a surge of power is wreaking havoc. Seung-yu sees the enormous thing sprouting and exclaims, The tree is growing, and quickly it has become a giant ancient tree. Seung-yu couldn't believe it. Don't tell me it's the world tree. Suddenly a surge of power erupted. Roots lash out ensnaring those nearby. Help me. People were ensnared by the roots, and beneath the colossal tree lay a scene of death. Back in reality, Dong-yu lets go of the Philosopher's Stone. A notification reappears, showing the future that will unfold if he fails to stop the reincarnator. The regressor will change the world tree's properties by planting its seed and sacrificing humanity. His expression turns grave. The reincarnator Choi Dong-hoon closed the suitcase and spoke again. You can only see a fragment of another's future. But perhaps you and I have seen the same things. The world was destroyed because of the world tree's miasma. We must join forces to prevent this outcome. The world tree's roots are located in Yudo, and that's where the boss will be triggered. I confirmed it at the start of Chapter 2, Dong-yu replied. I see. So you're gathering forces to create a raid team. Choi Dong-hoon excitedly shouts, That's right, we're in a balance of power situation for humanity's sake because of the success of the boss raid. Dong-yu silently covers his face, thinking with difficulty, I have no choice but to cooperate with him. The world is on the verge of extinction. Should I tell him about the future I saw? No, that's a different situation entirely. The monster outbreak will happen if I can't obtain the Death Scythe. If I can't complete this quest, it might be cancelled when he kills me. I'll keep it a secret for now. After calculating, he replied, Then we should join forces. Choi Dong-hoon was overjoyed to hear that. Thank you. Then Chung-woo continued, But I will not be joining your guild. Let's finalize this temporary alliance, but we must divide everything fairly in the raid, he said, reaching out his hand. Choi Dong-hoon paused for a moment, then reached out to shake hands. All right, I'll contact you after the three-way split. Suddenly, the air crackled with tension as Han burst in frantic. Urgent news, everyone. Bandits are headed to the village, a whole convoy of them looking formidable. Choi Dong-hoon drew his sword, declaring, A golden opportunity. We'll show you our strength before joining the force. They looked eager, and Choi Dong-hoon called out to the scouting party. Sung Min-hwang excitedly replies that they are always ready. At that moment, the bandits shone their headlights on them, their leader wearing a jawbone necklace and a cigar in his mouth. Without turning around, Choi Dong-hoon asks if Sung-yu's class is a necromancer. Getting acquainted with each other's classes might help us in the future, so I'll tell you mine. My class is Expedition Leader. I can assign roles to members and receive combined strength. The leader asks, Is it the one in the armor? The lackey behind him pointed and shouted, It's not the one in armor, it's the one in the cloak with the sword-wielding woman. Han-ho looked dumbfounded. I thought it was something, but how could I not recognize them? Dong-yu and Han-ho were equally stunned they had changed. The leader smirked, Sorry for the trouble. I didn't know there was a village like this. I'm looking for the one who killed my brothers. If I kill everyone here, how much gold would I get? I'm here for gold. He seemed confident as Choi Dong-hoon stood and replied, They look just like villains in a movie. I've never seen a criminal like you in the Soon prosecutor's office, Han said, looking dumbfounded. Prosecutor Choi Dong-hoon, observing their behavior, remarked that they seemed inexperienced in killing and shouldn't hesitate. Then pointing his sword forward, he yelled, Subjugation Squad, eliminate the enemy. The subjugation squad rushed forward, but the demons remained confident and arrogant. Fools, we'll start with a ranged attack. We destroyed everything before you even got here. Then came the fireballs and ice arrows, but Choi Dong-hoon swung his sword into the air, creating a shield to block the attacks. He calls it the Shield of Faith, leaving Sung-yu and Han-ho astonished. Defense, the magic has vanished. But the leader simply pointed and shouted, Ha ha ha, what childish games. We are the predators who will devour all monsters and players in this area. Laughable to advance and destroy them. One of them, wielding a mace, smirks confidently, knowing it's the perfect weapon against armored foes. The attack lands on a member of the exploration team, but after the blow, they're completely unharmed, leaving the attacker stunned. Then he swung his sword, slashing at the man, and the two sides clashed, the robbers at a disadvantage. Screams echoed as their attacks proved ineffective. At that moment, a bandit threatened to run them over with a truck, telling them to move or die. Choi Dong-hoon coldly pointed his sword at him. Dong-min shouts, "Expedition team, get out of the way. I'm using my skill." Choi Dong-hoon unleashes his cross-spear technique, releasing power in all directions. The explosions erupting from the trucks scattered the bandits, leaving Dong-yu stunned, thinking he attacked two trucks at once. The remaining bandits were terrified, no longer questioning their strength. What kind of combined power do these brainless fools possess? Attacks rained from above, exploding on the ground, revealing the bandit leader's axes embedded in the earth. With that, as he commanded, the two axes flew back to his hands with great force, and he wore an expression of utter confidence. "This is going to be tough. You can't block metal weapons." Jung, Wu, and Ju. He looked worried. A weapon that can be wielded freely with immense power. Indeed, this is no ordinary weapon. Meanwhile, Dong Min-hum lies injured on the ground. Prosecutor Choi Dong-hoon stepped forward, a relaxed expression on his face. "You look like an interesting toy. I'll play with you." The leader's eyes went dark at that remark. "Toy, you bastard," he roared. "If you think I'm a toy, try blocking this." The Johanbu mythic item launched two axes at him. Terrifying explosions erupt, engulfing everything in smoke and dust, until finally the haze begins to dissipate. Choi Dong-hoon appears, his sword piercing through the leader's axes as he scoffs, "Who cares about your mythical item?" Choi Dong-hoon then exerted more force, shattering the axes, causing the leader to cry out in disbelief. "My Oeonbu," Sung Minhwa declares with pride. "Our defense force is as numerous as the prosecutor's knights. It might be the strongest in the country or even the world." Seeing this, Jong-woo confidently thought, "They look like a moving fortress." Dong-woo and Ju glance at Han-ho, thinking they've never seen a defense squad like this before. This left him bewildered. "What's going on, senior?" Choi Dong-hoon, still radiating power, spoke up from the front. "The Paladin's blessing." Sensing the surge of power, Sung-min's eyes lit up. "Oh," another member exclaimed, "I can feel my stamina increasing." Sung Min-hoa continued, "This is a skill that can heal and buff the damage of the tanking swordsman. With him we'll be invincible." Choi Dong-hoon shouts, pointing his sword forward. "Now let's crush the rest. End this match." The undefeated team surged forward. The leader gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to Kyung-shu, as Bohan anxiously asked, "Are we really just going to hide here?" He chuckled, hiding. "No, we're just staying vigilant until the match is over. Has anyone here even fought before? It could backfire. A day will come when we must fight humanity, but that day is not today." The old man, still regretful, asked, "That's not what I meant. Aren't you curious about the guild's power?" Kyung-seo, embarrassed by this, turned away, his cheeks flushed red. "Ch, ch. That," Cha Han-ho encouraged him, saying, "I told you, just go take a look. He's been itching to go. Let's just take a quick peek then." He was then pushed forward. "All right, let's go." The two cautiously peeked out from their hiding spot, only to see a pile of corpses sprawled on the ground, and a gasp escaped their lips. "What's happening here?" The reconnaissance team members were uneasy, their bodies trembling as they cried out. Isn't this supposed to be poison?" The leader, covering his mouth and nose, released the poison with a triumphant laugh. "Haha, you think that vial is the only weapon I have? This concentrated essence of hell is sold by shady characters, but its effects are guaranteed." Holding a vial of liquid, Choi Dong-hoon covered his nose with his cloak, and deflected the poison gas with his sword, thinking, concentrated essence of hell. That's not a toxin. This is bad. This match is supposed to showcase our guild's strength to the Soul Eater. I have a way to deal with this, but it's best to take him out completely. I'll use more power. He was calculating when he was suddenly shocked. Wrong. You stepped forward, pulling his hood down as he spoke. "I've seen your guild's power. We'll take it from here. I think we'd be better off dealing with him together." With a sinister smile, he released a cloud of poison from his mouth, prompting the leader to shout, "Ha, you fools. Do you even know how much this item is worth?" He raises his hand ready to throw. "All right, have a taste of this." With that, he threw the vial at Sung Woo's feet, who calmly accepted the toxic fumes and muttered, "It's here. As I said, we're a great match." He looked more sinister than ever as he stepped forward. Dong-yu grins a twisted, excited smile. It's been a while since he's felt like this. He could feel the purple energy seeping into his body, concentrated hell essence. It was weaker than the Orc Elder's skill, but it would suffice. The free association. I have to show Prosecutor Yan Deung-po how a Soul Reaper fights. The leader found it strange. Why did that guy look so calm? The henchman beside him was also tense, wondering if it was an item used for investigation. Just then, a man foamed at the mouth, convulsing on the ground, as Yong-yu raised his mutated hand, determined to make a good impression. At that moment, a notification appeared. The deadly thunder domain was about to be unleashed in this area, and zombies emerged, crawling towards the stunned leader. "Boss, zombies!" The henchman next to him exclaimed in terror. I remember now. That guy's the necromancer everyone's been talking about." Dong-yu's eyes gleam with anticipation. They are about to witness something incredible, followed by the devastating fallen sword technique. The terrified robbers turn to flee. Boss, no, we're leaving. Then the group speeds away, fleeing the scene as an explosion erupts, revealing a hand in the sky. Ki Ung-shu chuckled. Every time I see him, I'm amazed by his fighting style. His father added, that's a bit much, but I do feel relieved. Han-ho's mother then came out and asked, what's going on here? Is the fighting over? The two turn around startled. Han-ho's father exclaims, oh my god, you scared me. The leader spots the three of them and points calculating. There they are. Take them hostage. It's our only chance to survive. If they resist, leave one alive, then charge. Ki Ung-soo shouted in a panic. Damn it, everyone run. Ba Han-ho hurriedly turned back inside. Okay. Just then, Ju arrived. Ki Ung-soo cheered with delight, while Ju smirked triumphantly. Women, huh? We could take her hostage. The others, realizing this, looked fearful. Wait, don't move. I'm Dew. With shining eyes, he rushes forward, unleashing slashes of sword energy. A chaotic scream erupts. This woman is just like a monster. Ah, damn it, my body has to die in a place like this. A blade pierces his stomach. Yongyu swiftly finishes him off and the body falls heavily to the ground. A light emanates as Yongyu removes his hood, looking up with a smile. Just as expected, that bastard was the last one. The attribute appeared, and someone went to spread the word about the hidden Phase 2 halves event classification. The effect requires 2 to activate, and Dong-yu retrieves the item. Choi Dong-hoon exclaimed in surprise, what is it? Dong-yu put it away, replying, I don't know either. Another notification appears, stating the Seal Phase Pass has been activated. Preparing to enter the 1-player limit, he stares at the screen in disbelief. A pass. Instantly, his body was gradually swallowed by the golden light. A cry of alarm rings out. It's over. Senior Choi Dong-hoon's side is also in a panic. He reaches out but receives a notification. You are not authorized to enter the spatial gate. He stares at his hand in shock. Is not allowed what he held just now. This golden gate. Where does it lead? Just then, a flash of light erupted. The photographer excitedly exclaims, great, that's amazing. The summoner is stronger than I thought. Choi Dong-hoon coldly warned, don't film him. It's confusing. Huh. He approached and looked down, asking when he was allowed to film. The boy could only follow in confusion. Ah, I understand. Then Dong-hoon suddenly smiled, his eyes narrowing. I know you always work hard. One day the swordsman you capture on film will become a beacon of hope for everyone. But because this world is still full of villains, we need to limit the spread of information thoroughly. Hearing that, the photographer's expression brightened. Yes, I understand the mission. I'll only film when you want me to. Meanwhile, Ju is deeply worried. 6,667 asked, may I know where Sanju is going? Ju replied, seriously, I thought you already knew. He smiled and extended his hand politely. Where should we start? You can tell me. The stat box appears, skill information, the spirit of the war hero, skill level passive type, no cost. When fully equipped, the spirit will envelop the body, dazzling those around, and garnering favor and respect for the wearer. The lower the opponent's level, the greater the skill's effect. Suitable targets are those below level 10, and the more unstable the opponent's intellect, the more the skill will affect them regardless of level. Unaffected by the power, Ju coldly replies, who knows, I don't know if it's okay to tell you since I didn't hear what you and Sung-yu said. Choi Dong-hoon smiles amiably, but inwardly thinks, she suspects me, she's very wary, but she hasn't refused. He places his hand on his chest again and bows. Sung-woo and I decided to work together, which is why I'm confused about the current situation, the plot against Sung-woo's life and what I should do. Han-ho, affected by the power, was about to speak, but Ju quickly silenced prosecutor Yan Deung-bo. Choi Dong-hoon turned serious, realizing she didn't know if he was in danger. Is she just going to sit here and wait like a dog while her teammate is in danger? These words were clearly meant to provoke Ju. Her eyes narrowed, questioning his words. Then she turned to the gate and continued, we know nothing other than Sung-yu went to a place called the Hidden Phase. Neither I nor Sung-yu expected this to happen, but we trust and wait for him because we're teammates. Choi Dong-hoon returned to his amiable demeanor, saying, thank you for telling me. If it's Sung-yu, I believe he'll be all right. Excuse me, but may I have your name? Jisoo replied, my name is Yoon Jisoo. He praised her, saying she was truly amazing. I'm talking about how you were able to calmly and accurately counterattack in the blink of an eye, like that. Our guild is recruiting members to prepare for what's to come, and we need players like you. Our guild will also provide full support for you to improve your skills. Choi Dong-hoon intended to persuade her, but Ju turned away flatly, refusing. I don't need one because I already have a teammate I can trust. Her expression resolute, she grabs Han-ho by the collar and drags him away. Let's go, Han-ho. Han-ho clasped his hands and shouted, please remember me. Prosecutor Han-ho at your service. Dong-min grits his teeth. What's with that woman? Does she not trust me, or something? Chung Minhwa adjusted his glasses. This is going to be difficult. Choi Dong-hoon agreed. Wow, everyone here is so skeptical. Cut to Sung-woo, who's just been kicked out of the gate. He lands in a strange place, and seeing the towering buildings before him, he exclaims, this is a system announcement. You have entered the Hidden Stage Valley of Gold. Hidden Stage Guide. 1 upon completion you will receive a special reward. 2 failure will result in automatic teleportation to your starting point. 3 death will also result in automatic teleportation to your starting point. Deng Yu reads the notification frowning as he exclaims, "What? Is this really an added stage?" A savage laugh suddenly rings out, stopping him in his tracks. He. Shung Yu turns to see a goblin grinning triumphantly. Goblins, a golden goblin no less. Then from the other nooks and crannies more goblins appeared, snickering maliciously. He. With a dark expression, Deng Yu questioned, "It's been a while since I've seen goblins react like this. You think I'm prey?" Then he reaches out to summon his pet. Alright. The cool imp quickly appears. Deng orders his pet to show those useless glittering fools who the real hunter is. The pet then rushes towards the golden goblin. Outside, the dimensional gate still stood. As the group dealt with the aftermath, Choi Dong-hun watched as Chung Minhwa approached to report. "Prosecutor, all of our injured members have recovered. Recovery potions were ineffective, but the antidote worked." He replied sternly, "Antidote, I understand. It seems more like a curse than a poison, but unexpectedly the antidote worked. The concentrated essence of hell emits a miasma called Hell's Breath. Do you know anything about this item?" Sung Minha explained. "Judging by the name, it seems to be a black wizard item, but such a powerful item that can break curses has never appeared in the store before. How did they get it, a specialty shop or something?" Choi Dong-hun wondered. "A special item through a special method. But why didn't such a powerful artifact work on Sung Woo-sung?" Minho suddenly turned and called out to him, irritating him. "Sung Minha, don't call me that." She persists. "After checking with my special job skill, the 3-star scavenger wasn't unaffected. I just gave him a muscle boost." Sung Min-hum's gaze sharpens, his experience clearly growing. "So there must be other awakened effects, perhaps even increased vitality and mana." Choi Dong-hun stomped on the ground as he thought the dungeon event and the concentrated hell essence, there was still so much he didn't know. Sung Minhwa continued, "Prosecutor, I heard we're splitting the boss raid rewards with that fake Juhyun." He chuckled wryly. "We don't have a choice, or he won't join us. Haven't we all seen it? Losing that warrior would be a great loss for us." Shung Minhwa bowed, asking for the job. "Then please allow me to handle the contract. He hasn't tasted the true nature of this world yet, so I think I can draft a contract that benefits us. I trust you understand how important owning the boss raid's loot is. Please think of the 30000 people our guild manages." Choi Dong-hun silently observes her, while Dong-min understands the hidden meaning and fearfully covers his mouth. She's terrifying, revealing her true colors. Choi Dong-hun turned away and said, "Then do it that way, but make sure he doesn't become our enemy." She replied, "Of course I hate being a cruel recruiter." As she said this, she kicked Chung-min hard. Choi Dong-hun fell silent once more. "And what about the prophecy Vian made? What do you think of it?" With a nosebleed, Chung-min urgently blurts out, "Isn't that the item you were given for that cursed mission as well as the prophecy?" Deng Minhwa, however, is lost in thought. "A prophecy, I was skeptical at first, but after touching it, it was truly terrifying." Choi Dong-hun looks sharp. "Yes, doubt and fear. This is a normal reaction for those who make a pact with the precognitive stone for the first time, but Sung Woo seems to simply accept the whole situation. He gazes into the distance. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. But please investigate whether Sung Yu has ever laid hands on the stone." Cut to Sung Yu. His pack members take care of the golden goblins with a corpse explosion. A massive explosion erupts amidst the flames, consuming the gold goblins and gold orcs. A system notification appears. "The corpses are now under your control." Youngwoo smiled, thinking to himself, "Even the ones I resurrected are gold. They're strong but ultimately useless. Nothing is ever easy. No need to overthink it. Just keep it simple. Kill, kill, and kill. I don't need to pay attention to anyone, care what they think, or worry about teammates. Even alone, this necromancer is a one-man army. No, it's easier alone." But as he spiraled into madness thinking of comrades and such, he heard voices calling out to him. "Senior, is that you?" Dongwoo Shungwoo turned around but saw nothing. Surrounding him now were only bone soldiers, and Shungwoo couldn't help but feel a little lonely. He then led the group of peeps into a different, rather empty place, exclaiming, "The boxes on the left and right are different sizes. Clearly the larger box on the left is much more dangerous, but the greater the danger, the greater the reward." He then chose the right side, enticed by the promise of a greater reward, and a large box materialized before them. Dongyu crossed his arms, pondering, nothing's happened, even this close attack. Instantly, the pets attacked the box, which burst open to reveal a giant eye. The Meek quest event has begun, and the Meek eye stares out from a jagged, tooth-filled box as Zheng Yu observes. "Those teeth are huge, and I bet they're sharp." He analyzes the situation seriously, but our overall strength is greater, and the monster's weaknesses are also very clear. It has no limbs, so its movements are limited. Min will defend with bear and wolf magic, while the rest of us attack, a perfect strategy. At that moment, the teeth began to emit strange noises. Shung Yu stared in shock as the teeth suddenly grew larger, snapping shut as he screamed. "The excess baggage can run," Deng Yu, and the kids were blown back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. "Gah, the eye in its jaws is wide open and the smell of fresh blood. That food is food, fresh food." It transforms and chases Sung Woo. As he runs, panic sets in. I was wrong. I thought even a boss monster would have limited movement. When did I start underestimating it? Since when did I become so arrogant? Is it the lingering effect of the hell muscle awakening? Or is it because things have been easier than I thought? The dead don't defy me, not even the one I trusted most. That's right, only listening to my own desires. Han Hoju can't believe he dared to think he didn't need teammates. How arrogant of me. I need to get myself in check. If he survives this time, he needs to be more careful. Those giant jaws are ready to snap at Sung Woo. Just then a ball of light appears and the jaws begin to tremble. The children hadn't recovered yet, and the teeth continued to screech. Food. Dong Yu grits his teeth and draws his sword, but first he has to kill it. A notification appears the necromancy spell is being cast in the area. Get inside. The undead, the zombies began clawing at the mimic. With a grit of his teeth, Dongwoo withdrew his sword as the pets worked together to close the lid of the box. Shungyu apologizes to his pets, saying he's sorry. This battle has gone wrong. And with gritted teeth, he reaches out to perform the corpse explosion. This fight was a mistake. The corpse explosion. And with that, an explosion erupts, as Emp, understanding his master, remains calm. Immediately, a powerful explosion erupts, blowing a large hole in the ceiling as Dongyu looks up, bleeding from his eyes and mouth. A system notification appears, stating that he has accumulated 200 points from hunting mimic event monsters, bringing his total to 1,084, which shocks Yang Yu. Dongyu is incredulous. Is this a scam? The system announces that he has cleared the final round with a grade of A+, earning 350 points for a total of 1,434. Dungeon Yu taps the box unscathed by the explosions outside it, can only be killed from within. That's why I couldn't recover from the attack. I need to be more careful. He pulls out a vial of liquid, saying one mistake is enough. Just because the world has become game-like doesn't mean death is meaningless. We only have one life, and no matter what I have to survive to the end, that's the best I can do. He drank the liquid and smashed the vial, thinking I abandoned my family and lived to this day. With that, he picked up his child and continued on his way. You have entered the reward room. Dongyu entered the room wondering, is this the reward room? Another notification appears: C-grade stones for quick equipment crafting, C-grade essence for rapid muscle enhancement, C-grade essence for increased physical strength, C-grade experience, cards, panaceas, and wish-granting tickets. Dongwu realizes these are items you can't normally find in stores. Items that boost skills and experience. But what is this wish paper for item information? Appears wish paper special grade consumable. You can make a deal with another player, you set a condition, and if they don't fulfill it, they die. Dongyu is pleased, thinking this might come in handy somewhere, but he doesn't have enough points to get everything. After some maneuvering, another notification pops up: you've purchased a rank C item for quick equipment reinforcement, and a rank C essence for rapid muscle enhancement. You've purchased a C-grade experience card and a wish-making contract. Is this really the best choice? Dongwu wondered. The notifications continue and you've leveled up to 13. Thanks to completing the hidden stage, all of your stats have increased as a special bonus. +1, and you've been awarded 150000 gold for completing the hidden stage. He's overjoyed, even his stats have increased. This is the best reward of all. I'll choose the agility level up card, confirmed for 3 levels. If I were a little faster, I could have avoided this. But it's not too late. At that moment, a gate appeared, and he would be transported out of the hidden stage in 15 seconds. Dongyu headed towards it. I've obtained everything I wanted. It's time to rejoin my comrades. Outside night has fallen and the moon hangs high in the sky. Having emerged, Dongwu is greeted by Choi Donghun, who says, "We were surprised when you disappeared. Glad you joined the formation stimulation." Dongwu replies with a smile, "I didn't expect this to happen. I've wasted your time." He immediately refused. "No, it took us a while to get here too. Since I couldn't come empty-handed, I brought this gift." As he said this, he looked back. "Also, can I upload our contract and photos to the community?" Choi Dong-hoon held up his phone, asking about it as Dong-hoo looked down at Ju in surprise. "Photos, is there a function like that in the community?" Choi Dong-hun turned to look at the photographer. Because his job as a photographer, he has an item that can upload photos to the community. To give people hope, shouldn't we give them something to see? How embarrassing. But we're called heroes, Dong-hoo thought to himself. We might get attacked by lazy bastards, but this will help us maintain a positive image. He agreed. If that's the case, then so be it. Soon after Choi, Dong-hoon's group's helicopters took off. Han-ho happily looked at the gift they left behind, and exclaimed, "Senior, all of this is divine medicine. Prosecutor John Deung-po is truly an amazing person." Sung-woo then reminds him, "We need to take a closer look." Jis then asked with a smile, "Sung-yu, the raid's been decided, and we only have one thing left to do right." He replied, "That's right, let's hunt to get stronger and prepare for the raid." The scene quickly shifts to another location. Here there's not just a group of goblins but also a horde of red orcs, and they're charging at each other. Though small, the nimble goblins brandish knives and charge, but their size makes them easy targets, and many fall. Suddenly one glows, triggering a massive explosion. Deng Yu and the others entered with imposing figures, and this was the 5th chance to activate the Warong sword. Jisoo was astonished. You can hunt like this. Han Ho happily holds up the box, saying he loves it, and they should use these items right away, like fishing. Item information, wolf bait, normal grade player crafted item. Its nauseating odor lures nearby monsters. Description, never use on the battlefield. And the fact that I made it is a secret too, a crafter's skill. Suddenly everyone except Han Ho grimaced and covered their faces. Ugh, get rid of it, it stinks even when it's wrapped up. Han Ho blurts out, Mom, my mom made that. Deng Yu then switched to sweeter words, but her hand never left her nose. Oh, this item is perfect. Is that so, Ju? Then she says, isn't this made from your spoiled food? I've discovered something that can help us level up outside of hunting. Thanks to Shung Yu, the village is safe, so we don't have to worry. Han Ho added that the skill is called Korean Rooftop. Thanks to Shung Yu, the village is safe, so we don't need to worry. But suddenly a convoy arrives, it's Tae Chung's group speeding in aggressively. Before he could stop, he shouted, Commander, I'm here to report. The commander frowned at the title as the report continued. We found a store up north, but someone already ransacked it. We have no idea who did it. Deng Yu frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation, using gold to influence things without directly involving energy. It's like taking all the supplies we get from hunting. We don't even dare to harvest crops anymore. He then ordered that if they found a store, they should contact Kia Ung-shu, otherwise all the survivors would be in danger. Tae-shik eagerly complies, yes, Commander. Then he wondered again. But why are they acting like that now? He notices the 3 girls huddled in a corner in the distance. Tae-seong is taken aback, clicking his tongue. The 3 girls looked fearful and wary as they glanced at Sung Yu. Tae-seong explained, didn't I beat up Jujin before? There's a rumor that I'm violent towards women. Han Ho chimed in, you might be a hero online, but out here you're a scumbag. Shung Yu internally scoffs at the community's faith as Tae-seong and his team quickly dash off, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust. Shung Yu turned back and said, let's continue the hunt. But Ju sensed something dangerous like a lurking beast. She quickly pointed her sword forward, shouting, Sanji, is anyone there? Just then a dire wolf burst through the glass. Behind Shung Yu, another one pounces. A dire wolf. The berserk wolves pounced on the skeleton soldiers, tearing them apart as Deng Wu gritted his teeth and aimed his crossbow at an incoming wolf. Meanwhile, the one clinging to the wall shouts to stop. No, don't shoot. Deng Yu looked up in shock. Did the dire wolf just speak? This was far different than she imagined. Just then, a berserk wolf dragged Han Ho by his pack from behind, and he cried out, Ah, Sunbae, I'm going to be killed. Deng Wu turned back in a panic, and the bag was quickly pulled away, revealing the foul-smelling food. Inside, the dire wolves began to devour the food. Ma'am, delicious, delicious. They eat like they've been starved for ages. Wait a minute. The dire wolves seem to have regained their senses, and are looking at the Sung Yu group. Han, terrified, hides behind him as he points his crossbow at them and questions them. You say we can't shoot, explain yourselves. At that moment, one of them trembled in fear, asking Uncle, what should we do now? The wolf called Uncle calmly reassured them that there was still a chance even surrounded. Yongyu was confused by this. There's still a chance. Suddenly, the largest wolf bared its fangs and lunged forward, tearing at the skeleton soldiers while shouting, I'll break the encirclement. Run while you can. Deng Yu quickly followed up, focusing on the weakened orc as the dire wolf was struck by a volley of arrows, collapsing before the skeleton soldiers, yet still urging its comrades to flee. Hurry, run. The remaining dire wolves fled for their lives, crying out, Uncle, we're sorry, we'll never forget this day. The remaining dire wolf howled in pain as it was forced to the ground. Shung Yu looked down and said, What wonderful comrades. You attacked first, so I'm just returning the favor. How touching, he says, before the beast cries out. It's all because of the food you brought. We wouldn't have lost control and attacked you if it weren't for that. Is that so? He asked with a serious expression. Have you regained your senses? Bone Soldier's claw digs into its face and it cries out in pain, blurting out, Ah, the mission. Even after becoming monsters, we're not controlled but constantly receive missions. We don't know the situation, but we just keep following our instincts. Deng Wu asks what the mission entails, and it replies, matter-of-factly, simple, eat enough humans to regain our bodies. Han frowned. I thought monsters attacked humans on instinct. Diu added, so there's a reason behind it. Deng Wu asks, are there many like him? The beast man confirms, of course there are. Many players are turned into monsters against their will. Deng Yu reiterated, that's not what I meant. I'm asking if there are many human-like creatures in this area. The violent wolf fell silent, eyes tightly shut, then coldly questioned. Were you the ones who destroyed the shop and left a message about the new race? It quickly denied. It wasn't us. We wouldn't want to meet you if we could avoid it. When we regained consciousness, we just wanted to live in peace, but not everyone felt that way. He recounted a group that specialized in attacking players to satisfy their hatred. So they must be the masterminds behind all of this. Diu asks, are you talking about a monster group that hates humans? The dire wolf scoffed at that. Ha, monsters you say. And humans too, those damn scientists. They're the key players, always arming monsters and creating dangerous items. Then he asked, "You're stalling for the Institute to return, aren't you?" It denied. "No, I told them to run far away and never look back." He points his sword down again. "You think I'll spare you?" But the violent wolf calmly replies, "No, not at all. I've been waiting for this moment. Even when I was allowed to choose a class, I hesitated and chose nothing, even preventing my family from doing so. But my clever son secretly chose a class. TSK. Maybe it's because he likes playing games." He wept bitterly. "Do you know who the first person I ate was? I'm only alive because I lack the courage to end it all." Yet Dong Yu still raises his sword. "I cannot forgive you, don't blame me." The violent wolf is unwilling to accept this. No, this isn't fair. I chose to survive, but everything has failed." "Dong Yu, don't say that. I hope you have better luck." Hanho then walked away, retying his meager bait pouch. This is uncomfortable. He had his reasons, and he even protected his teammates. "I only have this little bit of bait left," Dong Yu warned seriously. "Don't hesitate. The moment you drop your guard, you're in danger. The predator we just killed had a family." "That's right, I'll track the monsters that ran away earlier." Ju turned and asked, "Once you find them, what do you plan to do?" From what he said, I think they're just children. He felt a slight headache coming on. "I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Right now I'm just trying to find their territory or where the monsters are hiding." His hand clenched as he wondered how far would the system push humanity. The monsters began sowing chaos among humans as soon as they regained consciousness, and some even sympathized with their plight. The problem is, no matter how he denies it, he's now a monster set up by the system as bait to lure monsters who have lost control and are tasked with killing. It all proves it. Their growth mirrors their hunt for players, and unfortunately we can't coexist. Hanho scanned their surroundings, wondering how far the bastards had gone, but Shungyu replied, "They'll be here soon, as soon as they catch the scent of the bait." Suddenly, Ju pulls the others behind a wall. Up ahead, everyone hide. The Peets quickly hid themselves as well, while the dire wolves, cocooned and writhing, cried out, "Help, help me." It was a group of women who captured me. They were extremely arrogant. "KKK, you fools, come and eat some sausage. Don't touch this. It's an offering for our queen." Then sharp spears pierced the two dire wolves. It screamed in agony. "I can't move my body." At that moment, the Koboda stopped and turned around looking incredibly menacing, while Shungyu's group had already moved on. Hanho marveled that the Koboda had managed to catch a violent wolf, while Sungyu added that they even knew how to poison their spears and immobilize their prey, wondering how they came up with such tactics. "And look at this." Ju points to the screen, a gasp escaping her lips. "A shop sign and a dungeon sign. This subway station has both a shop and a dungeon." Hanho clicks his tongue. "Well, this works too. The dungeon will keep the store safe." Donggu stands on the stairs. "Let's go. Protecting the store is essential for our survival." A notification appears. "You have entered the giant dungeon, the poisonous Spider Queen's lair. Warning, this is a man-eating dungeon that has killed 124 players. If completed, the reward will increase by 50%. Hanho is worried, realizing he didn't bring his goblin companions, thinking he was just using bait for a hunt. Dong-u warns, "Be careful. It seems the monsters have the advantage in this terrain." Suddenly, people wrapped in cocoons appear from the ceiling, hanging upside down and crying for help. "Ah, help me please," Sungyu cries out. "Are those humans, Diju?" She quickly stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, freeing the captives who were overjoyed. Thank you." Suddenly, a giant spider monster appears. Sung-u shouts, "Everyone run." Han's face pales. What in the world? Shung-yu quickly uses corpse explosion, a blast erupts, and Han incredulously realizes they lay eggs on living bodies. Sung-yu grits his teeth, worried. "Watch the ceiling. We don't know where they'll come from." Just then the kobolds and spiderlings appear with a bang, their eyes menacing. "Those evil bastards." Ju grimaced, "So many spiders." Shung-yu's gnashing teeth are due to a symbiotic relationship with the kobolders. Suddenly, a roam flies in, piercing the eye of a Shung-yu kobold. Jisoo and the others turn to look at the figure. Hanho confidently declares that when it comes to numbers, he's more than confident he'll take them all on. Hanho, eyes blazing with wildness, roars, and Dongyu can only bewilderedly agree. Okay. After a moment, the bodies of the newly spawned spiders began to fly through the air, no longer intact, as Hanho laughed maniacally, his eyes shining. Ha, so you're all just small fry, not even worth my time." The goblins, sensing the danger, cried out in terror. "Monster, that's a monster, and it's killing spiders." Hanho wondered if he'd ever felt this free before, then exclaimed, He, don't stop, keep attacking." His expression was truly insane. No need to think, everything was clear. "I just need to kill, and kill again. I don't need to think anymore. I don't need teammates to kill goblins and bats. Acting alone is much more freeing. I'm now a powerhouse and a thief all in one." At this moment, the kobolds calmly commanded, "Bind him, restrain him, hold him." Immediately massive spiderwebs enveloped Hanho. Sung-yu grits his teeth, worried by the webs. So that's what was used to restrain the werewolves. Hanho was now wrapped up like a cocoon, but he scoffed, saying it was just flimsy string. He roared, "You think you can stop me?" Immediately a surge of power erupted from within, Hanho shattering the web. A goblin points and orders, More. With a sharp glare, Hanho looked towards it, his expression sending chills down your spine. These foolish monsters are useless no matter how many of you there are. But at this moment he was wrapped in an even thicker layer of spiderwebs. The Spider Queen sneers, Hey, I've got you now. Unable to break free, Hanho cries out, Senior, help me. Dongyu immediately uses his power, unleashing another explosion that decimates a portion of the goblins, then tells Hanho that his emotions have blinded him. Falling into danger, Hanho kneels before him, admitting his mistake. I was too arrogant. The little one sighs in helplessness, while Ju exclaims that he's gone too far. Hanho, they're endless. She turns back to the gruesome sight. The undead summoning has been activated in this area. Dongyu reaches out, commanding the zombies to quickly take care of the situation. Then explosions erupted, followed by system notifications. You have gained 990 gold from hunting a giant ant. You have gained 990 gold from hunting a giant ant. You have gained 990 gold from hunting a giant ant. After a while, everyone stopped. Ju spoke up. At this rate, we'll clear all the monsters in this subway station, right? Sung Gukul replied. We've cleared all the train tracks. It seems the next track is blocked. Do you guys see that? Is that the boss monster's room, he asked. Then looking up at the web-filled ceiling, Sunguk realized the subway was connected to the department store. So this must be a partitioned dungeon. Let's move on. Amidst the flames, goblins and baby spiders lay crushed and dead. Dongyu arrived at a place and exclaimed, This is the boss monster room. A sudden warning blares, startling everyone. Warning, carnivorous dungeon boss room. This individual has eliminated 124 players. If you choose to play the game here, you'll still get the reward. Do you want to proceed? Hanho was terrified, his face pale. What? It must be incredibly difficult for a message like that to appear, right? Do you anxiously asked Shungyu. Should we really keep going? Dongyu, hand on the doorknob, replied, Let's go, we've prepared for far tougher expeditions than this. Just as I thought you'd go in, wouldn't you, Ju? As the group stepped inside, they were met with razor-sharp spiderwebs and a sinister laugh. Hehehe, welcome dear players. This monster has a devilishly evil look about it. System announcement, boss monster, the weasel wizard has appeared. Dongyu exclaimed in shock. A weasel shaman, I thought the S-rank boss monster was the Spider Queen. Suddenly Han points in one direction, panicked. But that thing is different from the other weasels. It can speak so clearly. At that moment the Cobra Wizard with a fan made of feathers sneered. How could you compare this great mage to those fools? Then it pointed at its head and laughed maliciously. That human brain is thanks to the 20 brains I've eaten, he says as Dongyu grits his teeth in worry. It eats brains and gains intelligence, just as I thought. The monster's growth is directly linked to human deaths as the goblin mage sticks out his filthy tongue. Since you're here, you're not leaving. I'll finally get to feast on 23 human brains. At that moment, space trembled, and a notification appeared. The Spider Queen boss had arrived. A colossal spider with egg sacs descended from above. Hanho's face contorted as he screamed, Are you crazy? There are two boss monsters. The goblin shaman rushes in with combined silk threads. It landed on the Spider Queen, then laughed maniacally. How do you like that? Have you lost your mind? Wake up. At that moment, Zhongyu quickly retaliated, unleashing the undead's feedback in the area. Shungyu gritted his teeth, planning to use the zombies to trigger a chain reaction, and then finish it off with the skeleton soldiers. But the Koba mage shouted, and the Spider Queen's iron threads shot out, trapping the zombies in a web of silk. The Spider Queen shrieked as she spat out her threads, ensnaring the skeleton soldiers. The necromancer cackled maniacally. Kiki, you're planning to use those things to detonate, aren't you? I know all your plans. Dongyu gritted its teeth, having achieved a certain level of language and intelligence like a human. Han unleashes daggers, striking first, but the cowboy mage blocks them all, screaming, The Spider Queen is the body, and I am the brain. The Queen will always protect me. Together we are invincible. Become nourishment for me, human. Unexpectedly, Ju unleashed fiery sword, strikes her eyes wide as she turned back, a confident smile on her face. Invincible, my foot. She's catching fire nicely, just like all the other spiders. Then Ju continues to unleash slashes of sword energy towards the Spider Queen. The kobold mage spews water from its mouth, and Dongyu exclaims, Primal water magic. It continues. Fire and water are not our weakness. Dongyu shouts orders, commanding the skeleton soldiers to surround and block the boss monsters, startling Han. Senior, what do we do? I don't think we can hold out much longer. Dongyu shouts, Hanho, get out of Jisui's way. Then he flashes a confident smile. I have a plan. The space around them warps as the terrifying sorcerer Gobao cries out, Annihilate, annihilate. If I want to destroy them, I just need to devour more human brains. With a calm demeanor, Dongyu reaches out. If you truly destroy them all, you'll be the last to feast on human brains. At that moment, a notification appears. The undead are now under your control. The zombies are now under your control. Chongyu remarks, if you're going out to eat, you should clean up properly. Zombies are now under your control. Dongyu, it seems your nest is the best place for me after all. At that moment, the bone soldier unleashed a surge of power, but the Spider Queen struck with her pincer, shattering their formation. The kobold shaman cried out, There are still so many. Be careful, my queen. But then a crack appeared on its pincer, and the Spider Queen began to lose it. The Goblin Mage quickly reassured her, "Calm yourself, my queen." The Spider Queen opened her maw and spat out a massive torrent of poison, causing Dong Yu to exclaim inwardly. Spitting poison, yet the skeleton soldiers were completely unaffected by the venom. The kobold shaman cried out, "Queen, don't waste your energy, they're just walking corpses, poison won't work on them." Hearing this, Rong Yu couldn't help but chuckle. How clever, so they know too, the Spider Queen screeches as more lights appear in the sky. Appearing before Rong Yu is another group of bone soldiers, causing the kobold mage to exclaim in shock again. It worried, wondering if they could win this battle. The queen was too picky, surrounding herself with only the most terrifying monsters. Monsters without intelligence will die of exhaustion in battle, but if they use their minds even a little, their chances of survival increase. Sweat poured down his face as a surge of power erupted, throwing the bone soldiers aside. The kobold mage shouted to focus on killing the necromancer first. Dong Wu watched them charge, they were coming for him. Yet the Spider Queen's massive body leaps with surprising agility. Yong Yu slides back to evade, but he quickly conjured a shield. The kobold sorcerer exclaimed, "A shield!" gritted his teeth, struggling, his stamina already far surpassed that of an orc. Weapon creation, he wondered if it meant anything to a boss monster. Crafting a weapon, if it can defend against this attack, I might have a chance to win. The Goblin Mage shouts, "Die, you annoying bastard." Dong Yu takes the blow, coughing up a mouthful of blood as the Spider Queen strikes again. Kobo Mage is at his head. Just then, the purple stone on Chung Wu's chest emitted a purple light. He struggles to his feet, gritting his teeth in anger. He thought he could dodge the boss's attack, but he has to try not to die. Chaotic soul crystals. Because the summoning attack will lead to a mana shortage, the Kobo Mage angrily shouts. Aha, this cunning guy. Dong Yu grits his teeth and charges forward, telling himself to endure the pain and hold on until the end. Without Ju's shield, Han Ho wouldn't last, and neither would he. The Spider Queen raised her claw, then paused. Shung Yu asked, "What's wrong? Are you exhausted already? I could fight all day." The kobold sorcerer cackles. I'm not some brainless idiot like that first one. I'm not going to keep fighting a pointless battle. I can think, and I have my answer. Then countless threads spewed from the Spider Queen's hole more than ever before, as if trying to bind and control everything. Dong Yu frowned, thinking, a spider cocoon. At that moment, the kobold shaman spewed fire, and the space began to burn. Fireball, 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 I'll eliminate you first, so you can't summon anymore. Does he have to break a sweat, burning down the whole family? How is this guy smarter than I thought? While it was breathing fire, some skeleton soldiers approached from behind. He shouts again, creating a bubble and an explosion that sends the skeleton soldiers flying back. The kobold mage is overjoyed. You've reached your limit. You can't summon anything else. You're done for you, lowly human. At that moment, Ju leaps into the air, unleashing a fiery sword strike. You're the one who's finished. It falters as if sensing the killing intent. As she strikes, another fiery explosion erupts. The goblin shaman cries out, I see you. I almost forgot about that human. Were you preparing a surprise attack? Then startled it exclaimed, now that I think about it, there was another one. Meanwhile, Han Ho rose from behind the zombies grinning. Haha, thanks for waiting. This is the secret weapon Ju and I prepared. He turned back, frowning in disdain. Humans, is your brain smooth, or are you just not evolved enough? These things can't even get close to me. The zombies turned to Han Ho with suspicious eyes as he found it hard to believe he was being looked down upon by a monster. The goblin shaman remains confident, I will destroy. What's wrong? The queen stared in confusion at the trembling spider queen as Han Ho smugly held up the bag of scraps. I've got a special sauce too, you see. I bet you can't resist taking a bite. The stinky goblin food effect has been activated, and even the kobold sorcerer is drooling with excitement. This dish is top tier. Even the queen couldn't resist diving in. Dong Yu smirks, thinking. While I distract them, Ju and Hanno have released the zombies and added the bait. This is an item that even conscious tyrants can't resist. As long as they're monsters, they can't control their instincts. The kobold mage is now devouring it. Wait a minute, stop queen, we have to run. If we keep going, we're going to die. Dong Yu draws his sword, his voice tight. Too late. If you eat our food, you pay the price. Corpse explosion. A massive blast erupts and the scene shifts to another district. Just then, a massive boar-like monster charged forward only to be cleaved in two by a single strike. A notification appeared. You have defeated the man-eating fallen boss. That was Choi Dong-hun's group. The Conquest Guild cheered. We did it again. Thank you, everyone. Gyani Manhwa adjusted his glasses with pride. A perfect hunt, cheered the delighted Shung Min. Just as I thought, the commander's leadership is top-notch. But another notification appears. The subjugation members have received 10% of the experience. Choi Dong is tense, thinking about the overwhelming power, the incredible hunt, and the experience gained as a team member. Even if he's ranked number 1, I'll become stronger soon enough. Who are you, Han Kang-sok, the number 1 ranked player, and where are you hiding? How can you level up faster than me? My guild has the greatest influence in Korea. No player can command more people than I can in a hunt, yet this faceless Han Kang-sok is ranked number 1. This is the most terrifying thing, I still don't understand. If that mysterious number 1 decides to form a guild, it will quickly become the strongest and stand in our way. Suddenly, Chungmin is excited after looking at his phone. Commander, look at this. Choi Dong-hoon turned to look. What is it? He exclaimed. The rankings have changed. Choi Dong-hoon quickly glances down. Is there someone new? After seeing the results, he was speechless. The rankings were Hanguk level 16, 2 Kelvin star 150, 7 level 14, and Yan Posman level 13. Choi Dong-hoon looks on in disbelief. How did you do that, necromancer? Meanwhile, dust billows as the disheveled Koban mage lies defeated on the ground, still cursing damn human. Han-ho decisively throws a dagger, burying it in the monster's head, and a notification appears. You have acquired 3,000,000 gold, plus a 50% bonus from the Koban mage boss. Han-ho looks proud. Well, I've finally embraced my inner thief, no more tanking for me. But suddenly something else is stirring. The Spider Queen begins to rise, emitting a chilling sound. He. Han is shocked as his short pet stabs the Spider Queen in the eye, and a notification appears. You have acquired 3,000,000 gold from defeating the giant Spider Queen boss, plus a 50% bonus. You have leveled up 14 times. The skeletal goblin Lin has absorbed the power of the giant Spider Queen, and grown stronger. Its attack power has greatly increased, but its traits remain the same. The maximum number of summons has increased by 2. Yong-woo stares at the system screen. With this, many monsters summoned raid preparations will be complete soon. The Scythe of Death will be found no matter where it is. He began to contemplate the first awakening was not far off. Jisoo happily turned back and said, if we can find a shop, then we can complete our goal here. Cut to the shop and the group exclaims, we found it. Welcome to the C-rank Lucky Draw shop. 1 gold for 10000 platinum, 10000 for 3, 10000 for diamond. This C-grade store only sells items up to the diamond level. Dong-yu reads it confused. Wait, didn't platinum cost 10000 gold at the D-grade store? Jisoo pondered, there must be a difference in this store. Another announcement appears, camera rules. 1. If you choose the right photos, you'll receive a reward. 2. Each failure will cost you a coin. 3. Using a coin increases the number of specific images up to 10. Han gets frustrated and yells at it to appear while Jisoo just facepalms. This isn't some coin-operated prize game, it's more like gambling. If we fail and manifest, we'll still lose coins, right? Sung-yu analyzed the situation. Jisoo and Han-ho have about 3,000,000 gold, while I have about 1.6 million. I can increase the odds by using gold coins. Han-ho excitedly raises his hand, volunteering to go first. Senior always goes first. If I do the same, I'll run into Mai. Ju, looking grim, asks, what about me? Dong-yu gives a bitter smile. There are 3 machines we can work on together. Moments later, the screen flashed failure repeatedly as the 3 struggled to accept the outcome. Han-ho, never one for patience, cries out, wait, calm down, is this even the right path? Du covers his face in frustration, saying, Han-ho, it's too late to turn back now. Meanwhile, Chung-yu gritted his teeth in frustration. Coins, maybe we'll finally get something, but it's another failure and the system is baiting us again. Supplemental chance. Don't be discouraged if you fail 5 times in a row. You might get a low-level item in the end. Your gold will be invested in the next person. Han-ho's face contorted in rage. You evil bastard, you're driving me insane. Then came the results. A worthless spat necklace. Herbs, a battery charger. Failure. All 3 felt like they were about to explode. Han-ho hissed, I'm so angry. Ju was worn out, but Sung-woo still wanted to try again. They wouldn't stop until they got 10 tickets. At that moment, Han-ho jumped up, exclaiming, yes, alright. The item's stats appear Goddess of Luck Scroll Mythic Grade Consumable. Effect grants a random skill upon use with a 50% chance of failure, 40% chance of a low-level skill, 7% chance of a high-level skill, 2% chance of a top-tier skill, and a 1% chance to choose your own skill. Han-ho opens the magic inscribed scroll. Ah, a strange item has appeared. Meanwhile, the other 2 continue to fail, and fail again until Ju collapses defeated. I'm going to die. Dong-yu enraged grits her teeth, declaring she'll use all 10 coins, and a notification immediately appears. Congratulations, you've won first prize. Dong-gu exclaims. Okay, so it worked. Item info, Ring of the Shadow, Monarch Mythic Grade Ring type effect. Agility increases by 3, stamina by 2. When attacking in the dark, a shadow ego is summoned to fight alongside you. The shadow self takes 50% of the damage for the user. He's been wearing that ring for quite some time now. The system continues triggering a special quest, the Shadow Monarch's Inheritance. A collection quest, gather all remaining possessions of the King of Shadows. Reward the King of Shadows crown. Meanwhile, Ju, frustrated at getting nothing, is about to destroy the machine with her sword, when Yong-yu gasps in astonishment. A quest. Then he smiles contentedly. So the mission requires collecting a set of items, if only they were in the store. Let's not worry about that for now. He then shares a friendly smile. I'll give you a heroic grade bracelet, Ju. Ju quickly retracted her bloodlust, smiling sweetly. Really, thank you. He chuckled nervously, reminding her not to break the camera. Got it, we should head back to the village. I need to set up a protective barrier here first. Then the three quickly return to the village. Everyone gathers and discusses their plans, each carrying out their assigned task. Soon the sky began to brighten, and Ju carried a large bag on his shoulder. Finally, the raid begins, and the core members are carrying their gear. Dongyu speaks certain that she will achieve a good result. She's in for a rough time. Han Ho, who was fiddling with his phone, suddenly exclaimed, Senior, Dong-u Zait, what is it? Is there something on the community boards? Look, it's that post. On the phone screen, the most powerful person Lee Han Ho announces the overall player rankings. 3. The free bulletin board. 4. The auction house. 7. Beta live streaming zone. Beta live stream area. There's only one broadcast video uploaded. A test broadcast before the raid. From the Free Guild's leader. Jisoo, equally puzzled, pulled out her phone to watch. All we see is an office. Are they checking the cameras? Dongyu thought in astonishment. Are they trying to record the raid process? Is this the system's plan or Wangbook books? Personal live streams are out of the question. I don't know if they have bad intentions, but this is the best way to control people, especially since the community has been buzzing since I rose to number 2. There's no way he wouldn't be concerned. Dongyu is worried. While not inherently, evil greed can lead to bad decisions, and if Prosecutor Yan Dianpo is blinded by ambition, he might try to undermine him, like minimizing his raid rewards. But in this situation, that's impossible. During the Hidden Oath stage, I realized it would become important someday, and that day may be now. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Oh, there he is. The helicopter quickly landed, and Sung Min Hum stepped out with excitement. Hello, I'm Sung Min Hum, a rescue worker from the expedition team here to pick up the second-ranked person. Please prepare yourselves. With a loaded tone and gaze, the helicopter takes off once more, leaving Han Ho Ju and the kids huddled in the back. Dong Yu calmly asks if it's safe to fly with W monsters still in the sky. Sung Min H smiles confidently. Nothing is impossible for their guild. The pilot gave a thumbs up, signaling them to trust him, as Sung Min H continued. Our members are all over soon. We know Ween's current location and their route. I can't guarantee 100% safety, the pilot added, but we can't ignore our priorities. Dong Yu gazed out the window, thinking seriously. Their guild's efficiency must come from manpower, something a small survival group like theirs couldn't achieve. Flying is nice, but isn't there another way? The system appears announcing that the group raid quest will now begin. What do groups' names, heroes, and stars have in common? Type competition, solo dungeon runs to kill monsters. The rewards are special items, and many groups have gathered to raid, where an invisible battle of wits may also exist, and the rewards will be greater. The final boss, a warrior chief blessed by the gods, possesses an effect that reduces damage by 90%, a buff that will be activated in the first battle. Upon defeating the boss in Combat 1, you'll be granted a special title, Sung Min Hum excitedly exclaims. Oh, you noticed? Sung Yu calmly replies. That's right. Sung Min Hum began to analyze again. But this wasn't part of the plan. Damn it. Forget it. A prosecutor or someone will take care of it. That anxiety resonated with Han Ho. This person was just like him. Suddenly, Sungwoo clutches his face, stricken with tension. This is bad. The raid I know involves many people working together. To catch a terrifying giant monster, teamwork is key. Raids were created because no one can defeat a boss monster alone. Attacking as a group grants a 90% buff. It's provoking us to hunt the boss alone and take all the rewards. Someone must be watching. I've invested too much time and effort to get this far. There's no turning back now. They must have used the system to increase the raid's difficulty. It's come to this. He senses danger, but quickly steels his resolve to fight Prosecutor Yan Dianpo and the other raid leaders. I don't intend to stop here. Cut to a bright sunny day. Information appears on the player's handbook system screen, 3 free information boards, and 67 notices regarding the departure of Prosecutor Yan Dianpo's IU boss raid. To all the survivors of South Korea, in the name of the First Free Guild, I hereby declare that we will slay all the monsters that plague this land. 12 teams and thousands of players will participate in this intense battle, and each stage will be broadcast live via personal broadcasting systems. We hope for your support. We will begin our monster hunt in IU and then sweep across Korea. After hearing the announcement, people exclaimed with joy as expected. Prosecutor Yan Dianpo will lead the strongest guild in the country. They're even broadcasting the raid live. How considerate. The public's interest in this is no joke. The announcements continued. Ion Warrior, this raid will succeed, right? Come on, please save this world. Busan Monini, didn't Prosecutor Yan Dianpo get demoted? Shouldn't a necromancer be leading this raid? I know Yan Dianpo's team is great, but a necromancer is the right choice for this. At times like these, I don't care who leads as long as they can save Korea. At least give us some good news. Has everyone eaten? It must be hard to find food, right? If we use the store, we might find some bread. Code 7272, I've heard so much about this quest. Isn't it biased towards the monsters? This damn system think about humanity too. Everyone continued to chatter, and the system even turned this surprise attack into a quest. Moreover, that person will be joining as well. Is it the rumored awakened? Just then a helicopter appeared above the central district, drawing everyone's eager eyes. Looks like he's here. I wonder what he's like. The helicopter lands on the rooftop and Dong-woo and his companions stride out, greeted warmly by Choi Dong-hoon. Welcome to the Free Union. You've come a long way. Dong-yu calmly replies, I was just looking from above, but the surrounding area is really well organized. Looks like you've prepared well for this raid, but seriously, cameras. I knew it, Ma. The live broadcast is meant to build an image for the Free Guild. I wonder if this show of haste is to demonstrate the difference in power. Lee Kang-hoon appears behind him looking contemptuous. Are you the rumored necromancer? Only 3 survivors? I heard there was a large group of survivors in Suo. This alliance seems a bit unbalanced, doesn't it? As he smoothed his hair as if admiring his own good looks, Dong-yu watched him sharply as he pointed to himself and continued. We have 31 elite players on our side. And didn't 102 Gangnam bosses also come? Dong-woo thought uncomfortably. What's this? They're already pressuring me before the contract terms are even settled. Are they connected to Prosecutor Yeon-di of Dongpo? He calmly asked. I'm sorry, but could you introduce yourselves first? Choi Dong-hoon introduces him as Lee Kang-hoon, the leader of the DH survivors, as Lee Kang-hoon flips his hair at the mention of his name. Sung-yu quickly recalls Lee Kang-hoon, the fire mage, a well-known name in the community. Urgently, Yu asks, is he from the dispatched army? Lee Kang-hoon exclaims, what? Dong-yu confidently states, we've always been a team of 3, so what's the point of filling the ranks with people from other dispatch teams? We're not here to fight each other, but to raid the boss. Isn't that right? Lee Kang-hoon was furious and tried to charge forward, but Choi Dong-hoon held him back. Come now, Kang-hoon, consider Dong-yu's potential. Sung-yu isn't alone, which is why I invited him despite the distance. Rankings are also proof. We don't have time, let's get this meeting started. Behind them, Sung-min-hoon bit her nails in frustration, while Han Ho-jisoo and the pets waited outside as Sung-yu faced the 3 Choi Dong-hoon alone. Oh no, there are other figures present, older and fiercer, not to be trifled with. Shung Min-hoa steps forward to introduce herself. Hello, I'm the chief assistant of the Shung Min-hoa expedition team. She then quickly turned to the projector screen, saying, we've confirmed everything, but there's a quest in this raid, and the difficulty has increased, so the rewards will surely be greater. I don't know what items will appear, but if converted to gold, it will be divided into 12 shares. Upon hearing this, Sung-woo quickly realized something, looking around to see everyone was indifferent. In his mind, Dong-yu realized they were all in cahoots, and such an even split wouldn't be fair. 10 captains present and no one objected. Though different teams, they were essentially all members of the Free Guild. So by dividing into 12 shares, the Free Association would keep 11%, while our team only gets 1. After reporting, Sung Min-hoa asked, does anyone have any objections? Dong-yu quickly raised his hand and spoke up, I do. She smugly thought, it's so easy to bait him. Dong-yu began his analysis, questioning why they should split the reward when the boss fight was a one-on-one battle. Shouldn't the rewards go to the victor who risked their life? Dong Min-hoa thought, nervously relieved he'd refused the quest. For an equal share of the reward, we cannot agree, Dong-yu stated coldly. This isn't about equality, it's about fairness. Everyone has different levels and different strengths. So you call that equal? Did you bring me here to be your pack mule? So everyone here would just be freeloading. He bluntly exposes their intentions. Immediately, the more hot-headed among them voiced their discontent. What the hell was that bastard saying? What do you mean carry the team and freeload? Did he just call us leeches? Guan Shuo rises, pointing outside, issuing a challenge. The necromancer has come to fight. Dung. Yu recognizes him as the self-proclaimed first king of Enon Guan, ranked 11th and known for battling giant monsters in close combat. He pressed, why don't you answer me? Young-yu cuts him off, telling him to sit down. His sharp eyes gleam. Seems I struck a nerve, so take a seat. Enraged, Guanjok lunges forward. You son of a bitch. Choi Dong-hoon, who had been holding back, slams the table, his face darkening as he speaks. Then let's try it. Sounds good. Cut to outside the city where monsters are flying everywhere. Guan Shok slaughters them while cursing in a rage. That bastard, that undead freak, that arrogant son of a bitch. He should have shut his mouth and listened to us. Who would support him? His system appears you have received 3,800 gold for hunting lizard monsters. Guan Shao maniacally laughs. Ha ha ha, I apologize for taking my anger out on you, but is that all you've got? Is that all they've got? The lizard monsters are wary of him now. Suddenly, just as he was about to charge, a burst of fire erupted, obliterating them in explosions. A figure appears behind him, reminding him, be careful, boss, if you die, we're all doomed. Li Kang scoffs. So this is the lizard's perfect hiding spot. If the monsters keep multiplying, we'll be in trouble. Guan Shuo smugly points out that's why we're intervening. We must eliminate the monsters, prevent the world's destruction, and stop the Fallen. This information reveals the future should we fail to stop them. The Fallen will plant the seeds of the world tree, sacrificing humanity to fuel its growth. Lee Kang-hoon grimaces, a tragic end looms. You remember, don't you, if we don't stop them, all of Korea will be submerged. Guan Seo then said, but do we even know who the Fallen One is? While Lee Kang-hoon put on another show of melancholy. That's not it. The Fallen isn't a monster you two are fighting. It's just a name. That's why we can only stay here and protect the world tree's growth at this specific UUID. Guanxio scoffed. The prosecutor will handle all the complicated stuff. Unlike some people who are all talk, Prosecutor Yan Diempo keeps his word. A helicopter appeared in the sky, and he watched it wondering if the cameraman had started broadcasting. But the prosecutor should be on the other side. Suddenly, the possessed man frantically screamed, "Damn it!" Boss the necromancer Guan Sok thought to himself in elation. "What's this? He's dead, I knew it would end like this." But Li Kanghyun retorted, "No, they've gone to Juyu Park." Upon hearing that, he was shocked. "No, isn't that where the boss is?" He gritted his teeth, thinking he could probably get to the boss faster than Dong Hun. They seethed with anger, continuing to curse the damned necromancer, as an archer stood by, a confident smile spreading across his face. The level 11 ironclad archer Yang Shu was a prodigy, even before the world fell. In his experience, success has nothing to do with ability. Relationships and political skills are what truly matter. Human skills may decline, but in the end I'll be able to control everyone with my silver tongue. Isn't it strange to judge people based on skill in this society? Indeed it is. People also need to know how to be smooth and flattering. I got my chance thanks to equipping myself with those weapons. Meanwhile, Manhwa was privately fawning over Yongsu, begging him not to overdo it today. He watched Sungwoo's back, thinking the chairman was testing the necromancer, and that he was destined to lose against all the guild leaders in the raid. All he had to do was wait, and success would pave the way. Or so he thought as Yongsu's expression hardened. But what in the world is happening? What is going on? A massive vortex of fire erupts in the air, as Jisoo grits her teeth, unleashing her power. Yonggu couldn't believe it. What was wrong with her? What kind of ridiculous game is this? Why is she suddenly charging ahead? And that monster? His eyes are now set on Hanho. He's like a monster now, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. That's too bad. Has he tamed a new type of monster? How can a person change so much? The root of the problem is that necromancer. What are those armored monsters? The images of the Chungwu's children appearing before Yang Myonggu are terrifying. Compilation list of the 5 ironclad knight squads. Phase 4 ironclad classification. Requires 40 or more fully armored monsters. Effect plus 25% armor efficiency, shield strength equals 35% defensive power. Yi Myongshu nearly fell backward. This was the true synergy of a subjugation squad. Their combined power is this immense. Just then, Chongyu turned around, startling him. He chuckled. "Want armor like theirs? Don't worry, they're all archers." "Create armor," he said, and bones immediately began encasing Yongshu. He cried out in terror. "The skeletons are surrounding me." Soon, Wai Mu and Yongshu were all clad in bone armor. Lighter than I thought. This is tough. The system displays composite list 5 tier 4 Iron Knight Squad composite armor classification requires 40 or more heavily armored monsters. Armor effectiveness plus 25% shield strength equals 35% of defense. Yang Mu inwardly seethed. This damn game just end already, it's so frustrating. In this situation, it's like I'm their guide. Yang Mu decided to speak flatteringly. "Oh, you're not a returnee, are you? I saw one before at the Gao Idu house. If we cross over there you'll see a park. That's the boss room." Shung Yu pondered this, noting the rising water levels the further they ventured. Yang Shu continued to tempt him, saying there might be more lizard monsters over there, and underground their vision was limited and the space was small. "So why don't you go join another team?" He smirks, thinking this will definitely be difficult for the soul summoner. Deng Yu calls out Han Hoju, fall back, leaving him confused. "Huh?" The pets, as if playing a game, toss the lizards into the air, leaving them floating helplessly on the water's surface. Deng Yu uses corpse explosion, and explosions erupt instantly, repeating the action over and over. Corpse explosion, you have gained 3,800 gold for hunting lizard monsters. Corpse explosion, you have gained 3,800 gold from hunting lizard monsters. You have gained 3,800 gold from hunting lizard monsters. Dust fills the air, Deng Yu asks. "We took care of it." Yang Mi Yongshu thought frantically. "A hole. I desperately need a hole to see what's around me." At that moment, a helicopter appeared in the sky, causing Han Ho to exclaim in surprise. "Oh, a helicopter's coming. Wait, is it filming us?" Yumi Yongshu thinks in disappointment, so the helicopter's purpose is to show off their master-level skills. Meanwhile, the photographer in the helicopter was filming the scene, excitedly shouting, "Amazing, just amazing. I have to record this armored skeleton, and these explosions, a sight that will inspire all survivors." The prosecutor must be talking about this scene too. He recalled how he was assigned to film other teams but unexpectedly captured such an amazing moment. The audience reaction was explosive as well, with the comment section buzzing with excitement. "Yusin is shaking. Amazing. Brother No is shaking. Those explosions were awesome. They're much better than those fools on the subjugation team. Prosecutor Noang, Jin, and the others are on a whole other level, blowing everything to smithereens. So this is the power of a soul summoner. Godam Soon, what an effective match. Gunsan, from what I see, the necromancer is even stronger than that prosecutor, so don't rely on him too much." The photographer kept cheering. "Great, just great." His teammate then came out and said, "Hey, the subjugation squad is contacting us," and he held out his hand to give it to me. But the voice on the other end roared, "What the hell are you doing? Turn the helicopter around and come back here," the photographer stammered. But you told us to film the other teams?" Manhwa's furious voice shrieked. "Do you really not understand what I meant? I told you to do that to check on the other teams. Turn back now, and if you want to live, listen to me." He quickly complies. I'm sorry, I'll turn back immediately." As the helicopter flew away, Dongwoo wondered, aren't they filming anymore? Hanho guesses that the other teams must have made some progress as well. Soon after, he and his teammates step into a body of water and a notification appears. "You have entered the boss room." As they walked, Jisoo turned back and said, "This used to be a park, but now it looks like a wilderness." Suddenly, an earth tremor shook the ground, and everyone stumbled and fell. "An earthquake. It's an earthquake. Everyone be careful," Ju shouted. "Yongyu, look over there. There's a light appearing in the north, a pillar of light shooting into the sky." A notification appears. The Lizard Warrior Leader raid boss has spawned, blessed by the swordsman. A 90% damage reduction effect will be applied to the strongest attacks. The Lizard Warrior Leader is seeking a worthy opponent. Upon defeating the final boss in match 11, a special title will be bestowed upon you. Hanho excitedly points in one direction. "It must be that way. Let's go, senior." At that moment, several helicopters flew towards the light, causing Hanho to exclaim in surprise. "Huh. Aren't those the subjugation squad? Wow, they showed up right after we found the boss's location. Are they trying to monopolize the loot? I didn't expect them to use a helicopter flying straight here without a care for anything around them. He's more competitive than I thought. There's no rule in the Covenant that says we have to stay on the ground. Trust decreased by 5, but it's hard to trust them anyway." Han Hoi then asked with wide eyes, "Senior, what should we do?" Yongyu sighed. "What else can we do?" Then with a smile he replied, "We can't fly, so let's just keep moving forward. I need to find a means of aerial transport." Soon after, more notifications rang out. "You have gained 3,800 gold from hunting lizard monsters. You have gained 3,800 gold from hunting lizard monsters." Meanwhile, Sungyu's pets were slaughtering the lizards, when suddenly Sungyu cried out. "Huh, what's that?" Han quickly looked over. "Senior, your clothes are glowing," Dongyu exclaimed, startled. "This is an experience card, item info name experience card, C rank, hidden rank, consumable type. Effect grants a massive amount of experience upon use. When the experience points needed to level up can be filled with this card, a blue light will appear." He thinks the item he received from the gold dungeon is glowing. "So at level 15, possessing the Reaper's Scythe would trigger my first awakening." The system promptly asks, "You've acquired enough experience to level up. Do you wish to use the card?" Dongyu smiles with anticipation. "Of course." Suddenly, images of his panicked teammates flashed before his eyes. The faint halo of light emanating from him seemed to pull him into another dimension. What is this? Is it an oracle? There's not a single difference. It feels as though my body is truly floating in the air, suspended in a dark space. And in that light, there was someone, something. An unknown entity appeared. The figure speaks. "So you've come, Yu Sung, the one who holds the reins of death. Go find the Reaper's Scythe, the exclusive quest, who is the Lord of Death." 2 types of goals achieved. The target possesses the Death Scythe as a reward. Awakening first exclusive skill. You will soon face a presence containing much death, a terrifying power that is difficult to handle. Without sufficient power, you'll be assimilated and become his apostle. Your choice will determine your fate. Dongyu stood there accepting the quest, and after reading it, he exclaimed in shock. "So there's an entity behind the system window. It seems to be trying to tell me something, but I can't understand it at all. Is that why it's using the system to talk to me? How strange. I'm facing an unknown entity, yet I feel at peace. For some reason I feel like it won't hurt me, like it's incredibly familiar." Just then the system screen spoke up again. "Yoo-hoo," it said, and Shungu startled in response. "Ah yes." The nameless entity reminds him. "Pay closer attention to death. Pay attention to death." Just as Dongyu is confused, he's pulled away. Wait. What do you mean, your location is emitting light again?" Outside, Hanho and Jisoo are frantic, calling out senior. Sungyu regains his composure. Hanho is worried. He's been gone for about 10 seconds. "Are you okay?" Dongyu smiled, thinking that just as he thought, his body had also moved to another space, so that meant the mission he received when he met the nameless entity was real. Paying attention to death and being more careful, he wondered if he would be killed by a teammate, when suddenly an explosion erupted in the forest. A gasp escapes. An explosion. Is that smoke? Did that helicopter crash? Dongyu pulls up his hood resolute. This is no time for hesitation. I couldn't have completed that mission right away anyway. Let's focus on catching the boss first. Then he pointed, "From now on, we move wherever the boss is." Sungwoo coldly turned back and said, "Mr. Minsu, if you can't keep up, join another squad and try to catch up to us." Young Minsu was startled to be mentioned. "What are you talking about?" Sungyu scoffed. "Let's go." And with that, his army marched forward as one. Meanwhile, a massive fire still raged as Shung Minhu lay pathetically on the ground. What in the world is going on? A helicopter. The helicopter's been attacked. How could they attack it when it's already in the air? A spear. He sees a spear impaled in the helicopter. Choi Dong-hoon arrives, carrying someone on his back, and urges everyone to wake up. Dong Min-hyung quickly gets up. The prosecutor, he said, territory of faith. I managed to use it successfully in such a short time. Hearing this, he happily exclaimed inwardly, I see, so everyone survived thanks to the prosecutor's long-range skills. He really is something else. Choi Dong-hoon continued, there was one more person, but I couldn't save the pilot. Take out your anger on those monsters. Another helicopter appears in the sky. These people are live streaming and currently have 17.55 thousand viewers. Is that rookie getting this much attention? Seung-min exclaims, realizing he can't help but be the center of attention now. Her face is full of pride, for he is the hope of the nation. Below, the army slaughters the lizard monsters. Ha, these bastards are easy to deal with. Block them, move the helicopter, and destroy them. Suddenly, Seung-min turns scoffing at the prosecutor. A burst of light erupts, taking out multiple lizard monsters at once. Seung-min smiles proudly. Did you all see that? It's Prosecutor Yi Ongdo Ongpo. Below, Choi Dong-hoon urgently reminded them to prepare for the second raid and the boss's appearance. All responded, yes sir. Then a shockwave erupts from the forest. The bewildered teachers exclaim, and Seung Minhwa gasps, it's finally here. A notification appears. The lizard monster leader has emerged, a massive red lizard wielding a sword. Choi Dong-hoon pointed his sword forward and commanded fire use ranged attacks. Another notification appears. The lizardman leader has received the swordsman's blessing, reducing damage from attacks by 90%. Choi Dong-hoon yells, cease fire. He thought, I don't know if we're doing much damage, but it's not even flinching. What? Its regeneration is meaningless now, and the lizard archfiend is starting to panic. It unleashes a strike that the attackers can't defend against, and blood splatters everywhere. The lizard god leader raises his sword to kill again, and cries of desperation echo. No, but the slash had already landed. Just then an attack flashed past him, and Choi Dong-hoon issued a reminder. Everyone fall back. The raid team will handle this, and I'll take care of that bastard. He confidently stepped forward to face the lizard monster, declaring himself as its opponent. The monster became even more ferocious, swinging its sword as it leaped forward. Choi Dong-hoon braced himself, knowing their strength was equal, but the lizard man had the advantage in ranged attacks with its massive sword. But he had speed on his side, so he confidently thrust his sword at the lizard god leader. A smug grin spreads across his face. Victory will be his. In a one-on-one fight, he could win. Their attacks now clash. Excited, Minhwa speaks into the mic, eager to promote her master. It's amazing, just one person is staggering that monster, everyone sees it right. Lee Kang-hoon's group has also arrived. Big brother Dong-hoon, we're here. Choi Dong-hoon exclaimed, the captains of the union guilds. Then he saw familiar lights behind the trees. Yang have the soul summoners arrived. With renewed confidence, Choi Dong-hoon unleashed his spear arts, but a sense of unease washed over him. But something was off. I don't know why, but the smile never left its face. Even though he's being overwhelmed, it makes me want to tear that monster's mouth open. Just then, the lizard god leader roars and opens its mouth wide, unleashing a massive torrent of flames. Choi Dong-hoon quickly conjures a shield to defend himself, as the others rush forward in a panic. Commander, he shouts, stay back. Choi Dong-hoon realized with dismay that his shield and defenses were failing, warning, you'll die if you get close. Just then, Seung Min-hum pointed in terror, unable to speak. A boss. The lizard god leader is evolving, a notification announced. The real boss monster, War Dragon, has appeared surrounded by roaring flames. Phase 2 has begun, and the transformations are becoming increasingly terrifying. Choi Dong-hoon grits his teeth and looks up at Dragon. So you've been hiding your true form all this time. In response, the War Dragon attacks, and he struggles to defend himself, feeling as though his bones are about to shatter from the force of the blow. I'm no match for it. It's attacking with its tail. The War Dragon's tail whips around, carrying the sword from before. A great sword. That blade slices through Choi Dong-hoon. Guan frantically cried out. Prosecutor Lee Kang-hoon also yelled. Dong-hoon now has a deep wound running from his shoulder to his stomach. No, it can't be. Seung Min-hwa's group is stunned by the situation as Jean Long growls, bowing before him. Tears fall. It's over. Seung Min-hwa bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. The raid had failed. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. All arrogance now gone, when suddenly a lizardman corpse is hurled toward the War Dragon. Then a massive explosion erupts. Seung Yu's pecs charge at Jean Long, frantically attacking. It opens its massive jaws and roars, the War Dragon momentarily restrained, as the large bone soldiers pin it down. As the twin dragon struggled, Seung Yi appeared, plunging his sword into its head, prompting Seung Min-hwa to ask a soul summoner. The cameraman agreed, and the viewers watching the livestream were overjoyed, clearly putting their faith in him. Seung Yu's here, he's arrived. Taeyong was more excited than anyone, a true leader appearing at the crucial moment like the main character in a movie. Dong Minhwa realized Seung Yu's importance, shocked the necromancer had arrived so quickly, but relieved, she shouted, I don't care about the reward, just end this and save everyone. Below the war, dragon continues to thrash and roar as Sung Yu plants his sword in its head, then leaps down. The massive bone soldiers continued to approach restraining war dragon when one swung a bone hammer. Hammer Guan charges into battle, planning to strike with the hammer, and then tear it apart with his sword. Li Kang-hoon happily adds, "We can win, the imposters can win, they don't seem as hateful as they did before." Suddenly the cameraman panics, pointing out that the area around the gate is full of the same monster gods they faced before. Shung Bin-hoa was startled and looked over. "Yeah." She gritted her teeth. "Those bastards. The boss battle 1.1 was just an option for the players, but what about the other monsters? If that's how it is, then don't even offer the challenge." She then ordered everyone to contact and protect the summoner, while Le Kang-hoon and Guan's group created a barrier, declaring that no one shall pass. Meanwhile, Hanho and Jisoo were busy slaying monsters, and Hanho seemed pleased, noting that the others seemed to know who to support. The giant skeleton soldier swings its axe down on the war dragon's head, and Dongmin H, unaware of the situation, cheers with joy. "He killed the dragon. We finally took down the monster." But Dong Yu feels uneasy. Was it really that easy? Impossible! Then a cry of alarm echoed. "Is the dragon moving? No way." Hanho gritted his teeth, certain it wasn't breathing anymore, while Du looked worried. Something's not right. Sung Yu realizes it seems to be entering its third phase. A notification appears explaining that a raid has been triggered. The hidden boss, Devourer of Seeds, has appeared. The quest to find the similarities between heroes and stars is complete. Until the boss is defeated, all entrances and exits will be locked. Dong Yu looks up at the monster, both terrified and angry. The system window is always full of problems and anomalies, like it's toying with us. The group panicked, shouting, "Ah, these monsters are strange, stop them from getting closer." The young lizards, as if sensing power from their king, charged with vigor, terrifying everyone. "They're like zombies, we have to wipe them out." Dong Yu thought to himself, "Are these monsters berserk? I have faith in Hanho and Ju. They'll stop those berserk salamanders." He then turned to the war dragon, the real problem. He shouted, "The fire breath is coming, get out of the way." At that moment a torrent of fire erupted from the monster's maw and screams filled the air. "Help, help." Sung Yu looks around, wondering what to do with his remaining subordinates. The monster continues its relentless advance as Sung Yu uses corpse explosion, but the blast has no effect and the monster roars unharmed. It opens its maw again, unleashing fire as the skeleton soldiers raise their arms to defend. The system appears, announcing Andit's final death. Dong Yu looks back in dismay. His bear berserkers instantly turn to ash. "I can't think of a plan in this situation. I have to distract it with an energy-draining attack. The corpse is now under your control." He then urged his teammates Han and Hoju to retreat. "We can't hunt lizard monsters and defeat the boss at the same time. Let's retreat, regroup, and then deal with the lizards." Ju asks about the others, but he says they should split up and retreat before more arrive. Since monsters always attack crowded places, prioritize your own safety even if we're all in danger. Ju silently looked to the side, and Hanho replied, "Yes, Sunbei Sung Yu, let's get out of here." Then the three jumped in three directions. "Everyone retreat," Sung Yu shouted, and the others followed suit. The raid had failed. "Run," Han Hong shouted as he ran past someone. He scoffs, recognizing the man. He's horrified to see Choi Dong-hun unconscious and injured. "Prosecutor Yan Di-deung Bo, what are you doing here?" Han-ho struggles to help him. "We can't just sit here. We have to run." Just then, the war dragon monster appeared right behind them. Tears streaming down his face, Han-ho screamed. He remembered Chung-woo's words in a situation where everyone is in danger. Individual survival is paramount. The monster's jaws opened wide, and Han-ho screamed, eyes shut tight. But just then Rin appeared, plunging her sword into the beast, leaving Han-ho stunned. "What's this?" She gracefully circles the war dragon, executing the fang net technique. Then Goplin Shuang stabs the monster in the head again, causing it to roar in agony. Han looks over in delight. "Ah, that's the way." Shung Yu giving it his all stabs, the monster that just spoke. Oh, he really should have just worried about himself. The war dragon is stabbed in the eye, then uses its tail to coil around the blade and move, slicing off Sungwoo's wrist. A horrified cry rings out as Sungwoo's hand is severed, blood gushing forth. But he instantly vanished into thin air, leaving the war dragon bewildered, while Han-ho was grabbed by the collar and dragged away by Chunga. What Han-ho turned around in shock. "Senior, you just explained that thing as an alternate ego." The item information displays the Black King's legendary ring type, and effects. Agility +3, Strength +2. When attacking in the shadows, an alternate ego will be summoned to fight alongside you. The substitute self has 50% of your attack power. "Wrong," you muttered with a frown. "I can't inflict damage, but this should be enough to blind it." He remembered when he exhausted all his strength and energy, but the alternate ego with 50% damage attacking its eyes made this blow more effective. The war dragon growled, giving chase, its massive jaws opening, as if to swallow everything whole. They both cried out in terror, "It's coming this way." "Senior." "Wrong," you gritted his teeth and looked back. "Did I anger it? It's targeting us." Just then, a burst of flames erupts before the war dragon as Diu launches an attack to halt the monster. Seeing this, Shungyu panicked. I told you we should split up. She simply gives a resolute smile. I'll fight with you. We three must always be together. Hanho cries out, moved. Ju Dongwoo chuckled helplessly. I'm sure you have a lot to say, but we're a little busy right now. Let's talk after we beat this boss. With that, a notification appears. A call of death is beginning in this area. A barrage of attacks is launched at Qianlong. Corpse explosion and another explosion erupts. The monster roars, and Dongyu begins to analyze the situation. We have to catch the boss, but the situation seems hopeless. Even corpse explosion doesn't faze it. I don't know if it's on purpose, but it's not even touching the zombies. So there's no way to detonate it from the inside. And summoning skeletons continuously is ineffective. It's destroying the skeletons faster than Hanho and Jisoo can summon them. Now the monster opens its mouth and unleashes fire. Fire breath Shungyu was incredibly tense. Damn it, they're all behind me. Behind him now was a horde of lizard monsters. The fire dragon scorched toward Chungwoo as he screamed, his iron sleeves ablaze, while Hanho and Ju cried out, Sanji Ju Sr. He gritted his teeth, enduring as the flames began to weaken. Dongyu collapsed in the dust and smoke. He barely managed to block the attack, and his dry bones were all gone. He was completely drained, panting heavily as the monster growled and moved. It uses its tail to control the blade again, and Hanho jumps in front of Chung. I'll protect you, Senior. Suddenly a notification appears. Your holy armor has been shattered. Hanho was completely bewildered. He could only watch as the blade descended, but at that moment, Goblin Shuang leapt forward once more, saving Hanho's life. She charges forward. Did she just cut off its tail? A gasp echoes as the war dragon's tail is severed and bleeds. The monster roars even more furiously as she uses a bone spike to push Hanho back. And just like that, she calmly accepted the war dragon's wrath as its claws descended. Hanho cried out, "No, you idiot." Lin stretches out her hand as if to bid farewell and is crushed beneath the claws. Hanho's eyes widened in shock as his skeletal friend returned to eternal rest. It's a shame, everyone. I was really enjoying watching Lin's bone contribution. She was so talented and cute. Enraged, Han draws his sword and charges forward, but then cries out as his right arm is struck. Senior Ju, get out of the way. Jisoo cried out in alarm. Han, calm down. But then the two of them were grabbed and carried away by a giant skeleton soldier. Dongwoo simply said, try to survive and face the monster alone. The two were in a panic. Senior Dongyu, what are you doing? Dongyu gritted his teeth, looking down at the glowing purple stone on his chest. He'd barely recovered from that last attack. This monster was truly something else, always hitting harder than he expected and never giving up. So he needed to buy as much time as possible. Then the war dragon attacked again, its claws pinning him down. Gyani Manhwa was frantic. Even the soul summoner couldn't. We haven't even spoken yet. Soul summoner Yoon is fighting to the very end. We can't give up hope. Shungyu struggles against the war dragon's attacks, but his weapons are swatted away, and he's struck hard by its stump of a tail. Gyani Manhwa grits his teeth in worry. His leg's been hit. The cameraman beside him panics. I don't think he can hold on. Just then, the monster opened its mouth to breathe fire, and Dongyu exclaimed. Its horns Dongyu lay flat on the water. I really failed. And after struggling to survive this long, am I really going to die like my parents? Then images of Hanho and Ju flashed before his eyes. Sungwoo smiles in resignation, thinking he wasn't a complete failure after all, as a massive fire engulfs him. He emotionlessly allows himself to be consumed by the flames. The core soldiers, Hanho and Ju, now a distance away, frantically call out Senior Sung-woo. The scene shifts to a dark space where Sung-woo floats, wondering if he's dead. He opened his eyes to nothingness. Honestly, he'd only survived by luck along with his fortune and his comrades. Now that I'm dead, the mire must be gone too. I wonder if they're still alive. Suddenly a voice calls out to him. He looks up in surprise. He sees a figure cloaked in black from head to toe and wonders who it is. Am I dead? Is that why I can see him? Then he chuckled and said, Are you here to take me away? I don't know about heaven or hell, but whatever, let's go. I'm tired, I want to stop now. Hearing this, the figure suddenly burst out laughing. Not even 30 and already so tired, Dongwoo couldn't help but wonder why the Grim Reaper was acting like an old man. At that moment, the figure turned and exclaimed, I didn't come here to see you like this. Dongwoo was stunned as the man removed his hat and coat, laughing. Finally, we can talk. Sanji blurts out, Dad, is that really you? Overwhelmed, he struggles to grasp reality. Ren wondered, is this just another sick joke from the system? His father looked at him gently, saying casually, who knows? But does it even matter anymore, he sighed, accepting this hazy reality. Father is right, it's all over now anyway. Looking back, this ending suits me best. Having experienced so many bizarre events, he realized death is a terrifying, nameless fear. The fear of everything turning to nothing. But if the afterlife truly exists, it might ease our fear, for we must still face our sins. And before him, the horrific scene of a family torn apart replays once more. As his father silently looked at him, he asked the obvious question, Are you angry with me? When our house burned down, I abandoned the family and ran away to survive, he confessed, his voice full of emotion. I ran away because I was afraid of dying, but in the end I watched you sink into that terrible sea of fire. I lived so resiliently, always learning how to become stronger. I tried not to create problems beyond my control, thinking I had overcome everything and grown so much. But in the end I failed, and I met my father again like this." Suddenly he trembled. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into laughter, saying, "All this time you've been worrying about such useless things. Did you run away because you were afraid of being scolded?" he wondered silently, questioning if this was truly his father. He then heard his father lament. "How old were you back then?" Ho Ingi was stunned, and his father pouted, saying, "I thought you'd grown up, but it turns out you're still so young." "You didn't want to be scolded, so you ran away," he said, making Tone wonder if this was really his father. He continued to explain, asking how old he was at the time. "Did you think you could help in such an emergency?" Tone retorted. But he still wore that same gentle smile, hypnotizing him back to his dusty memories. "Besides, I didn't run away. I only did what you told me to do. Remember, we were together then. Remember, it was just an accident." While the family slept, a fire broke out, and his mother and he were trapped inside. Terrified, he grabbed his father's pants leg, as his father gently stroked his head, saying, "Sanju, get out of here first and don't come back." He resisted, saying, "Dad," but to comfort him, his father suppressed his fear, put on a brave face, and said, "Dad will find Mom and come back to you." He suddenly remembered everything, and now as a grim reaper his father declared, "We are your parents, so we will definitely not let you run into danger." Lost in thought, he realizes that he had forgotten all of those memories. His parents were good people. His father explains further. "The accident happened because of a short circuit. Our house was too old back then. You've always had a strong sense of responsibility, but it wasn't your job to save our family. That was mine as the head of the household." But he didn't understand at all, humiliatingly saying, "But you couldn't save Mom either. You failed just like me." His father repeated in doubt, "I failed and opened up a new world for him. That's not failure. I saved you, and I'm not a failure either." He understood then he wasn't a failure either. So he was asked if he would consider fighting him. "Do you want to go back?" he answers, with resolve. "Yes, I don't think I'll be defeated again." He pointed in one direction, saying, "The path back is that way." He confessed, "I'm so happy to see you again after so long, Dad," but his father urged him on. All right, hurry now, someone's waiting for you." He tapped him on the head, saying, "I almost forgot, this is yours." He blankly grabbed the item, as a notification appeared, "You have been given a special quest. Who is the Master of Death? You will be rewarded after completing the origin, awakening, and acquiring an exclusive skill. Your destiny will undergo a slight change." Meanwhile, the dragon roared madly, as its heavy weapon slammed into the ground, and Ju gasped for breath. No, it can't be. There's no way he could die there. Choi Dong-hoon stumbles forward, defeated, declaring their failure. Even Sanju wouldn't let him spout nonsense. They immediately turned and glared at him. Choi Dong-hoon was bewildered, thinking, "Is that resentment? I see, I understand now. This is the punishment, a punishment for me." I vaguely remember Han-ho saving me. His passive skills are no joke. Specifically, it's a high-level passive skill that consumes nothing. You've gained high-level charisma, causing those around you to panic and suddenly feel guilty towards you. The lower their level, the stronger the effect, only usable on those below level 10. Furthermore, the skill is even more effective if the opponent is anxious. He mused, "This ambush was meant to capture the boss monster, but the strongest member is already dead. I was too hasty and blinded by the reward. My inability to adapt to this fight led to our failure. I have to fix this. The world is ending, and I'm stuck here." Suddenly, Shung Min Yem appeared, trying to stop him. "Commander, calm down." He glanced at the man. Han-ho had saved him. "And that damned lackey abandoned me, didn't he?" As the heat intensifies, he declares, "Commander will retreat first." He knew it all along. To preserve their forces, the entire team retreated. He looked back, thinking, "I'm sorry, Sanju, but I will protect Han-ho and Jisoo." Suddenly, a mystical energy surged, blanketing the sky above. He's screaming, she blurts out. The sky darkens, and he looks toward the source with suspicion. "Black smoke, it's happening now. Attention, the program has begun in this area." They were horrified. The dragon roars ferociously, and they wonder in terror. "Look, that blue light. Is it a necromancer?" Within the eerie glow, a figure in strange iron armor appears. They frantically speculated. "Damn, is it a necromancer? No, it's a lich. Has he turned into a monster?" Meanwhile, he wondered if his senses were failing him. He couldn't feel anything. "Am I even alive?" As the message appeared, "Thanks to the title of Soul Wanderer, you have been revived." With a 21-day cooldown, he thought with annoyance. Reborn. Is this really what they call being revived? As the details appeared, the first awakening was triggered, and you can summon the Death Scythe. You can summon giant monsters to form a battle squad, and thanks to your first awakening, the 9th in history, you've acquired a limited secret shop coupon for 50. He immediately calls for the Death Scythe. Skill information: Death Scythe manifestation, first awakening level. With no cost, you can summon the Death God Scythe for 1 hour each day and transform into a lich. When the lich transformation is activated, the maximum number of summoned monsters increases by 50, and all stats increase by 10. Furthermore, you can revive and regenerate the monsters that have disappeared to the maximum summonable number. He muses a lich, is truly something. Hearing that the dragon growled menacingly. He provoked, does that dragon want to become our toy? Now it's my turn, phase 2. In other words, the Undeads under your control have become like family wading through lava as they rush over. As Lan charged forward, he shouted, look, his skill must have activated, Junjitsu asked in astonishment. You mean Sanju is still alive? Choi Dong-hoon and the others were stunned to hear that. Sweat trickling down his cheek, he wondered. The necromancer's still alive. How could he survive a blow like that? Seeing Quitch, she anxiously asks, Sanji, are you all right? As he, with tears in his eyes, hoarsely shouts, we're coming, senior. Seeing his current state, he screamed in terror, sobbing. He's become a monster, she calmly replied. No, look at that scythe. He's completed his awakening. Like a dragon, he lunges at the monster, creating a shockwave that obliterates the space, scattering bone fragments everywhere, and a notification repeats. Your defeated party member has been revived. Your defeated party member has been revived. Your defeated party member has been revived. They cheered in amazement as the skeletons kept reviving. Did you all see that? The monsters summoned by the necromancer are immortal. The dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of flames that spread rapidly, forcing everyone back under the intense heat as he ordered the creation of iron armor. The flames spread this way as well. He commanded, everyone fall back. The scythe swings and a swirling vortex of bones rushes forward to shield everyone. That's right, I believe in you. Don't abandon us again, he sobbed, embracing it tightly as it pouted coquettishly. Let's live and die together. In the center of the battle, Arrogance said, why don't you increase your power? Are you tired already? Sorry, but I possess infinite life and power. He immediately uses damage resistance, scattering bone fragments to attack the dragon from all sides with a special scythe, and once again creates iron armor, beating it mercilessly. The dragon writhes free as helicopters broadcast the scene it's still alive. If you're weak in both mind and body, don't come near this place, just watch the broadcast. He glared at the figure. He officially declared its death. Yes, finish it off. A small shadow dashes forward, a bone club finishing off the monster. And finally the end is announced. Time remaining before confirmation, 4,335 days. You now possess 1155556 gold from defeating the lizardmen in the Idu swamps. The Hero and Steel Party quest has concluded. The winner is player 157. You have acquired the title of Amateur Dragon Hunter. Strength increased by 2, fire resistance increased by 30%. Everyone watching is ecstatic. It's over, I knew you could do it. Tung was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? What did I just witness? He muses, finally having slain the boss and achieved victory. Then he gets a call and a notification pops up. Your Undead is now a trusted family member. He wondered in shock. That's Yang Kuo-wa. He's clearer and more expressive. This is insane. How is this possible? He can control it. If so, the gap between us will only widen. Meanwhile, he happily says, Senior, I knew you were alive. To which the other replies emotionlessly, I already died once. Seeing him in his lich form, she hesitantly asks, you can return to normal, right? Among the items left behind by the dragon-killing squad were the Ayamo dragon monster, hide, a heroic crafting material, and more. This is the super tough hide of a young black dragon. Though not fully developed due to the dragon's age, it's still considered among the strongest. She presents the items one by one. Item info: Dragon Monster Heart, legendary grade crafting material. The details of this heart are completely different from those of smaller creatures. It's a very valuable item, so you must handle it with care. He muses. So this is the item that can create equipment. And there's more. This too. Information about the seed appears: epic grade seed of life. Unidentifiable type, unidentifiable effect, an indescribably strange sensation emanates from it. This seed of life is directly connected to the bleak ending he saw in the prophecy. The mission's influence fades and he returns to normal, carefully observing the seed. This seed of life is directly related to the disastrous ending he saw in the prophecy. After this item, everything will be wiped clean. The courageous photographer approached, asking, Hey Necromancer, one sentence, please say something to the viewers. He coldly replied, Don't put too much faith in those who promise to protect you. He asked suspiciously, Yeah. Si Liang thinks that those hailed as saviors of the survivors, and who glorify themselves as heroes, are actually useless. The system once examined the groups and found many who were unfit to survive. He explained, If we don't have the strength to jump into the sea of fire, then we don't have the strength to escape it. We must become stronger. With that, he clenched his fist in determination, and the space suddenly trembled, creating a shockwave and a thunderous sound. Everyone was startled. Why the sudden explosion? They quickly discovered the reason: the gate was engulfed in flames. Shung Minhwa rushed to the commander with urgent news: someone had attacked the station. He frantically asked, who could it be? Listening to the conversation, he wondered, is the Can Guild attacking the station at a time like this? Soon after, someone took charge and directed the crowd to move, and everyone cooperated to evacuate the area. That's right, the expedition team is getting everyone on the helicopters. Looking at the cause, the black smoke is definitely a sign of the abyss. No way. Do they have the death bomb? He guessed that the helicopters were quickly evacuating people, and suddenly he knelt down and pleaded, "Sanju, please help us. There are still many civilians at that station. And in this situation, there's nothing I can do." He couldn't just sit idly by. He had to act. He crouched down and said, "I have a lot to say to you, Jang Hun, but now is not the time." Grabbing his hand, he pleaded, "I'm sorry our rescue team is close to the destination, but because of the smoke, we'll be landing on the outskirts. Please be ready to move forward." Everyone huddled together, evacuating to safety. Sergeant Kang suddenly announced, "The vice chairman and the prisoners are behind this raid." She was stunned, blurting out, "What? A prisoner?" He immediately asked, "Who gave you this information?" The man explained, "Yes, I saw them exchanging signals." Watching them argue, he mused, so even the Canbook Guild knew about this. This was a meeting of scientist merchants, including the sponsor and other shady figures. He surveyed the current situation once more, thinking the color was paler than abyss. They were doing this to increase the chance of infection. Even with the situation this dire, the expedition team is helpless. So he arranges, "I'll go in there." "Keep everyone safe," he asked hesitantly. "Senior, is this the work of those guys, the Beast Alliance that hates humans?" He replied softly, "If the sponsor has confirmed it, then they're a thorn in our side from now on." He guessed that judging by how they targeted the station, Swan Village was also likely to be attacked. "They usually attack people within the main defense force, so I have to catch them and confirm it myself." Xiao Shuai, fully equipped, declares, "It's time for your debut, Dragonbone." A cloud of black smoke fills the air. How noisy. Are there still resistors? If that's the case, dealing with him shouldn't be too difficult. He said indifferently, then listened to his excuse. "After the raid, most of our forces are exhausted, so do those humans think we won't attack again? Fools." He said, "There's no way a new race like us can coexist with those humans." He agreed, adding, "Those humans who can't adapt to the new era won't understand this." He then asked, "Also, how long will the ritual last?" Without hesitation, he replied, "You know those rebels, right? The mages will take care of that. It's rare to get the chance to feast on a mage's brain." He proudly showed off his claws, expecting recognition for his contribution. So why did he only get to eat the archer's brains? "I used my claws too, you know," he scoffed. "How ignorant. Still, you're better than those scientist bastards." Then he recalled their focused research towards a grand goal, cautiously guessing if they wanted their bodies after they died. To create some kind of elixir or whatever, all that gluttonous Thomnom knows is eating. Foolish words. A divine elixir, I want one too. Outside, the wolf howled a final mournful cry as it died, granting you 3000 gold for slaying the storm wolf. "You have earned 3000 gold for killing the storm wolf." He quickly left the cave, leaving behind the venomous lone wolf still oozing green fluid as Sanji muttered to himself, "I thought the captured people were scattered, but they've all been gathered in one place." He orders a retreat as the new bone soldiers follow the eerie green liquid, becoming a phantom army under his command. Arriving elsewhere, he speculated and made a preliminary plan. This ritual, I don't know what it is, but they're clearly not killing people, just keeping them locked up in this building, right? Now I can personally catch those freaks and take them down one by one. A ghostly white figure emerges from the black smoke. He single-handedly carried wave after wave of unconscious players to the gathering point, grumbling, "Damn it, how many are there?" "We need 200, the rat replied carefully, recording the data. "They want us to capture as many players as possible." "There are plenty more on the other floors," another rat said, receiving orders and unable to hide his curiosity. "So all these people are going to be test subjects," another ratman scolded. "How are we supposed to know what they're planning?" He pondered for a moment, then replied, "I heard they're using them to farm experience or something. It's insane. How could they?" He reasoned, "We've already become monsters, so what's impossible?" He chuckled as he spoke. "I used to think I was born a rat, but this life isn't so bad." Suddenly a red alert appears, warning the fallen sword has been activated in this area. Warning the call of death has been activated in this area. He stared in disbelief at the notification on the screen. What was that? He frantically called out, "Hey, look out," but it was too late. A hand reached out and squeezed him tight. High-level undead rushed to attack, and he cried out in terror, "Who are you?" From above, a skeletal hand emerged, clawing at him painfully. As he fought back, he cursed, wondering what kind of monsters these were. Looking closer, he was even more astonished. Skeletons. Without hesitation, he focused his power, roared, and blasted away the bone goblins, attacking the skeletons with a ferocity they couldn't withstand. The notification arrives. A member of your party has returned to the Eternal Abyss. He cries out, "Where are you all? I know who you are. Come out here." The old necromancer immediately sent his scythe flying, piercing through him. He groaned in pain but still had the strength to curse. "This ignorant bastard," he retorted, "and you think releasing poison gas is proper?" Ending his life and claiming the bounty, he receives 3000 gold for hunting the level 2 wild bull. He muses, rank 2, the gold I'm getting has doubled. Their growth rate is on another level. A large figure looms over him saying, "Thanks to you, I now possess an even stronger bone monster." It was clearly a minotaur skeleton. "Your death is now under my control." Heavy breathing echoed in the haze as he moved in to investigate. He's still alive, but this poison will eventually kill him. He commands his skeletons, "Move out. We have to get everyone out of here. Check every floor and evacuate them. The city is shrouded in a dismal black aura, even affecting the bone monsters, causing them to stagger. A red alert appears again, warning of a terrifying summoning magic in the area. He looks up at the sky in horror. Summoning. What now? What more do you want? I don't have time to hesitate. He hurried in the opposite direction with the skeleton monsters toward the building, rushing to get there, trying to catch his breath. Seeing him, they were startled, asking, "Who are you?" He ignored them, passing through the smoke, thinking calmly and searching for the culprit. But now the smoke is spreading everywhere, and he's recognized me. Damn it, an unawakened being. What's wrong with him? Why doesn't hell's power affect him? He points and orders. Don't let him escape. Capture him. My experiment can wait. He also realizes the source of the magic circle. Necromancy. That's it. And despite their disbelief, he declares he doesn't have time to play with them. Fortunately, it was dark and he summoned the Reaper's Scythe. You have summoned the Death God's Scythe. Time limit 005958. You now possess the power of a lich, and the maximum number of summons has increased by 50. All skills have increased by 10. Undead being near you will be resurrected thanks to the infinite number of close companions. In his lich form, he discovers a little secret: he can use the scythe for 1 hour each day. But against you guys, 5 minutes is more than enough. Facing the bone monsters pouring out of the blue hole, they scoffed. How gruesome. Damn it, just destroy its skull. If it were you guys, we could defeat it easily. Indeed, in that situation, they never expected the defeated bone monsters to revive. The defeated bone monsters were reviving. He sneers. You're not bad, but in this situation, you're doomed. They are completely surrounded by countless bone monsters. Save me. Suddenly, he exclaimed, amazing researchers would drool over this. Too late for you, unawakened one, as he bent over to complete the magic circle. Noticing the terrifying summoning magic appearing in the area, he gloats. Fools, knowing we exist. Why did you broadcast live? I'm enjoying watching you waste your energy in you. From now on, the world will speak of him. He suddenly attacked, his body flying backward, tossed into the air. He demands they retreat first, and they rush to where he'll land. He pressed. What did you summon? The man gasped. You're all doomed. Beware, a terrifying monster is about to appear. Just then, the dungeon's boss monster, Gyungbo, approached the area, the last drops of the wing potion dripping from his hand. Choi Dong-hoon frowned at his healing wounds, realizing the gravity of the situation, now that he finally had a moment to rest. Even with the elixir of strength, his condition barely improved. Perhaps he was staring death in the face. Sanji could even resurrect after death. And now the Korean peninsula, which he believed to be the safest place, was in such a critical situation. He bitterly mocked himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Han pointed excitedly. Ah, look, it's a monster summoned by our senior. Junjisoo added, they're rescuing people and getting them out. He emphasized that Ju Hyunja had saved everyone, and witnessing their joyous cheers, he deeply felt a sense of discomfort from the bottom of his heart. I was wrong. My method of developing the guild was wrong. Because I mistakenly thought I couldn't do it alone, I haven't grown stronger at all. In reality, the opposite is true. This is the consequence of thinking you're the best. Just then, everyone received a red alert. A terrifying summoning ritual is beginning in this area, he repeats with suspicion. A summoning magic. She notes the signs of hell fading away. They quickly pursue the dissipating black energy, arriving at the summoner's location. The Ioni dungeon is collapsing. A monster rises from the earth. The Orge warrior boss, standing 8 stories tall, looks down upon the battered world. He laughed, scoffing. Ha, can you even defeat it? And even if you do, your plan won't be complete. Only then does he notice the strange look in the man's eyes. Hey, what are you staring at? He smirked. You must have been too busy drawing magic circles to watch the broadcast to the end, huh? We have a very surprising monster on our side. The deep blue slime magnified the bone monster to its extreme, and the bones of the level 2 wild bull easily knocked down the boss monster. He single-handedly subdued it, and it groaned in pain. While the GR crowd cheered wildly, he trembled speechless. What is that? He exclaimed. That's an incredible monster, he says excitedly. That's right, finish him. That last fight was intense. Now a single thought burns within him: he must become stronger. Stronger than that necromancer. That way, I won't have to rely on others, not even the raid team. He struggled, wanting to fight back. Grag immediately ordered the remaining monsters to attack, but the newly summoned skeletons were quickly crushed. And unfortunately, your summoned monsters have vanished, he muses. Disappeared, but my bone monsters can revive endlessly. Now it's vanished without a trace. So this is what a boss monster is really like. It's a shame the dragon bone can't use fire breath on it, but as long as I can control it. Suddenly the bone monster grabs its head, yanking its hair, creating mental and physical pressure. The battle raged on as he assessed his chances, knowing he held the advantage, tightening his grip as the bone monster roared in defiance. Now it's time for the bones to show their stuff, striking the boss's core. The boss is subdued and falls to the ground, surrounded by other bone monsters. It's crushed by the bone fiends. The moment of reckoning has arrived. You've earned 70500 gold for hunting the undefeated dungeon boss. You've leveled up to 16. Choose an upgrade card: random strength, random skill, random item, other random. Call of the Dead confirmed. He mutters that his skills have increased. Specifically, your skill level has improved to basic proficiency. Skill information. Call of the Dead proficiency level active consumes 100 mana, 15. Masterless Hell zombies will be summoned and controlled. Unlimited summons. After 20 minutes they will turn to dust and disappear. Cooldown time 30 minutes. He muses that his zombie strategy has now been enhanced. But the greatest reward for defeating the boss is this. Then its ghost appears with the message, the undead under your control have become familiar members of the family. Item information, Blessing of the Thunder, God Heroic Grade Bracelet type. Description, consumes all mana to create an electrical attack. After using this attack, you will be unable to recover mana for 5 minutes. If the wearer has no mana, the bracelet can still attack, but the cooldown is 24 hours. He muttered, consumes all mana, huh? Then this kid should use it. Turning around, I see they've become sworn brothers. Did fighting together make you two so close? So they really did become friends through fighting. Why is he so stunned? This makes no sense. What have you done? That necromancer. He calmly replies, you see, befriending monsters is my specialty. He retorts, don't mess with me. And with that he was cut down, taught a harsh lesson. He coldly says, all right, enough playing around, let's get down to business. It was then that the man begged for mercy. Wait, okay, I get it now, but it's too late. He strangled him with his bare hands. He eyed the corpse suspiciously, asking why did it suddenly drop dead like that. She guessed it must have been so afraid of being questioned that all the blood rushed to its head. He sighed, what a waste, such a great source of information, and I wasn't even done thinking. I'm not sure, but there might be another way. So the corpse under your control has become a familiar like family. You can now check its memory fragment. Passing through his memories, he floated high above, taking in the whole scene. Not bad. I don't know what kind of architecture this is, but it seems the system wants it this way. It's as if this place was built to participate in major quests like the Dragon Demon Leader. Soon enough, he spotted them saying to hang up as they were about to enter the territory. He chuckled, this is getting more and more interesting. The expedition team has lost, I see. So that's why you couldn't watch the broadcast until the end. He whined, handsome big brother wolf. It coldly says, I told you not to call me that. He stops joking around. Never mind, I heard that Rotsango team not only broke the rules of the Free Guild. I don't know about that, he said coldly. He asked suspiciously, what's wrong with you? Even I've heard about it. He declared, the leader said that one day we'd have to join the Free Union, so now's the perfect opportunity. Let's make a plan. He said distractedly, Joe Yu, I heard that mad scientist threatened Edu and plans to build a research center there. He was shocked. Juidu, South Korea is in danger. He scolded, what nonsense are you listening to? He turns away. An excuse, absurd. Isn't our leader the head of that organization? Ever since I joined that science team, I've been a little twisted, but it's fun. I mean, they're hilarious. They really like UFOs. He snapped, telling her to shut up. The flashback ends and he calls out in concern. Senior, did you ask Sanju directly? What did you find? He replied briefly. Yes, already understanding was the reason they attacked Yondongdu to seize Juayu. And Gindoram too, I found traces of them there, so I need to investigate their next move. That's why so many people are gathered here. Or rather, there are so many test subjects. This research center was built here, not only because it's close to Gyeongdongpo, but also because of the test subjects all around us. This is our paradise. Kwangsu grinned with delight, as the rat man asked worriedly, Director, can't we lower the temperature even more? The stench of corpses is starting to rise. He sighed, exasperated. I'm losing patience, just get used to it. Once you adapt, you can adjust your sense of smell. It hesitated, trying to explain. Well, people like me who've been transformed are very sensitive to smells, so he sighed and said, these animals, honestly, I don't even know what people smell like anymore. You said you want to turn back into a human, right? Mustering her courage, she admits, of course. I didn't want to become a monster, and now I'm being treated like a lab rat. He clearly didn't care, turning back to his experiment table, and casually said, they say headquarters is starting research, so you should volunteer for the experiment. Terrified, he shrinks back. Participate in the experiment. He sinisterly chuckled, cruelly, saying, that's right, experiments always use rats first. It cowered quietly, asking, you're joking, right? He chuckled. Of course I'm joking. Are you scared? But you should also consider what good is living in such a mutated form. Mice are the most despised creatures after all. Even if the medicine is successfully created, it will take a considerable amount of time to reach you, and a rat's lifespan isn't long. He was intimidated and obediently bowed his head, saying, yes, thank you for your concern. Guangshu waved his hand, saying, it's my experiment, of course I'm concerned. A guard bursts in with an urgent report. Director, there's a riot outside. Dinosaurs have appeared and are destroying the buildings. He turned sharply to the Ratman, questioning, did you steal medicine behind my back? 2 of your kind have become Tyrannosaurus rexes. He shook his head frantically as the man ordered. This situation looks dire. Inform everyone. The beasts gathered and charged out, explaining that they could capture the Phase 2 dinos using replicated medicine, which would enhance their strength, and that the stimulant could be administered to over 10 people, granting a 25% increase to defense and attack power, and a 40% resistance to fear. Frequent drug use can lead to drug resistance. He urgently relays the news as he runs. I just heard the operation at Yodangpo failed. He was shocked and asked what. He suspects the situation is related to that incident. Suddenly a gigantic beast appeared before them. Fall back. The skeletal beast roared, peering at them through the glass. They recoiled in shock as he frowned in disbelief. What the hell is this? Isn't that monster a real dinosaur? The heroes charge in as the bone monster smashes through the glass wall, shocking the man. Skeletal remains. Don't tell me the dragon from you has appeared. Sensing impending doom, he yells for them to flee, knowing they can't win, and frantically runs away, tasking them with holding the monsters back while they gather their belongings. As he flees, he suddenly senses something stopping to inhale a strange scent. The man scolds. What in the world are you doing? That damn rat. It explained, I just smelled something pungent, but maybe I'm imagining things because I'm timid. Despite his urging to hurry and take more, he considered his options, replying, yes, director. He quickly gathered important data, thinking I need this and this too. It caught another whiff of that strange scent, distracting it once more. Ugh, that smell again. A box flies toward him, but luckily he senses the danger and calls for help. Director, it's too dangerous, he cries. As he lurked in the shadows, the creature startled, asking, who are you? He panicked, blurting out, when did he get here? You sent your package to the wrong place, he said coldly. I'm here to settle the score. Settle the score, he asks. Didn't you send a monster my way? He was startled to notice the massive figure behind him, as the bone golem cackled maniacally and charged forward. He was taken aback. That. An then said, do you realize it now? You sent it to the wrong place. Duan Ying glanced around, wondering if this was their research facility, filled with corpses and deformed humans. I suspected it when I read the analysis of the altered essence. These bastards, it seems, they see humans as nothing more than toys for experimentation. Luckily, Ju and Hanho aren't here to see this, he said timidly. What about it? I never thought it would come to this. Are you ashamed that your vile deeds have been exposed? Wang Shu was infuriated by these words. Evil deeds. How dare you call it shameless? What I've done has elevated scientific knowledge to new heights. Cha, you simpletons wouldn't understand. This is an experiment to help humanity achieve immortality. As he spoke, several arrows pierced his legs, bringing him to his knees as he clutched his wounds in agony. Ugh, what is this crap? ACA coldly says. Your insane ramblings are unbearable. He angrily tried to speak his mind. You. He calls out worriedly, Director. He frantically grabbed the potion, saying, you've worked hard up until now. I'll turn you into something more useful. So he began the next mutation, as it groaned in pain, begging and cursing. Hey, you bastards. The director immediately waved his hand and used the item, the mythic-grade Night Shadow Ring, whose effects include increased speed, +3, increased stamina +2, and the ability to summon an alternate ego when fighting in the dark. To fight alongside you, the alternate ego will take 50% of your damage. It screams in agony. The thorny vines lash out, attacking the skeletal monster, and he barely dodges them. He thought his attacks were much stronger now, but it was close, and he was easily knocked down by one of its legs. Seeing the item split open, he hesitated, thinking his senses felt strange. But the Ratman was dead regardless. You have acquired 13 gold for hunting a mutated rat. He has completely lost it. I've only just become the director. I can't die here. He strikes, severing the man's arm. Ah, next will be the lower body. If you don't want to end up like the one you experimented on. Then he noticed something was wrong. He mutters, did he poison me? He collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and replies, that's right, I used that rat to buy time to drink the poison. Undead, my colleagues will surely treat a lab rat like you well. He casually says, all the better, I don't have to get my hands dirty. He sputtered in disbelief. What do you mean? With a coo, he coldly departs, telling the void, you'll never know. I'll revive you as a skeletal familiar and read your memory fragments. But the answer he received was that living beings cannot be turned into skeletal familiars. He was suspicious. Enraged, he crushes the egg, cursing, you really fight dirty. He swings his sword, declaring, you don't deserve to live. As the man begs for mercy. Wait, I'll cooperate. I'll give you my invention before being impaled. Finally, Heng Meng's notification arrives. The dead have become your skeletal familiars, and you can now sift through their fragmented memories. Entering one such memory, he sees Guangshu, timidly asking, so I'm to be appointed director of the research center. He smiles seductively. That's right, as soon as you become a doctor, you'll manage this center. He gradually realizes that this person is the source of everything. The doctor was clear, when you get there, remember to make as much he-gas as possible. He couldn't believe he was face to face with the head of the smugglers. After that meeting, Guangshu and the doctor began discussing their upcoming plans to create as much qi as possible. Of course, can you do it yourself? Guangshu, without hesitation, pointed to himself, affirming with certainty. Yes, it's my specialty. Haven't I made 80% of the items? After a moment of excitement, he calmed down, expressing his passion for research and creation. Other items I can only assist with, but this one is my masterpiece. Song Guangshu smiled, expressing his passion. Dr. Kong didn't hesitate to agree. What do you need? How about I create them and release them in Yandangpo? There need to be enough to catch those insects. Agreeing with that idea, he revealed the next part of the plan to leave the rest to the monster mages. They'll use teleportation to bring the imprisoned monster bosses to Yandiangpo. Wait, the doctor drops a bombshell, leaving Wang Shu and Sanji in disbelief. They're releasing all three one after another. This news made Sanji question everything. 3 of them. They're holding 3 boss monsters captive. After a moment of shock, Wang Shu spoke, his voice filled with unease. Those smelly things. Can we really entrust something so important to them? This clearly annoyed the doctor, who interrupted him. Watch your mouth, without them, our plan will fail. Just when Sanju thought he couldn't be shocked anymore, the doctor dropped another bombshell. These 4 monster mages are stronger than the top 3 players, and we need their power. How could we assume those 4 monsters are stronger than high-level strategists? His skepticism stems from the fact that the monsters didn't choose cards and are always trying to find the reason why. In my experience, there's no way they could be stronger than the core. Thinking this, Sanju suddenly paused, questioning himself. My experience? Repeating that phrase, his eyes widened with fear. Just because they didn't choose a card doesn't mean they can't grow. As this thought occurs to him, countless possibilities flash through his mind. Furthermore, those mutants must have been assigned tasks, just like those scientists. These special missions are also opportunities for them to become stronger than others, just like in my case. Back in the conversation, Kwang Shu, after a moment of composure, returns to his obsessive self, knowing they're stronger than the monsters, only fueling his desire to tear them apart and turn them into elixirs. Pleased with this reaction, the doctor moves on to another matter. By the way, our main goal isn't to kill those players, so don't torture them after you catch them. As the other man finished speaking, Guangxu suddenly jumped up, yelling excitedly. I knew it! Our goal is to create a new Edu race. I believe humans can evolve beyond their limits, which is why I'm working so hard. Hearing this, Sanji immediately began to speculate. A new race. I need to remember that. It might be a key phrase in their exclusive quest. As Jiang spoke, another person appeared. It seems they were discussing something. The newcomer catches the attention of Sanju, the White Wolf. He recognizes the man, marking him as someone important. When the doctor didn't see the wolf appear, he stood up and walked over, and Guangxu reluctantly greeted the newcomer. You've arrived, the third great sorcerer. Hearing this greeting, the werewolf gently denied it. Wrong, I'm not a mage. Guangxu sits and observes the man, thinking, humph, his ears are glowing. The werewolf paused, glanced at Guangxu hiding behind the doctor, and chuckled. You must think I'm a mage because of my appearance. But I'm just like you, Guangxu. Being called by name like that startled him. How do you know my name? Observing the surprise, the werewolf stammered. He then slapped himself hard and admitted that he was just a type of person. Startled by the sudden blow, Guangxu frantically patted himself down. Seeing this, the werewolf reassured him. What did you just do? It's insurance. Fearing disbelief, the wolf elaborated, but mid-sentence, something caught its attention. You'll be with me for a long time, so you should at least have a safety device. It'll protect both of us. Wang Shu, if you're in danger, you can send a message through this device. As the werewolf finished speaking, a strange blue flame appeared in its eyes. Immediately, a red screen appeared, followed by the werewolf appearing next to Sanju. Warning, you are being interfered with during the memory fragment check. What's going on? While he was still stunned, it spoke with an irritated tone. So it's you. Necromancer, you Sanju. Having been discovered, Sanju grits his teeth warily as the other man continues to ramble on. I didn't expect you to stop everything at Yandumbo and find your way to Sindorum so quickly. Is this one of his skills? The werewolf ignored Sanju's expression and made his own deduction. So you can use this trick to read the memories of corpses. After a moment's thought, Sanju decided to respond with a barb. There are fewer people here than I thought. Your real body must be somewhere else, right? These words clearly infuriated the werewolf, who approached Sanju, threatening him with a murderous glare. Necromancer, don't stand in our way. Even if the battle drags on, victory will be ours. He didn't stop there, openly criticizing Sanju, saying that just because he's highly ranked doesn't mean he's good. To us, you're nothing. However, Sanju ignored the insult and focused on something else. Who are we? The werewolf said, revealing their identity. The Evolutionary Assembly, remember that name. With those words, he used his power to force Sanju away, because this is the group that will end human history. Suddenly pushed back, Sanju shouts out in frustration. He can even probe minds. This won't be easy. No matter how frustrated he is, he can't help but feel fear as he recalls the conversation he overheard. Lost in thought, the skeleton returned with a scroll in hand. What did you find? He quickly took it, and the drawing inside shocked him. A map. This is a map of the central area. Without much thought, Sanju focused on the circled points, analyzing them. Uidu was marked as Point A, Point B was around Buan's Entertainment District, and Point K was Anya's Beongai Station. After careful analysis, he finally came to a conclusion: they're all targeting Uidu. That's right, these are all the locations of boss monsters. Thinking about it, Sanju remembers a monster he once fought. We defeated one of those 3 monsters before the dragon appeared, and the Orge warrior is standing right here beside me. It didn't take him long to deduce the location of the remaining boss, So the last one must be with the Evolution Society, at this location. Back in the city, everyone was working hard to improve the infrastructure, but as soon as they saw Sanju's group return, they immediately stopped and rushed over to greet them. Manhwa was the first to step forward and ask about the situation. "You're back so soon. Did you have any luck?" Sanju didn't answer, but instead gave her a request to search the community for information on Buon and Anang, focusing on posts about boss monsters. With that request made, he offered no further information and went elsewhere, saying, "I need to speak with Dong Hun for a moment, so please give us some privacy." "Alright, fine." Sanji-ju couldn't help but sigh as he stepped into the tent. The other man noticed him working, commenting on how busy he seemed. Dong-hun with a slight smile cut straight to the chase. "With such a big event, there's a lot to handle. What did you want to talk about? Did you find anything?" Sanju is direct, so Sanji follows suit, but he's skeptical, warning of a major attack on Gao. "Who said that I told you everything I learned anticipating this?" The attackers call themselves the Evolution Society, but their real target isn't the Free Guild. Hearing the strange name, Dong-hun frowned. "The Evolution Society, I've never heard of them before. Why attack us?" When asked this, he slowly revealed a name, Jo Eo. And that name successfully unlocked the agitation in Choi Dong-hun Yuyo's heart. No way, wasn't that already taken care of? Witnessing the slightly excessive reaction, Sanji reassured him, "There's no news yet, I'm just guessing." Even so, the other man couldn't hide his surprise. Their existence is already unexpected. We must stop them at all costs. With those words, Choi Dong-hun bowed his head, begging, leaving Sanji-ju stunned. "Mr. Sanju, can you help me? Why the sudden change of heart?" Seeing his silence, he pleaded with utmost sincerity, "Please protect young Dongbo. Only you can fight against the power of hell." Fearing Sanju's refusal, Choi Dong-hun offered a price 1 million gold, no more. "Please help us." Sanju averted his gaze from their earnest plea. Torn with indecision, is he just using me? But it'd be a waste to refuse this much money, right? Even if Choi Dong-hun is using me, he's no enemy of mine. After much deliberation, he agrees, deciding that his priority is dealing with the evolved beings. "Let's negotiate then." After the discussion, Sanju heads outside. Seeing this, Lano and Goblin Lin Chang quickly ran over, saying, "Senior Sanju, are you finished?" As he walked away, he saw their cheerful exchange and grew bitter, a misunderstanding that Sanji noticed. Their relationships are certainly something. "You've already become close with them." Lai Han-ho dodges the question, asking instead, "Should I mention that I'm friends with someone who fought you?" Ju's popularity is really something. Seeing Jisoo surrounded by people, Li Han was unwilling and Sanju felt a little helpless. They're saying she looks great in that red outfit, and that her hair looks like flower petals when she swings her sword. Is that so? Just then the phone vibrated with a community announcement. As soon as he checked his phone, he excitedly showed the screen to Sanji. "Senior, the rankings have changed again. Prosecutor Yan, Dr. Yu, level 15, has dropped 3 ranks. Hearing the familiar name, his expression froze. This Dr. Yu is not to be underestimated. Remembering him, a question arose in Sanju's mind. Is he also part of the Evolution Society? After the rankings update, Sanji began searching his memory for information. Level 15 is the highest level a first awakened player can reach. Confirming everything, he wondered, then stated firmly, whether it's only for 5-star players or anyone can reach level 15, that Dr. Yu has already reached it. Realizing this, Sanju frowned as Lianho greeted a disheveled Jisoo who was surrounded by people. "If we don't do something before he gets stronger..." "Ju, you're finally here." Despite his thoughts, he feigns concern for Ju, catching her off guard. "Did she gain anything from speaking with the Free Association?" "No, not really. They just made me uncomfortable." Lai Han, overhearing this, starts to imagine all sorts of things. "What, senior, don't tell me you think Ju will abandon us?" Before Sanju could explain, Hanho blurted out Ju's secret. "Did you know how shocked and heartbroken Ju was when you died?" Hanho is told to shut up. He tries to argue, but cowers before the sword pointed at his face. "I'm just telling the truth." Just then a piercing scream echoed and everyone rushed to investigate. "What's wrong?" Chung-myung lay on the ground, sobbing, making Lee Hanwha hesitate to help him. "I was just going to see what was in those suspicious jars." He couldn't contain his curiosity, pointing to the hell breath jars. "By the way, what kind of vials did you bring back?" After asking, Doram, Sanju hugged the cart and spoke defensively, prompting a look of disdain from Sungmin Y. "These are my precious treasures. Don't touch them." "Who wants that? Just make sure the lids are on tight." Putting that aside, he confidently pointed to himself, declaring that he, the Free Union's assistant, would become his messenger. He really got into the role, even stroking his chin thoughtfully. A single glance revealed the truth to the others: his guild was currently in chaos and quite busy. But does that mean Yu Seong-gu is actually someone important? He must have just been demoted. Just say he was fired. He was definitely fired. Meanwhile, Chung-myung Yi, unaware of their assessment, simply fulfills his duty of informing them. "The information you're looking for has been investigated by a guild member. Head there now." With that, he and Ju went ahead. Sanji walked with Lai Hanho, asking about Jiswa. "But was she really shocked when I died?" He was asking about Jiswa. Though he didn't get confirmation, Lee Hanho still revealed the information. Sanji wasn't entirely convinced, but apparently she did cry, even if she didn't wail. It seems she hates me now for revealing confidential information. So Jisoo really cried, and it wasn't you. When asked, he reluctantly admitted it, saying it was true, but he only cried because his right hand died. I'm supposed to be the cool guy here, aren't I, senior? If you're going to die next time, make sure your right hand is safe. My right hand, my love. If we both fell into the water, he'd definitely save my right hand first. Choi Dong-hun in his office recalls their earlier conversation. Before my grave is one thing, but remember, you still owe me. Don't think I'll just hand over $1 million gold, especially to someone who's disappointed me like you. Thinking about it now, he couldn't stand the injustice. That boss raid made no sense. We targeted the boss ignoring the other monsters, and after that raid, all the criticism was directed at Choi Dong-hun. Because of that, the people criticized me a lot. In terms of power and image, I've probably already lost to Seongu. Recalling that scene, he felt both unwilling and wary, as the people now sided with Seongu and his right-hand man. More importantly, the head of the fan club is a strong player, so I have to be careful. Just then, the familiar system screen popped up with a quest notification. Reading the notice, Choi Dong-hun couldn't hide his surprise, then recalled information he'd gathered about personal quests for raid leaders. According to my research, awakening quests are only given to 4 or 5-star players. Thinking this, Choi Dong-hun frowned, his eyes filled with determination. That's why I have to complete it as quickly as possible. It's the only way to compete with other 5-star players. He wants to, but another problem weighs on his mind. Of the original 36 are already dead. I only have 14 members left. How am I supposed to get the other 16 to level 10? Dong-hun lamented, unable to find an answer. This is difficult. But I know Seongu wouldn't accept this outcome. He grabbed his sword and stood up, knowing he had to do something. Choi Dong-hun emerges from the room, his determination ablaze. He must succeed. Seeing him appear, the others lined up and greeted him. He had summoned them. Commander. Seeing everyone assembled, he immediately gave the order. Starting tomorrow, Manhwa, we hunt again. Choose the team. This sudden decision left Chung Manhwa stunned as she tried to reason with him. What? But Commander, we need time to rebuild the station. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Choi Dong-hun even narrowed his eyes threateningly. While we're busy rebuilding the station, others will surpass us. Another attack would be even more devastating. Zigu will take care of the Evolution Society soon, as they're our biggest threat. He must become the watchdog for the Free Guild. That name successfully incites everyone to agree. We are the strongest guild in Korea, and we will never fail again. We will be the victors. And the one they speak of is currently in a bunker. From out of nowhere, Dung Min-yum approaches with a man holding a phone. Mr. Gu, my friend, has the information you need. You want us to investigate the Sosa district in Buon and the Beongai station in Anang, Sanju asked before he could even finish. Did the locals spot any ore there? The man was taken aback by the question but quickly responded. Yes, it's the boss monster summoned during this raid. Speaking of which, the young man scratched his head, providing a shocking piece of information. People have seen them more than once or twice. Someone must be blocking the information, and at the station too. Before he could finish, Sanju spoke up. His insight surprises the young man, surrounded by nothing but black smoke and zombies. Yes, that's right. But how did you know? At that question, he hesitated and turned his head, and the other person followed his gaze. Before them was a man surrounded by a mountain of phones cradling a can of Han Ho. I'm becoming a phone. Witnessing this scene, they silently judged that this must be the last phone addict on Earth. No, there was never anyone like this before. Ignoring the chatter, he politely offered the information he'd gathered. The town is safe, senior. I contacted Tung and told him to stay put in a safe place and not go out. This information obviously left Sanju deep in thought. The town is safe. The Idu and Sosa boss raids are over, leaving only the Beongai station. Looking at the moon high in the sky, he imagines a city overrun with sluggish undead. According to posts about the Mungai station, players are advised to stay away due to the toxic gas and wandering zombies. As this thought crossed Sanji's mind, a daring idea struck him. The poisonous gas could be Hell's Breath, meaning an evolution, society, or research lab might be located there. Snapping out of his thoughts, he turned to look at Chung Myung-yum, startling him. Assistant, I need a favor. What's going on? With a bright smile, he makes a simple request. Lend me your knife. Meanwhile, at Beongu, a purple mist floated everywhere as a group of people ran for their lives amidst the serene landscape. As they ran, they urged themselves on faster, run faster. No matter how hard they tried, the zombies pursued them relentlessly, prompting curses. Damn it, we're done for. I don't think we can stop them this time. Just as things were getting worse, some other people appeared. The artillery squad arrives, taking out the zombies as the newcomers open fire. Blow them up quickly. If we can't stop them here, the shelter is doomed. Soon a pile of zombies lay dead. At the end of the road, a girl pointed to a nearby door from behind a stack of steel shields, urging, "Hurry, get inside now." The zombies, now sensing their prey, surged forward. Their numbers, swelling in terror, gripped the faces of the ordinary people. The fleeing survivors grit their teeth, proposing, "We have to stop here or the zombies will get inside. We need to distract them." Everyone run. With their agreement, one of them suggested, let's split up and go our separate ways. We have to lure them away from the shelter. With a plan in mind, he throws his bag to the girl nearby. Here's food. Take it back to your family. With that, they grabbed their weapons and began provoking the zombies. We're over here, you bastards. But suddenly, a mysterious figure appears flying in and taking down several zombies. Not only that, a fire blazed, burning everything to the ground. It all happened so fast, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Who is that? Not only fire, but a bone monster appears. It's that monster. Then Sanju suddenly appeared, making a suggestion that Jisoo surprisingly agreed to. I'll use that skill. Get out of the way. It's the heroic grade Thunder God's Blessing Bracelet. The effect consumes all mana, creating immense power, and mana recovery is disabled for 5 minutes after use. If the user has no mana, it can only be used once a day. Immediately, a shocking explosion occurs, wiping out the undead there. The monsters actively finished off the remaining undead, and such a commotion naturally drew the attention of those inside. That's Drybones. Someone there recognized Sanju. That's the man who appeared in the live video, the one who killed those 2 boss monsters. After a moment of thought, they finally recognize him as the Necromancer, while chaos erupts on one side and peace reigns in the city. The citizens even prepared banners to welcome Sanju, but the current situation leaves everyone speechless. Ignoring the expression, Lee Han-ho points to himself, speaking with confidence. The heroes have returned. You must have been worried, but luckily my senior and I took care of everything. Hearing that the others were relieved, but still looked around searching. Is it just you who came back? Where's your senior? At that question, Lee Han pondered. But the others thought differently. They feared a dangerous army might attack the village, so at least one important person needed to stay behind. Was he kicked out? So he was kicked out. Yes, he definitely was. Ignoring their judgmental looks, he raises his hand, setting his conditions. And those present remain unconvinced. To maintain this safe zone, we need gold. In the end, it's just trivial work. Our son has earned a lot of gold thanks to Goblin and Kobold gathering. And just waiting for this moment, Lee Han also confidently unzips his bag. I thought I'd been abandoned, but my predecessor showed me his sincerity. The senior's true right hand now entrusted to him. Seeing Bone Goblin appear, everyone's confidence soared. If he's the right-hand man, then he's trustworthy and will be a great help to us. Were you kidnapped? As Sergeant Kim released him, a strange magic circle appeared, and the goblin even waved goodbye. Was it disappearing? Sensing something was wrong, Lihan frantically shouted an order, making Sergeant Kim suspicious. Catch it, don't let it get away. What do you mean? Back with Sanju, he and Ju are currently at a hospital where a group of children are gathered outside their room trying to eavesdrop. It's a summoner. A real summoner is here. The symbol of justice and faith is this very soul summoner. Sanju inside overhears this, unsure of what to make of it. Reaper of souls and justice, what an odd combination. As Ju watched the arm struggling with the door, she was amazed at how many children there were. If we don't go back, they might be in danger. Setting that aside, he's horrified to see blood on her chin. Ju, your chin, your neck, it's covered in blood. Seeing his shock, Ju casually wiped her face and explained, it's different now. I'm used to the smell of blood. This answer inadvertently made him ponder. Not like before. However, after a moment's thought, Sanju quickly understood everything. Looking back, we've been together for quite some time, haven't we? But I still don't know much about her. As far as I know, instead of guessing, he chose to ask her directly and she admitted it without hesitation. You said you live in Ju, right? That's right. Receiving that response, Sanji asked a very typical question, would she ever return to Ju? At this question, Jisoo's eyes darkened and her voice dropped. Who knows if I can? I don't know what will happen. After a sip of tea, Jisoo reluctantly affirmed that her parents were still alive and well. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, she described them abstractly. They were terrifying people, so terrifying that she wanted to run far away. He was stunned by what he heard. What kind of family is that? Sanju remained silent, and Ju ended the story there. By the time I was free to leave that place, the world had changed like this. His reaction made me pause, and I silently savored the tea. Even I could sense the friction in her family. Was I selfish for being happy that she wouldn't leave us? As they were rinsing their mouths, the door opened and a young couple entered. The husband took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm in Mink." They took the initiative to greet us, so I stepped forward to respond, sizing them up as I did. "Is this man the leader here? I'm Yuseonggu and I already know your name." But the soul chaser didn't stop there. And Min even looked at Ju and said a name that shocked even her, and even the fire demon beside him. To ease the tension, Sanju speaks up as the children cautiously observe him. "You don't know our real names, so you're using the nicknames people gave us." And Min felt a little awkward and scratched his head trying to explain. "But seeing you in red fighting monsters like that, you really do look like a fire demon. Sorry if I made you angry." Seeing how embarrassed he is, Ju decides to drop it. "It's okay. Now I want to meet the person who came up with that name." These words inadvertently made him misunderstand. Sanju screamed hopelessly from behind. "She must have seen that name too, right? Run away quickly, you big blind fool. Wait, and Min really admires you both. We've all seen your raid video. You're both amazing. You're heroes to all the kids. And you, the dagger swindler. Ju couldn't help but laugh when he heard that name. Knife-wielding sneak, Amin took out his phone and rattled off a few more names. Sanju desperately pleaded from the sidelines. He gave you all those nicknames, you know. Seriously, this guy. Just stop talking. He seemed to hear his plea and stopped the topic, and incidentally, Amanseo looked at the two with a very sincere request. I'm grateful you saved us, but please leave this place. A request they could hardly believe. Amin, unmoved, explained slowly. For the past 3 days, this place has been under intense zombie attacks, and we've been doing our best to endure them. This indifference was unacceptable to Jisoo, who asked why they didn't flee or ask for help. Asked this, he gritted his teeth and replied, it's because of that bastard's damn quest. Is it the same this time too? Pausing to compose himself, Min recounts, what happened this mission was a regional one. Everyone in this area is forced to take on this quest, and if they leave this building, they'll be hunted by those zombies. As time passes, more and more monsters appear, and half the population here are elderly or children. So we couldn't just abandon them, and others offered their help as well. But after hearing our circumstances, they were quite hesitant. His hands trembled as he spoke, and he couldn't help but notice this strange behavior, realizing the group's situation was far from simple. A group of weaklings unable to do anything. Sanji vividly recalls the scene of ordinary people, panicking when surrounded by monsters every time a crisis occurs. The strong sacrifice themselves for the weak. If they succeed, great. But if they fail, our forces will only dwindle. Remembering that scene, he makes an honest assessment. They no longer have the strength to fight the monsters, nor can they survive this mission. After explaining everything to Min, I pleaded with them again, saying, I'll be frank with you both. If you don't want to be involved in this mission, please leave before midnight. Sanju said nothing, his sharp eyes observing their expressions. So it was all just a lie. Darling, your words tell us to leave, but your eyes beg us to stay and help. After observing them for a moment, he refused without hesitation. No, we're here to save your station. Waiting for these words, the two excitedly grabbed Sanu's hands, thanking him profusely. Thank you so much. Finally, there's hope for my family to be saved. Having achieved his goal, and Min signals to his wife, who understands. It's getting late. Perhaps I should stop bothering you two. This room? Wait, her suggestion makes them both freeze up in embarrassment. I'll leave you two to it. Without a second thought, the two of them stepped forward using all their persuasive power. No, if possible, could we have 2 rooms? The wife agreed and left. All right, let me get that ready. The kids who were just waiting for this moment shyly asked for permission. Excuse me, can we come in? Ju smiles gently and agrees in an instant. Of course, come on in. And as soon as they were allowed, the children swarmed around the two of them. Here's a real undead. And the fire demoness is so cool. Let's find the culprit quickly. One excited boy boldly asks, can I see a skeleton? Sanji is a bit perplexed by the strange request. A skeleton, huh? Well, he indulges the kids, but this is the only skeleton he can show them. Come on out. Immediately, On appears looking cool as ever, and the kids erupt into chaos. It's a skeleton. How cute. The children then rush to play all sorts of games, and the more someone looked like a skeleton, the more they were tormented. Sanji watches helplessly, ignoring the cries for help, thinking, take one for the team. After playing for a while, it's time for bed, and Sanju lies in bed relieved as he remembers the children's smiles. The children's smiles are still so bright, it's hard to believe a place like this still exists. That's great. Suddenly, the mission bulletin appears, startling him. A midnight quest. The piece is short-lived as the screen turns red. Warning. The mission difficulty will be reset due to a player above level 15 inches the area. Sanji follows, startled, jumping out of bed. A reset. Level 15. Is this because of me? Before he could even think, JSU burst into his room, exclaiming that the entire city was engulfed in flames. Sanju, agitated, pressed for details, asking if she could sense anything. Asked this, she closed her eyes, trying to sense Ju's current senses, and after a moment Ju assessed, I can feel tremors all around this building. There are many footsteps. Just then, the system announced that zombies were hunting survivors both inside and outside. Everyone quickly puts on their gear and urges the children onward. Everyone quickly head to the roof. Mom, please be quiet. Let's go upstairs quickly. Admin Say, armed and ready, meets up with him and Jisoo. Seongu Jisoo, this is bad. Sanju activated his ability and explained that normally the zombies wouldn't be able to do anything to them inside. But now that this guy was here, because a powerful person is here, the difficulty has increased, and this infuriates him. Why do they treat us like lab rats? Let's show them things won't go their way. As the system announced, the hospital was now surrounded by a horde of the undead. Aningok, sensing the danger, immediately gave orders to those behind him. Those who can't fight, head to the upper levels. If the zombies join the ghouls, it'll be dangerous. Sanji up ahead caught the key words and frowned as he analyzed the situation. Apparently ghouls are carnivores unlike zombies, but in this world, they're described as high-level undead, even higher than zombies. And there's more. In this game, we must abide by the rules of fantasy. Just then, the boy from the other day reappeared, trembling as he called out to Min. Seeing his son on the verge of tears, he gently coaxed. Kids, how does it look here? Should we head to the roof like we practiced? Instead, the two children screamed in terror. Were there zombies? Are we in big trouble now? Just like Huijin said, Anin Seo calmly reassured the children. Dad will save you, and the exorcists are here too. Only then did the two children stop crying, and before going to the rooftop, they said, Dad, be careful, good luck. As his children finally left, and Min Seok waved goodbye, but at that moment someone in the group panicked at the sight of the swarming zombies outside. Min Seok, they're getting too close. Amen. Seok immediately returned to his main task, running around to help everyone. Are all the windows blocked? Barricade the doors with anything you can find, but no matter what we do, the undead will overwhelm us. Observing the chaotic scene outside, and Min remarks that there are at least 200 of them. Sanju had other things on his mind. If we're stuck here, I won't even be able to recover my dry bones. After some thought, he suggested breaking through, and no one could believe their ears. Sanju calmly analyzed the pros and cons, explaining that fighting in a small building offered no advantages. The battle will be long and we'll all be exhausted. We're breaking through the encirclement to get out. Hearing this, Aninseo puts on his mask, ready for action in this game. Those who stand still won't survive. I believe in you. No sooner were the words spoken than the undead swarmed in. Seeing this wave, Sanju couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, the exploding corpses were useless against the enemy zombies. No matter how much he sighs, he calmly summons skeletons to fight the zombies. Instantly, a wall of shield bugs appears before Sanju. I'll show you what's truly impenetrable. As the zombies reached out, their stats plummeted, and in that moment the bone insects surged forth, obliterating them all. Meanwhile, Sanju watched as the bone insects decimated the zombies. If a zombie wounds you, you'll be infected. Min says he had to kill his teammates after they turned into zombies. In mere moments, the bone insects he summoned stopped the horde. At that moment, Sanju called out, if they're just bones, we don't have to worry about infection. Charjamin Seo took the lead, bravely striking down another group. A whirlwind of blades, a seamless battle unfolds. Aminok and Sanju watch from beginning to end, guessing he's the captain, his combat prowess truly terrifying. I think he has another job, isn't that around 324? Forget that he's ordering the bone bugs. The skeletal soldiers with shields retreat, as a wave of intense heat sweeps out, felling the undead. After standing still for a moment, Sanji decides to fight, saying it's ridiculous to talk to a zombie, but let's see if their skills work after death. With that, an earth-shattering explosion occurs, a corpse explosion. Surrounded by the insect-like creatures, the others couldn't help but exclaim, wow, firepower really makes a difference. He destroyed our escape route with just one move. The explosion eliminated many zombies, but Sanji worried about the damage to the structure. He'd have to use the explosive corpses carefully. There are children here. Not only will it destroy the building, but the sound will be deafening. Their brief peace is shattered by another wave, forcing everyone to prepare. The zombies are coming from outside. Damn it, we've killed so many and there are still tons left. Amin Sekok, a little panicked, understood what he meant. Sanju suggests they move the fight outside for more space, then with a change in his eyes declares the strategy has been altered. As the bone worms surged forward, a notification appeared, warning this area is initiating the grand plan. Those present couldn't hide their joy as the monster rampaged through the undead. That's Drak. Immediately, system notifications chimed repeatedly. You've earned 300 gold for hunting a low-level zombie. This scene left everyone questioning reality, unable to believe he could pierce through them so easily. With the situation temporarily under control, Sanju asked Anin Seo, and thankfully he had a backup plan. Please save the people on the roof. I've prepared a bus in the underground parking lot just in case. He barely gets a few minutes of respite before a shocking notification appears. Your teammate's power has returned to eternal rest. It turns out the bone monster was swarming with ghouls and the undead. A sight that truly horrified Sanju. I'm confident in a war of attrition, but this is just too much. Still, I need to conserve my death, feedback, and necromancy. Thinking of this idea, he hesitated, then decided to call for help, unsure of what else might happen today. Let's go, Jisoo. She's fully equipped and ready to decimate the undead. Her mask is a rare purification mask with detoxifying effects. Yes, I've been ready for a long time. Before the zombies could even attack, Ju sent them all to the afterlife. Witnessing this display of speed and danger, Sanji Ju could only manage an awkward smile. She's fast, precise, and incredibly strong, certainly better than anyone I've seen in close combat. Just then, 2 buses arrived in tandem, and everyone quickly formed a line to protect them. The buses are ready, and we've done our best to keep the zombies away. Now it's time to pick up the others. The survivors have boarded the bus. As soon as they boarded, a girl spoke up. Buckle your seatbelts. Don't make any noise. Is this how we're going to do this? The boy next to her hesitantly asked Sis. How long will we be chased by these zombies? Sensing her brother's fear, she reassured him. Everything will be all right if we can just get out of this. But barely a few minutes after settling down, something goes wrong. The ghouls have caught the scent of fresh meat and are coming. Ghouls? Anin Zhou, knowing what's coming, looks anxiously toward the bus. Damn it, how can those kids fight zombies? Sanji, we have to keep them away from the kids. They're fast and focused on attacking them. Fearing disagreement, he gritted his teeth and recounted an unpleasant event. Those bastards broke my and Huyun's car windows and took my youngest son. I didn't even react, and just mentioning it brought tears to Min's eyes. If it happens again, Sanju, seeing his pitiful state, patted his shoulder firmly. I'll do everything I can to stop it. I was angry at myself for not being able to do anything but say that. Min then tried to hold back his tears. Thank you, I'll do everything I can. This time I'll definitely protect my family. After that brief exchange, he and the others carefully guarded the 2 vehicles escorting the people on the bus. We'll move slowly. The pace is slow, but it's the best way to reach the station. Sanju, lost in thought, glared at a nearby skyscraper, furious at everyone trying to escape this damn game. They must break through the zombie encirclement, and escape ideally by eliminating the perpetrator and ending this nightmare. While on guard duty, one of them noticed something was off, but his companion silenced him with a blow. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Schools don't make a sound unless they're devouring something. Sanju and Ju are scouting with the monsters elsewhere. This place has been attacked. It was safe when we had lunch yesterday. Jisoo, with his keen senses, immediately noticed the strange activity. Something is approaching, and the others immediately go on high alert. They're here. It must be them again. Ghouls. A shield-bearer, hearing his friend's words, agitatedly demanded silence, but Sanji ignored him, shouting orders to everyone. Crazy everyone, be alert. Jisoo suddenly points in a direction and shouts. To the left, a monster suddenly charges. The passengers can only watch in horror, huddling together in fear. No, Ju wouldn't let this happen. Everything was happening too fast, leaving him overwhelmed. It's happening fast, faster than he thought. Only Ju is quick enough to react. One of them is being tested before a horde of monsters appears. They're coming. The ghouls are coming. The sight of the monsters was disheartening. So many zombies. Just then, Anmanu asks ominously, Seonggu, do skeletons have consciousness? Sanju, focused on the ghouls, turned and replied curtly, no, not while I'm here. Receiving this affirmation, he breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his idea. Mr. Gu, can I ask you a favor? Before he could finish, the ghouls charged, throwing everyone into chaos. They're here. Protect the children. The monster Sanji summoned was immediately overwhelmed by the ghouls. Witnessing this, he bit his lip, a sense of unease washing over him, too fast, too strange. He scrutinized each ghoul, dodging the fireballs, their movements abnormal and peculiar. Just then a girl screamed in terror, spotting a monster on the roof, a ghoul on the bus. Sanju looked towards the bus and realized in shock that they were also behind him, and without hesitation he ordered a monster to grab the ghouls and keep them away. Even so, another ghoul managed to sink its claws into the roof of the bus, while elsewhere the ghoul being dragged away effortlessly tore apart Sanju's summoned monster. One of your soldiers has returned to eternal death, and as it does, a strange magic circle appears above its head. Amin and Sek appear, sending it to its eternal rest with a single arrow. As soon as one monster falls, another is ready to strike. Minok is right behind you. Luckily, he quickly raised his shield, successfully blocking the attack. Taking advantage of the ghoul's inattention, Min sliced it into dozens of pieces, and to be sure, he even turned back to check. It slams right into Min's eyes, but the fiend is still running around like nothing happened. How can it recover so quickly? Realizing things can't continue like this, Sanju takes the initiative. It's alright. I'll take control from here. True to his word, he immediately summons the Green Reaper, granting him Lag's power for 1 hour. Increase each legion's numbers by 50, raise all stats by 10, and endlessly revive nearby undead until the legion is full. Seeing the situation, Sanji realizes it's beyond saving. Just then, the system delivered good news. He could add the dead monsters to his legion, specifically the corpses of monsters who once had masters. They've broken their contracts with their former masters upon death, and will now become your subordinates. Without a second thought, he commands, collect all the ghouls and their legions into our army. And with that, he commanded the ghouls to turn against their own kind. With this reversal, the situation is gradually brought under control, and the system keeps chiming. You have earned 9,000 gold from hunting ghouls, and you can now recruit the dead monsters into the legion. Meanwhile, Min wasn't about to be outdone, and he swept away the ghouls in his path, his dauntless wall not stopping there as he slashed the ghouls countless times. Sanju couldn't help but praise the display, marveling at the precision strikes aimed directly at their joints. Not stopping there, he even ranked his admin skills, saying his movements were smooth, but without skills he's on par with Choi Do-gun. Unbeknownst to Anin Seo, they continue to fight with fervor. I will never let you take them again. The easier it is for him, the harder it is for everyone else. Let's go help the Scots. Watching everyone fight with all their might, Sanju desperately searches for a solution. At this rate, they might defeat the ghouls, but they won't be able to save everyone. Only Jisoo, Mink and I can fight them. He looks away from the others, and towards his monsters, slaughtering the ghouls. The Drakes and Oarj are busy fighting the undead. They don't have the time or strength to fight the ghouls. Sanju's vision is filled with everyone's determined efforts. The reason I can't go too far is because those people are risking their lives to save my family. Everyone is fighting with all their might, and Sanju must show the same effort. He rushes forward with fierce determination. Just because he awakened for the first time doesn't mean he can solve everything. He has to become stronger. In an unnoticed corner, a ghoul forces open the bus door, and even sends his monster flying. Those trapped inside could only desperately cry for help. Brother, a ghoul is inside. An old man unable to stand by rises with a weapon only to be immediately struck down by the ghouls. Damn you, don't you dare touch my child. The mother and children behind him witnessed everything speechless with fear. Father, finally, and Minhyuk noticed the dire situation over there, no wall. Realizing the situation, he mustered all his strength to grab the monster and drag it away, declaring, I won't let you take them. The two of them fall off the rooftop. Brother, father. Meanwhile, from the shadows, a figure watches on. He fell with the ghoul. The boy, still in shock, cried out for help. Please, Soul Reaper, save my dad. At that moment, he flew down only to find Min next to the now dead ghoul. He frowned, observing for a moment, before offering, even though he knew I would bring him the medicine. It was too late. Sanju knew, and Min understood his fate, refusing the offer, knowing it was futile. Without a word, he justified his previous actions, saying he had to protect his family. I know you haven't answered yet. Please, Songgu. At this point, Min was irrelevant. With trembling hands, he begged the person before him, my family, even if it means sacrificing me. Sanji didn't react, but in that moment of hesitation the system appeared. You have met the conditions to activate a personal quest. Personal quest, save or abandon death. Objective, turn the knight into Skoten. Reward, a knight's personal skill is granted for completing an important mission. He died for the mission but with great regret as it was never completed. And so he entrusts you with his final wish. Having been entrusted with his dying wish, you may dispose of his body as you see fit. After reading this, Sanju couldn't believe it but gritted his teeth, refusing to give in to the truth. So this is a quest, just like the professor. In the end, the system and I both agreed to. On Min's wish, I will accept your request. I don't know how to tell your family, but I had to make this choice to survive. I'm dead. Is this reincarnation? As soon as he says this, a cloaked skeleton appears. Not yet. Seeing it surprised him a bit, and Rimble recalled Min's earlier denial. It's not the next life, but I'm definitely dead. I'll never see my family again. Bringing it up fills him with regret. He wanted to be a good husband and father, but this world has taken everything from him. As he spoke, Min's hands trembled. My body. Seeing that reaction, the Green Reaper explained the ghoul was turning him into a zombie. It was then that he calmed down, and Sue the Grim Reaper added, entrust your family to him. He would forget everything and return to the afterlife, free from fear and worry. Hearing this, Min felt relieved and relaxed his body. Yes, Seonggu will protect his family, and he will forget everything. Though he accepted his fate deep down, he couldn't resign himself to it. Forget it all, don't take them away. My family's memories. I have to protect them. This desperate plea clearly angered the Grim Reaper. How foolish, someone stronger is already protecting them. Why can't you let go of these damn feelings? When asked this, and Mina explained, because I'm the pillar of this family, I have to protect them. Faced with such sincerity, the god of death paused to reflect. Is that so? Let's see if you can keep protecting them. The moment he touched Anin Soaks, a light flashed. Meanwhile, a system notification appears. You have formed a pact with a Death Knight whose memories of this life remain intact. When the conditions are met, you can recruit an Undead Knight into your legion. An Undead Knight. Seeing the transformation, Sanju was surprised. So he agreed to my terms. He can talk, he can fulfill his last wishes. Deep beneath the mask, he silently observes and assesses the person before him, unable to believe this is happening. He's the strangest undead I've ever met. But no matter how curious we are, we need to focus on the situation at hand. Minsuk, I have so many questions for you, but there are still so many ghouls. Let's take care of them first. It's time for the knight to return to the battlefield. Elsewhere, Ju faces a horde of ghouls charging toward him. However, with her superior abilities, she quickly defeats them all, prompting the remaining survivors to beg for help. Red demon, save us. Looks like we need to find our way to the bus. Hearing the word bus, Ju immediately turns back. I've gone too far. I'm on my way. He said he'd be right there, but Ju casually sent the ghouls before him to the afterlife. I'll roast you two later. Seeing a familiar figure, the others excitedly shout out, it's Red Demon. Skoten enough with the roasting, protect the bus. Meanwhile, on the bus, everyone trembled in fear, desperately pleading for help. As soon as he said that the ghoul was sliced in two and the three survivors were overcome with emotion. Skoten, after finishing one off, Anin Siox turns to face the rest. Fantastic. Feeling the power surge within him, he suddenly felt much more excited. I can sense the undead even after they die. And Death Knights are the strongest of them all. Anin Siox wondered, staring at the snarling ghoul, if that was why they feared and were so tense around him. Is this envy between ranks? After a moment, the ghoul lunges to attack. But with a single leap, he wipes them all out, earning 9,000 gold for killing ghouls and reducing the time until certification by 4 days. Having taken them down, Anin Seo felt more satisfied than ever. Vile creatures. Everyone witnessed this scene and they couldn't hide their amazement. What is that Skotan that suddenly appeared? The others don't stand a chance against it. But what followed was even more terrifying. The Gauss were fleeing. But Min wasn't about to let them escape, summoning countless chains to drag them back, finishing them off in one fell swoop. Sanju, witnessing his absolute efficiency, was completely satisfied, believing that choosing the Dragon Slayer was indeed the right decision. But Min felt differently, sensing his own weakness, wondering if it was due to the loss of his shield. Sanju saw his stats on the system board and couldn't believe it. Just then Ju arrived with good news. Sanju, we've wiped out all the Gauss. She then looked questioningly at Min beside him. That scent, that thing. Sanju, sensing her thoughts, reassured her, I'll explain everything later. Watching everyone rest, he reveals his intentions. I want to rest, but we need to get to Bao Engai Station immediately. It's our turn to strike. On a nearby building, a group of people have been watching everything. As twilight descends, the city returns to its desolate state, devoid of life. But after much delay, it's time to leave. Sanji then removes his mask and declares the mission a success. Seok observes for a moment, then comments that the black smoke is thicker here than elsewhere. Sanji ignores the comment and brings up another issue. Aren't you going to say something to your family and Min? And Min, confronted with the question, turned away, avoiding the topic. Now that I'm dead, aren't there more important things to worry about? But in an unseen corner, his hands clenched as he quietly reassured himself, saying it wouldn't be too late to tell them after everything was resolved. The kids are strong, they can handle it. Sanji doesn't deny it, but dying and becoming a Skotan is a whole different story. I thought his wife would have found out. The three then entered the station, cautiously exploring as they went. Quieter than I thought, no guards. After looking around, Sanji Ju had a bold idea. Wait, maybe we can set up a safe zone in here. They must have used smoke to keep the enemies away. Following that thought, the three discovered a massive tank with a monster inside, making them wonder how they could imprison the boss here. Though the question remains unanswered, another matter troubles Sanju. When they entered the mission area, the boss was still alive and there were zombies and ghouls. It wasn't killed by magic or anything. Unable to figure it out, he gives up, deciding he'll have to investigate. As he pondered, Unmin voiced his desire. Sanju, how can you be so calm? I think we need to complete the mission as soon as possible. Sanju understands as he worried about his family. Though he received no answer, he reiterated once more that Jisoo would protect them as she had killed most of the Gs and zombies along the way. Despite his confidence, Sanju is hiding a crucial piece of information, and LCK's break time will be over at midnight. Putting those thoughts aside, he returns to the reason he's at the station. The leader of the Evolution Society is the boss. It would be great not to run into them again, but that's unlikely. The three then headed downstairs only to encounter a barrier with a warning sign hanging above it. What is this? Without much thought, Min picked it up for a closer look, only to be surprised. This was something he often saw in zombie movies. Public Administration and Order Protection Disaster Control Division Experimental Facility, authorized personnel only. Is this a government seal? After reading that, Min wondered. Were the people here government officials? Sanju has another thought. Could the Evolution Society have government ties? Disregarding the warning sign, he unzips the door. I thought they were gathering somewhere after shaking up Korea, but whatever they are, they're no longer a trustworthy organization. Pushing open the door revealed a terrifying scene. The boss monster King Gu has appeared, his limbs mangled, he's in bad shape. And nearby a red gate spews forth the undead. Warning, a chasm rift is forming nearby. Sanju finally understands. So this is why the zombies keep pouring in. The three standing above the glass cage see the distortion spreading everywhere. Amin surveys the scene, his anger reaching a boiling point. Who could have done this? Speak of the devil. It seems the doctor and his mysterious crew have come to greet him. The upgrade quest is complete, and the black smoke pours out even more. The test subject I wanted has come to me. We finally meet again. Before Sanju could speak, the doctor cut him off, saying they should hold off on arguing. Perhaps you don't know, but I have a proposition. However, before getting to the point, the doctor beats around the bush, asking him to choose a job related to death. As for me, I study it, but I'm completely different. Just hearing that, Sanju understands that he studies death. But he denied it, saying he studies the abyss energy, a power that opposes all life. After introducing himself, the doctor clenched his fist, looking determined. My colleagues and I believe this is a test for humanity's evolution, which is why we must overcome it. He paused, then offered his solution. And we believe the way to do that is to discard human cells and become transcendent. He listens quickly, catching the keyword transcendent. It all boils down to one thing, but the doctor continues oblivious. If we use that system, it's possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman next to him picked up a tablet and began to explain. Even the King Howler will aid our research in this new mission, and the necromancer is here as well. It's as if someone is guiding us. Someone who doesn't want the doctor to stray from his original purpose. This game may seem random, but it's all controlled by an AI. And you and I met because of this mission. You're getting closer to the right answer. We are the good ending of the game you saw. This information surprises Sanju, who now sees the bigger picture of the game. The Evolutionary Society also possesses a Philosopher's Stone. Seeing our expressions, he proposed a deal, join them to make it happen. Seeing Sanju's silence, the doctor pressed him again, saying it would be beneficial. Will you join for the sake of a noble mission? Sanju finally spoke, adding a sarcastic remark about becoming a pawn in his game. You're no different from those who release poison gas and experiment on human bodies. No group that shouts about a noble mission is ever normal. I don't care about your motives or those who hide behind noble causes while sacrificing others. Hearing this resolute answer, he expresses his regret. If this were peacetime, I might take the time to persuade you with academic theories. How unfortunate. Hearing these words, he suddenly has a strange vision, recalling his school days and the unique moral education program for students. You should have studied that to persuade people better, and your ignorance has left everyone here helpless. Even in this situation, he's still trying to stall. As a result, Dr. Zero has ordered his subordinates not to interfere. I guess we're past the point of negotiation, you old geezer. The man immediately throws off his cloak, striking a pose, as he announces Professor the Night Devil King's seal will be broken in a few minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanju ordered the skeletons to attack. Don't even dream of it, annihilate them. The one called Zongguk summons a horde of clones and strikes a pose. The perfect dance activates, and the system immediately delivers bad news. His army skill has been severely weakened, due to an adverse effect, reducing physical resistance by 60%. Seeing his monsters pushed back, he's shocked, then glares warily at the dancing figures. Their skills are just like Hanho's. They're healers. Realizing this, Sanju pulls out a crossbow and begins firing. The healer's powers are useless against the undead. Take them out first. They probably don't have shield skills like Hanho, but life isn't a fairy tale, as the arrows are blocked. It turns out the woman used her power in time to protect her comrades. Crude weapons here, let me help you with that. As the arrows were fired back, Sanju gritted his teeth, pulled out a shield, and began to analyze the situation. So she has telekinesis. Meanwhile, Min, armed with a sword and shield, charges toward the Songguks, who despite lacking the woman's aid, still managed to repel Min's divine power. Seeing him slammed into the door, Sanju panics, while Min Shuk, having successfully defeated one of the Songguks, can't hide his pride and begins to boast. A strong body and healthy appearance create an indomitable will. We are trainee idols. The girl beside him was speechless, telling him to stop showing off and pointing to the room Min Shuk had been blasted into. That room contains my precious experimental subjects. Protect them carefully. After being unconscious, Anin Kok slowly awoke upon hearing that phrase. A tank of test subjects. He sat up and stared at the contents, especially a child's shoe, stunned. The oblivious dancers outside continue their performance unaware of the danger they face. We will strike again. Break formation. A necromancer is nothing when we're in the middle of a performance. Mid-dance, a chain suddenly wraps around one of their necks, and before he can react, he's dragged into the room. Immediately familiar notifications rang out. Life absorption level 1, strengthening nearby undead with a 10% power boost. With that done, and Mink emerged radiating fury. I will never forgive you. You don't deserve to live. Despite his burning rage, the original Xiong continued to dance without fear. Trying to act tough, you're just a bigger undead. Crush them with divine light. Suddenly a magic circle appeared, suppressing him. Seeing this, Sanju quickly warned Mino defensive magic. But in an unexpected move, Mino ignores being blown away and stubbornly rises again. Your teammate has successfully triggered the frenzy effect. The frenzy effect. The steadfast knight, a hidden power, a necessary condition for the undead. Shield Knight, the shield effect created by the necromancer grants immunity to all negative statuses. Witnessing the hero's power explode, the others finally learn what fear smells like. What kind of spell is that? Only Seo Unguk calmly asks to change the formation, saying they'll start over. Not only were the others astonished, but the protagonist was also amazed by what he had done, feeling the damage inflicted on his body. But no matter, the divine power of light has vanished. Though free from its control, Min was still unsatisfied, absorbing even more power. That wasn't enough. He needed to overwhelm them further. With those words, he defeated the remaining people before they followed their underlings, not forgetting to curse him. Min paid no mind to the taunts, focusing on upgrading his abilities. Life absorption level 2, strengthening nearby zombies with 20% increased damage and nullifying divine power in the vicinity. Following the collapse of the thugs, Sanju summons the monsters once more. The undead, protecting the monsters, then pounce on one of the last survivors, tearing them apart. Too late. Not realizing the danger, EU quickly strikes down the ghouls. This is absurd. We should have had the advantage in this situation. Seeing her panicked state, Mink explodes. It was you, wasn't it? The mastermind behind the experimental tanks. Zhu Yu refuses to answer, unleashing a swift attack. Get away from me, you old hag. Despite her resistance, Min seethed, recalling the bodies he'd seen in the tanks. From a simple experiment, you twisted it into a vile scheme for your own ends. Such accusations wounded Yu's ego, driving her mad with rage. Get away, don't come near me. Called a monster, he finally snaps, and with one swing of his sword sends her to the afterlife. The real monsters were you people all along. With her last breath, she calls out to the doctor, as the system announces 120000 gold earned from eliminating a player. Despite seeing his comrades fall, the doctor remained unfazed, pulling out a strange blue box. I didn't want it to come to this. I've always struggled in battles because I don't have any combat skills. With that, the doctor nonchalantly throws the object at the group, triggering an explosion. Caught off guard by the sudden explosion, Sanji wondered. An offensive item. His profession is crafting. Having successfully isolated Sanji and his monsters, the doctor continues his search. Another box is thrown and a root appears binding Sanji and An, but he quickly cuts through the roots and escapes. This wily old man. I have to fight him with everything I've got. And with that resolve, Sanji reaps his first reward. You've gained the LCK skill Undead Amplification. All stats increased. Can revive undead in the vicinity indefinitely. Seeing someone has escaped, he calmly grabs another box. Well, it seems that retreat is the best option here. With that, the doctor throws it towards Sanju. A stun grenade, huh? As the smoke from the explosion spread, he cautiously left with a cloth over his nose. The magic and lightning from the grenade can temporarily stun opponents, so he has to hurry. After a few steps, the doctor suddenly freezes. Turns out Sanu escaped and stabbed him. But you won't be seeing the light of day again. Before passing, he praises him, saying he chose a good card. No profession is better suited to self-preservation than a summoner. But as he says this, a sinister smile appears on the doctor's lips. But what will you do to protect the others? You see, we've summoned countless zombies and ghouls outside. Amin, having escaped, asked his father, "You damned old man, how could you do this when you're human too?" Far from feeling guilty, he retorted. In this chaotic world, who can live without craving power? Isn't it human nature to create new weapons? Once created, it needs to be tested. Just then, a flame appears, putting them on alert. The simplest way to use it is to take it to the battlefield. We tried to control the Night Devil King, but it seems that was too difficult. Sanju was surprised by what was happening. The Night Devil King was acting up. The final trump card is played, and the doctor poses a burning question. How long can you fight to protect humanity? Unable to bear these words any longer, Sanji orders An Min to finish him off. And Min had been waiting for this moment, and just like that he was stabbed with a fatal blow. See you later. Just as the doctor loses consciousness, the system delivers unexpected news. You've received 130000 gold for eliminating player clone 002. Was he a clone? Realizing he'd been tricked, Sanju quickly pulled out his phone to confirm. Wasn't he the real deal? The rankings answered that question for him. A spot on the list vanishes as 002 disappears. And the truth dawns on Sanju. There are still 5 more on the list, all clones of one person. Knowing the whole story, he suddenly understood. So that's how the organization grew so powerful. He deployed countless clones everywhere, achieving his goals without setbacks. Lost in thought. And Minop urgently calls out to him. Now is not the time for contemplation. The Night Demon King has made his move. While chaos unfolds underground, Ju has been busy wiping out monsters on the surface. Having finished, she exhaled a tired breath. The others, not as strong as Ju, were completely out of breath, their voices trembling. Is it over? To that question, Ju calmly walked over to the others and delivered a cold dose of reality. No, they'll definitely be back. These words were enough to agitate some of them. Where the hell are they all coming from? Some are exhausted, feeling like they have nothing left to live for. I've taken care of plenty on the way here. No sooner were the words out than a wave of zombies came rushing toward the group. They're coming, they're headed this way too. Seeing the horde rush towards them, Ju raised her sword, ready to fight with newfound determination. I can't let anyone die. Sanju trusted me, even though we're rivals. The thought of him standing at the top while she struggled to catch up only fueled her self-doubt. Sanju had grown stronger, and she was improving herself. But the problem is, he's not stopping. He's getting stronger every day. Not wanting to be left behind, Ju grabs her sword and charges into the zombies to stand alongside Sanju. She has to try harder. Meanwhile, Sanju's skeletons fought with all their might, but one by one they began to fall. This disheartens the fighters. They're just Skotans, and their numbers are dwindling because the necromancer isn't here. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurs with one of the Skotans. There's fire. Jisoo, fighting like crazy over there, also notices the phenomenon and hatches a plan. Sanji's summoning skills would make this situation easier to handle, so I need to seize this moment and turn the tables. The thought barely crosses her mind before she attacks even faster, pushing herself harder. I have to be stronger. I have to end this quickly. The fighters noticed Ju's ferocity had subsided, and couldn't resist gossiping. She must be the necromancer's lover. She's surprisingly agile in combat. They must be the strongest couple on the Korean peninsula. She overheard this and it completely killed her vibe. Ju continues to incinerate the undead, her face as red as a tomato. What are these people saying? The flames then erupted everywhere, but luckily Sanju's pets shielded the two of them. Suddenly there's fire. Is that her power? Is she planning to fight them alone? No sooner were the words spoken than a great wind appeared, pushing back the flames. This phenomenon put everyone on alert, and from the flames a horde of monsters emerged, putting everyone on edge. The ghouls are trying to attack the bus. I can't let them target the kids. But even as I say that, everyone struggles to some degree when they rush to attack. The 3 ghouls attacked at once, quickly swatting away those who tried to fight back. and one of them reached the bus, striking it hard and terrifying everyone inside. Not stopping there, one even broke through the roof of the bus, leaving everyone trembling in fear, resigned to their fate. But before it could do anything, a chain appeared from nowhere and ensnared its neck. Not just that one, but the other two met the same fate. Then they were all pulled back and finished off on the spot. Having finished the job, and Min, the attacker, showed his face to check on everyone and reassure them, asking if anyone was hurt. Hearing the familiar voice, the children were overjoyed. It was their father's voice. It was him. Their joy was short-lived, as they noticed something was off. The Skotan, realizing he'd been found out, sighed and stammered, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse. Before he could even make up a story, the children imagined something else entirely, and asked excitedly, "Dad, you transformed." Dad can turn into a Skotan. Faced with that question, Amin had no choice but to play along. "That's right, I can transform into Skotan thanks to that summoner." Hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up. Really, things then spiraled out of control as the kids started clamoring. "Dad's so cool. A Skotan of faith and justice." "Me too, I want to transform," he refused immediately. "Only adults can transform." Meanwhile, Sanju reunited with Jisoo outside, and despite his trust in her abilities, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her disheveled appearance. "It must have been difficult for you," Jisoo responded tactfully. "I'm sure Sanju had it even harder than I did." Putting that aside, she asks about the results of his expedition. It must have been difficult for just the two of them to fight the Night Devil King. The thought alone annoyed Sanju. Well, actually. After hesitating for a moment, he recalls the time the Gluttony Demon King arose. As it prepared to charge, Sanjiju transformed his right hand, and in Min ready to fight at any moment. The Demon King returned, and we prepared to fight, but before attacking it roared, spewing a fountain of tomato sauce everywhere. This sight surprised Sanjiju, and even before the fight with the Night Demon King could begin, after that tomato sauce spew, the Night Demon King's body trembled uncontrollably. A scene that left everyone present speechless. Doesn't it look like it wants to die? I think it's been experimented on to the point where even death is a struggle. After some idle chatter, Sanju rejects Min's idea. So shall we deal with it now? I'm grateful for the gift, but as expected, humans are the scariest. Back in the present, everyone who heard the story was speechless, unsure how to react. But to save Sanju's face, he claimed it was a difficult battle, a move Ju and Min didn't expect. Just then, the system delivered welcome news to everyone: the main quest. Chapter 2, When You Face Destiny, has concluded. The group Battle Ready read this and were completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? The mission is over. As everyone stood in disbelief, the system issued its final announcement. Congratulations on completing the mission, everyone. With that confirmation, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. I knew it, we did it. The system then provided a ranking of those who defeated bosses during the quest, with Han Kang-zox in the lead with 4. Even with the mission complete, some still couldn't believe it was over. I worried about what came next, and if things would get even harder. I knew it. No sooner were the words out of my mouth than a lengthy system notification appeared. Korea has outperformed all other nations, and considering Korean hunters rank only 4th worldwide in preferred classes, future progress is entirely possible. Therefore, the hidden chapter will take place during the remainder of the year. We hope you can prove that the great battle that was just created was not just a fluke. Elsewhere, the players who read the announcement were satisfied, their collective efforts rewarded. But with it comes great sacrifice. For every silver lining there's a cloud. The system announces that commander-class monsters, leading large armies, have appeared throughout Korea, and they will attack the survivors' safe zones and small groups of people. This event is called the Monsters' Coordinated Assault, and Ju can't hide his surprise after reading it. A commander monster, a monster leading a massive army. And Min was curious after hearing that. Is that why the previous quest ended so abruptly? Sanju paused, then requested, "We should go. There's definitely a conclusion to this quest that Yan Seo mentioned." This thought consumed him as he speculated, wondering if a sad ending could become a happy one, and what kind of conclusion this event would lead to. The more he thought, the more curious he became while the sun rose over the city after a long period of darkness. These variables are unpredictable, but they offer even greater rewards. A great battle for the Necromancer and the Korean hunters is coming, and we will surely complete it. This mission is complete. Let's move out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the goblins face something terrifying, an overwhelming force. Surrounded, the figure shouts, "I just don't want to die." With those words, he unleashed his power, blasting away the entire horde. Every effort deserves its reward. But after one wave is defeated, another attacks. Their persistence is proving troublesome. Oh, I can't believe we had to run from those goblins. There's a group of people standing in a barrier at the end of the road. Hurry, get over here. The group quickly runs into the barrier. Safe at last, they left the goblins seething outside, unable to enter, as the escapees gasped for breath, trying to regain their composure. I heard you could fight 100 or 1000 goblins, but you retreated because you were worried about everyone else. He had to admit it. Yeah, your scent almost suffocated me. Meanwhile, the goblins outside are attacking relentlessly, gradually reducing its stats. Without much rest, everyone prepares themselves for the coming battle. Spears and shields to the front. Archers and mages fall back. The commander fell silent after giving his orders. We can no longer rely on you. Sanji, I have experience fighting many types of monsters. The shields are starting to break and you're getting scared. But aren't there too many of them? Just then, a man utters his last words. Father, thank you for raising me. These words deeply moved him. What are you saying? Even if we all die today, we must give it our all. This sight finally reveals his true colors. His son. Shouldn't you want me to live longer? How dare a goblin attack me? My child, I was only trying to encourage you. Despite his attitude, he still instructs his father before charging into battle. I must live longer as well to watch my magnificent son. Immediately notifications rang out. You have earned 30 gold from defeating a goblin soldier. You have used the holy shield to reduce damage taken for 10 seconds. Not stopping there, he declared that in this place and on this day he would become a legend. After that declaration, goblins fell one by one, accompanied by the constant chime of the system. You have received 30 gold for hunting a goblin warrior. Despite the countless notifications, Li Han's fists didn't stop, each punch fueled by a manic grin. Now I'm doing better, right? I can fight goblins on my own. The thought barely crosses his mind before he sends the monsters flying with a single punch, declaring, I'm the strongest player in Korea. Come at me, you'll be my greatest stepping stone. The goblins accept the challenge, rushing forward, but he turns back wary, trying to sneak attack me again. Now confident, Li Hanho told the goblins, you should be ashamed. With that, he spun around, creating a mini tornado that blew the monsters away, unrecognizable. This is nothing to me. Come on, come on. Sergeant Kim, witnessing everything, awkwardly praised. Your son is amazing, though the other man didn't seem pleased. Oh right, but after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly shouts with all his might, it's ugly too. But after all, he's still my son, so what can I do? With that, he judged El Han Ho, who was frantically blowing away the goblins. Look at that form, 3 different faces. Is he some kind of asura? Unaware of those words, El Han Ho continues his battle, declaring, I hate goblins. They should all just die. This excessive enthusiasm frightens the monsters, making them want to turn and run, which pleases Li Han Ho greatly. That's right, you. But on the other hand, seeing the familiar white skeleton, he was dumbfounded. Huh, where did you crawl out from? Not only did On appear, but the remaining white skeletons in various forms appeared and blew away the goblins. From somewhere, Sanju and Ju also appeared, preparing to join the battle. Seeing Ju appear, Li Hanho is overjoyed. Senior, who are you, Jisoo, and this man? That's my spot. As the fierce battle with the goblins ended, the sun began to set. Everyone gathered in a room, leaving their gear outside, and Li Hanho summarized the current situation after a moment of consideration. A new phenomenon has emerged, throwing things into disarray. Giant manospheres have struck players across the country. After summarizing the situation, he suggested it might be safer to stay put in the changed safe zone, as the rules affecting the weak had now changed. With that, Li Hanho picked up his tablet, studying it intently, as he observed that Yongdyongpo was currently struggling against thousands of orcs. I hear they're looking for you, senior. As his own name is mentioned, Sanju turns around and proposes an unexpected move. Alright, if they're struggling, we'll help. Having made an agreement, we'll become their allies in this situation, a decision fraught with complicated intentions, especially if the Evolution Society gets involved. But if they're not on the monster side, it'll be quite a struggle. Just then, Sergeant Kim and his colleague burst in with good news. Sanju, we found the goblins' base. Sergeant Kim wasted no time. It's on Mount Padan. Judging by their movements, it's likely on the peak. Speaking of which, he glanced at the young man, sneaking glances at his phone, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the lords near the village are all goblins, much easier to deal with than the red orcs of Yandangpo. Sergeant Kim continued, revealing information that shook the very foundations. I didn't get a good look, but there must be over 3,000 of them, and they even have mages riding on their backs. Hearing this, Gai's Shu hesitated slightly. Goblins were weak, but they were still short on manpower. They command hundreds of goblin legions. Sergeant Kim found this reasonable. So we shouldn't rush. We should still be careful. As the two were talking, Sanjiju spoke up, leaving them speechless. Our goal isn't victory, got it. Amidst their confusion, he approached the map, stating their goal to acquire as much gold and experience as possible, an idea that left Gian Shu unsure how to react. Sanji really is different. I can't believe he came up with a plan to hunt them down. As if reading their minds, he pointed at them and declared, I'm not hunting them, you are. The sudden spotlight made them jump. Ignoring their fear and reluctance, Sanji gets straight to the point. This is a golden opportunity for them and the other villagers. The two of them suddenly trusted, stared at each other, wide-eyed. Could they really do this? How would I know? Night quickly falls. Meanwhile, in the Padan Mountains, a group of goblins lurks throughout the forest, with the house in the middle guarded even more carefully. While they were guarding, a figure appeared behind them, sending chills down their spines. It turned out this abandoned factory was where the goblin leaders were gathering. Before they could even strategize, they were sent straight to the afterlife with a single blow. Well, that's easier than I thought. I was wondering how to deal with each of the high-level goblins. The figure continued to wipe out the goblins gathered around, analyzing. Even a small group of goblins is terrifying when they coordinate with a lord. while chaos erupted outside, the low-level goblins inside were doing everything they could to please their lord. That mysterious figure was none other than Sanji. After taking care of the outside, he summoned a massive monster, wondering as it stared at the house, "I wonder if that lord will still be able to lead after having his head smashed." "Go on, giant Orge." As soon as it received the order, it observed the interior from a nearby window, its appearance halting the revelry of the goblins inside. Before they could prepare, Orge unleashed a hero-ranked Thunder God's fist, consuming all his mana to create a devastating electrical attack. With a single punch, gold poured into Sanju's pockets like a flood. 2,500 gold earned from hunting the goblin warrior. Before long, the house collapsed, taking the goblins with it, and the goblin lord met his end beneath the rubble. Having successfully subdued it, Sanju and Aninseo casually approached. Finally, they meet the goblin lord. Time to take care of him. Sanju agreed, shifting into his death god form, eager to end the fight quickly. A death god's request. You've harnessed the power of a lich. Summoning increased by 50, all abilities up by 10. You can restore and regenerate the surrounding undead, equal to the number of summons you have. Even without him, Aninseo alone is enough to take it down. Having hunted the goblin lord, you've earned over 1,000 gold, the moment Sanji's been waiting for, as he uses his power to resurrect the fallen goblins and begin the hunt. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a super-powerful goblin army was rushing towards the people, who were fully equipped and ready, with Jianshu leading the charge. "They're here, get ready." "Oh, how many are there?" Sensing the fear and hesitation, he boomed, "They're just headless failures. Calm down and hunt them." Spurred on, the people took their positions and quickly took down several goblins. Seeing this, confidence and excitement surged within everyone. "Great, I'll do my best to kill as many as possible." "That's right, it's easy." At the same time, a series of skills are used on them, slowing them down and reducing their attack power. Who do you think you are to keep them from communicating? And finally, morale reduction, making the goblins feel utterly defeated. Thanks to those seemingly harmless effects, everyone had a successful hunt. You have acquired 30 gold from hunting a goblin warrior. You've received 18,000 gold for hunting the goblin strategist, and 54 gold for hunting the goblin assassin. Sergeant Kim and Jianshu also contributed, fighting with newfound confidence. "I can't believe how easy this hunt is. It's all thanks to you, Sanju." Speak of the devil, Sanju silently observes everything from above. The average level of the villagers is 4. The distance between each person widens, and those without power gather together. They rely on others, and will soon become a burden to the survivors. Lost in thought, he suddenly notices 2 goblin chefs fighting. Scout chefs and other non-combat roles have their place, but the current difficulty has skyrocketed. Putting that aside, Sanju feels a little relieved watching Han grab a goblin by the head for daring to approach his father. "I was worried when Han was the first to arrive at the village." "You're not going anywhere. But we can solve this. The weak and sick can become strong. This is bad. But that's how the system works." Below, Ju and another person are trying to encourage everyone. "Don't worry, just give it a shot. Now shoot, you're doing great." With just one arrow, that boy leveled up to level 2. Suddenly, leveling up, the boy couldn't contain his excitement. "I leveled up." After much effort, the system announces that Korea is the first country to successfully raid the Monster Lord. The greatest contributors, KD 17. Everyone cheered upon reading the announcement. "We won. Level 4. I've reached level 4. But that's not all. The system also rewarded all participants with gold. 2,000 gold, and I got 3,000. Cheers erupted as Sanju and Ju quietly observed from atop the mountain. "I'm still more comfortable alone, but this isn't bad either." That evening, everyone gathered at the airport. Sergeant Kim and Jianshu confirmed again in disbelief. "Level 8. Sanji reaffirmed. "Yeah, focus on reaching level 8. We eliminated the Lord and their forces recently, so hunting should be easier now. Focus on getting your average rank up to 8 before I return home." He frowned, threatening them to comply. "It sounds cruel, but I'm not responsible for the weak. If that's what you want, just stay in the village and fade away. Everyone should be able to protect themselves." Words that gave Jianshu pause. "Yes, I won't forget. I remember being weak and always waiting for someone to save me." Before he could continue, Li Hanho called out, "Sunbei, the helicopter's here. They're complaining. Let's go." Sanji gave Jian X one last look before turning away. Their agreement was to protect each other from the enemy for a set time. Leaving that aside, he heads to his next objective, assisting the Freedom Society. In another city, Choi Dong-hoon sits on a bus, anxiously watching his bandaged and injured subordinates. "What's the situation with the new commander?" asked this one of the group. Quickly used his power to look outside. "Just a moment, you'll see the northern border soon." Outside, a magic drone flies around, scouting the area. This drone is a support device that shares its vision with the mage, consuming mana based on distance. After some time, they finally find useful intel. There are about 200 monsters, and they're headed this way. Before he could finish, the monsters spotted the drone and promptly hurled a rock, sending it crashing down. This commotion, of course, alerted the one who was watching. Shot down, Chung Myung sees the dire situation and confronts Commander Choi Dong-hoon, unleashing a torrent of words before he can speak. We have to leave the bridge. Thousands of red orcs are swarming from Gimpo, and splitting our forces to face both sides will be difficult. Knowing the situation, Choi Dong-hun pondered for a moment before suggesting, let's focus all our forces on defeating the Chows first, then move everyone to face the orcs. But as soon as the idea was voiced, Sung Min-hoa rejected it. Cho isn't an easy opponent. Their immense size is matched by their powerful regenerative abilities. If we're short on time and have to fight with everything we've got, we'll suffer heavy losses. Dong-hun reluctantly accepted this truth. But we're too inexperienced. Thinking this, he recalled the mission's details. Our main mission is to raise the Crusader Corps to level 10 or higher. Having guild members die because of a hasty decision would be putting the cart before the horse. But as soon as he thought, this Choi Dong-hun imagined himself falling before Sanji-ju filled with resentment. If I'm going to close the gap between us, I can't hunt in safe zones like this. Still not hearing anything from the leader, Chung Myung-hwa hesitantly landed another blow. Right now, even the Yongdyungpo security forces will concentrate most of their strength, leaving only a minimal defense unit. At this point, Choi Dong-hun had to accept the truth. Okay. Before he could say anything more, Chung Myung-yi burst through the door in a panic. Sung Min-hoa, I just got a call from the helicopter, sent to pick up the necromancer. They'll be here soon. This news suddenly made the world seem brighter to Sung Min-hoa. Thankfully, with the summoner here, we can defeat the ghouls and then take care of the orcs. Seeing her joy, Chung Myung-yi scratched his head hesitantly. But the summoner said, we have to face the orcs first. Words that plunged her into the depths of despair. What did he say? Did we even give him an accurate report of the situation here? To that question, Chong Ming-yi glanced outside, and gave a vague answer. He said he'd meet up with everyone after collecting a few bones here. This caused Rong Minghua to question the bone collecting, and as soon as he spoke, the sound of a helicopter echoed everywhere. Everyone rushes outside to observe carefully. That's the helicopter carrying the summoner. Don't tell me Sanji is dropping a bunch of monsters on those guys. Warning, giant regeneration has begun in the area. Warning, death response has begun in the area. Shung Mingyi was a little shocked by the scene. What is this? Another giant monster appeared here. Choi Dong-hun was surprised but kept it to himself. The jaws were of course enormous creatures, and with preparations complete, they charged in taking down the Chos, and gold poured into Sanu's pockets. You have acquired 8,000 gold from hunting Cho warriors. Observing the scene, Choi Dong-hun remarks, they're like children. Soon the Chos were nothing more than piles of bones. Death itself has been subjugated to his will, a display that stuns everyone present except Choi Dong-hun, who questions his own bone-collecting abilities. He was already strong, but now he's like a fish in water. Can basic awakening really help me surpass him? The thought plunges him further into negativity. After this battle, the gap will widen so much that I'll never catch up because death belongs to the necromancer. Elsewhere, rivals carefully watched Choi Dong-hun's group. A necromancer, you say? The Free League begged for his help. They were definitely saying no last night. The speaker staring at the screen grows more frustrated. These aren't even small or fledgling guilds. And where is the Crusader squad? The two supporting players are also in disarray because of the situation we've created in the community. Below the road, the monsters have been successfully upgraded acting as a team, so you've received synergy. The synergy list includes 3 level 3 giants, but requires over 20 giant attributes. Now the Cho monsters have appeared directly confronting Sanju's army. The Cho tribe's commander monster has appeared, and without hesitation it launches an attack, shocking everyone who witnesses the scene. That's a boss monster, and a tough one at that. But vines have appeared from nowhere trying to stop it, and wherever it swings its axe, more vines grow. A magic axe. One of the group assesses the situation, realizing it won't be easy to deal with. The girl with the binoculars suddenly has a bold idea. Could even the summoner be stopped here? Just then, vines strike the dog's hand, causing it to drop its axe. Not stopping there, it gets punched by the summoned monster Sanju. At this point, the others are speechless. It can't land a hit and is just getting pummeled. Taking a punch, the ogre is then ambushed from behind and beaten to a pulp. At the same time, Sanju appears in his deathly state, attacking blindly, unaware of his surroundings or his own strength, and is thus beaten as well. As he spoke, Unminu appeared, stabbing straight through the monster. It was over. As it fell, it turned into a skeleton under his command. It was too easy to enslave it. The Freedom Association must be waiting. Let's go. As that battle ends, the sun sets. Sanju greets Choi Dong-hun, relieved he's not too late, and thanks him. After the greeting, he turned, not quite leaving, but watching Sanju with calculating eyes. I was planning to use the necromancer to buy time and grow stronger, but he's already become powerful. Despite his discomfort, Choi Dong-hun grasps the situation. A massive orc army is approaching from the west, and unless they plan to swim, they'll have to cross this bridge. Inwardly, he resolved that they couldn't afford to lose to him again in this battle, though outwardly, he remained cordial. We've blocked off the other areas with items and countless methods. All of Korea is watching, and if we lose to him again, my position is finished. The more Choi Dong-hun thought, the more his resolve burned. He had to prove he could dominate this battle. With that resolve, he introduced Sanju to everyone. The news that the necromancer would join the battle caused countless people to rally to our side. Just as he predicted on the forum, everyone is fired up, and Li Hanho couldn't be prouder. Observing from the side, Zhong Minghua gritted his teeth as maintaining the community became increasingly difficult. Those who witnessed the necromancer's actions or smaller guilds are leaking information. Just then someone spoke up, breaking the silence. It seems the survivors are joining in as well, numbering around 200. Though a large group, they've been silent until now. We also just received a call from South U. They say they have 5 buses and are on their way. Shung Min Yum absorbed the information and asked what her plan was. Without much thought, Sung Min Hoa replied simply, "We have to accept them. We should accept them and slowly bring them over to our side." Even the Red Orc army that appeared in Gimpo couldn't be controlled. The army is advancing east, and survivors report they're getting close, filling Chung Myung-hwa with dread. We must persuade each faction through a meeting of commanders and get them to cooperate with the Freedom Alliance. As soon as she entered, Choi Dong-hoon began the meeting. Now let's begin the commanders' meeting. Min Hoa was asked to summarize the situation, and she promptly pulled out a tablet and began her report. Our Freedom Society has blocked most of the bridges, but I've deployed guard units to all of them, always keeping in mind that other situations may arise. We're using drones to analyze the enemy's movements at all times. At this, everyone's eyes turned intentionally or not to Sanju. The necromancer chuckled, feeling uneasy under their gazes. And Sanju wasn't the only one feeling the pressure. It's true we've received his help, but I don't like this situation. He was just one man, yet the strongest force here, and all eyes were on the necromancer. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She had to break this structure somehow. Before she could say anything more, someone rushed in, panicked. "Excuse me, Commander, a survivor has flown here from the west." This news finally caught Choi Dong-hoon's attention. "Flew here," the man confirmed once more. "Yes, the problem is the means by which this person arrived. It's quite unusual." This information sparked further discussion. Sanju alone had a different thought. Even the Freedom Association is restricted from using helicopters because of the dragon monsters. A special vehicle, Choi Dong-hoon, noticing everyone's expressions, stood up and offered to meet the person, suggesting they hear directly from the survivor. Outside, chaos reigned. "Careful, don't get too close or it'll peck you to death." Sanju and the others were dumbfounded by the scene before them. So this is the special means they were talking about. The birdmaster noticed his pet getting agitated, and the girl below tried to calm the situation. "It's okay, it's very well behaved, and won't attack people unless provoked." The man who stormed into the meeting pointed at her. "Commander, she's a survivor." As Choi Dong-hoon approached, the girl pleaded, "Please help me." He followed behind, wondering, is this the group? The Red Orc commander isolated. Choi Dong-hoon remained silent, and the girl pleaded again. Hours ago, a large number of Chinese players had landed in Ganghwa-gun. This news hit Sanju like a bolt of lightning. What? The area was filled with tents, and everyone was focused on the East Jod map, a small island connected to Ganghwa-do by a bridge. Ganghwa-do is also an island, and both locations are very close to the North Korean border. Hei approaches with a worried look. The players in Ganghwa-do have established a safe zone in Gon, and safety can be easily secured by blocking transportation routes and dealing with the monsters within the island. Because the island is quite small, she felt a sense of unease and worry. We know powerful forces like the Freedom Association are on the mainland, yet they chose to handle this quietly, and Sanju knows it's because monsters and thieves are wreaking havoc inland. Life in Ganghwa-do must be tough. Even near Soon, he's uneasy because they're gathering in restricted areas of the island. They should have coordinated better, and the decision wasn't bad, but of course Sanju knew that was until they were ambushed by the enemy. Han continued relaying the news, reporting that pirates had arrived at Gondono a few hours prior, and that the dozen ships at sea were all their fishing boats. "We did our best to stop them, but we failed," Hei said with a heavy heart. "Even our escape route is compromised." Choi Dong-hoon wondered aloud. "How many do you think there are those pirates?" She stammered, guessing around 1000, but based on the number of ships, there could be more. He turned and said urgently that since China has a large population, the number of players will also be very large. "If they want to attack, won't we be in big trouble?" Shung Minghua respectfully offered his opinion. "That's not going to happen. It's rare for players to hunt each other right. Those pirates are probably just ordinary people." Sanji remains vigilant, but in our current situation, such individuals are dangerous, as they may actively target our lives and gold when we are at our weakest. 2 people voiced their support, agreeing that this needed to be dealt with. Shung Minghua stood by his initial opinion. He was right, but the Red Demons were already enough trouble. "And for now, we still don't know if the attackers are Chinese commanders or just thieves," he suggests. "But what if they come from upriver while we're waiting on the higher banks of the Han River? We were attacked from behind while facing the goblins. So what's the plan?" he finalized. "Now we'll focus solely on the demons." Choi Dong-hoon believes the Demon Legion occupying Gimpo and Gansel-gu is unavoidable. This will also prevent the pirates from advancing inland, and will scout the lower reaches of the Han River by sending out a reconnaissance team. He declares to everyone that they can no longer reach Ganghwa-do either, and Han suddenly collapses. Sanju suddenly raised his hand. "I have another proposal. You're speculating about their plan. We could send in a special ops unit to defeat the pirates, then trigger the demons from the other side, along with the survivors from Gangwado L. A pincer attack. But he was very supportive. I agree with attacking them, but as a swordsman I must say we don't have enough manpower. He suddenly flinched, realizing that even sending a helicopter to that small island would make a stealth attack difficult due to the noise. Huh. Impossible, he suddenly exclaimed. The lonely necromancer, Choi Dong-hoon, was suspicious. Could it be? Sanji dispelled his magic and advised, my skills aren't suited for fighting with a large group anyway. Nether Darkness and Abyss Breath are both unusable. He figures he needs intel on the Chinese player too, since they've already crossed paths once, and might again. Sanji carefully plans his next move, deciding to use the same decapitation strategy against the demons as he did with the commander monsters. Debuff movement speed reduced by 30%, attack speed reduced by 20%. 2. Who do you think you are? Attribute punishment classification, eliminate the commander level deviation condition, sever communications, and disorient the units. The Demon King will command them directly from behind, so we need to get to Gangwado behind them. He then gently leaned down and asked, if it's just me, I won't be able to ride the griffin and launch a stealth attack, right? Of course Choi Dong-hoon agreed to the plan. Alright, let's do it. Outside as she sat on the eagle, Kyung-shu whined, are you abandoning us again, senior? And don't bring Oran this time, Junj sighed. Be careful, Sanji said, offering a helpless consolation. Griffin can't carry more than 2 people, so there's no other way. Our next meeting will be on the battlefield, he said ominously. Jisoo will take good care of her, but Hanho, don't let your protective instincts get the better of you. She's a thief, not a tank. She excitedly asks for confirmation. If you're ready, let's go. He wastes no time. Yeah, I'm ready. She felt a slight chill, and then shouted out in exhilaration. Let's fly. I'm feeling a little dizzy. The wind is strong, and they climb onto the bird which soars forward. Haydn turned back to report. Sorry for not mentioning it sooner, but we have to wait here until nightfall before we can reach the coast. She warned that pirates keep giant eagle monsters, that these birds fly around the island, and that the front is covered in thick fog with many ships moving about, their lights shining brightly. Alright, the lights are on. He wondered, did you install the batteries yet? He was delighted by the weak flame, wondering if the lamp was simply old. The atmosphere was perfect. The captain cursed, saying it would be nice if they didn't stop them from playing with the prisoners. He felt envious. The exploration team near the island was living the high life, while the rest of them could only watch and listen to the explanation that they had more prisoners. He grinned disgustingly. Once we reach the Golden Han mainland, all the women will be ours, he sighed. Ugh, if it weren't for the strong liquor made from the monster centipede eggs we caught in Hangzhou, I wouldn't have made it this far. The captain controls the ship by releasing the crow, so keep an eye on the sky. If you get caught, that drunk might take everything and run. By the way, I find it more peaceful away from the continent. Instead of fighting powerful people there, we can be pirates, plunder weaker countries, and earn much more gold. One is excited. The captain thinks the situation inside is suspicious too. Wait, there's a noise. Something's here. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. The captain is getting interested. My job is to hunt people. He drew many swords, I see. He watched his surroundings as Sanju suddenly appeared behind the 3. My heightened senses keep telling me there's something here, he shouts in terror. An enemy, but the chain whips him in the face, dragging him away. Min pulls harder. There are other targets, and he can't afford to make a scene. Suddenly Sanju appeared, instructing, let him live. I have some things I want to know after we clear this area. The captain's eyes fluttered open. Where am I? The eagle screamed in his face, causing him to cry out. Hey monster. Hand standing nearby, gently stroked it. It's okay, calm down, I'll give him to you in a bit. He backed away, stammering in terror. He moved again, bringing his face close to the mysterious figure. Looks like we can interface more with the system. Just so you know, I have the ability to read fragments of the dead's memories. He was shaken by this. You can read the memories of the dead. Sanju pointed to his forehead, demanding, decide now, live and reveal every detail thoroughly, or just speak your mind and die. At the place where a row of ships were docked, the vase was smashed to pieces. Impossible. Ingong was furious. 90 men have vanished, 90 soldiers gone in a matter of hours. He hastily ordered his men to check for escaped prisoners, raise all anchors, and scan the surroundings for any incoming ships. Footsteps echoed as Ingong hurried forward. I don't know who you are, but you think you can hide on this island. He ordered his men to find them. Ingong demands they find the attackers, and bring them to him as he calmly cultivates his powerful magic permeating the air. The crow that approached the area quickly flew away, and suddenly Ingong frowned in anger. I don't know who they are, but you really think this is a place to hide on this island? Just then, his subordinate reported, Captain, we've found the missing men. This news inexplicably angered him. What? How did you find them faster than I did? The subordinate added that they were all dead and neatly arranged, which Yang found puzzling. Why would he secretly put corpses on the enemy's ship? Is he insane? He wondered to himself, why not just dump the bodies? Is he trying to provoke us? But this doesn't really seem like a provocation. Just when they thought it was over, another subordinate reported that it wasn't just this ship but the others as well. He frantically pointed forward. Every ship was filled with corpses, starting with the one in the corner. Now they were exploding one by one, the force so strong that Inong had to shield himself. What's going on? The subordinate reports that all the ships are exploding. Ingong is furious at the answer. Idiot, I already know that. I'm asking why they exploded. Suddenly a shout rings out. We need to get out of here. Inong then looked towards the two young men hanging precariously. What's happening here? He warned in a panic. Captain, it's gas. Gas is leaking from those strange containers. Following the man's words, Ingong looked up at the dangerous location, G-Stone, and the man reveals it's a hellish breath created by a dark witch, and there's no cure if inhaled. So the subordinate urgently suggests that we need to get out of here. There are still some bombs left. Cars race down the highway, and from the window one can see the island is covered in crows. Our enemies are everywhere. Now he retreats to safety, but his heart is full of resentment. This is a mass assault. Someone is trying to isolate and eliminate us. In this desperate moment, a beacon of hope appears before Ingong the bridge. Head for the bridge now. That's the only way out besides the boats. He was furious enough to swear to the heavens. Those Han bastards are using biological and chemical weapons. Yang is worried now. If we're isolated here, we'll be done for before reinforcements arrive. And so, he told himself he had to escape and find a safe haven for ships to welcome the admiral. A voice from the car behind spoke. It's a bridge. Inji urges faster. We have to get out of here at all costs and get to the bigger island. At his command, they floor the accelerator, but something appears in front of them. Out of nowhere, El appears engulfed in flames. Ingong is horrified by the sheer scale of the attack. What the hell is wrong with this island? El finally speaks. Those soldiers defeated in China's server too. He said China had 3 servers, right? And he could conclude I guess it's a whole continent. Based on the soldiers' memories, they may have established a large-scale pirate group. From what El knows, they're the recon group planning to reach the island via Gangwado Island and prepare for the main force to land. Knowing he couldn't move any further, Ingong exited the vehicle and ordered everyone out prepare for battle. El declares to them all, I won't let you, you'll all die here. And with this battle, the warning system blares incessantly. Warning, a large-scale descent is about to begin in this area. Warning, the necromancer's response will begin in this area. One of them covers his nose to protect himself. What is all this smoke? Others are having a hard time as well. Ugh, my whole body aches. Wait, look ahead, it's not just liches anymore, but a horde of demons charging in bone demons, a whole army of them. Another one spots them from behind. They're getting hit from all sides, and another chimes in. They're coming from everywhere, they're surrounded. What is that massive monster? Ingong grits his teeth at the scene before him finally deploying his wings retreating. He'd rather return to the island than fight these things. But it wasn't that easy as the monsters swarmed them now. It was too late, there was no turning back. Ingong is useless and he's yelling and cursing. Are you all idiots? Can I only rely on myself? At this point there's no turning back. They desperately fire at the monsters. One shouts that the captain's monster is dealing with the zombies. It's pushing them back. El has been observing the situation as that the bird too was talking about, and instantly he brutally decapitates the bird. The scene here is more chaotic than ever. The arrogant lich speaks. Well, that didn't seem so tough. The zombies are enough to deal with it. After a while all the crows are gone. That only made Yang angrier, hissing with rage. Unbelievable, you mutt. His monster bird would be sacrificed in vain if things continued this way. But then the system announced that he had gained control over the death of his subordinate creature. You have controlled the death of your subordinate creature, a situation that leaves everyone wanting to faint on the spot. Wait, the monster bird is revived. His subordinate could only call out helplessly, Captain, what should we do? With no other choice, Ingong was about to jump down. I have to get out of here. And he believed I was the only one who could leave this area and contact the main fleet. Ingong uses the momentum to latch onto the crow, screaming like a madman. Fly away, get off this island as fast as you can. And so Ingong flew away, abandoning his comrades. First he had to escape. Mid-flight, the crow was suddenly attacked, sending him plummeting from a great height. Crashing headfirst into the hard stone, Ingong seemed unlikely to survive, yet he clung to his purpose. Damn it, I have to get out of here, I can't move. One of them flew over and reported to the lich. Everyone is safe. We're recovering weapons and fighting the pirates. He was pleased with the praise. Well done. These words from the lich surprised the eagle. What? And he still has to respond. It's all thanks to you, lich. Thank you so much. Inong lay defeated, wondering what Hanseol was. But El reads his thoughts, saying he has no right to ask anything. Then he raised his scythe. So what do you call your admiral? Cha Gong. I wonder if he'll appear in your memories. Instantly, the lich brought down his scythe, obliterating Ingong, and the system announced that you leveled up to level 17. A blue light envelops El, and the system announces that he can now read the memories of the dead. A flash of light suddenly appears in the distance. So it was Sanju who appeared. Looking at the people below, he sensed it was a giant ship. These outfits evoke a sense of tradition. The leader of the ship speaks. Where should we go? Sanju looks at the figure, wondering if it's Tron Gong, and feels that he doesn't look like a madman, vampire, or mad scientist. Our second server was handed to the Soul Witch, and on the first server, there's an emperor claiming to unite the world with his ever-expanding power. So what should we do? Trongong's aide was saying that Jiang would be cut through the neck by a surge of power. It would be ominous to ask for outside help. And Chong berates him for being an idiot, clarifying why they're adrift at sea after dealing with the other guy. It's because we lack power and force. And Trongong emphasizes if we don't have enough, we'll take it. His tone turned dangerous like a ravenous demon capable of swallowing continents. Sanju knew this all along. As expected, there's no stopping a man who covets another's territory. Standing at the ship's bow, Cho Gong declared with ambition that what they lacked, they would take. But the problem was, there was no unclaimed territory left. A worried subordinate sweating offered a suggestion. General, what about attacking the nearby islands? That way we can blockade those waters and enter the mainland via the Korean peninsula. He turned back, agreeing enthusiastically. I think so too. Yi Gong was pleased, thanking him. Then Trongong turned and ordered General Yi Yong sweep all the islands near China. He must seize this sea territory while the masters on land deal with the monsters. On the other side, he continued to assign tasks, ordering General Inong to lead the small fleets and establish outposts on the Korean peninsula. Trongong added a warning not to disturb the forces there and to await his orders, to which Ingong respectfully bowed. Obeying his orders, he desperately hopes to maximize the pirates' strength, believing harmony brings success and hoping to gather as much gold as possible. A notification appears. Alliance list. 1. I will become the Tier 3 Pirate King Alliance Group classification. Condition. A group of over 1,000,000 pirates. The effect of killing a player doubles the gold earned and grants 20% of the victim's gold. Sanju, standing nearby, now understands the reason for the pirate alliance. This is why they don't hesitate to slaughter others. Trongong turns around and declares, think about all the missions we've accepted. Heroes in a chaotic world. His face twisted in contempt. How foolish. He cruelly orders our goal isn't to be heroes, just mercilessly plunder everything. A blinding light appears. Seeing this, Sanji was furious. Those who preach morality are never trustworthy. Is this situation unique to the Korean server, or is it happening everywhere? A notification appears. You have learned the skill, Death's Response. Skill level increased, Elite Master Skill Information. Death's Response Master Rank. Classification, Active Consumption. 17 mana summons 20 years worth of unclaimed zombies from the abyss. They possess unlimited bloodlust, and will vanish after 30 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. He was happy, but slightly concerned. Gaining power was great, but becoming accustomed to fighting humans could lead to misunderstandings about his necromantic abilities. Then someone from the crowd spoke up, asking Necromancer, what should we do now? Sanji, already planning his next move, hurries the group along. Our work here is done. Now we head to Gimpo to prepare for the real battle. A fiendish demon bares its teeth as the group looks on. Han is extremely worried. There's a whole group of them. Junjitsu is also terrified. There are too many, and each one is stronger than a normal orc. He emphasizes that these are just scouts. A monster roars ferociously, and everyone begins to tremble. Cho's slaves. Some can hardly believe it. What? Are those wretched orcs using these monsters as slaves? They charge forth madly as our heroes advance to attack. The orcs fire guns at the mage's face, and as one person orders an attack, Lai Han strikes with swift moves. Die, you damn. Orcs Lai unleashes a furious firestorm, burning them to a crisp. Notifications pop up one after another. You've earned 1,200 gold for defeating a red orc fiend. You have earned 1,200 gold by defeating a red orc. You have earned 1,200 gold by defeating a red orc. You have earned 1,200 gold by defeating a red orc. Seeing this, Li Kangho became even more excited than before, saying, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Who else could do it but me? He appeared behind the guard. Stay alert, he commanded, charging forward. Gladiators hold the front line and protect the mages. He was furious. These bastards weren't just numerous, but fearless, reveling in the slaughter. Lai Han's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty excitement as he threw a punch. Me too, they yelled, holding their ground. We have to stop them, push them back. The priest commander directs the troops, placing a magical barrier in front of the shield wall, as everyone obeys. Yes, sir. The mage grimaced. Those priests are more muscular than us. Someone shouts, pointing as the orc mage hurtles toward them, casting spells. Raise your shields, turn around and prepare. Magic, protect the shields. A massive explosion erupts, sending Ankh reeling as the horde breaks through. Damn it, hold the line. A wolf pounces as Lai Han begins to stammer. Orc, knights, I don't think we can stop them. He's sweating with tension. We have to hold out for as long as possible. A formidable force is approaching. Make way, everyone. Make way. Choi Dong-hun's squad has arrived. The Crusader team is here. He ordered the orc camps crushed in a breakthrough formation, but as the orcs surged forward, one of them commanded the mages to attack. Each one impales an orc's head. Kyungshu looks up in delight. That's our Crusader squad. They celebrated joyfully. This is what a battle should be. He was even more excited than before. Enough daydreaming, let's support the paladins. Priests don't hold back on the mana and buffs. Quickly, there's not much time left. His face is etched with tension. At this rate he can complete the special quest. Choi Dong-hun charges forward with renewed vigor. Holy Spear, I'll take another step after completing this mission. Closer to the necromancer. He became even more determined than before. Today he would awaken. A soldier happily announces to his commander that he's reached level 10, and Choi Dong-hun's eyes light up. The day has finally come, and the system's message arrives. You have completed a special quest. O hero, prepare yourself for tempo through training. You have been rewarded with the awakening of a unique skill. Your destiny has been partially altered. He fought even more fiercely. A light. Jun shields his eyes from the blinding light. What just descended? A blinding light tears through the sky as he grips his weapon ready for the team battle. The announcement also goes to Tempo, who is praised throughout the area, granting 1 hour of automatic health regeneration to all allies, 2% per second, and all stats of the Crusader are increased. Plus, one demon prostrated himself weeping with joy. Holy Sword Amdambu. He is the light, he is the truth, he's getting even more excited. Here it is. His pride is swelling. Choi Dong-hun recalled giving up his own power in favor of collective strength, because this collapsing world needed a leader. It has begun. This is the start of a revolution. All they need is time to adapt. Choi Dong-hun knew he had to buy them that time. The Liberation Army will be the last ones standing, he shouted as he ran in. Madame Levy, news about the bandits we defeated, he frantically reports. Weren't those bastards enough trouble on the Chinese server? Now they've moved to the Korean server. Li Wei scoffs. So, the beasts in human form, the garbage I forgot to deal with, have moved on to another country. He cleverly said, this isn't your fault, my lady. You lost track of them while saving us. He grew more urgent. Intel suggests the Koreans have pushed them back. She asks about the invaders. Li Wei is becoming more intrigued. It seems there are quite a few skilled individuals in Korea. I wonder who stopped those beasts. The raid leader orc roars in pain as blood sprays from its mouth. The system announces you've gained 30000 gold from hunting the raid leader orc. Dong-hun gazed at the fallen orc with a sigh, then turned to the person behind him. Monsters littered the ground. It seemed to be over. Min Yu-hung, panting with pride, shouted, Commander, it's a complete victory. Only a few slipped through. The rest have been annihilated. Hearing this, he turned and asked, what's our situation? He surveys the scene and reports, we lost 3 Crusader squads and about 100 players, far fewer than expected. Dong-hun nods, adding, we should reduce the number of Crusaders. People don't respawn. Then he recalled the hero's majestic transformation. We haven't reached rank S like Son Goku yet. He attacks the monsters, causing them to fall. All the resources and effort invested in training the players would be wasted if they die. Anne glances back at the exhausted group, frowning. Rest first. We can't face the orcs depleted. Suddenly a tremor shakes the ground beneath them. Dong-hun turned bewildered to see the golden figures approaching as Ming Yishong exclaimed in confusion. Another attack. Are their forces really that vast? The orcs quickly sounded the horns of war, riding ferocious beasts into battle. Han Ho and Ju were also a little panicked as he shouted that their vanguard was really strong, but she figured this was likely part of the main force. Immediately, an XO went on high alert. Commander, the situation is critical. Even with the Knights Templar holding the front lines, they can't stop an army this massive. Min Wai urgently pointed and shouted. We need to leave the main road and run through the side streets to scatter their forces. This is the only way we can win. Dong-hun raises his flaming sword. If we run between buildings, will the monsters follow? He squinted, offering the suggestion. Or we could head straight to Yeongdeungpo where more people are gathered. Ju nervously suggests that the monsters would naturally go where there are more people. It's always like this. Those who stand in the shadow of Yonghyun. He raises his fiery spear ready to fight, and there's no turning back now. At the rear, Min Wai Hyun hesitated, giving commands as the vanguard of mounted soldiers charged towards them. The man in the hat cursed in a panic. Damn it, these bastards are attacking fiercely, even Myung-soo is sweating bullets. Should we run? We can't stop them. Seeing the chaos, Ju turned and urged everyone stay calm. There has to be a way. Suddenly Han pointed forward in surprise. Ju Nunam, this way. Meanwhile, a monster is sent flying and the leader is confused. Moments later, its corpse exploded in the sky, as blue phoenixes carried monsters from the horde high above. The explosions were intense, and the people looked up in confusion, wondering what was happening. Giant birds. The monsters looked up in a panic. Explosions and the screeching of birds echoed through the sky as someone recognized the sound and screamed. It's the necromancer. Jisoo watched in stunned silence. Beside Hanho Goblin, Skeleton is embraced and joyfully shaken. Junun I am is back. Meanwhile, Sanju cuts through the orc horde as Dong-hun smiles and provides air support like we're fighting with swords while they're using modern weapons. Meanwhile, Anexo frowned, mouth agape, as remote-controlled cameras flew throughout the city. At the TV station, 2 hosts marvel at Sanju's image on the screen, saying, Everyone, look at this. The female host added that a skeleton knight was sweeping the battlefield as they continued to broadcast live footage. This is the necromancer's companion. Is he a player? Explains magic projector, common grade consumable item. Displays images or videos captured by drones, magic, or cameras for 1 hour. Item is destroyed after 4 uses. The male host looked at the female host suspiciously. I'm not sure, the skill and movements don't seem robotic, but isn't it too strong to be a player? She thought of Hanho, and the goblin shaman's bored faces on screen. I used to think I preferred the dry goblin bones, but I guess I have to change my mind. He asked her quietly, why does our Rai look so dejected? Meanwhile, outside, the director clenched his fist in delight as he monitored the live commentary's stats. Excellent, the number of viewers is increasing. Below, comments are exploding. Save state, the Crusaders are strong, but they can't surpass the Necromancer. Master Kim, 23, the swordsman planted his flag with style. Kang Hyo-seo, the real dragon, the Crusaders are cool too, but the Necromancer is overhyped. Mankey, if you've been following recent events, the Necromancer is the strongest. So what the heck is the #1 ranked player doing? The director wondered how much they'd be paid with this many viewers when suddenly the door exploded open. Seeing this, the man warily aimed his crossbow at the door, asking, who's there? Come closer and I'll shoot. Manhwa burst through the door, followed by 2 others who lower their weapons. We're with the Freedom Association. Seeing this, the director retreated in confusion. What's the Freedom Association doing here? She threatened them. Stop broadcasting immediately or we will use force. The director caught filming, pointed and shouted, what the hell is going on? Are you suppressing the media? Players have a right to know. Hearing that, she gritted her teeth in anger, threatening him. You don't know how the media was used against me during the terror. Ju Yu, our power and position are classified, so shut it down immediately. Seeing this, he awkwardly smiled in compromise. Alright, we'll turn it off right away. Behind the armored soldier, Yuten's general looked back, and she returned the gaze. I know it's too late. She grits her teeth, lost in self-reproach. There must be other secret channels. Everyone will know the Necromancer led us to victory. On the other side, the Beastmen are watching on their phones, even the enemy knows. Other cult members are watching the battle too. Later, in a military zone, a fire is lit, and Goblin sits in a cardboard box by the flames when suddenly Hanho screams out in a panic. What Beastmen in the south? Mad scientists chasing us, orc troops from the west, and now pirates. He clutches his head and laments, just as I thought, this peninsula is hell. Or have they simply adjusted the difficulty? He replied with a smile. We haven't had a moment's rest since the apocalypse. Hanho added, hands on his hips, that were only strong on the Korean server, but we're not so sure about the rest of the world. Meanwhile, he scratched his head, understanding that South Korea was relatively small. She furrows her brow with determination. We need to hunt more. He smiled gently, affirming, that's right. Sanji-ju smiles, adding that their direction hasn't changed since leaving school. I'm so glad I met Ju early on so we could hunt and grow stronger together. Hearing this, Hanho pointed at himself, dissatisfied. What about me? He then considered the country's geographical position. But because South Korea is quite small compared to the rest of the world, the amount of gold in circulation and experience points are also less, so I think the battle with orcs is an opportunity to collect a large amount of gold and experience points. She also understood, grabbing her wrist in preparation, so tomorrow let's kill as many orcs as possible, he told himself. That's right, we'll stop conflicting with the other servers. Then he recalled his meeting and negotiations with Dong-hun and his team. After the battle with the orcs, there's the battle against outsiders. I should discuss this with Dong-hun. But what if they're players? He considers facing opponents from other countries with different playstyles after dealing with the monsters. As cross-server travel becomes easier, we'll face those players' international-level opponents. The system window appears before Sanju, who furrows his brow, realizing they need to prepare to fight back. When will this game finally end? Night descends upon the encampment. The blonde-haired man removed his armor, his eyes wide with suspicion. Hey, did you hear that? The buzz-cut boy by the fire also took off his cloak in confusion. Huh. Hear what? I don't see anything suspicious. The armored man muttered, no, I'm not so sure anymore. Suddenly, massive roots burst from the ground. The buzz-cut guy also sits up, confused. Roots. Suddenly, massive roots erupted from the tents, sending people screaming as Jisoo and the skeletal goblin frantically slashed at his tent. Even Gucci was startled, turning to look at them. What's going on? Behind them, an orc raises its axe, ready to strike. He frantically warned Jushi to watch his back. Then she, and Goblin Slayer quickly turned and slashed the monster to pieces. The others beside Hanho also drew their swords and rushed out, asking what was going on. What's all the commotion? Myungsu shouted in a panic. There are orcs here, and they're emerging from portals, shocking everyone. How the hell did they get here? He released his birds while the boy shouted and pointed ahead. They're coming from this way, spatial gates created by branches, monsters emerging from within. He stared in disbelief. They used a warp gate. Immediately, the orc bared its fangs and charged forward. He thought to himself that he'd been too careless, never anticipating this, whether from a monster or a player. The player with the wizard class nervously hides behind cover. Hurry, stop them. The tank player gritted his teeth, adjusting his equipment as he spoke. Just a moment, I'm still repairing my gear. A commander pointed towards a hut, and the rest charged in that direction. Someone realized they were targeting the guild leader. The system announces Tempo's secret dungeon is declared open to the entire area, a 1-hour duration, automatically healing all allies by 2% per second. All Crusader skills are amplified by 5. Suddenly, a beam of light strikes the hut, blasting the monsters away. Dong Hun transforms his face stern as he surveys them. Suddenly a gust of wind and light blinds the orcs. Amidst the monsters' confusion, AC rises from the rubble, thinking he was a goner. Just as expected, prosecutor. He takes a deep breath, then roars as if he's been injected with adrenaline. The people behind him roared with excitement. I could see his bulging muscles. Now I'm overflowing with energy, unleashing a rapid barrage of attacks upon the monsters. Below, Myung-soo arrogantly fires arrows in quick succession. That pighead will be my stepping stone. And Seuk rushes forward, eager to join in. Haha, you're not the only one looking for a lucky shot. Above, Kang-hoon unleashed his magic, incinerating the orcs with a torrent of flames. Hellfire unleashed. He smiles confidently. We've made it through the first gate. And Seuk clenches his fist and cheers, his body overflowing with vitality as he looks up and smiles. I was injured by the surprise attack, but now I'm stronger than ever. The synergy has increased my skills and provided healing. My level has increased by 2 or 3. An aura of stats surrounds them like holy power. The buff's effect spreads throughout the area. It's almost a cheat skill, boosting the entire group's stats in an instant. Dong-hoon quickly joined the fray, wielding his spear in a flurry of strikes, while below, Ming-yi commanded the troops with a shout. We've cleared the second gate. Check the other areas. Then, shielding his eyes, he looked around, wondering what other areas there could be. But where are the other gates? The battle quickly ends with Sanju's army victorious. Everyone looked down at the rubble on the ground, puzzled. Is it over? The soldiers exchanged glances. Were the summoners all defeated? As we broke the third gate, Yong-hoon reverted to his original form, looking at him and muttering to himself. A little late, but it's probably like the first awakening. Are we still so far off? Suddenly, Ju noticed something, picking up a thin sword from the ashes. Sanju, look at this. He follows her gaze to a stone emitting black smoke on the ground, hidden among the remains of the trees. She wonders if it's what created the gate. Just then, Min-hyuk appeared behind her, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Wait, doesn't it look like a magic stone? That's what it looks like to my gamer eyes. The orcs are playing with fire. He picked up the stone and the system issued a warning. Be careful, it contains dark energy. Prolonged contact will negatively affect you. Then he muttered, just as I predicted, I was right. Suddenly, a system window appeared before them, startling everyone. Its contents reveal that the orcs' path of darkness is a grand dark magic. If you don't stop it in time, all orcs will be enhanced and enter a demonic state. Time remaining, 295959. Minyu wondered, what is this? Hanho closed his eyes and sighed, toying with us once or twice. This is nothing like the system. He thought of the terrifying orc from before as the dark orc mage reached for the stone on the ground. He'd encountered a similar monster at the university before. He eyed the stone, his face a mix of intrigue and mischief. This could be a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Minhwa's phone rang. Why is Minhwa calling me all of a sudden? He stares intently at his phone, shouting, is that true? Those bastards are headed this way. He turned back urgently to announce, Guildmaster, we have to evacuate now. Dong-hoon was confused. What's going on? Minham, thinking of the winged crocodile monsters rushing towards them, screamed in terror. The Wens are headed this way, flying freely through the night sky. Huddled in blankets, the group peeked out from a street corner and cursed under his breath. Damn it, why here of all places? Kang-hun whispered from behind. Quiet, brother. What if we really came to the right place? Above, Minhwa looks down at Dong-hun and Minhwa, reporting, Commander, we've gained some distance, but we need to wait a little longer. She must think there are too many of us. She could spot us from afar and turn back, and the monster is watching below with wide eyes. Hearing this, his expression grew tense. Time is running out, but we can't do anything yet. Let's just wait a little longer. Elsewhere, Han points to the sky, wondering, Senior, you can't catch those Ws. Right, wait, you can't even fly, so it's impossible. Meanwhile, he just silently wrapped himself in his blanket and looked up. Ju frowned, complaining that even 1 or 2 would be difficult, but now there were dozens hovering around in the sky. Isn't dealing with them in the sky impossible? Those flying monsters are still reeling around, searching for a target. Sanju identifies the Alpha Wyvern and its Wyvern subordinates as the undisputed rulers of the Korean server's skies. His expression was troubled, his lips pressed tightly together. As long as these creatures were here, the entire operation would have to be put on hold. He wanted to catch it, but couldn't find the right angle. They waited there until dawn. Minhwa then stood and announced to those behind him, Commander, we can move out now. Judging by their speed, they must be heading north towards the Han River. He frowned, confirming his suspicions. All right, next order, all teams to move out. The convoy quickly moves through the city. Inside the vehicle, Han, while looking at his phone, reports to him, Sir, I just checked the Gimbo Plains community page. The land where the orcs appeared has become a wasteland, and Sanji understands. The situation is just like the Edu area. Their convoy leaves the city on a desolate road. He recalled it once being a lush, fertile area with flooded plains, but now this desolate sight greeted them at dawn. Meanwhile, above Manhwa reported further. They're massing at Gimpo International Airport according to recon. Sanju replied calmly, I think they're ready for us. Behind Dong-hoon's expression lies determination and a hint of anger. They're prepared to attack us at all costs, so we must respond in kind. Mian Shuangkong-hoon smiled confidently, but then cautioned, we should proceed carefully, this could be a trap. He glares, furrowing his brow as he stares at the system screen. I know, but time is not on our side. There's no other solution but to fight. Before them lies the orcs' base, swarming with red as they roar with fervor. The group exits their vehicle, observing from afar, realizing that this is their main force. Seeing this, the army was understandably shaken. They were more than expected, huh? Seeing their fear, he retreated into his own thoughts, wishing for a chance to fall back. Everyone was concerned about their numbers, but there was no turning back now. Sanju frowned, realizing that if that massive dark magic was completed, they'd face far greater dangers than mere ORCs. Seeing his silence, Yong-hoon suggested, why don't we start with a bombing raid? Immediately after, Sanju threw a weapon, saying their base is perfect for it. Perhaps I should try that method. We should prepare a few surprises to gain the initial advantage. His body transforms, eyes blazing. Let's do this. A massive explosion erupts, but a shield absorbs the blast, leaving it harmless. Sanju realizes a magical shield is in place, wondering if the orc mage cast it as a dark magic defense. He then retreated, announcing cease the bombing. But they're not coming out, and Dong-hoon realizes they might be buying time to complete their dark magic. He then suggested that they should go there and take them down, but he hesitated, looking at the massive orc army. I don't want to, but we should. Behind Manhwa, someone hesitantly asks if there's a way to minimize the damage. Even if we win here, taking too much damage will be a big problem. He asked Dong-hoon if he was worried about the unfamiliar opponent, but he just smiled calmly. If I said no, I'd be lying. He smiled, offering his hand. After the battle with the L-orcs, don't worry about them, and just focus on building an alliance. Hearing that, he seemed a little embarrassed. What? What do you mean? He then turned and elaborated. I mean, given the current situation, in the future, they'll need a group as large as the one Yong-yoon created. Sanju thinks of the people gathered behind the vehicle, each with different occupations. There are survivors still wary of the monsters. Though they have power and have gathered together, there's a problem with these groups. Sanju added, right now these are loose groups of people with different goals temporarily gathered under the threat of monsters. Can you connect them and lead them? He wondered why his clenched fist felt so clear, like a large family where everyone could live in peace amidst the chaos. With unwavering resolve, Dong-hoon accepted his suggestion. He didn't know why he was suggesting it, but as long as there were no interferences, the answer would always be to try. He recalled the ship sailing into port, the army arriving in Korea, his eyes full of thought as he considered Ingong. In the captain's memory, they weren't victors but the defeated. He thought of those scorned by the mainlanders, the weak being pushed back by the mainland army. The best option was to hunt them down before they grew strong enough to start a war. They quickly flew through the sky with the bluebirds as Sanji pondered his future enemy's army. However, a day will come when we face an even stronger army. Then he thought of the supplies being shipped at the port. The stronger our army, the more likely the battle will be prolonged. Which is why I'll need a supporting organization, one with a system to provide resources. Ultimately, Sanju thought of the people in his town. Unfortunately, their small town in Swear was not enough. We need a place with even greater potential. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon lowered his head deep in thought. He recalls the demonstrations, a community as large as a future nation, still so far away. Then he looks up at him, a hint of doubt in his eyes. But does Seonggu's invitation mean I should try my luck because I received his help? That implication is audacious, so audacious it's arrogant. Then he thought of his teammates. High silver rank and good items weren't enough to surpass this man. Perhaps the powerful organization I've always dreamed of is the solution. Maybe our relationship can be mutually beneficial. Both sides smiled, lost in their own calculations. But to get what I want, I'll be sure to use you to the fullest. They chuckled, a sinister sound. Seeing this, Ju looked at them with relief. Fortunately, they both agreed, but Han Ho next to him had a dark expression, understanding their intentions. No, those were smiles that showed their inner schemes. He then looked at the vast orc army, saying they could discuss details after the war, but for now they needed to figure out how to deal with them. Suddenly he moved forward, leaving Dong-hoon puzzled. There was a slightly unorthodox tactic to minimize casualties. He closed one eye, smiled, and raised his hand in a shooting gesture. Let's do some sniping. As the group moved toward Or's fortress, Manhwa suddenly frowned. I feel like we're standing before a slaughterhouse. Manhwa understood his feelings as they were walking right into the face of countless enemies, but Du's expression remained firm. Today we are the butchers. Han whispers, brandishing his weapon. By the way, Ju has too many pigs. How can we kill them all? The orcs see them and rush madly towards them. A scream echoes out, they're charging. Immediately Dong-hoon gestured, commanding the group. Everyone form ranks, defense in the front, mages in the middle, not the rear, and be careful not to get surrounded. A terrified mage, tears streaming down his face, trembled. We're done for. We're really going to die like this. The man next to him told him to be quiet as it was too late to run. He bit his lip, then recalled their past impossible battles, and urged himself on. We've won countless impossible battles since this game began. His voice echoes towards Antiochs. Right, this battle is just an extension of those victories. A system window appears above Yonghun's head. He declared, I'm sure from now on there will be even more difficult and exhausting battles. His eyes were resolute, as he looked at the people behind him, and beyond that, challenges that seemed insurmountable. Ridiculous challenges will come to knock us down. His eyes are full of questions, but now everyone's giving up. The group clenched their fists in silence, then erupted in a frenzy of excitement. No, we haven't given up. We will never give up. We're aiming for the throne and will climb it to look the game master in the eye. Meanwhile, they remembered those who had fallen. Ju affirmed, we've witnessed countless deaths to get this far. Now I'm the one who killed them, but joining them shouldn't be a problem, right? Han Ho clenched his fist. Of course we can't give up now. Dong Hun's body transforms into flames as he raises his spear and rallies the others. Victory will be ours today. He uses an area skill in what has now been declared tempo territory. For 1 hour, healing effects for all allies are increased by up to 2%, and all stats for the Crusaders are increased by 5. Seeing the change, the ORC monsters quickly charged forward as the mages fired off fireballs at Dong Hun's command. The mage squad unleashes fire, the massive explosions targeting the monsters' heads. Their screams echoed as another wave of orcs engulfed in flames charged forward with fierce momentum. These panicked fools. Their numbers don't seem to be dwindling at all. Keep firing, if we're pushed back we're done for. Before the shield bearers stood firm against the monsters' blows, a chorus of encouragement rose behind them as the spearmen braced themselves. The horns blare as the enemy swarms the flanks. Use spears to hold them back. Behind them the death mages are transported, still chanting. The grim reapers have appeared, and the mages are ready. Next, a herd of rhino-riding orcs charges into the attack. There are even rhinos. Target them, kill them before they reach us, and break the formation. Ju rushes to engage. The slashes tear through the orcs safely and efficiently, but we still hold our ground. The important thing is that we don't get pushed back even when it feels like we're about to break. Then the orcs brought out stone carts, and a commander yelled that their siege weapons had arrived. The units behind us have begun to charge, and the monster points triggering a volley of arrows from the other side. Dong Hun held the front line as arrows rained down, creating a smokescreen. He yelled, urging everyone to hold their ground and lure as many enemies as possible. Meanwhile, the orc leader remains mounted on the monster as his soldiers charge forward, and he urges his allies to draw the leader in as close as possible. In the sky behind the fortress, a bird soars carrying Sanji on its back. He declares it's time to make their move, approaching the fortress on the back of the great eagle. She suggested lowering the altitude, but he jumped, stopping her in Han's astonishment. No, that's just enough. He plummets downwards, his energy transforming his body. The orcs finally noticed and stared in shock as he looked on with some doubt. They've noticed, but it's too late. Sanju summons his monster with a wave of his hand, sending it forth. A skeletal orc, and on the other side an empowered fist. The system announces the item, Thunder God's Blessing, Hero-Grade Bracelet, which absorbs all mana and creates immense power. Mana cannot be replenished for 5 minutes after an attack. If worn by someone without mana, it can be used once in 24 hours without any drawbacks. Suddenly a purple light emanates from the ORC leader's body. They cried out in pain, and then the punch shattered the orcs' defenses, triggering a system reward. You have gained 1,800 gold for hunting a red orc dark mage. You have gained 1,800 gold for hunting a red orc dark mage. You have received 1,800 gold for hunting a red orc dark magic user. The system's voice still rang, astonishing him. You have earned 1,500 gold for hunting a red orc bodyguard. You have earned 1,200 gold for hunting a red orc warrior. You have received 1,200 gold for hunting a red orc warrior. Meanwhile, Dong Hun stood in the dust and smoke, lost in thought. Thus began the sniper operation targeting the orc lord, an attack using cannons instead of bullets. The orc monster lord has appeared, roaring madly in the smoke. The Grim Reaper stood in the smoke questioning him, and he was terrified. Did you feel insulted? You seem angry. The orc's minions quickly turned and ran. Seeing this, Minwai excitedly rushed over and explained to the group, they're charging in to protect the boss. Let's go after them. Sanji stood silently, scythe planted in the ground, exuding power and hatred. The system issued a warning. The soul link has been activated throughout the warning area. The death summons has been activated throughout this area. On also powers up, emitting a blue light, forming a hidden legion that amplifies individual power. The condition is to possess one unit with a level 2 commander with 30 or more attributes, increasing attack by 6%, defense by 6%, and single target damage by 3%. The creatures released by Sanji also begin to surge with energy, triggering a system notification, level 5, giant type unit, strength synergy type, requiring at least 50 members of the giant type to activate. Damage received from small and medium-sized opponents is reduced by 40%. Finally, a rear guard of Tier 5 Armored Knights, a defensive synergy requiring over 50 heavily armored units in the squad, increases defense by 30%, and creates a shield equal to 40% of defense. Suddenly, something is launched into the monsters, startling them. The poison spreads, causing them to foam at the mouth. The harpy and eagle overhead look down and laugh. "How's the taste, you dumb pigs?" The others cheer in agreement, immune with the breath of the abyss, that's right. Meanwhile, he calmly approaches the pressure, preventing the small orc monsters from attacking. What a warm and pleasant feeling. The orc chieftain roared, staring him down, but he calmly replied, "Sorry for the sudden visit." Sanji smiled, his eyes full of menace. "But I want a nice quiet conversation between just the two of us." He raises his blade, then quickly corrects himself. Sorry, I misspoke. Next, he summons his underlings, On and Mink. I almost forgot we had these guys. Above, On and Minok continued their relentless assault, but the orc chieftain blocked with his club. It grinds its teeth, roaring and throwing the bone goblin away. Min, seeing this, marvels, unable to believe that the person is still standing after that. He watched their battle against the orc chieftain, wondering what made this boss different from the others, as Minok slashed its side, drawing foul blood. Sanju observes that fortunately it still can't withstand the combined attacks of On and Mo. Nice. Meanwhile, On charges in with his blade as a blinding coil wraps around the orc chieftain, startling him. The orc chieftain's body is pulled back by a purple chain. Sanju strikes with his scythe, slicing the orc lord in two, and the system rewards him with 9,000,000 gold. With 3 days left to complete the quest, On, enraged at having his kill stolen, stomped his foot and yelled. Min, flustered, tries to explain. "Yes, what is it?" "I didn't mean to steal your kill back then. The mission forced me to." On the other side, Sanju's massive army loomed over the orcs, who trembled in fear, many dropping their weapons and shaking. The group quickly charged forward, the rest having lost their will to fight their leader already dead. Du swung his sword, shouting advance. His men followed each strike, causing enemies to explode, leaving the rest trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Min Yum kicked an orc, sending him flying, and declared they were all his prey now. He hops on his vehicle with his army speeding ahead to plunder their enemies, while Dung Hun grits his teeth and joins the fight. He's confident we've already won. With this squad, we'll wipe out those orcs. Suddenly, Minhyuk receives a call and answers it while still in the vehicle. What's going on? An emergency call. Suddenly the car stops and he urgently calls out to Dung Hun. What did you say? Commander, he shouted in a panic. Intel reports a flock of ones heading towards our forces. Dung Hun responds in shock. Weavens. How far away are they, and how long until they arrive? Min Yi's eyes widened in shock. The observation team is about 3 kilometers away, so they'll be here soon. Yang Hun looked bewildered. The Weens are attacking our forces. It's hard to believe they're flying here. Memories of the Weens' terrible destruction flood back, contrasting with this desolate landscape. They waited for us to leave the city with its many obstacles and followed us to this wasteland. They'll appear here. Immediately he turned and made a decision, a full retreat to an area with no obstacles immediately. The soldiers deep in battle were confused. But why? Why help them all of a sudden? The system's announcement confuses Jisoo, the area boss. The W leader has appeared. She looked up at the Weens circling ominously in the sky and screamed it was too late. They were coming. They swoop down, snatching their prey with their talons as others are taken in terror. Help me, Noah. Sanji glances at them, complaining. Now it's the W's turn. Seriously, no time to rest and we have to fight again. He waves his hand, sending the birds carrying the orcs away, telling them they won't get anything to eat. The starving W's gnaw at their food, watching the blue birds snatch the orcs. He then turned and yelled at Dung Hun to prepare the ballista. He turned to the group and shouted, Scouts, prepare the ballisti. As the Wovens eyed the birds carrying away the orcs, he urged them inwardly, Eat, there's food right in front of you, eat. It was quickly lured in by the food and lunged to bite it. He yelled out the name of the technique, causing its mouth to explode. Below, arrows rained down on the burning Ween. Dung Hun commanded. One of them is hit, keep firing. Not to be outdone, he commanded inwardly, Bone Dragon, finish it. The Bone Dragon obeyed swiftly, seizing the Ween, promising its demise. The system displays a notification: you've received 754.3 gold for hunting a Ween. Ju looks on with delight. We did it, take them down, his companion exclaims excitedly. The necromancer hunts the Weens, a wide, excited grin on his face. A monster he never thought he could tame is now his. The system alerts him after he stands on the corpse of the undead one, you have controlled the undead. Then he gave a thumbs up, suggesting Minok, you can ride him too if you want. He's okay with it, right? Ah, sure. Then he commanded the Wyvern, and it leaped into the air, carrying him with Mine and Ween's flock following close behind. Soaring through the air, he excitedly thought, finally, I get to fly. Riding this is harder than a griffin, but its size makes it stable. Behind him, doubt lingered. Were they hunting wyverns this time? Hearing that, he turned to confirm. Yes, they would show them what it felt like to be hunted. Meanwhile, the other Wyverns were confused, glancing down at the group below before screeching and diving. He understood and controlled his own Wyvern. That damn monster has been separated from the pack. As it flies and cries out, he follows closely behind. The damn monster doesn't realize the danger of being alone, and he asks Mink to grab its wing. He quickly launched 3 chains as well. I'll finish it. He flies above the W chains wrapping tightly around its snout, causing it to roar in pain. He urges them to hurry. He figures that this one will make two. Suddenly another one swoops down trying to grab him with its claws, but he quickly dodges. Damn it, more are coming. He quickly commands his bird to fly faster. It still pursues him from behind. His face grimaces as he looks back, knowing his arrows are useless, unable to even chip its scales. The system informs you that you have received 8,500 gold for hunting a 1. Time remaining to complete the quest, 3,702 days. Minseok then throws himself into a freefall as the system announces that he has tamed the undead. The bird's leg clamped down on him, while behind the one roared madly. He thought to himself that this thing was too persistent, refusing to let go, even when it was about to die. Then he landed on the ground and shouted at On. Come here, On. He blankly stared as he was called. What? Just then the monster behind him opened its mouth wide to attack and On looked terrified. He then contorted his body to dodge the attack. The beast roared as its jaws missed and someone cried out in alarm. Did he dislocate something? He spun around on its back, landing a deep cut that sent the creature reeling in pain. He commands his wiv to clamp down on its neck, and the system announces he's earned 8,500 gold for the hunt. Behind him, 2 more wivs existed as undead. The system added, You have tamed the undead. Sanju gazed at his accomplishment, having subdued 3 creatures already. Above the others looked down at the 3 newly converted souls, their massive leader staring intently. The system identifies the pack leader, Wevan. He then looks up at the monsters flying in the sky. A flock of Wevans. He watched them formulating a plan in his mind. We can only handle one of them. Isolating one from the group is doable, but taking them all on at once is suicide. Suddenly, a monster shrieked from above, and those behind it echoed its cry. Then they abandoned him and soared upwards. The monsters formed a swirling vortex with the lead W at its center, its eyes burning with rage as they coiled ready to strike. Behind him, Minoke, riding on the back of a now zombified creature, was also bewildered, wondering if this wasn't a bit too dangerous. He realized it. That's right. Above them, the creatures glared down, their numbers around 30 too many to handle. He then pulls out a jar, staring intently at it. If we can't escape them, we'll have to use this. The system explains that it's the Abyss Potion. The wargs, following their leader's commands, dive down head first. He then quickly retreated with his 3 spoils of war. Use it now. Sanju throws the potion, creating a thick black fog that spreads, confusing the wivs. Their mouths drooled, tears streamed down their faces as they cried out in pain. Sanju stood by, watching them writhe in the poison. Alright, let's see their reaction. I don't think it's enough to knock them all unconscious, but as long as they're alive, it'll work. Their reaction? Min also flew by commenting that perhaps they didn't like it. He was a little confused. Well, I guess for them it's like eating something really hard to swallow. The W's look at their comrades just as bewildered. He looks at the empty jar in his hand, a little flustered. They're trying to endure it. This is all the breath we have left. Please don't come any closer. The vial is almost empty. System notification, Abyss Breath Vial at 1%. The leader's eyes widen, then it turns and leads the others away, fleeing in a certain direction. Sanju returns to his normal form, smiling with satisfaction. It's over. Now we can set foot on land. Below, his undead army gathers as the others look on in awe. What is that combination? All the monsters I've seen so far are gathered in one place. Meanwhile, Dong-hun looked at Minwoo with a mixture of pride and admiration, having single-handedly planned their response to the pirates. You can leave our forces, and do that if you want. Sanju, the system announces that the Korean server has successfully processed the 4th high-ranking monster. The biggest contributor, KD-157. Seeing this, Ansix, Kang-hoon, and Mew cheered loudly in celebration. We did it. This victory is ours. Hanho frowned though. Even though Sanju contributed the most, he still couldn't beat number 1. He looks at the server rankings. Page 1, Hanangok, level 19, KD-17, level 183-00, level 17 B4 Ion. Prosecutor level 16, 5 Choi Yoon level 15. Jisoo looks troubled, saying she'd be more shocked if he dropped in rank. Sanju, Jisoo, and Hanho look at the system board. She notes that rankings are important, but what they really need to focus on is their growth and leveling up. Sanju smiles, saying he chose a level up card that increases strength by 3 to prepare for fighting other players. Then he recalls the previous battles. There's too much information about my class out there already. From now on, I'm their primary target along with the other summoners. I need to improve my basic skills first. Then he held up a purple ring and began to explain. This item I got from hunting the Orc Lord. The system provides item information. Black Pearl Ring grade. Specifically, it's a ring that amplifies the magic curse effect by 10. It contains dark energy which can be dangerous to those without immunity. Sanji slipped it onto his finger, intrigued, thinking his death curse or death aura would allow him to use it for high damage output as the others peered over his shoulders. What, you only got one for yourself? He pondered the glowing golden orb, wondering, if a large-scale dark magic ritual can empower so many monsters, could I get even more amazing items? Below, Hanho gripped his shoulder, reminding him, from now on, let's eat and survive. Together. Meanwhile, Ju squinted, lost in thought. Perhaps he could obtain something like the blood demon stone he found back in the university gym. But then he looked at the grieving people weeping over the bodies of the fallen. We can't wait for the orcs to complete the ritual any longer. Our best bet is to stop them before they get stronger. Tonight, at another encampment, we number 492. That's how many players are left alive. The masked girl clutches her arm, realizing it's less than a third of those who started this fight. The others grumbled in discontent, mentioning that over half their group had died, and the Songdong-gu team was gone. Dong-hung observes that the survivors are growing stronger, a sentiment echoed by Ao, who crosses his arms in grim acknowledgement. He glanced around, adding, there will be more battles, so we need to build a larger group with even more powerful members. Dong-hun's eyes pierced through the crowd, landing on Sanju. Survivors will grow stronger as they face reality. It's hard to accept, but it's the truth. He thought of Jisoo, now level 15, and then of Hanho, slower but now at level 12. His eyes scanned the surroundings, making a silent assessment. They were ranked 7th and 27th. But Hanho, filled with rage, grabbed the mic and blasted the system, saying they were just extras because they didn't get a 4 or 5-star class. She looked on helplessly. Was he planning to protest the system? But he continues to shout in dissatisfaction. I only chose that card because those were my only options. But why should that make me a substitute? I object, I object. I can't just be a substitute. Suddenly, Sanju interrupts him, wondering, Han, you had 2 chances, right? I don't think I need to tell you that you picked a star both times, he said, pointing an accusing finger. Senior, be quiet. How can someone as lucky as you say such things? Someone suddenly ran into the tent in a panic. Commander, they're reporting a shop at Gimpo Airport, but its status window says it's inaccessible. Sanju grinned. Inaccessible, that's not good news. Sacker One Long has his own reasons, probably because it's an unusual shop selling unique items. Ank adds with a laugh that if it's a shop they should try it, even if it's inaccessible. I've saved up a lot of gold for the next stop. I wonder if I can get something extravagant with all this gold. The group quickly moved to the purple system wall, and they stared in confusion at the locked item images. Something was definitely wrong. He determined it was a sign that the store was inaccessible. Ao approached to assess the situation, wondering what made it so. Kang Hoon, however, remained calm. We'll know once we get inside, but it feels like only VIPs can use it. The system indicates a secret shop ticket is required for entry, prompting Ankop to angrily punch the barrier. I can't get in. Kang Hoon tries to push his way through as well. I want to go inside, damn it. What the hell is this? The other 2 gave up, and Sanju approached, looking up. A shopping voucher. He placed his hand on it. The system resonates. Do you wish to use a secret shopping voucher? Is that so? He recalls the item he received before. I received a secret shop ticket after my first awakening. You have achieved first awakening. The masterpiece of death can be saved, and the maximum number of friends has increased. You'll receive a secret shop ticket if you rank within the top 9 during the first awakening, limited to only 50 people. Sanji then walks inside, leaving the others in awe. He looked back at Donghoon, realizing it was limited to only 50 people. Looks like Donghoon didn't get in. Seeing this, Myungsu gritted his teeth in anger, muttering, just him. He turned confused as to why he was the only one allowed in, while Kang Hoon anxiously bit his nails. Am I not a VIP? Sanju entered the restricted area. He saw a large screen and a chair, and approached with some hesitation. A screen and a chair. The system prompts him to take a seat. He quickly sits down, as instructed, realizing this is no ordinary shop. A display screen flickers to life, and a message appears. Mail options will be presented one at a time. Please let me know if you wish to purchase. You have 10 seconds to decide. You can't buy an item you've passed over. Sanju looks up at the screen. You're telling me to choose something in 10 seconds, like a buy now ad. The offer ends in 10 seconds, he's reminded. The first item is about to be revealed, and a blinding light fills the screen. Before him, a crafting table appears, and the system displays item information for a golem crafting schematic expert level, unique grade material type, granting golem crafting skills upon use, describing the creation of a giant golem from surrounding materials, available documents, and a price of 1 million gold. He has 10 seconds. He excitedly shouts, face flushed, golem crafting machine. He considers his 1056554 gold, 10 seconds to buy the item. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. His fingers frantically tapped the screen as the system announced the second item, a set of 3 panacea potions. Special effect, all abnormal conditions return to normal after using this potion. Worth 2 million gold, he stares at the pile of herbs, resting his chin on his hand in doubt. Isn't this the reward I could have chosen during the level up phase? Why is it so expensive? 1 million gold is more expensive than a golem crafting machine, isn't it? I'll pass for now as a necromancer. I'm immune to many curses, but I might need it later. The system announces that time is up, and the next item is revealed. The third item is revealed a skill enhancement pill, a unique grade consumable that enhances a specific skill. It's priced at 3 million gold, and he rests his hand on the armrest, eyeing the dark pill. It's not a bad item, but I'll pass on this one too. But if I buy this, I might not be able to afford the next two items, if they go up by 1 million gold. Time's up, and the fourth item is revealed, a ring that surprises him. The system explains the item information: the Ring of the Shadow Emperor, a legendary grade bracelet. Its effects include +3 strength, +3 agility, and the ability to teleport and control shadows within a 100-meter radius. With a 10-minute cooldown priced at 4 million gold, Sanji quickly claimed it, a wide, excited grin on his face. These items are incredible, and their combined power is just as amazing. He'll buy it to complete the quest to become the Shadow Emperor's successor. System confirms Shadow Emperor's successor item collection 3/4. He looks up at the system expectantly, this being the final piece. What will it be? Why is my heart pounding so hard? Suddenly the screen lit up, revealing the fifth and final item. He looked at it expectantly too. You sell tools like this? Before him was a tightly wound scroll, its item information, reading location-specific resurrection scroll, special grade consumable. Effect: resurrects you at the designated location upon death for 5 million gold. Sanju looked at the item hesitant. Resurrection? He thought back to the Bone Dragon's previous form. Resurrection is one of the necromancer's skills. It's how I can deal with this dragon and complete the awakening quest. Sanji covers his face, lost in thought. 31 days for the skill to recharge. Still acceptable. Then he glanced up at the scroll. However, this skill also has its limits. First, the cooldown is long. He imagines using the skill being killed, and then having to wait for it to recharge. If he's killed during the cooldown, Sanju imagines being crushed by an elephant's foot. Second, his condition will be the same as before he revived. So actively resurrecting someone after they die is a good idea. Then he reconsiders the moment of his death and transformation. And will this resurrection be an advantage in battle? If you're killed by a powerful boss and resurrected instantly, would you feel like you could defeat it? Third, it's a skill that can only be used on myself. Then he thinks of his two friends, his hand going to his aching heart. If Hanho or Jisoo die, I won't be able to revive them. He thinks of their smiles, his only teammates he truly trusts and relies on. He stared at the scroll and made his decision. We'd become stronger to survive, and we'd take risks to become even stronger. The resurrection scroll would be a great insurance for our future dangers. The system warned him, and with 1 second left, he frantically tapped the screen, yelling, I'll buy it, I'll buy it. The evaluation period ends, and Sanju rises, a teleportation matrix forming beneath his feet, having acquired what he needed. The system announces an automatic logout in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, at the Dunghun, press conference reporters swarmed to cover the player alliance in the Soon metropolitan area, as both sides reveled in extravagance, racing wildly through the streets. Sanji sits in his chair, sighing. That's great, while Ju wipes down his long sword. It's been a while since I've been able to rest. In bed, Han rolls around, consumed by thoughts of hunting. Hunting and nothing but hunting. A man shouldn't live like this. Sanji scratched the back of his head, staring at his phone. The important thing is to rest when you can, and gather intel at the same time. Golems using zombies. Jisoo cleaned her sword and glanced at him, knowing the next battle would be significant. Above, Han flies with an eagle waving, and calling out Necromancer, the pirates have appeared. Seeing this, Ju smiles and sighs. Our short vacation is over. In the office, Dong-hoon, while looking at the report, said to the people around him, I heard that pirates have appeared in the West Sea. How do you plan to defeat them? I think the best way is to deal with them before they come ashore, because once they do, no one can handle them at sea. He smirks with a look of disdain. If they know what's good for them, they won't dare come ashore. You wiped out their vanguard. Senior, do you think they'd really be so brazen as to come ashore? Ju looked at them coldly, stating, so if the enemy knows about you, is it possible they'll try a different approach? She thought about the news reports and the kidnappings. If the pirates intended to target the Korean peninsula, they would likely gather information beforehand. They didn't just get information from the broadcasters. They kidnapped other players to exploit them, then looked at him. Sanju, how much do you know about those pirates? He hesitated. That's all I know. He thought to himself, reading the memories of the dead was no more evil than what those people had done. He thought of the three opposing factions. They were a band of robbers who had been expelled from Chinese territory. They call themselves the rulers of the sky, land, and sea. Hearing this, Han Ho recalls a video game he played before. Isn't that based on the Chinese triads? I've heard of them in some games. He pondered as all eyes turned to them. Why base themselves on the historical Chinese triads? Would they call themselves Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei? Sanji thinks back to the captured men, realizing the leader must have brainwashed the lower-level players. They were so resistant, he must seem like a good person to them. Shut up, I won't reveal anything. Just kill me. Some wondered, weren't they following their master like fanatics? Ju considered the armies with a revered leader. It would be a great boon if they ruled the world. It would be terrible if the world were run by the triad as a philosophical concept. Sanju frowned, remembering the glass of wine. In their memories, whenever they recruited someone, they forced them to drink poison. That might be how they brainwash and control people. Dong Hun then calmly spoke up. I don't know about others, but I don't think we just need to deal with the leader. If we miss even one, they'll only grow stronger, making them harder to deal with later. Then he made a decision, but first let's go to Jidong Duju. He's excited for us to go together. On the other side, Sanju is in charge of the Wen's corpses. Han puts his hands behind his head and complains. He prefers flying the escort helicopter, but Hai yells out in dissatisfaction. My Don is a great driver, though the eagle beside him seems less than pleased. Meanwhile, Sanju and Jisoo are on Wen's back, and she tells him to cheer up. As for him, he sighed in frustration. Jisoo is an athlete after all. Below, Trung Hun looks up at them, pleading with Sanju to stop the pirates. He calmly looks down, affirming, of course I'll stop them, but I don't know what the Evolution Society is up to these days. They might be plotting something, so be prepared. His face was filled with angry resolve. The Evolutionary Society has a debt to pay, and I'll gather as many people as I can to fight them. On a brightly lit island, Sanju disembarks. They stood there in disbelief, questioning if he was sure he saw a pirate ship, but the man with the mole on his eye confirmed that he saw it with his own 2 eyes. It was definitely a pirate ship, he shouted, standing up to his father. Father, are you really sure? We've come so far. The man shouted with certainty. His former leader's uncle had been killed by those monsters. How could I not recognize their ship? Munion turned to face the group. He told himself, the new leader of Jiodongdo Lemunion. Didn't he say he wouldn't go anywhere, and would guard the coast with all his heart because he had too much hatred for the pirates? He thinks back to the ship seen by aerial camera. I saw one 12 hours ago. It appeared in this sea, circled the island, and headed towards Ganggoa Beach. He concludes that the pirates haven't given up on the Korean peninsula. He's sure of it. Ju then looked out at the distant sea. I'm not sure they've landed elsewhere. Perhaps the rest will head south on the Korean peninsula. Han's eyes widened in confusion. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Aside from the Soon metropolitan area, the Commander Monster missions aren't complete yet. He thought of the people displaced by the monsters, and now these people were coming here. Evacuated citizens and monsters left behind to be dealt with. But he sternly denied it. They weren't here for that. He realized the pirate leader's idea of seizing another server wasn't something he could do with mere confidence. Then he thought of their leader, who wore a strange, unsettling smile. The pirate leader wants to quickly increase his power so he can reach the major cities of Korea, the very core of the Korean server. He then turns to look at the people. Does anyone plan to stay on this island, even with the pirates returning? Munion, leading the determined crowd, declared, I may have been defeated once, but never again. I'll repay them double. Hearing this, he looked at them and suggested, then let's get out of the bay and meet them. He already had a plan. The next most likely landing spot was Gangwa Beach. His expression darkened as he pondered the Vanguard's annihilation. They might bring warships or their entire core force. I have to prepare for anything they might bring ashore. Ju is excited in the background. Do you know where the shops or blacksmiths are? We need to prepare for this war. Beside Han, a pouty sigh escaped his lips, lamenting that despite the gold, he was powerless against them. Munion provides the information, saying there's a shop in the center of Ganga, when suddenly a panicked man runs up. Boss! He screamed in terror. The pirates are closing in, and they're ready to fire. The group looked on in confusion. Really, so soon? What should we do? We're still preparing. He watched them speak, covering his face with his hand as he assessed the situation. Could this be their main force instead of scouts? They seemed to be in a hurry. Suddenly, a smile crept across his face as he considered another possibility. Either they don't know we're here, or they simply don't care. He made his decision. Then let's prepare to welcome them. The island goes dark, leaving only moonlight and mist on the water as a ship approaches. The officer holding the mic and leaning on his arm shouted, That's right, you've waited too long, his face full of smugness as he thought of Munion. He announced from the large ship, Greetings, we are the Taekong Cavalry under the commander's orders. We are once again at sea, but fear not, we will destroy any terrible monsters that emerge from the deep. Then, looking toward the island, he added, So, where are we headed? Yes, the reason we're braving this hellish sea is because we're landing there to seize the Korean peninsula. He read the comment secretly pleased, as expected there was a strong reaction to the cowards and deserters. I predicted these reactions, since we were pushed off the Chinese server for our misdeeds, but the content of those real-time chat comments is their business. They cause trouble and then run. How absurd. These internal energy masters are cowards who ran away after being beaten by Li Wei. What a shameful start to internal energy. If I had finished my training, I would have dealt with them the moment they set sail. Vengeance is mine, my enemies. Just you wait, I'll level up and come after you. Seeing this, he became even more excited. If we take the Korean peninsula and return to the mainland, you'll see who the ultimate victor is. He remembered Sanju Hanho and Jisoo, but in a terrifying and despicable form. However, there was a terrifying figure called the Necromancer in Korea. Not long ago he wiped out our vanguard, he sneered, but there won't be a next time. He shouted into the mic as he steered the ship closer to the port. The army you see now will establish itself and approach the Korean peninsula. Our eternal successful reign will last forever, as Kwon fearlessly rushes forward. He thinks of Ingong, the vanguard's general who was defeated by Korea's necromancer. Then with a sardonic smile he thought, but those were the vanguard, we're not the type to cower over a single destroyed fleet. He raised his phone thinking of Jigong, see that? That filthy god shouldn't be so smug just because she rules server 2. We'll return to Manchuria after we take over Korea. So if you're so smug, come find us after you take over server 1 and we'll face you in Manchuria. He continued to fly the ship to the dock. Alright, we'll broadcast our killing of that spirit chaser bastard to the entire continent, proving through this act that the Red Revolutionary Army is not dead. Suddenly, he squinted behind his glasses, looking at the island with suspicion, wondering what he had planned. But what was that? He screamed, internally confused. What was happening? Before him, ships sank into the sea, engulfed in flames as panicked men screamed and retreated, abandoning ship and leaping into the water. He looked to the sky where people were being carried away by blue birds. We were being bombed from above. Are they controlling those bird monsters to rule over humanity? He recognizes him in a panic. It's the necromancer. Suddenly something fires out. An old man with a sniper rifle shoots. He's a death stream, a cannon marksman, and a frost sorcerer firing relentlessly at the birds, while urging those in the water to dominate the earth as they all expect. We can defeat the enemy, but the birds are indifferent and confused. What is that? The enemy is returning, and Jigen immediately orders the mages behind the army to create a shield and retreat quickly. A system announcement indicates that a large linked shield has been activated within the area. A massive shield forms around the officer's ranks as he looks down upon them, a smile of amusement spreading across his face, and orders the birds to retreat to the island. The others were relieved and cried out, "They're retreating, we're saved." Daigong stroked his chin, handing his gun to a subordinate. It seems we've suffered heavy casualties in a short time. Quan looked back in shock at the Earth's leader who stood at the ship's bow gazing at the distant island. Is that a necromancer? He uses exploding corpses and controls the bird monsters that once belonged to the human commander. We've made some judgments based on information from the captured Koreans. Jig stroked his beard, his eyes unfathomable, but prioritizing his subordinates seemed like a good idea. Things like this must be confirmed firsthand. Quan trembled with fear at those words. But with over 8,000 ships and 100 lives lost, the casualty rate is too high, Lau interrupts. Wait, then he cast a cold glare. Such things are always replaceable. The people behind him paled with fear upon hearing that. Then he glanced at the filming equipment, but the problem was that we broadcast everything here instead of editing the footage. We need to spread our glorious reputation far and wide so that the Heavenly Realm leader can return to the mainland. He grabbed his phone, seething as he recalled Li Wei's taunts. That woman had left a sarcastic comment about him back then. We're the ones who humiliated him, Quan said with a hearty laugh. Then we should let them know we're back, show them we were just unlucky to be hit by that attack. He then waved his hand, offering another suggestion, answering, "That's right. Hold on, we'll relaunch the broadcast after beheading the necromancer." He looked at the assembled crowd. The man frowned coldly and replied, "Yes, Earth Commander." Ngong stroked his beard and calmly ordered, "Prepare a little game. You will infiltrate Ganghwa Island and try to capture and kill the necromancer." Then he turned and asked, "Can you sneak onto the island?" Hui bowed his head. "That's easy for us," he added with assurance. "Even if he observes us from the sky, he won't see everything below in the sea. On land, people gather at the port where ships are anchored." They looked back at him, cheering. "Good, great, cool." He landed, heading towards Hanno and Ju, thinking this isn't the time to celebrate such a small victory. This pirate group is bigger than we expected. His eyes filled with determination as he pondered, the Earth Dominance Vanguard fleet alone has over 1,000 people. I think he must have at least 3,000. We have about 800 people who have gathered to support the war against the Orc army. Then Sanju remembers the catastrophic sea battle in China filled with blood and fire. And if that wasn't the main fleet, how large is that pirate group? It's unbelievable how many people died when the game started in China. But along with that, a large number of players survived. Mion ran over to inform him, "We've completed preparations to transport people to Ganga Island while you deal with those bastards." Min Guk immediately responded from behind him, "Yes, sir." Soon after, they boarded the ship together and sped out to sea. "Let's go to Ganghwa Island and stop those bastards." The sun begins to rise as Sanju soars through the sky on W, watching the survivors swim ashore below. He flew overhead as the group below him calculated that 258 people had survived from Godong Island, but only 100 of them could fight. They quickly arrived at a large house where people were waiting, those who survived the pirates' initial attack. "It's not that we desperately need soldiers, but at times like these I regret that we don't have more. So you want me to mobilize as many people as possible to keep watch?" he asked, his expression serious. "Because the enemy can strike us as I strike them. I can fight alone, but I need eyes to watch." He scratched his chin, hesitant. Ganghwa Island was larger than he thought. Minuk suggested, "We can use everyone but the children. It might not stop them, but we need to know as soon as the fleet approaches the island." Meanwhile, the pirates were closing in on the shore, watched by those clinging to the rocks. Munion stammered, "I understand, I'll do it now." Hearing this, the children clamored to volunteer. "I can fight too." Han Ho frowned, refusing them, saying they were too young, that this wasn't their fight, and that he was level 3, and had even killed a monster. Behind Hai, they were recognized as relatives of those killed by the pirates. Sanji turned to look at them, offering further explanation. Those children witnessed their loved ones murdered before their eyes, and now they're clamoring to fight. Jisoo frowned, lost in sorrow. I understand how they feel, but if even the children have to fight, then we've truly lost. Suddenly he seems to remember something. Ah, that's right, I forgot. But do you know where the blacksmith is? Han confirms, yes, I'll go look. He summons giant monsters carrying supplies on their backs. Alright, take me there. I have a lot of materials, and we need time to prepare. On the other side, the pirates have already swum ashore. They remove their oxygen masks and look toward land, as Ingong cloaked looks back at them. Is everyone here? We'll enter the forest after putting on our camouflage cloaks. Once camouflaged, the group quickly leaped into action, closing in on the forest near the stronghold. The leader stopped to announce their location, stating they would set it up here, prompting a suspicious look from behind. Captain, are we really going to use that? Isn't it a bit of a waste? He turns and explains, holding up the flag with the game symbol. Other mainland islands have used items 2 ranks higher than this. The enemy outnumbered us, but they were defeated after losing this game. The system displays mid-tier item info, a special event-type item. Planting this flag will create an area with a certain radius to run an adventure minigame. Details: the area will be designated as a minigame zone, while the game is running, creating a total of 3 occupied territories. Once you conquer all the territories, you'll earn the title of Overlord and a large amount of corn. Huey narrowed his eyes with a hint of disdain, thinking they didn't need to use this as it could be beneficial when dealing with a larger group. But it seems the leader is trying to ensure we don't make the same mistake again. Immediately after, he plants the flag firmly into the ground. Now the game will begin. The system displays a map scanning the Korean server region and Iceland. Suddenly, system windows appear above Sanju and the others, announcing the activation of an adventure minigame in the area. Random areas will be designated territories, A, B, and C. A large amount of corn will be awarded to whoever controls all the territories. The event will be destroyed in 15 minutes. Haeyong raises his head. Huh. What is that? The system display appears before them. Jisoo was confused. A minigame. Suddenly, an announcement came through Han's walkie-talkie. Unidentified spirits. Pirates have appeared in the south, she exclaims in surprise. Well, he then takes out the walkie-talkie. Munion added that it was a ship, a cargo ship, had appeared again. They're rapidly approaching the south shore, and his eyes narrow with caution. Are they approaching just as the new minigame begins? Is this the system, or did the pirates do something? Over the comms, Munion stammered that pirate ships were landing on the west side. Sanju realized they weren't giving them any time to prepare, and this was definitely the pirates' plan. The system alerts them that a designated territory, Territory C, is nearby. Fear grips them as they wonder what to do, and Ju furrows his brow in doubt. A game within a game. Yan Renjie stared at them. I don't know what's going on, but it seems the key is to control all 3 territories. So those bastards will try to take them. An ominous feeling arises. This is bad. This is not going as expected, Ju says with concern. Then how are we supposed to face them? He clutches his head, looking troubled. Wait, I don't actually like games that much. A grinning voice suddenly chimes in. What are you worried about? Han confidently recalls his all-night gaming sessions. You just need to face the enemies with me, Lee Hanho, the game master. Lee Minho's Lightning Shadow chose a 1-star Rogue class card and a 1-star Priest class card in the Doomsday game, and now he's only picking cards with girls on them. Everyone believed he was a terrible character because of his initial choices in the game. Song Sung-yu asked, his eyes probing. But didn't you tell me you were a gaming expert? Hanho squeaked, then snapped. Shut up. How dare you judge me, when you've never spent a night at an internet cafe, because you have no friends. Are you saying I have no friends, and I'm just busy with life? Hanho, is that what you mean? I may have had a rough start, because I've never played gacha games that rely on luck, but this kind of game is different. Dong Yu thought to himself, Hanho probably spends more time at internet cafes than attending university lectures. He then turned serious, saying, explain how to win this game. Under the bright sky, Junghyuk's group rode winged W-bones flying over Junggu. Just then, Ju pointed towards a flag in the distance, as Dongwoo looked over, lost in thought. Flag B is the center of Ganghwa Island's 3 occupied territories. R1 give us better mobility than the pirates, so let's start by capturing the nearest base. Usually there are monsters around the base. Jisoo lands near the flag first. I don't see anything. Just the notification. You have begun occupying the territory. This process cannot be interrupted. Occupation in progress, 100 seconds remaining. You cannot attack during this time. The same goes for summoned units. Hanho once said, but if there's nothing, you'll need to capture the flag by solving a puzzle or waiting it out. Dongyu smirked, realizing he was right, but rendering someone helpless while capturing a flag felt like a trap. Ju asked seriously, so there's a high chance what he said will happen. He replied, I guess so. Suddenly her expression turned serious. She senses something approaching, recalling Hanho's confident prediction that the pirates with their massive forces would target every base at once. The pirates cheered wildly. There's the base. Just as expected, this instant warp item is really convenient. But another pirate realized something was wrong. Looks like someone's already here. The system displays a 71-second countdown for the occupation as Ju appears behind them. The pirates gloat, only 2 of them. 70. 1 seconds is more than enough. Let's kill them, Hanho's warning echoes. Ju only needs to deal with the enemies if they come, Jisoo coldly retorts. You're right, 1 minute is all I need, you bastards. Then she charged into the attack as notifications kept popping up. You have earned 100,000 gold for killing a player. You have earned 100,000 gold for killing a player. The pirate screamed, calling her a reckless bitch, and ordered an all-out attack. Songju fearlessly takes them all on, calmly raising her sword while another points towards Sungyu. Is she a monster? Go deal with that bastard, capturing the flag up ahead. They plan to attack Chung, thinking he's weak. Hold her off until we kill that bastard. Meanwhile, Chungwoo remains by the flag. Another notification appears, trace. Track the footprints. Use your enhanced senses to grasp your opponent's movements and instantly close in on their location. It can be activated as long as you know your opponent's movements, but mana consumption increases with distance. Jisoo gives chase, wielding her twin swords like a god of death, followed by sprays of blood. Screams followed. How did she appear so suddenly? The pirates fell back, regrouping for an immediate assault. Die. And with that, they all lunged at her with their weapons. Elsewhere, armies assemble in formation. General Digong is ready for war. Digong's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Excellent, we'll head for territory, A, the closest to us." He thought to himself, watching the soldiers move at his command. The foundation of strategy is always maintaining a force larger than the enemy. In this apocalypse, I can only be a cannon master, but this game of territorial domination is what I'm most confident in. My dream as a young man was to become a professional Go player. I want to move and dominate this board game using my pieces, but the path to becoming a pro is long and arduous. To think I was still an amateur at 50, the apocalypse was a new opportunity for me. You've given up on this life, and I'm already 60. What should I do? Have I ruined my life? Because General Gong is an incredible person, he doesn't have time to focus on these small things, so I'm the one controlling the main troops in his place. Gong stroked his beard, lamenting that these players from the small nation had to face him after struggling so hard to survive. The system announced that Point B had been captured by the enemy. Buffs have been granted to the enemy. You can't reclaim the territory for 5 minutes. The minigame buffs include a 30% defense boost and a +5 to endurance. At this moment, the official behind Gong exclaimed in panic, "What, they've already taken it?" But he calmly replied that it was fast. I thought we would at least gain some territory. But this was wishful thinking for the inexperienced Koreans. They were just lucky. Another announcement rings out. Point B has been captured by the enemy. The buffs have been granted to the enemy, and you cannot reclaim territory for 5 minutes. The minigame Korn list 1 defense up 30%, 2 endurance up 5, 3 attack up 20%, 4 increase strength by 5. It was then that Jong was startled. They've already taken 2 places from us. What's going on? Quan panics from behind. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening either. He gritted his teeth in resentment. Did those bastards already know the rules of the game? No way that item is the reward we received from the special mission. The officer urged General, we don't have much time to think. He glares. You're right, they're still outnumbered. Split up and target other territories while we take the nearest base A, then we'll head to base C. Then they all dashed forward, but suddenly Quan shouted a warning. Wait everyone, stop. These beast corpses, what's the purpose of piling them up like this? Digong thought, angrily gritting his teeth. Those corpses can explode. It's a necromancer's trap. Then he pointed again, shouting, I didn't think the necromancer would be here without fear, but there's no need to risk it. Let's move around the corpses. Quan looked to the side, exclaiming in a panic, General, there are corpses here too, and over there as well. Digong's face twisted in frustration. Did these cheap bastards really think they could win like this? Do they really think they can win like this? In the distance, massive explosions erupt. Let the fire mages burn the corpses, but what should we do? Don't tell me they'll come here once the corpses are destroyed. Han-ho smirked. I predicted this would happen. These corpses serve as lookouts like watchtowers. Even without drones, we'll know the enemy's position and speed from the sound of the explosions. It's clearly a trap, but they'll have no choice but to destroy the corpses, remembering the corpse explosion, even if it wastes their mana. If stacking these monster corpses doesn't work, we'll have to abandon the base and run. It's manageable with those kids' help. Haha. Aeon's looking glum, but we can't win if we abandon the base, can we? Han-ho sighed, realizing she knew nothing at all, then perked up, deciding this game wasn't about winning but about irritating the enemy. After all, they have more soldiers than we do. Even if we lose a base or two, all we need to do is maintain the balance and we won't suffer any losses. The rest is up to the stronger seniors. I'm the brains of this operation. Meanwhile, the officer pointed towards the explosions and shouted, Everyone, it's over there. I see the base, huh? Who is that? Ah, that's Thunder Shadowblade, the necromancer's comrade. Han-ho on the cliff sneered upon hearing that. Ha ha ha, you foolish pirates, you've done well to make it this far. Did you take the time to crawl all the way here because you were afraid of the explosion? Even without the reward money, does anyone here know how to use their brain? Old Gong is furious. What up above, Hanho looks excited. Even with a bit of risk, provoking them will benefit us more. As expected, demoralizing the opponent is the best strategy. Excellent. Old Gong below jumps up. Ga, you dare compare your intellect to mine, you dwarf. So Hanho is a crazy fox. What? Shorty, he quickly retorted. But you can't do anything about this, Shorty, can you? You're still afraid of those corpses, aren't you? Mad that you're just a caretaker? Old Gong roared even louder. A caretaker, you dare attack me? It seems not all East Asians are polite. Attack, kill that annoying bastard. And with that, attacks rained down as he and Guo Lingxiang turned and fled. Let's go. A notification appears. You've captured point A from the enemy. We didn't get that little runt, but at least we finally secured some territory. How's the situation at base C? You're being too slow. Hue, with a dangerous glint in his eye, reports over the radio. My men have arrived at base C, but the necromancer is here as well. I'll contact you again after dealing with this enemy. Eliminating vampires, subduing mutant dragons, and resolving zombie waves. The hero of a small nation clearly didn't expect us so soon. Look, he can't move while capturing the flag. Yang Wu sits still collecting flag C, surrounded by children, protecting him, while an evil figure plots. They're all summons of the necromancer. One of them rushes forward, making a direct fight difficult. Let me clear a path, Hue says, rushing to follow. I reclaimed the base quickly, so I'll approach him in secret. He thought to himself, they're sitting ducks. They can't move while capturing, but they can't get the corn without the flag. We arrived just in time. Hue couldn't help but grin wickedly. An announcement then appeared, stating that the capture the flag base had not been captured, leaving him puzzled. Huh, why does the system say it hasn't been captured yet? Dongwu grins wickedly as Hue shouts a warning to his comrades. This is a trap. Retreat now, the summoned monsters have begun their slaughter of those villains. Dongwu rose, admitting he disliked Hanhoi's arrogance, but conceded the false flag idea was clever, recalling Hanhoi's words that deceiving the enemy was key, whether with a false flag or hiding it underground to seize base. Sungwoo muses that the kid doesn't want to fight at all, as Song-ah declares, you're surrounded, making it easier for us to take the base. Hue looks around in confusion, asking, what? Surrounded how? Sungwoo coldly replies, we can't let you escape, you're better off dead. He reached out, creating magic circles. We have no choice, summon the water monsters. Immediately, monstrous jagged teeth emerged from the circles. The skeletal soldiers were swept away by the water monsters swam, and the water level rose in the forest, and the water monsters surged in like an army. Hue breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke coldly. That necromancer probably wished for a water-based strike right in the middle of the mountains. All the monsters we summoned will die quickly. And the necromancer's bone soldiers have likely been destroyed or washed away. If we're lucky, we might even kill him. Meaning he's probably dead. After all, he doesn't have the combined power of us. Sailor boys, a notification appears. 4 level 2 wind-type sailors meet the combined condition, equipped with more than 20 swimsuits, as armor effect increased. Underwater mobility, plus 10% effect, does not stack with combined power. Hue orders his men to search for him to find out if he's dead or alive while in the sky. Yongyu, riding a bone, Wyvern responds. No need to look, I'm right here. Are those guys shocked? How could this be? There's no way he could have dodged that. Dongyu thought gleefully that it was like teleportation, and he could easily fly up with the item's effect, then casually said, you just need good items. Item information, the legendary Dark King's Ring, a bracelet that increases muscle strength by 3 and physical strength by 3. It has the ability to teleport within a 100-meter radius with a 10-minute cooldown. Hue smugly shouts. You may live, but your bone weapon is ours. You're just a weak necromancer without your summons. This is our territory now, and with the area saturated, your movements will be restricted. We have the advantage as we can still move freely in this state. A system window appears. Create a bone weapon. Dongyu smirks, countering his claim. Not so, I'm the one with the advantage here. The sky is a better place to be than that waterlogged ground. Instantly, a shockwave rippled across the ground. As the system window appeared, you have converted the corpse into an undead servant. Hue is stunned, realizing the water monsters are being turned into bone soldiers. This is the beauty of a necromancer. I just kill the enemy and turn them into my soldiers. Hue below continues to shout and curse. You damn devil, you're fighting dirty. Suddenly a drone appeared in the sky. Dongyu noticed it and Hue recognized it too, shouting, General Jigen, can you hear us? We're in danger, please send help. Digong's voice echoed from the other side. Hue, your team has proven its worth as monster trainers. Though we've left the continent, I regret to say we'll have to form a new team, but I'll never forget your sacrifice in helping us analyze the summoner's power. Hue panics. Mr. Jigen, what do you mean before the connection is cut? He sinisterly calculates. With this, I can grasp accurate information about the Tide Howl Master. The sacrifice of millions may be unfortunate, but information is the top priority for good tactics. I can use pawns as I see fit, but I can't direct them to base C where the summoner is. I'll hold base A as long as possible, and attack base C through base B. Half my forces are ready to take base B. Since the necromancer occupies base C, you won't have to worry about fighting near base B. I'll take this opportunity to wipe out the WF gang who fled to Base B, along with all the players from the Korean peninsula. Just then, an announcement came over the radio. General Daigong, this is the Base B assault team. He asked again. Right, have you captured Base B yet? From Base B a terrified voice replied. There are monsters here. He looked over at Han Ho and Ju who were rampaging and slaughtering. Though only 2 strong, they had decimated our entire army. We've been almost completely wiped out, General. Han Ho now, a giant, stood before the communicator as desperate cries echoed from the other end. No. In a fit of rage, Daigong throws the radio down with force. His body trembled with rage. How could this have happened? My battle strength was perfect. Den Quan panics. General Daigong, what do we do? Old Daigong wiped his face, trying to calm down. I need time. Call everyone back to camp to regroup. Elsewhere, a bloodied blade is withdrawn from a corpse. With a grim look, Han Ho dragged a corpse he had just dealt with as Ju declared, We'll kill all the pirates who dare to come here. Heian beams exclaiming, Awesome, you two defeated them without a scratch. She praises Han Ho, saying Mr. Dare finally showed his strength. Han Ho flips his hair back, looking proud. Haha, a guy like me has to prove his worth right. My confidence is just too charming. Suddenly he's all worked up. Maybe I was better off with just my old shield skill. Heian startled replies that it's irrelevant. She felt his mood change too quickly. How could someone's personality be like that? Ju asks seriously, what do we do next, Han Ho? Are we going to deal with the enemy, like before? Han Ho immediately denied it. Yeah, the same old tricks won't work. It's better to think and come up with new plans in the game. Comments about the match were boring, but he was still playing. TSK, I knew this would happen when I installed it. I'm out. Seriously, just 1 penny. Han Ho analyzes that if the game doesn't go their way, they'll blame others and self-destruct. But we're playing an unfair game. The enemy might have items or something that can change everything, and there are too many variables to predict, so we have to end this before they can even think. Can you hear me, Chief? Han spoke into the radio Heian was holding, and Dongwu responded from the other end. Loud and clear, Han Ho replied. The Master will obliterate them with overwhelming power, while Chungwu riding his bone wolf confronts the drone. The officer reported with a fierce look, General Daigong, that Necromancer has arrived. Daigong was alarmed to hear this. What? How can this be happening? We outnumber them, yet we're being pushed back. Are they really that much stronger? Another man rushed to report. It's not just the Necromancer players from the Korean peninsula are here too. Daigong looked incredibly tense. I can't understand their tactics. If they abandon Base B to attack Base C, does that mean they only need 1 base? No matter how strong you are, do you really think you can fight me, Beep, from a single base? His decision-making is baffling. How did he even get ranked 2nd? Just as I thought, the Korean server is weak. He must have gotten lucky until now. With the drone, I can survey the entire forest. This should be easy. That's what he thought. Panic erupted from the other side as they shouted, It's a trap, a bone soldier mage. Attack. Daigong was stunned. Weren't all the bone soldiers wiped out? There are more than I thought. Panic filled the air once more. There's a giant bone soldier. I guess I don't know as much about necromancers as I thought, but no matter. His eyes widened. His bone soldiers couldn't move freely when they were too far away. Given the situation, he must have left Base C. We don't know how many teleportation scrolls are left. The people are in disarray. We'll head to Base C to find the war portal and prepare for defense in case of attack. Just then, the space began to darken, confusing them. Why is the sky dark in broad daylight, and what an unbelievable machine. This is a game hack, and what's appearing now is a giant earth golem. The legendary warrior looks incredibly majestic with the earth golem. The pirates trembled in terror. No, it can't be. I can't believe we have to face the legendary hero now. Are we destined to be annihilated? Just then, one of them noticed something and shouted, pointing. Wait, calm down and take a closer look. Those machines aren't gold. They look like gold on the outside, but they're actually made of earth. It's an earth golem. The pirates, regaining their composure, roared. That's no legendary hero. Come out here. It only resembles a dragon on the outside. Take it down. Golems can be controlled from vast distances, much to the pirates' delight. This golem is made of clay, so it should be fragile. Should we end this? Reality quickly dawns on him as it begins to regenerate. He's buried under a pile of dirt, and desperate cries for help echo out. Someone help me. Its regenerative abilities are impressive. It has captured the hostage. The legendary hero has captured the hostage. At that moment, the earth golem spoke. You misunderstand humans. Would a machine with such advanced technology need to take lowly humans as hostages? I have been tasked with protecting Outpost B. From this moment forward, these inferior creatures will be eradicated. Screams of terror echo as they realize this thing was an AI from the start. Don't run, stand and fight. Its regeneration isn't infinite. The only problem is, it needs a lot of mana to sustain itself, but with the space and chaos, how long until the battlefield's energy runs out? Item information, Legendary Orb of Acceptance. Effect max energy plus 500 energy recovery plus 250%, absorbs 3% energy and vitality on attack. Old Di Gong, watching the screen, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that all we did? Are necromancers always this strong?" He certainly wasn't this strong before. The information we gathered about his past doesn't match the present at all. If we rule out the possibility of the Korean players manipulating the data, then he's gotten incredibly strong in a short amount of time. What is going on? I told the master we couldn't win, but everything is too chaotic now. And Rong Yu is still dealing with the pirates. They cried out, "The hero is falling, mages freeze his feet." One of the mages quickly unleashed his power. "I'm on it." Just then, Im Jiolan and his comrades appeared from the sky. "Big bro, our time has come, it's the skeletal swordsman." "Ah, that little thing is too strong." Screams erupt as Old Digong shouts, "Attack the summoner." All of this will vanish if we kill the one who summoned them. Knight Descendants assemble cooperation list. 4 Knight Descendants level 3 combined defense over 50. Mubuk is armed, acting as a protective circle. All stats increase by 2. The sect effect is activated when members are armed together, and the closer the members are, the stronger the effect. The Knight Descendant convergence does not apply when equipping other armor, only when equipping melee weapons. This is why we're forced to wear traditional garb instead of armor, you see. Mubuk is the traditional clothing of Korean shamans, so why are the Chinese wearing it? I don't get it. He's calculating again. With the stat boosts from this synergy, we can defeat the summoner he's separated from his undead horde over there. One of them shouts, "Necromancer, you think you're safe, he's just a weakling without his summons. We have the advantage in both numbers and combat ability. Now let's send him to meet his ancestors." Just as they were about to charge, drops of fresh blood rained down from the sky, accompanied by Zhong Yu's voice. "A weakling. If you compare me to those undead, you wouldn't be wrong, but don't compare me to the likes of you. Especially when I am the Lord of Death." When a user taps into the power of the Lich, the number of summons increases by 50, and all abilities increase by 10 levels, allowing for unlimited regeneration and rebirth of the undead nearby. I'm not really good with a scythe, but compared to a crook weapon, it's nothing. Why bother with weapon efficiency when the power gap is so vast? Even Elder Digong trembled as he watched the scene unfold on screen. He turned back to question. "Ah, is this being broadcast live?" The official responded. "Yes, sir. I started recording everything as soon as we were ready, but then he started yelling at me. 'What in the world are you doing? Do you want us slaughtered? Move the tree now. That's right, give me headquarters B. I want you to broadcast scenes that will raise the morale of our troops.'" The old man gave the order, then began to calculate in his mind. "Headquarters C has fallen to the Golem Horde, so I've been told that the advance will be difficult from now on. But our fleet's strongest warrior, Black Wolf, is in the unit retaking Headquarters B. Black Wolf may not have stood out much as a pirate or a sea monster tamer, but he's something else entirely in this battle." Then came the voice of the live broadcaster. "Viewers, this is the scene at Base B. Oh, it's a woman. It seems she's the only gatekeeper at Base B. It looks like the Korean team left everything behind to focus solely on the attack. Black Wolf is so strong he's known as a swordsman. I pity that woman. That's none other than the governor." He smirks to himself, thinking, "Here it is. There he is. I should only broadcast the overwhelming victories of our revolutionary organization. 10 million viewers in the Chinese server are watching. I need to capture the most valuable moment." Then he continued to move. "I'll get closer for a better shot." Below, Ju stood in silence, his face grim. No one stood beside him. All had fallen. The official was horrified. Black Wolf has fallen. Sensing something, Ju glances up and a sword slashes at the drone. The officer cries out in alarm, "Ah, the drone's been destroyed." Old Digong hastily ordered Black Wolf cut the broadcast immediately. If they see this, their fighting spirit will be crushed. Meanwhile, the pirates try to reassure themselves that reinforcements from Base B will arrive soon. "We need to stall for time. We'll take Base C soon enough." Suddenly, one of them read a message on his phone and exclaimed in horror. "Black Wolf is dead." Another shouts in disbelief. "You're using your phone on the battlefield. What, he was the strongest warrior in our army, wasn't he?" "Impossible. Someone stronger than Black Wolf." The officer listening through the radio broke out in a cold sweat as the soldiers around him panicked. "Are we already at a disadvantage?" The bewildered old eunuch charged forward, shouting. "Necromancer, you say. Where are you? Come out here." He shouts, firing his Digong cannon ready to face you in a duel. Just then, with Dong Yu in his lich form standing behind the children, Digong fired his weapon and shouted, "Found you, Necromancer, die, seed of evil." Immediately, a powerful attack is unleashed, but Rong Yu stands calmly. As his opponent cries out in shock, he blocked the ice cannon. "Not entirely. It still affected me. My body is restrained. Even though I blocked it, the cold air is still freezing me." And then he attacked again and again. How long do you think you can last? I'll turn you into an ice statue." Just then, Han Ho emerged from behind some trees, puckering his lips as he asked, "Why are you doing this to an old man? You should let them know who you are, give him a good scare." At this point, the old Digong was furious. "It's all your fault, you dwarf. My power is collapsing because of you. Kill him." He pulls the trigger again, but Han Ho calmly declares, "Ha ha ha ha, your moves are too easy to dodge." Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Huh. From afar, Dong Yu suddenly appears behind Digong, saying, You shouldn't turn your back on your enemy. Then a blood-curdling scream erupts from the old man. Little imp, you wrong, you say it hurts, but you should smile brightly, you've been turned around after all. At that moment, the official forced a smile, saying, I had no choice. It's all because of the swarm, all because of the swarm. As old Digong lay flat on the ground, Yongyu declared, you have failed. At that moment, Chungong exclaimed, no, I still have the left flank. With a confident look, he continued, we should learn Zhao Hu's skills, habits, and teammates, learn enough to make up for what we lost today. No, in fact, I benefited greatly from it. If you lend me your words, I can move your pieces as much as I want. To clarify, this references the High Priest's dialogue from the previous chapter, but it was merely a thought bubble. He didn't just borrow the High Priest's words, he took his mind as well. Suddenly a disturbance in the communication startled him. The officer's radio falls to the ground, as Yongwoo apologizes for the interruption, saying he needs to end this game. If you still see the Korean peninsula as easy prey, then you should be here too. I'll take you on myself. On the pirate side, they're still confidently fighting the core troops. Don't give up, we still have the numbers. Ignore the Skotans, focus on the tanks, and eliminate the pioneer players. They attack the weak, laughing all the while. Oh, so young. You did well, kid. A sinister pirate grabs a young man's hair, ready to plunge a knife into his face, grinning wickedly. Even the weakest player gets a big reward in this game. The boy was in tears. You're my father's enemy. Just then an announcement rang out. Team Korea had scored a point. The winner's effects caused the other player's smile to freeze. Game effects: 1 defense plus 30%, 2 stamina plus 5%, 3 attack power plus 20%, 4 physical strength plus 5%, 5 speed plus 20%, 6 agility plus 5%, 7 all skills plus 3 level, 8 HP recovery speed plus 3% per second. The pirate is completely bewildered. Just then a large hand grabs his wrist and demands, who did you call weak? Say it again. His arm is twisted painfully and he cries out, wait, can't we talk this over? But it's too late, he's torn to shreds. The others, now terrified, abandon their posts. They've taken the old mast, we've lost. This is the effect of winning the minigame. Dongyu muses, well, these effects are quite significant. It's laughable that those who fled the mainland now try to seize another island. Where did they find the courage? Another notification appears: the minigame will end in 8 hours. Dongwu smirks. 8 hours is more than enough time to take care of everything. The scene shifts to a sunset sky, casting an orange-red hue over a forest littered with pirate corpses. Limon and the others tied up the survivors, while one trembling pirate clutched a mic, his face contorted in fear. It was all over. He desperately speaks into the screen. Aside from the players who fled, we surrender. We declare our defeat. Dongyu stood by, lost in thought, as viewers hoped the pirate numbers would dwindle, and the real-time chat board lit up. District 1, 11004, that Korean guy, is like the Emperor of Server 1. Xia year 2323. I think so too. I've only heard rumors and seen pictures, but I think they're pretty similar, Ransot. But he's still beneath the Emperor. I heard the Emperor controlled 400 creatures in the Battle of Nanu. Dragon 147 is definitely a step below the Emperor. Just watch today's battle. No one would agree they're on the same level. He stared at the screen, puzzled. Emperor? Who's the Emperor? The host was confused. My phone. He then recounted the victor of Server 1 who occupied Shanxi and Beijing, calling himself Emperor. He found it confusing. Why were they saying they were similar? He then explained, I think it's because that Emperor has abilities similar to your Soul Summoner. Upon hearing this, Yongyu pondered. A 5-star class is usually quite specialized in creating armies. A vampire lord can create an army by infecting humans. The Crusader Guild leader trains his members, but I still don't know his profession, and the Labor General's army building relies on brainwashing. But to build an army, not of players, but of monsters or corpses, am I like the Emperor? He then asked what his job was, to which the host hastily replied, I don't know either. Xung Yu stroked his chin, pondering that the strongest in China wouldn't easily reveal their information, and everything was becoming chaotic for him. Just then, Han Ho shouted with joy, finally finding an item. Zhang said we could take the items we could use, and a stat screen quickly appeared. Item information. Level 3, dwarf-made handgun, high-grade mana-imbued handgun type, consumes 10 mana per bullet. Han Ho exclaimed with satisfaction. Okay, I'll give you one and keep the other. Okay, here you go. Han Ho reluctantly tossed it to Dongyu. You like light, right? If it wasn't a sword, Dongyu would have happily taken it. I'll look at it later. Han Ho continues to rummage through the items. The remaining ones belong to her, and while they aren't great, there are many. He muses that it's obvious hunters would make use of everything from their prey, then unleashes his power. Well, me too. A notification appears: you have turned a dead person into an undead subordinate. You can read the corpse's memory fragments. Immediately, a burst of light reveals a scene: a large ship at sea. Dongyu appeared in old Jae Gong's memory, in a room on the ship where he was sitting and talking to someone. An angel statue has been found in the south. Hue exclaims, an angel statue, the first since the demon statue was found on Server 1, and the official roars in excitement. Oh my god, is this hinting at the appearance of a superior race? What kind of effect does it have? What effect does the statue have? Deng Yu wondered, recalling the system's mention of future angel and demon updates. Old Digong calmly replied that only the Commander Bee could touch the wall, and as the person there told him a mission, but he hasn't mentioned the details to me yet. Jae Gong was stunned, huh? You're Jae Gong and he didn't tell you. General Deng Yu is eager to know as well. That's right, I want to know too, Commander Digong. Jae Gong, his face darkened as he said he'd explain everything after we take soon, so focus on the mission at hand. He then placed his hand on the table, saying, now let's get back to business. After capturing Ganga through the minigame, Hui's group will sneak into soon and use this scroll. The three officials were stunned as if struck by lightning. One exclaimed, General Jian, isn't that the gate of hell? That's right. Once used, the gate of the underworld will open for 24 hours and all sorts of monsters will emerge. The monsters will vanish after 24 hours, but that's more than enough time to devastate the entire area, and with luck we'll be able to enter soon with ease. It can be used to open a favor dungeon, but due to the high difficulty, we'll use this mythical scroll as a strategic weapon. Guan Hong was confused. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it in a minigame? He continued, saying it was worth the investment. If they controlled Korea, the rewards would be immeasurable. And I'm sure the commander thought so too. His expression was incredibly greedy and vicious. Just then, the light flared up again. Wrong, you returned to reality, lost in thought. So that was the end of the memory. All the memory fragments I've seen so far have helped point to solutions for many problems, but this time I don't know. Perhaps I need to find that scroll first. It's probably in one of these crates. Just then, Heian arrived on a giant eagle and called out, Mr. Ju Hyunsi, we've finished scouting. She landed and urgently reported that the pirates were now heading back to China, with many soldiers stranded on the cargo ships. Hearing this, Rong Yu thought that since there were still a few hours until the minigame ended, the pirate ship wouldn't be able to leave the coast, and Heian continued that there were always mages guarding the deck. Perhaps they think all they need to do is hold out for a few more hours. Deng Yu analyzed, realizing that with the massive shield and the ship being at sea, it would be difficult for the undead to break through. On the water, an influence spreads toward the distant ship, and a joyful smile appears. Thinking about it now, he remembers that useful card. Cut to a night scene where a large ship sits on the water. Small boats surround them, and the pirates begin to feel uneasy. It's too quiet. Don't let your guard down. The enemy will attack. As the minigame nears its end, focusing on protecting the cargo ships. We can escape this hell if we just hold on. We're about to escape this peninsula called Korea. Suddenly, eerie lights appeared in the dark sky, and the pirates cried out in alarm. Ah, they're coming. It's the enemy. At that moment, Sung Yu rode valiantly on a skeletal W with Heian carrying Han Ho below. Footsteps echo amidst the chaos. Activate the shield and take this mana potion. A pirate yells, claiming that even his prized corpse explosion and undead army can't do anything on the surface. Seeing this, Heian surmises that trying to break the shield will cost a lot of mana, and the terrifying Lich Dongwu says it's impossible to break through from above the surface. Then let's find where they're projecting the shield underwater. Something's already moving beneath the surface. The pirates panic once more as something surges from beneath the waves. A fishtail leaps from the water, a skeletal soldier with a fishtail. The pirates, exclaimed Merfolk. No, they're the Tide Lord's undead army. The pirates tried to reassure each other. Don't panic, they're just mid-sized undead. We're strong enough to face them. But before he could finish, an undead soldier appeared before him. Shung Yu coldly stated, the deep sea is a treasure trove of the unknown, for even I didn't know this existed. At that moment, a massive sea serpent emerged, sending the pirate ships rocking violently. A sea serpent, a saltwater monster at least 10 meters long, takes hours to hunt, and that was just a young one. I barely managed to kill it by fighting and constantly increasing my army. A pirate shouts, the shield is flickering. We need to deal with the skeletons quickly so we can support the mages. He's underestimating us. He probably only has a small orc skeleton soldier. Suddenly Ju emerged from the water, terrifying them. It was the red demon. Chaos erupts as she charges forward, swift as the wind. We're done, for everyone run. Heian exclaimed that it seemed like everything was over. Deng Yu then said, let's go down. A moment later, the water was calm once more. Everything on the ship has been neatly reorganized by his men, and Deng Yu smiles as he asks for a vial of solution. We really did take everything from those pirates, Heian replied, happily holding up a trophy. Han brings over a large black object, exclaiming that there's so much because they're planning to build a base here. Wow, check this out, senior. The stats are popping up fast. Item information, oversized charging, cube, rare, class, other type. Effect can be used to generate electricity or charge batteries. Remaining energy 68%. I found this next to the engine room. It seems these tiny things are powering this entire massive ship, and there are even more over there. As he said this, he turned back to the Patangs who were carrying a stack of Yusu-type batteries, and speculated that they seemed to be storing all the energy. This is great, but the real treasure must be somewhere around here. Let's check the captain's quarters. Soon after, they entered a ship's cabin to search. Standing before a safe, Yongwu decisively grabbed the door and tore it open. He pulls a scroll from within. Found it. This is the item I saw in the memory fragment, special grade magic scroll, Demon Realm Instance Information Effect. When used, it opens a demon gate that exists for 24 hours, detailing a path to and from a demon's lair. You can acquire incredibly rare items by exploring a demon's lair, but this is an act that should only be done with the utmost caution. Never forget that a path in is also a path out. Required level 35. He exclaimed in astonishment. Required level 35. No wonder they used this in their strategy. But he smiled, thinking it would be far more beneficial to use this item for its original purpose. Behind him, Han Huang looked disgusted, wondering why this reminded him of some unpleasant memories. What dangerous scheme was this guy planning now? Deng Yu continues his plan, figuring that if the level of a hidden dungeon is that high, the rewards must be incredible. Since he can't use it right now, he decides to put it away for the time being. He thought for a moment, then put it in his coat, prompting Jisoo to exclaim in surprise. What's this item info? Oath chest, special grade bank type effect. This item allows for the automatic mortgaging of a portion of gold earned by contracted players. Contracts can be made by placing a hand on the coffer. The owner of the oath can set a collection rate, and a corresponding percentage of gold earned by those who sign the contract will automatically be deposited into the vault. Collection rate 80%. Number of contracts 56. Gold in the vault 1, 3, 4, 5, 5, 48. Deng Yu inwardly rejoices, realizing this is an essential item for managing a group. We could rent or sell this to our allies. I can already picture how cool I'd look holding this in front of the 3 Choi Dung Huns. That'd be priceless. Just then, a system notification appeared. The mini-adventure game had ended with the enemy's victory. The rewards will now be distributed, and Han Horiol levels up. Oh, it's finally over. And the rewards are pretty good too. You have received 15 million gold as a minigame reward, and you've leveled up to level 19. Dongwoo reflects that he's felt it since fighting the pirates, but his stats seem to be increasing at a decent rate. For this level up, he'll choose a skill card. The system window appears again, displaying the skill information. You have learned the skill basic, Poison Cloud Creation, an active basic skill that consumes 30 mana to create a cloud of deadly poison in a designated area for 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Dongwoo happily thinks, did I get a black magic skill? Though it's an area of effect skill, it's not bad since it doesn't affect my summons. Looks like we've hit the jackpot this time. Calling them a gold mine would be more accurate than calling them pirates. Cut to an office somewhere on the surface. Han Ho, in his flamboyant shirt, checked his phone and announced, "Alright, time for the world's greatest thief to read the comments. This is a roundup of all the news for today, and I'll get started right away." Jisoo and Sung Yu clap awkwardly. Wow. Han Ho sighs. That's a terrible reaction. You really don't want me to read them, do you? He then focuses on his phone screen. The first piece of news is that the Urban Alliance is gaining public attention, with many survivor groups around the city gathering at the cattle ranch after hearing about its formation. Because the Liberation Society is intentionally spreading rumors, the Alliance is expected to grow even stronger in the future. The key question is how the Alliance will utilize this manpower, Han Ho continued. The second piece of news, Kong's secret correspondence. The average level of the Suan region's inhabitants has risen to 8. Even Kung is bragging about reaching level 11. Then he sighs. I'm working myself to the bone here at level 14, but reaching that level in such a short time is pretty impressive. Sung Yu and Ju stared blankly at the others as he exclaimed, working to the bone, bragging about their achievements. Who was it that led us to victory this time? You're not just useful in communication. You're an ideal role model for 1- and 2-star players. And this time I learned a hot trick. You're an idol to those losers. Forget the important stuff for now. In other news, our necromancer has finally reached level 19. He gestures towards Sung Yu, implying he's now tied with Han Kang X for the top spot, but Han Ho's expression turned sly. That's how it should be, but unfortunately Han Kang X reached level 20 just an hour ago. This was a painful blow to Sung Yu, and Han Ho continued to taunt him, saying he needed to try harder. Sung Yu is furious and wants to take him down, but Diu tries to calm him down. Shin, calm down, he's our companion. Han Ho secretly turns around and smirks, then pouts number 1, but only for a day. How do you think that makes me feel when I'm trying my best to support you? Even I'm getting annoyed by this attitude. Ju speaks seriously, but I'm also curious. Sun Ui can handle multiple monsters at once with his summons, meaning there would be many witnesses. But how could that person top the rankings while remaining completely anonymous? How has he been leveling up all this time? Deng Yu suspects it's through hunting. So he's number 1 simply because he hunts more than we do. It sounds crazy, but if he just focuses on areas with lots of monsters and a boss, then Han Ho suddenly notices something else. Wait, Ju, I've never seen that on your hip before. Jisoo happily draws the sword. I just got it this time. Item info, Jinoon Sword Hero, rank sword type effect, can cut through magic. The discarded sword was crafted from Jinoon, an incredibly rare metal, and emits a wavelength that disrupts mana, nullifying magic. Han Ho couldn't help but feel envious. Jisoo only had 3 swords, just enough for their great thief. Ju cradles the sword with boundless affection. Now that I think about it, isn't he more of a thief than a companion? Seeing this, Han Ho quickly retracted his apology, saying, "No, never mind." Cut to the outside where everyone is shocked by the sudden appearance of a helicopter. What's that noise? A helicopter. A helicopter quickly lands on the ground. As soon as Shung Min Hai stepped out of the helicopter, he was ecstatic. "XUE. I've heard about your victory against the Lightning Sea Bandits. You're truly amazing, just as I expected." Dong Yu cheerfully shook his hand and replied, "Thank you. What brings you here so early in the morning?" Sung Min Hum asked. "Yes, some unexpected things have occurred. The #1 ranker Hang Se has appeared," he exclaimed in shock. "Appeared, you mean he's come to the Diambo Chung Min Hum?" "That's right." Dong Yu thought to himself. The top-ranked player appears just as the alliance is gaining strength. It seems Deng Hunsi didn't expect this. Deng Min Huang continued, suddenly requesting to meet with him. The soul summoner Deng Yu points at himself in disbelief. "Me." He reaffirmed it. "That's right. He says you're a key factor in the fate of all of Korea. He may be #1, but he's still too rude. He said he had nothing to say to us and wouldn't breathe a word until the summoner appeared." Sung Yu waved his hand, "Then tell him to wait and make sure his expression is favorable." To Hound's anticipation, he explains, "I need to stop by the blacksmith as I've finally found the time to retrieve my artifact." Deng Min Hum could only manage an awkward, strained laugh. Then wouldn't that make things more difficult, since it's a request from the top-ranked Vanner?" Shung Wu's eyes narrowed. "Chief Aide, just because he's #1 doesn't mean we have to do everything he says. The newly formed union needs a firm foundation, a display of unshakable power." Deng Min H is starting to see the point. "Yes, that's right." Deng Yu turned away, telling him to wait, leaving the other man with a chill down his spine. Wasn't this a contest of courage between the top two rankers? He felt like a shrimp caught in a battle between two whales. Cut to a scene of large buildings where Deng Minhua and his subordinates stood in a line outside. Just then, someone rushed in with a frantic report. "Former Chief Aide, the Chief Aide has contacted us." She was extremely expectant. "So what did he say?" The man forced a smile and reported. "He said we have to wait, as the Spirit Masters still have some things to take care of." Deng Minhua had a headache. She'd sent him to work because he'd been idle lately, but even this simple task was beyond him. The man tried to defend him, saying he was still a good person. Deng Minhua is helpless. Well, it seems we have no choice but to wait." Then she turned and called for swordsman Nim, while inside Choi Dong-hoon gritted his teeth in frustration. "Han Kang-sok, the #1 ranker. He's always been above me even before Ui's car passed me. I've always wanted to meet him at least once, but his fists clench tight. The system announces an unknown energy engulfing the area. And it all comes to this before I even meet him. An unknown energy engulfs the area, followed by Choi Dong-hoon's aura, erupting into the space. He rises and walks away as the helicopter flies over the central district. Those below look up. I thought I'd only meet him if I joined the Soon City Alliance. But is this my chance? A captain capable of leading Greater Korea through countless incidents. Don Sung-yu steps off the helicopter, the soul summoner. They were so impressive. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Seeing him head-on like this, I can really feel the difference. Is he really just rank 2? Guan X calmly says with his arms crossed that her husband is indeed different from before the Pirate War, as Lai Kang-hun bites his nails in envy. He seems to possess extremely rare and expensive items. High-end items appear before him. Item information: fire +2 crossbow of the legendary order classification crossbow. Effect +3 to speed +30% damage. The weapon and arrows are connected to the user's space, allowing for continuous firing. If mana is channeled into the crossbow, it can fire continuously for 1 minute. Item information: Cloak of the Dark King, Dragon Scale, Legendary Grade, Outerwear Classification, Damage Reduction Effect. Magic endures 10% increased fire resistance +30% increased physical defense +50%. When using the item, the wearer can hide in the shadows. The stealth skill can be nullified by enemy attacks or detection skills, and countless eyes watching them make Shung Yu uneasy. Their stares make me uncomfortable. I eliminated the Kongdu, and used its skin to enhance the Cloak of Darkness, reinforcing it with the heart of a dragon. Not only that, I used the rank C upgrade stones I found in the Golden Dungeon to upgrade both items. I am ready to face the #1 player. The profile of Chong Wu at this moment appears. Player profile name: IU Chong Wu, level 19 power, 2000, 240 mana, 8000, 620 class Necromancer Black Wizard attribute demon. Strength 21 +9, agility 15 +9, stamina 14 +7. Equipped items: skill experience 4000, 487 gold, 2785540. On another road, several escort vehicles sped alongside them as Han Ho looked out and exclaimed, "Wow, so much has changed." Ju added that not only has the infrastructure improved, but there are also many more players than before. Sung Bin Hum chuckled, saying that in a short time, over 6,000 people had joined, even forming groups, but their numbers would still increase. Since the other groups only sent representatives to participate, Deng Yu silently pondered. That's a lot of people. This is going to be tough on Deng-hun. Because their rank is low, the more people the better. Suddenly Deng Min points forward. "This is Chong Wu, the #1 ranker. He's always been above me even before the Pirate War, as Lai Kang-hun bites his nails in envy." He seems to possess extremely rare and expensive items. Item information: fire +2 crossbow of the legendary order classification crossbow. Effect +3 to speed +30% damage. The weapon and arrows are connected to the user's space, allowing for continuous firing. If mana is channeled into the crossbow, it can fire continuously for 1 minute. Item information: Cloak of the Dark King, Dragon Scale, Legendary Grade, Outerwear Classification, Damage Reduction Effect. Magic endures 10% increased fire resistance +50%. When using the item, the wearer can hide in the shadows. The stealth skill can be nullified by enemy attacks or detection skills, and countless eyes watching them make Shung Yu uneasy. Do you see over there a construction site is visible outside managed by the military? Dong Minhum looked displeased. They're the incredibly annoying reformist faction. Dong Yu wonders if they're soldiers. Dong Minhum. Not exactly. They're players from the council government in Namduong Chao, likely because most of them are soldiers. They've merged with the military forces in the northern Gyeonggi province, a powerful force that doesn't listen to us, and even plays psychological warfare and political games with us. It seems like they're trying to stop us from getting stronger, not cooperate with us at all, Dong Yu realized. So they're using us as bait, he blurted out. That's what I'm saying. The ruinous endings of the novels I've read always have something like this. We've arrived at Vindang's new headquarters, and as we enter a voice echoes, "Let us meet the top player." How dare a bunch of nobodies block our path? Does he think the number one player is the president? Is your commander the prime minister? I want to see him. Avoid the path, Mao Xiongmin H said at that moment. Lieutenant, what brings you here? The caller approaches saying, you've come at the perfect time. You can't stop players from interacting like this, Trongyi, he said with a sly look. That's why everyone's demanding equal rights. I fully support you changing the guild's policies, unless you plan to build a dictatorship in the Eternal Light Guild. Dong Min-heem asked confused, dictatorship? Stop what? Why would we stop you from meeting him? Han Kang-soo himself said he didn't want to see anyone. Don't act like you don't know. Don't think we don't know you're plotting to monopolize first place even with a summoner in your guild. You seduced him into dealing with the pirates so you could negotiate with the number one player, right? Dong-woo stepped forward confused. Who manipulated who and why is that guy so startled? A summoner. Those behind him exchanged confused glances. What the hell is going on? When did he get here? I never thought he'd come. Dong-woo calmly declares that he agreed to cooperate with them and no one can force him to do anything he doesn't want to. Han-ho nods, thinking that honestly, he seems more like the leader of the association. The man forces a smile. Are you misunderstanding something? Dong-yu repeats misunderstanding, as the man smirks menacingly. The truth is you didn't join this group willingly. You're too young. They can play with your mind. Think carefully. His gaze sharpens as he looks down at his opponent, then his face darkens as he steps forward. Since you gave me advice, I'll return the favor. Causing him to recoil in alarm. What? His eyes gleaming, he hissed, think 7 times before you speak. In this era, thinking you can say whatever you want is a grave mistake. The three of them turned pale with fear and quickly ran away, but the leader turned back to warn us. Let's go. We're not so easily bullied, you know. Don't ignore my words and think carefully about them. As they watched them go, Chung Min-hyung spoke up. Those are the people I mentioned. Dong-yu glanced at the Reformist Alliance in surprise, his face a mask of displeasure. Yeah, it's clear their leader ordered them to cause trouble here. We just don't know who that leader is. He always wants us to obey his orders while hiding his identity. Dong-yu reminds him that he should be careful when cooperating with this kind of person. You can walk yourself up here. Dong-min, yes, it's possible the bastards in the Evolution Society have infiltrated our group. Just then, the doors swung open, and Dong-woo peered inside with curiosity. Just then, Choi Dong-hoon appeared looking disheveled, his body trembling, his face pale, yet he forced a smile. You've arrived. I've been waiting for you. Dong-woo felt concerned. You look terrible. Choi Dong-hoon struggled to speak, exhausted. It's just, there's so much to deal with. He thought to himself, leading a group is a lot of work, just as he suspected. Choi Dong-hoon stepped inside, thinking he had many questions about the Chinese server, but first he needed to meet someone. He quickly recognized the rank 1 player Han Kang-zo, and Choi Dong-hoon's eyes sharpened. He claims to be here on a matter of grave importance to the fate of Korea, but I can't seem to uncover his identity. I don't even know if he's human. Something's very strange about him. It was extremely strange. He refused to communicate with us, so I'm hoping you'll go and speak with him. Destiny could be decided in that very moment, as the two entered a heavy atmosphere. The system displays a warning, an unknown energy is invading the area, leaving Dong-yu stunned. Choi Dong-hoon says helplessly, see? I'm stumped as to what it is. This nameless energy is suppressing you, reducing all your stats by 1. Dong-yu is forced to his knees by the oppressive force, an unexpected disadvantage. Choi Dong-hoon struggles to resist, his body trembling. We have to hurry. The longer we're here, the more the nameless energy will affect you, and your stats will drop even further. The system window reappears, showing the nameless energy drastically reducing skill levels. All skill levels are reduced by 2. Soon after, the two arrive at their destination and Choi Dong-hoon exclaims, we're here. Dong-yu sees a light emanating from a table, and Butterfly suddenly appears, exclaiming with her mouth full. So sweet, it's too sweet, Dong-yu thought to himself. Yeah, is that a fairy? The bell Butterfly flew before them. So we have guests, Choi Dong-hoon asked, looking around. Han Kang-jok, wait a minute. Butterfly rushes inside, shouting a warning. Kang Shang-kok has a guest, an unknown energy that drastically reduces skill levels. Then Han Kang-kok emerges, his presence so overwhelming that Chung-woo grits his teeth against the force. Is it his aura or something else? The system announces, you have met a god. You are qualified to meet the god directly. A demigod's energy suppresses your power, reducing all stats by 7. Another layer of power presses down on Yongwoo. And then Han Kang-zok speaks. Looks like you can see it, huh? Necromancer, you've peeked at my identity. As he spoke, he reached out as if to attack Chong Yu. He gritted his teeth. This was unreasonable. The rank 1 player is a demigod. According to the system's job classifications, his 6-star rank far surpasses the 5-star rank in every way. Han Kang-zo's eyes gleam as Chung Wu thinks to himself, a demigod. The system calls him a demigod. Is he actually one, or is that his class? That's a whole different ballgame. Yang Un is waiting outside, wanting to talk privately, but being alone with Han Kang-seo is more intense than expected. It was hard to stand firm in his presence. Han Kang-seo nonchalantly opened the fridge and asked cup or spread. This isn't my place, but I rented it, so I'll treat you. Deng Yu calmly replied. Water is fine, while Butterfly excitedly cheered. I'll take the spread. And just like that, he received his favorite drink. Thanks, Han Chang slurred. Drink slowly. Too much, and you won't be able to fly like last time. Butterfly, drinking like he was dying of thirst, replied, too late. Then he turned to Sung Woo. I've always wanted to meet you. The star of the Korean server, a necromancer, he thought to himself. Caution is key. Gathering information about him is paramount. First of all, those rings and bracelets seem to be high-grade items. They look completely different from ordinary items, but there's no need to be afraid. My items are just as good. With a cold expression, Han Kang-x spoke. Thank you for agreeing to meet me despite your busy schedule. I was very impressed with your battle at Uedu. It really is great even. Butterfly likes it. Butterfly, hearing this, was displeased. Why Butterfly? He then glanced at Rong Yu with a sly look, commenting on his naming skills, but admitting the battle at Uedo was truly amazing, and asking if he could ride the peacock sometime. But you can fly. Seeing her antics, Deng Yu pointed and asked. This is an item too, Butterfly shouts, enraged by the statement. Hoo. Did you just call me an item? Han Kang-zok casually confirms. Yes, it's an item. Then he asks, have you ever played with a Tamagotchi? Giving them Coke or Sprite will increase their happiness, and watching them makes me proud. It's pretty good for fighting depression. Hearing this, Deng Yu was shocked, but Butterfly still wasn't giving up. Hey, don't talk about me like I'm just an item. I can take care of myself without you. Han Kang-zo, enduring its anger, said with a pale expression, this is why I said Sprite helps with depression. Deng Yu said sharply, I heard the fate of this land is about to happen. Han Kang-x smirked, getting straight to the point, so that's the kind of person you are. First, allow me to explain my item. While hunting, I acquired a fairy stone and saw a video. I recall it was called Bienzing 15. Deng Yu was shocked. Fairy stone, he continued. Judging by your reaction, it seems you know what it is. It showed me Bienzing from Richichi's adventure and the world tree. It was quite interesting, but the moment you look at the seer stone, the predicted past will gradually unfold. Each time a sage stone is found, its predictions will gradually come true, like the gates of hell, opening with a recommended party level of 27. Dong-u looks shocked. It's open. Han Kang-x continues, at least at level 27, I think. Though it's nothing to me, it will be a problem for the other party members. Wouldn't it be faster to experience it yourself rather than listen to an explanation? Dong-yu bit her lip and placed her hand on the prophecy stone. A system notification appears. You are viewing Bienzin, engraving 15 of the Korean server. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted, and Dongwu found himself floating in a dark space once more. It's so dark. It's like the whole world is shrouded in night. Then a dark voice echoed as the gate opened, revealing a terrifying bloody scene. Han Kang-sok standing there was Han Kang-sok. A butterfly flutters nearby, chirping Kang-sok, look a divine stone. He replied, I can see it. Han Kang-sok reached out and placed his hand on the seer stone, and a powerful surge of energy erupted. The system quickly displays a message. A level 1 gate to hell has opened. In the sky, a blood-red circle appears, revealing an endless vortex leading to another terrifying dimension. Deng Yu watched from the sidelines, realizing that gates to hell had opened in 2 places, and from one of those gates emerged a colossal monster. But it wasn't alone. Soon, more terrifying creatures crawled out of the flames. Before his eyes, a city was engulfed in colossal, devastating flames. A system notification appeared, stating that failure to stop the Hell Legion would lead to this future. In time, the Hellspawn will absorb the land's souls and unleash even greater flames. But just then a light flashes. Hanong asks abruptly, is it over? Yongyu simply replies, yeah. He continued, I think the game wants this land destroyed no matter what. I could have handled any monster in my way. But now we face a legion of hell pouring out from 2 different locations at the same time. If we fail, they'll just keep regenerating and coming back. That's why I'm here, Deng Yu thought to himself. Hanang Seo is also a solo player. I thought I was the only one who could handle level 27 problems alone. Han Kang Seo continued, the legion is heading north. They'll grow stronger and reach Ion Depot in a few days. Right now you can be sure no other player can handle them but me. I'll help you until you leave this city. Deal with them before they get stronger, and we'll split the reward. As he said that, he reached out his hand and Yongyu scrutinized him with a frown. He's going to help me, but isn't this all his fault? It wasn't entirely his fault, as he simply picked up the seer stone. But it's still strange that someone like him would offer to help. Han Kang is looking for a party to help him hunt. He ponders then asks, what's the reward? Han Kang X, a legendary item beyond your wildest dreams. Dong Yu frowned, wasn't there only one of those? He confirms it's true, so only one person can have it. Why not join this game with me if you're confident enough? Dong Yu sighed, thinking we just met this guy, and he's enjoying this hellish situation. Then he reached out and shook the other's hand. Alright, let's see. We cut to the outside of the building where Sungwoo and Choi Dong-hoon have emerged. He said Hellgates and Legions of Hell. We're in a situation where major events are constantly unfolding. I wish it were just a joke. But Sung Minhwa is serious. It's all real. I quickly sent a scouting team to verify, and they saw a group of monsters engulfing Pyeongtaek and Ansong in a sea of fire. The boss is an armored monster with a horde of hellhounds scouring the area, and they're burning everything in their path, making reconstruction nearly impossible. With a worried look, Choi Dong-hoon said they were headed for Yeondeum, and even if Po was their final target, they'd pass right through us. Upon hearing this, Dong Yu bit his lip, realizing Suo village could also be in danger, since their path was unpredictable. Choi Dong-hoon continued. First pirates, now a legion from hell. It seems he's decided to cooperate with rank 1. He doesn't seem to have a choice. Shungyu replied, I was planning to start immediately, as those bastards are growing stronger by the second. He paused, then said, I'll take care of evacuating the players and residents of Suo village. He felt a pang of resentment, frustrated that he could only help with the evacuation. But from now on they needed to stay in the shadows and grow stronger. Though everything would change if we could forge a perfect alliance, instead of trusting a mysterious man like Hanang Se, it would be better to fully support Sung-eun now. Soon Sung-eun and Hanang Sok arrived at a desolate landscape of concrete ruins. After a while, Han Kang-suk stopped and said, you really brought your teammate. Let me say a few words, your teammate could die at any moment. His expression turned cold and serious while Han-ho's face paled. Yes, senior, you said we were going to eat pork cutlets. Song-ju calmly stated, having heard it all before. That's right, we very well may die at any moment, but only by overcoming danger can we grow stronger and increase our chances of survival in the future, Han Kang-shu agreed. That's the spirit. Now we can use teleportation to get there. Butterfly will create the teleportation point. Just then, Butterfly approached Han-ho, cheerfully introducing herself, I'm Butterfly. He responds amiably, oh, how are you? Butterfly suddenly scrunches up her face, giving Han-ho a puzzled look. Butterfly kicked him in the face while yelling, get lost. Why do you smell like garbage? Han-ho asked, utterly bewildered. Trash garbage, what's going on? Han Kang-X asks. Come on, stop joking around. Butterfly then flew high into the air. Got it. Soon after, they all stood within a magic circle. Han Kang-zok spoke up. Are we ready to teleport? Prepare yourselves. The system appeared. Preparing to teleport to the designated location. Teleportation is available to 3 designated locations. A magical light enveloped everyone. Then the light descended upon another space, and Han-ho cautiously opened one eye to look around. Sung-yu exclaims, are we here already? Han-ho exclaimed, wow, this is insane. Sung-yu's item is amazing. Han Kang is shocked. Yeah, once it gets to eat what it likes, it'll be happy and very useful. Butterfly is annoyed to hear that. What, an item? I can hear everything, Hanang Kok chuckled, further irritating Butterfly. Then he said everyone could go to Pyeongtaek while they would teleport to Anon to take care of things there first. And this he held out an item to Sungwoo, astonishing him. Hanang Gok attached it under his ear, explaining, it's another one of Butterfly's skills. We can contact each other anytime if we have these on. Butterfly reminds him, don't take it off or it'll disappear. A notification appears, you are now connected to the Immortal Network. Then he was enveloped by a surge of power and teleported away. Alright, good luck. Butterfly excitedly chirped. See you later. Han-ho watches impressed. Wow, that's what being number 1 gets you aside from that annoying Butterfly. Then he turned and embraced her with a bone lin. If asked, the answer would still be Rai. Rai is number 1 after all. The other 2 watch with eyes that say, she's not yours. Cut to a dark space within the city, where Shungyu's group is moving through the air on bone wings. Butterfly speaks telepathically. It's me, Butterfly. Do you hear me? Shungyu replies that he hears her loud and clear, adding that her magic is indeed useful, sounding quite pleased with himself. Of course it's my magic. Ju points at him. Shungyu, look to the left of the building in front of you. Below, a group is being cornered and attacked by hellish monsters. Ju shouts that they're being chased by the spawn of hell. Butterfly then spoke up. Oh right, I forgot to mention this. The armored boss has summoned a giant of fire, and it can throw fireballs, so be careful when flying. Han-ho shouts in panic. Senior, look. A giant fireball has appeared in the sky, and then a giant fire monster. One stomp from it can destroy a building. Han-ho, still gaping, asks, what is that thing? It's a giant fire monster. The giant's hand then grabs a massive boulder and hurls it too close to dodge. Dong Yu shouts, brace yourselves. And just like that, one of the bone wyverns was shattered by that orb. Dong Yu gritted his teeth in worry. They were in free fall, and Han-ho was more panicked than anyone. This is why I hate aerial combat. Jisoo and Gorlin each ride their own bone wyvern and try to rush over. The W-skeleton then snatched Han-ho while she grabbed Sung-woo. Hanho cheered. Niece Ju, the speed was uncontrollable, and Ju shouted a warning. We can't turn back to fly up. Brace for impact. The W-bone crashed below, creating a massive explosion. Cries of pain echoed as Ju urgently asked, is everyone all right? The hellhounds rush in, eager to tear them apart, but she excitedly draws her sword and charges forward. The hellhounds are here. Swords strike a powerful slash of energy, cleaving the very air. One hellhound falls, the others wary, then another strike pierces one straight through the forehead. A notification appears you earned 10550 gold after killing the hellhounds. Yong Yu calls out, and Min quickly appears transforming. He exclaims, what is this? What a mess. I better get ready. A horde of hellhounds charges forward and Jisoo and his companion Goplin Shuang brace themselves for battle. The two rush forward, unleashing countless sword strikes as Min Seok reaches out, saying, the others have gotten so much stronger. I need to catch up. Chains lash out, ensnaring the hellhounds, as Mincock unloads a flurry of blows. Yongyu shouts a warning. We have to get out of here, that giant will be here soon. He grits his teeth, calculating that he shouldn't waste his awakening skill here, and he needs to conserve his summons. In case the fire giant spots us, I can always use the Skotans as decoys. I really don't want to, but it's better than using my awakening skill. A shout rings out, into the alley on the left. Let's go. Ju loudly echoed, urging everyone to keep running as the great fire slowly approached, a blazing inferno in their sights. It's a giant fireball, and it could easily tear a W apart. How am I supposed to catch that thing, no matter? Right now, we need to find a safe place. Dongyu shouts. Joss Skotten summoned his giant pet to block the hellfire, as Dongyu gritted his teeth in regret. It's hard to find another one like this, but it'll block the entrance for us. The hellhounds are already baring their fangs, ready to breathe fire. And just like that, the Skotten was burned away bit by the flames. Dongyu was extremely worried. Their attacks were still getting through. He shouts again, summoning two more Skotans. Run forward, don't let it rest. The fire giant then swung its massive fist, unleashing a torrent of fiery power, like molten lava as a dazed and injured. Hanho mumbled, where are we? Can I go back to being unconscious? Dongyu thought, ironclad bind, I need to conserve my strength to fight it. The flames continued to rage. Dungeon Wu looks up and grins, realizing he has no choice but to risk it all, when suddenly a scream echoes from within the building. Ah, fire, fire. He quickly hears people inside the building, a bus. Are these the refugees I saw in the sky earlier? Why would they run into this building while trying to escape? The cries from inside continued. Dad, step back. Min X Ok steps forward, Sung Yu. I'm sorry, but even if you try to stop me, I have to save them. Sung Woo's eyes reflected the giant flames, a burning building, and screams, all reminding him of the day his parents died. Back then I was too weak, too afraid to jump into the inferno. But now things are different. With that thought, Sung Yu stepped forward and shouted, I'll fight this giant. The system appeared, announcing, you have summoned the Reaper's scythe. With 59 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, he transforms into LCK, saying, I'm leaving the rest to you guys. You have obtained the power of LCK. Max summon count increased by 50. All stats have increased by 10. You can summon and command all nearby undead until you reach the maximum summon limit. Jisoo cried out in worry. Dung-u, that monster is level 27. Dung-yu paused momentarily, then continued toward the fire giant. Could he defeat it alone? He calculated, sure that he'd find a way. He'd leave the hellhounds to Ju and Minok. They're strong enough to handle those. Now I need to figure out how to beat this giant. Normal attacks are useless. In its complete form, its head seems to be a weak point, but it's too high, and its entire body is covered in flames, so normal bone spears would melt as soon as they got close. Let's test out this new skill. He reaches out his hand, thinking poisonous purple cloud. The sky quickly turned dark purple, and lightning crackled as the giant of fire paused, looking up. He wondered if the poison would work on a fireball, but the rain was more important than the toxin itself. The giant fireball's body was now being doused with acid, extinguishing its flames, and it screamed in agony as Rongyu exclaimed that it was working. The giant ablaze clung to a building, ripped off a burning chunk of wall, and hurled it forward as its flames surged once more. Startled, Dung-yu quickly created armor and summoned the undead to protect him as a massive explosion erupted. Ju struggled to hold on, still asking if everyone was all right. Is everyone all right? Min Seok asked. You're all a mess. The giant fire lizard roared again, and Dung-yu thought to himself, I knew it. Its weakness is its head. I just need to aim for its head. Just then, the giant hand reached for him. A warning cry rang out, danger, and without hesitation, the hand slammed down. A notification appears. Amateur Dragon Hunter title, strength increased by 2, fire resistance increased by 30%. Yang Yu thinks, this fire can't kill me. I have 60% fire resistance. Item information. Cloak of the Shadow King, crafted from Dragon Scales Mythic Rank Type Cloak. Effect, reduces magic damage taken by 10%, increases fire resistance by 30%, and increases physical defense by 50%. Allows the wearer to conceal themselves in shadows, but they can still be revealed when attacked, or when an opponent uses scouting skills. The giant of fire closed in, and he exclaimed that the time had come before rising to meet it head-on. The two attacks collide, creating a powerful shockwave, and Shung Yu reappears behind it, calculating. My summoned skeletons have melted away. I only have one shot. He raises a gun. The item information reads 3rd grade Dwarven Cannon Legendary, rank gun. Effect can be loaded with mana power consumption level 10. And with that, bullets tore into the giant of fire, causing it to roar in agony. Then he shouted right, he quickly summoned bone spears. Then countless attacks erupted, and all was chaos as the giant inferno was torn to pieces. Amidst the flames, Shung Yu spotted the core and yelled, Org, hold it back a little longer. Dung Yu grits his teeth, reaching for the core. Got it. The giant fire beast roars, and then a system notification appears. You have received 2 million gold from hunting the giant fire. Han Ho cheered with an admiring expression. Wow, he beat it. Am I dreaming? Min Suk peeked out from behind as well. More importantly, Han Ho, how long are you planning to cling to me? Those on the building above looked down in elation. The soul summoner, he's alive, he's alive. Everyone was in awe. Wrong, you was amazing. Just then Butterfly spoke up unexpectedly. Oh right, I forgot. Dung Yu was shocked as Butterfly cheerfully ate and said, you need to crush the core inside the fire giant's head. It's going to be tough. Even Kang Zok struggled, so be careful. Dung Yu calmly replied, I know. Butterfly was displeased to hear that. What? How did you know? He declared. I just pierced its head, momentarily stunning Butterfly. Then he heard it cry out in alarm. Emergency, emergency, we're in trouble. The Kang Shu seem to be faster than us. Dung Yu sighed, then smiled, thinking this much is perfectly fine for the bet with Han Kang XC. I even got this item. He held up the giant fire lizard's core item information. Fire Spirit Core Legendary Rank, a crafting material described as containing the original power of fire that does not exist in nature. If the conditions are met, you can control it with mana. Dung Yu was a little puzzled. Based on his crafting experience, it's a great material, but a system window appears. You have been marked by the Hell's Curse. Demons will hunt you. The curse will be lifted once the armored boss monster is defeated, he thinks. I never wanted to run anyway. Moreover, you're an asset to me, and I'd love to fight you if I could. He smirks, thinking it's time to set the trap as the scene shifts to a more peaceful location. This is the school's gymnasium. Fighting here will prevent fires from spreading. It's huge, perfect for fighting a boss. The citizens brought over extinguishers, saying, we've gathered all the extinguishers from nearby buildings, and we've prepared some for your car too, just in case. Thanks to you, we survived. We were headed to the city based on the news, but we never expected to encounter a gate. They all shared the same gratitude for Dung Yu, who declared that instead of blindly heading north, they had a better chance of survival by helping to defeat the boss here. Han Ho loudly called out for everyone to bring all the fire extinguishers. The people replied, we buried the corpses in the gymnasium. Dung Yu praised, good, we'll take them all out at once. Han Ho added, the trap is set, let's get out of here. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and everyone looked to the sky. Han Ho wondered, thunder. How can there be thunder on a clear day? You all see that too, right? I'm not hallucinating, am I? He asked, turning to the others, as lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. What is that? A moment later, it grew enormous and descended below. Explosions erupt in the sky, and Dung Yu thinks to himself, don't tell me Aeon is there. That's where the armor is. Is Kang Sok there too? Is that Hanso's skill, or an attack from the boss? What's going on? Jisoo then pointed Chung. They're coming. Shung Yu shouts, urging the citizens to quickly get inside the building. The fiery power washes over them, and Han cries out, it's so hot. Dung Yu grits his teeth, enduring the pain. A scorching wind, but nothing like the Great Fire's gale. I have no choice but to become bait, relying on my high fire resistance. The preparations are complete, and a horde of fire-type monsters appears. Shung Yu exclaims, come on then. The air crackled with fire, as Sung Yu waited, knowing he had to let them get close. Come on, come on. I see the hellhounds growling cautiously. Are they sniffing around warily? With that thought, Sung Yu aimed his crossbow. Fine, I'll lure you in myself. Instantly, arrows flew, striking their targets, and he successfully lured them in. Seeing this, Dung Yu smirked, so united, how nice that you have no patience. Now it's our turn. With that, he leaps into action, and the hellhounds immediately sense the impending danger. Shung Yu unleashes a storm of violence, explosions engulfing the area. Notifications chime. You have earned 15000 gold from hunting hellhounds. You have gained 15000 gold from hunting hellhounds. You have gained 15000 gold from hunting hellhounds. You've gained 15000 gold from hunting hellhounds. Dung Yu smiles with satisfaction. Good, now I don't have to worry about the small fry anymore. All that's left is to focus on the main target. At that moment, a massive monster appeared. The armored boss had arrived. The symbol on its face ignited with lava-like flames as Dung Yu channeled his power. Phase 2 of the plan begins golem summoning. The corpses of the hellhounds are raised, followed by massive bodies. You have summoned a corpse golem. You have summoned a corpse golem. 2 giant golems appear. Undead summon. Following that, his pets appeared along with a list of collaborations. 4 first-rate armor breakers classifications combined, equipment usage conditions of 10 or more blunt weapons, a 6% chance of stunning 15%, increased damage to medium or large monsters, and 10% increased damage to armored targets. He smiled excitedly, having prepared some special items to deal with its armor. Next, the undead birds take flight, carrying fire extinguishers into the air. They hurled fire extinguishers down below right where the armored boss stood. Deng Yu devises a plan. They'll bombard the boss with fire extinguishers, reducing the surrounding oxygen and lowering its temperature. But things weren't as easy as he thought. Explosions erupted, mid-air its flames still too powerful. Deng Yu turns and shouts at Han Ho to act, who rushes over yelling, "Fire squad, get ready." Han Ho turned on a water hose, telling everyone, "Turn on the water. We're turning this place into a swimming pool today." Ju, sweating profusely, said, "It's evaporating before it even touches." He's getting impatient, but we need to keep firing to lower the temperature. Think of it as a sauna and keep going. Meanwhile, Chenggu calls out, "Get ready, prepare to attack." Minok says, "We have to smash that hunk of metal." Deng Yu hit it hard. System notifications appear confirming the ability to transform corpses into code. Your ability has transformed corpses into code. Minshik rushes forward. "Let's go, senior." Yongyu and his younger sibling followed closely, collecting bone fragments. Then a red window appeared. Warning: a weak soul has been activated in the area. Warning: the call of death has been activated in the area. The armored boss monster has become alert and is now moving to counterattack. Deng Yu, riding one in the sky, notes the flames are still too strong, as the undead fire brigade begins to extinguish them, but below the armored boss remains unfazed. Deng Wu realizes the dust will obscure its vision, even if created by magic. Fire is still fire. Without fuel and oxygen, this is the result. Below, Han Ho continues to spray water, hastening its natural demise. Soon Sung Wu will unleash the death poison cloud, enveloping the armored boss in a thick cloud of dust. He figured the temperature had dropped enough to approach, then yelled for the armed forces to advance, and his troops quickly rushed to attack. Attacks came from all sides and flames began to erupt from its eye sockets. Then it swung its arms, easily brushing aside any external forces. Deng Yu grew anxious. They had bone armor and shields, but they could only withstand one blow. Its physical attacks are too dangerous. I need to immobilize it. The armored boss monster continues its relentless assault, sending Han Ho and Jisoo into a terrified frenzy. The senior rushes forward, swinging his scythe at the armored boss. An explosion erupts, leaving its shoulder exposed. Its cloth armor is breached, and he orders the two to bind it. Minxie kept watch as the skeletal soldiers filled it in at the designated spot. Flames erupted from the armored boss, unleashing a massive inferno upon the skeleton soldiers. The system then announced that a unit of his legion had returned to eternal death and could not be resummoned. Yangwu worried that its flames were still too strong. He couldn't afford to lose any more undead. "They're too strong," he shouts. "The skeleton ogres are holding on," someone shouts from behind. "We're out of water." Han turned back and asked, "Are there any more water mages? Do we need to use the guns from the armory?" Sung Yu tried to calm himself, knowing he needed to stay alert, as haste would only make things worse. "Pin it down, Bone Drake. It's down, drag it to the trap quickly." The golem pins it, and the master down. Shung Yu decides to use all his mana, this time enduring as much explosive force as possible. Everything converged, erupting in an earth-shattering explosion that threatened to tear the very fabric of space. A warning scream echoed. "Everyone down." Amidst this hellish landscape system, notifications chime. "You've earned 4.5 million gold for hunting the boss. Hell Ironclad Quest 2 complete. You've received bonus rewards for hunting it at a lower level than recommended. A B rank experience card, and he's leveled up to 20. All stats increased upon reaching level 20. +2, you have acquired the title Hell Exterminator. Dexterity, increased by 2 curse and magic resistance plus 10%. Just as Shung Yu was about to relax, he exclaimed in shock. "Wait, I remember clearly that the quest would be completed if we killed the boss in 2 hours. Then he asked Nabi, "Are you guys done yet?" The others replied, "We were so close. We were only 118 seconds apart." Hearing this, Deng Yu dejectedly hung his head. "What were we even trying for? I lost. Kang Zok will probably get the legendary item. I don't know his class or skills, but he's a top-tier schemer. It's humiliating, but at least I completed my mission." Suddenly he gasped, as an item appeared in the stone on his chest and a notification popped up. He had met the conditions to earn the title Hell Chaser, and was qualified to plant the World Tree Seed. As a guardian, he would be able to plant the World Tree and influence its growth. Deng Yu thought in bewilderment, Plant what now? The status window continues. Exclusive quest. Title Guardian wielding death. Type of protection objective, help the World Tree grow in this land. Reward a unique skill, and the title Guardian of the World Tree, for preventing a demon from invading this land. Thus you've earned the chance to become a guardian. Death is not synonymous with evil. Death is both a part and a means of balancing the world. If you accept your destiny and aid the World Tree, a mystical force will grow in this land, granting you extraordinary power to save the world. If the World Tree is destroyed, an unstoppable calamity will descend. Your choice will determine your fate. Shung Yu reflects on seeing the world tree's blessing, too, realizing this world tree is protected, not corrupted, and this opportunity is his alone. Unlike anyone else, and perhaps even the ranker, Han Chongseok, I have been given this opportunity. Okay, calm down. This isn't something I can do in a flash, so there's no need to rush. Now it's time to sort things out. Even though I didn't get a legendary item, it doesn't mean I got nothing. The item information appears: Flower Prison Armor Unique Grade. Effects: Defense, plus 50% magic resistance, plus 30% fire resistance, plus 100% flower damage, plus 20%. Description: once activated, it automatically adjusts and cannot be removed as it belongs to the wearer. His level also increased by 200. As for the skill card, he chose Corpse Explosion, perfecting the upgraded basic skill to master level. Skill information: Corpse Explosion master level active. Mana cost 5. An explosion is triggered by using corpses as a catalyst. Additional damage plus 30%. After the explosion, it emits a small amount of abyss breath containing the power of death. Deng Yu then throws the card and exclaims Corpse Explosion. After seeing the result, he's satisfied, saying, "Good. Even though it's a small amount, it still helps increase my stats and my summoned soldiers benefit from it too." He then thought to himself, "I've made a profit today." That's what I wanted to say. But most of Pyong's goblins, freaks, and bone soldiers have been destroyed. What a waste. Why did I expect something to save those losers? Although the rare skeleton soldiers are safe, I've probably lost about 30% of my main force. Suddenly Han Ho ran over, shouting senior trouble. "This is bad, Wrong," Yu exclaimed. "What's going on, Han? Tell me they're not refugees, are they?" A group of cloaked figures rushed over, introducing themselves. "Revered Soulmaster, we are the Wide Area Surveillance Team from the Union." Deng Yu wondered if the elite unit of the Union was just a scattered information-gathering force, before asking what's going on. The man replied, "You need to evacuate immediately." He continued with a worried expression, "While we were monitoring this entire area, a very large group of people from the Twin Falls area appeared about 15 minutes ago. From the variety of transcendence, it must be the Evolution Society." Deng Wu was stunned. The Evolution Society? Are they waiting for a chance to destroy me? I'm far from the Alliance and just fought a difficult battle. They must think this is the perfect opportunity. The man continued, "I've already reported to Yongdi Deng Po. The commander and the Knights Templar will be here to assist soon. Please be careful as they are vast in number." Suddenly, a surge of power rips through the area, striking a building and causing it to explode. A cry of alarm rings out. The building. The panicked members of the Alliance point, "It's the building where teams 3 and 4 are hiding." Min shouts that it's on fire, and the Evolution Society has arrived. Yu Lam and Hong Mong are we surrounded. He tells them to move inside first. Ju closes her eyes, a little daunted. "There are too many of them. There are over 3,000 of them nearby," the ally replied. "I'm seeing similar numbers," he thought as he entered the chrysalis. Their numbers are irrelevant. The question is, what is their primary strength? If there are 300 monsters, everyone will die, and explosions continue to rock the buildings. The refugees are in a panic. Is this magic? What are they attacking with? He realizes they're trying to restrict him, not directly targeting the players. It's as if they're warning me not to try escaping by flying away. A power comparable to even Great Fire. While they can't attack like that forever, I need to stop using W. They've analyzed my powers and are prepared. A civilian is attacked. There's a sniper. A hurried warning echoes, "Stay away from the windows." Ju closes his eyes, sensing their approach. From the front, a pack of wolves suddenly appears. They charge forward, screams erupt, and orders are barked. Team 1, Team 2, find the necromancer, and kill him. They poured into the building through the windows, leaving the citizens in a state of bewilderment. "What in the world are those things?" a child cries out in fear. Mommy, what do we do now?" screams Echo as the guards prepare to fight. They look to Chungwu, begging for orders. What should they do? Chungwu's mind races. He glanced down the empty hallway. He couldn't summon the large undead inside the building, but he couldn't abandon everyone either. He then made the decision to protect his family, telling them to hide in the classrooms, promising he wouldn't let them get any closer. He gritted his teeth. They were hunting him, limiting his movements and the power he could use. Suddenly, trucks appeared below. Then opening the door, he was met by a horde of monsters pouring in, each with glowing red eyes and jaws full of jagged teeth like terrifying sea monsters. Deng Yu thought to himself, "These are no ordinary monsters. They must be the result of the Evolution Society's inhumane experiments." He then stepped forward, entrusting Han and Jisoo with protecting everyone and clearing a path for him. With 14 minutes and 11 seconds left on Time's Blessing, Yang Yu felt anxious. Only 14 minutes left. All of his usable skills were on cooldown, and he should probably feel lucky that chronostasis was nullified after reviving the soldiers. "I have no choice but to hold out until the double cross arrives." Just then, one of the mutants pointed at him and shouted, "There he is, the summoning master." He unleashes attacks, but the monsters quickly create a protective shield, leaving him stunned. A shield, are they magically enhanced? And gas masks too. It seems they've prepared everything to kill me. More monsters appear from behind. There he is, surround him. Min X steps forward telling them to stay behind him, to which Sungyu replies, "Thanks." Meanwhile, a monster lunges at Chungwoo, who is now alone. Kill it. A surge of power erupts from him. He swings his sword unleashing slashes of energy, and receives 25000 gold for hunting a Stage 2 werewolf. He receives 25000 gold for hunting the Phase 2 werewolf, and contemplates fighting without summoned soldiers. With his stats, dealing with the overpowered mobs should be simple, especially since he's in lich form boosting all his stats by 10. The problem is the first floor. Even with my soldiers constantly dying and reviving, they can't be stopped. At this moment, notifications keep popping up. Skeletal soldiers are being destroyed and resurrected. Skeletal soldiers are being destroyed and resurrected. The destroyed skeletons are being revived, and no one can rush out because of the snipers outside. They even have long-range anti-air weapons, and if I summon the large bone soldiers, they'll be targeted immediately. Hanho and Jisoo are doing their best to protect the people from the enemies trying to stop them as well as the monsters trying to climb into the building. No, we can't hold out if this continues. I need the gate to the underworld and WF Ambo to break this deadlock. The gate to the underworld and the beast serum, these are the spoils I claimed from my enemies, but they're all extremely dangerous items. Item information: Beastman serum, rank unknown, item type player crafted. Effect: you will temporarily become a werewolf. The serum's description says it was extracted from my torment over a friend who was turned into a monster. You'll become a werewolf after injecting it, but don't worry, you'll return to normal after 20 minutes. Crafting that werewolf serum was difficult, and extracting a vial. Frankly, I never wanted to use this item, unsure of its side effects. And then there's the gate to the underworld. Item info: Underworld Gate, unique rank. Category: Magic Scroll. Effect: opens a gate to the underworld for 24 hours. Description: creates a passage to the underworld. You might find valuable items if you explore there, but it's not recommended to experiment rashly. And don't forget that the gate you use to enter could also be used by someone to exit. Recommended level 35. He couldn't help but sweat, torn with indecision. If he used them wrong, everyone here would die. These items were once used by pirates as strategic weapons to burn target areas, and though I want to keep them now is not the time to be frugal. He decides to use the serum to disguise himself as a beastman, then use the gate to the underworld while they're not paying attention and escape. He should focus on surviving instead of trying to keep them as he'd decided. He turned back, saying they'd use this strategy, and Mint should take care of the area. Minok immediately obeyed. Then all hell breaks loose as the test subjects activate and Mingsok and the skeletal goblin charge into the fray. System notifications appear. You have gained 100 gold from hunting experimental subject 022. You have received 100 gold for hunting experiment 027. Shungyu is also fighting, which is hard to believe. Only 100 gold. Unbelievable. They're much stronger than the goblins. So unfair. Another explosion erupts, and Chung-U calculates that the snipers won't be able to see through the smoke. The time has come, and a red alert flashes on his status screen. A stray ninja has been activated in the area. A monster shouts, warning his comrades. It's gas. He must have used a skill. Don't take off your mask. Chung-Woo withdrew the syringe, thinking, now's the time to use the beast serum to transform. A monster swung a fist at Gop Li Shuang, but the tiny figure coldly dodged, causing the monster to scream in agony. Meanwhile, Shungyu injected himself, his expression one of shock and bewilderment. A massive pillar of energy erupts, working, even while I'm still in lich form. This hurts. My body is being crushed and it feels like my face is about to peel off. A notification appears: you've met a special condition, the Death Manipulator Werewolf. Then a bizarre vortex appeared, leaving the monsters staring in confusion. What is that? The gas is being sucked into it. What's happening? The vortex is gathering power, growing thicker by the second. The vortex swirls, leaving behind a dark red circle, and a notification appears, stating that you have temporarily received the power of the death god Anubis. You have temporarily entered a demigod state, greatly increasing all stats. Plus 10. You can now use the master level soul capture skill. You can use the master demon godslaying skill. You can use the master twilight raid skill. The monsters still don't understand the danger. Is that a beast man? Continuing the announcement: due to an unknown energy source, your bodily functions have weakened, and all stats have been reduced by 2. The second-rate ratmen are confused. All my stats have been reduced, the monster asked, turning back. What's going on? Can anyone explain this? Then he yelled, shoot him, attack. This has to be the necromancer's scheme. Dungut's sudden disappearance throws them into a panic. Where did he go? He appeared behind them, instantly decapitating several with a single strike. He thought to himself, this is different, completely different from his own growth. Perhaps because his growth focused on skills and summons while El Anubis enhanced his stats, it felt like he had broken free from his human shell. Enemy souls have been captured. Total 11. You have used captured souls to strengthen your undead by 10. Accumulation 1. An attack power increase of 10%, and 1 soul remains. Yongyu thinks in astonishment, buffing his summons. No wonder he's called the Death God. Countless ghastly spirits rise up from beneath his feet. Don't be afraid, grab Han archers, the freak yells. The Tier 2 Ratman archers aimed, but then confusion set in, he vanished again. Where did he go? Dong Yu swiftly appeared behind them and with a single strike severed their heads. You have received 21000 gold for hunting Tier 2 Ratmen. Their souls have been captured. 3 in total, the rest point to a rooftop and order an immediate attack, but he vanishes before they can fire. Where did he go now? White threads descended, and their souls were captured 8 in total. The mutants conferred. Yeah, he's too fast. Surround them and prepare the holy silver arrows. A level 2 Ratman took out an arrow and aimed. System notifications appear announcing that his summons have returned to eternal death due to holy power. His summons have returned to eternal death due to holy power. Your summons have returned to eternal rest, succumbing to holy power. The goblins sigh in relief. It worked, we can kill the necromancer too, Dong Yu exclaimed as he jumped away. Looks like they've prepared a new weapon. Then I'll use my new weapon as well. Your weapon has been enhanced by Demonic Onslaught. Item information, Demonic Onslaught Master rank active subclass mana consumption. Using the souls captured by the Soulbind skill, he detonates them with a word of power. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Available souls 8. Available souls 8. Then the slashes were unleashed and the monster cried out in pain, begging for help. The Ratmen raise their hands to create a shield. The shields shatter, and a notification appears, stating that the impact is beyond what the barrier can withstand. Instantly, the monster was cleaved in two as Yongyu spoke. So it's almost like a finishing move. The system displays that the enemy's soul has been captured. A total of 24, and the corpses on the roof burst. Explosions erupt throughout the empty space, and a notification appears, enemy souls have been captured. Total 34. Shungyu is satisfied. Excellent. Your weapon has been enhanced by the demon's soul snatch. The enemy souls have been captured, totaling 55. You have used the captured souls to strengthen your undead stacking 4 and increasing attack power by 20%. 2 defense has increased by 10%. 3 magic resistance has increased by 10%. 4 agility has increased by 10%. The mutants still have high hopes that we can win. Everyone stay away from that necromancer. Focus all your power on stopping the undead. I'll go capture him. Then the leader of the monstrous being spoke to the necromancer. Necromancer, did you change your style? I didn't expect you to be a werewolf. Are you one of us? He nonchalantly replied, a wolf and a bull as kin. Monster, we don't define species by such primitive concepts. That's just a human concept, and it disappeared with the fall of that era. Dong Yu found it amusing. I've heard that preachy talk before. Are you one of the 4 great kin? He asked, surprising the man. You know about us, he replied. Well, we have known each other for a long time. Pleased to meet you, and I hope we don't meet again. With that, he swung his sword, his weapon enhanced by the Demon Slayer title. A powerful attack, but the beastman dodged it and retaliated. You underestimate me. I am one of the 4 beastly commanders, the chain leader. He introduces himself, and a notification appears. Your weapons have been temporarily sealed by the warrior shackles effect. A chain binds Chunga's weapon. He thinks to himself, sealed. The Crimson Commander grew fiercer, roaring. That attack won't work. Necromancer, your death form is on cooldown for 7 minutes and 33 seconds, and your wolf form for 14 minutes and 52 seconds. Fall back, Chongyu, thought in shock, weapon seals. Thankfully, the transformations weren't nullified even after death was sealed. The chain leader charged in triumphantly. Now's your chance to be a hero, summoner wrong, you thought. These guys are too annoying. I shouldn't let this fight drag on any longer than it needs to. He unleashes his attacks, and judging by your expression, you're losing patience. Doesn't that mean you're in a bit of a bind? Hearing this wrong, you can't help but wonder, can he even read animal expressions? This guy is interesting. The Red Commander is becoming even more frenzied. When I was human, I was a veterinarian. Reading animals' minds is basic knowledge for a vet. Upon hearing that, Chungwu was confused. What kind of veterinarian is that? He worried, thinking he could have easily overpowered him with his weight if he had his skeleton, but he couldn't risk the zombies in this case. What if that was one of their strategies all along? He thought, you must think I'm the type to fight dirty one-on-one. The Red Commander scoffed. Your cowardly fighting style says it all. Perhaps you don't know, but I'm not the type to use weapons in a fight, Dongwu thought to himself. No, I know that. The Red Commander continued to throw punches. If his enemy fights bare-handed, then he won't even need a shield. Is this a battle of strength between a mage and a warrior? Aren't you the one who's faltering here? The Red Commander raised his claws again. You talk too much, just like a weakling would. He yells. Duke Dongwu takes the hit, struggling to withstand his attack. He unleashes another punch, a refined fist. Dongwu coughs up blood as the Red Commander grabs his collar and mocks him. So this is the great necromancer, the hero of Korea. But without weapons or subordinates, what do you have left? Compared to us, beastmen, you're nothing. Humanity's existence isn't worth a dime. At that moment, Suwu retaliated, and then he said grimly, You ask me what I have left. What about overwhelming experience? The Red Commander trembled with fear as Shung Yu analyzed. My physical strength alone is already at 52. Combined with the beastification effects, size is no longer a disadvantage. He then twisted the Red Commander's claw, causing him to scream in agony. In a one-on-one fight, I'm definitely stronger than him. Then he throws the guy to the ground, relentlessly attacking. The Red Commander still managed to curse. The bastard. Suddenly his body erupts with power, and he claws his way back up, looking more crazed than ever. It's not over yet, Necromancer. I didn't think I'd have to use this. But as its claw produced a syringe, Chung suddenly exclaimed in shock. He injects himself with a syringe of Red Commander, enduring the pain. He can feel his power growing. The real fight starts now. Necromancer, I'll show you my true power. Then that immense power was unleashed. Yongyu grinned. I guess I'll be getting another good bone fragment soon. At the same time, the system announced that the weapon's seal had been lifted. Meanwhile, the building was still engulfed in flames and grotesque burning heads fell to the ground. Diu stood before a mountain of monster corpses. There's no way he could have taken them all down in just a few minutes. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open. The mutated being lunged to attack a civilian, but Han Ho appeared just in time to block the blow, snarling, "You won't get away with this." Then he unleashes an attack. Immediately the system announces, "You have received 100 gold for hunting test subject number 057. Ju states seriously, "Everyone inside has been wiped out," Han Ho boasts, "and I haven't even written another page about the legend of the strongest thief here." She worried, are they winning out there, leaving Han Ho a little embarrassed? Is she even listening to me? What kind of fight is that Jew woman even putting up? Han Ho, I don't think there'll be a building left standing after this fight. Outside is a mess with thick smoke billowing everywhere. The Red Commander transformed into a bull demon, approaching with arrogance. You even managed to retrieve your weapon. Let's see how long you'll keep running. Where's all that boasting about your strength now? Now that I'm a level 4 beastman, does that mean I'm on par with you awakened humans? A beast superior to all others. I call it a super beast. And then he charged each step, unleashing a surge of power. Yongyu thought, forgetting his knack for naming things. I really don't have much time left. A notification appears. The weapon's parasite bomb has been deployed. The Crimson Commander still charges forward. Seeing this, he scoffs at the slowness. A notification quickly follows. The target has been struck by deadly poison. Immediately the Crimson Commander coughs up blood, his body falling to the ground with a thud, both angry and in pain. You despicable bastard, what tricks are you playing? Chung responded. You should have suspected something the moment the rain started falling. Twilight Assault activates, displaying skill information. Twilight Assault execution grade, active consumption, 40 mana, 20 souls. It can attack using the energy created from destroying accumulated souls. This move deals heavy magic damage to enemies on contact and binds them with the Hand of Death for 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Commencing Soul Reap. A massive vortex begins to form in the sky, pulling the Crimson Commander into its power as he struggles and screams. These weak devils. Yongyu reaches forward and a terrible scream echoes. Bound by the Hand of Death, the Red Commander is wrapped up like a dumpling. The monsters panic even as the Red Commander desperately orders his comrades. Blow this place to kingdom come. We can't let that necromancer escape. Deng Yu calmly retorted. If you were going to do that, you should have done it sooner. It's too late to defeat me with a bomb now. As the Bloodworld Commander falls, a spatial gate suddenly appears. He's stunned. A spatial gate. Just then, something emerged from the gate, causing the monsters to exclaim, Big Brother. It's White Commander Deng Yu. Couldn't help but worry. Did he really have to show up now? A notification appears. Death form cooldown 1 minute 12 seconds. Werewolf form cooldown 8 minutes 31 seconds. He quickly calculates whether he should run. He has to run. Just then a monster collapses, weakly urging, We have to retreat now. The minion beside him panicked as lightning bolts of power shot towards them. They looked up in terror. What? What is all this? What's that? Did something just appear? Deng Yu looked stunned. System check. Bodily functions have decreased due to an unknown energy. You were struck by a powerful shockwave from the collision of 2 energy streams. All stats decreased by 5. The newcomer then spoke. They told me to wait until you were done with those guys before coming to see you. Necromancer. So this is the #1 star of the Korean server. It's Han Kang, Sok, and Butterfly. He made a grand entrance looking powerful. Butterfly pouted. Humph, do these ants really believe in that old saying? Especially when you only dare to harass us from afar. Han Kang-suk's face darkens as he unleashes an attack. They cried out in confusion. It's Lord Burr. 2 lights appeared on the buildings, and the monsters went berserk, firing thunder cannons, willing to sacrifice all their archers to eradicate the enemy. And so the fire cannons were launched, the powerful attack heading straight for Han Kang-sok, who simply raised his weapon, calmly waiting. Suddenly a giant boulder halted in midair, causing the Red Commander to cry out in alarm. What? How is this possible? Han Kang-sok remarked, You're using the cannons wrong. Immediately the giant rock before them began to crack, and 2 explosions erupted from the rooftops of the buildings. With a nonchalant expression, Han says it's time to catch the prey trying to escape, as his weapon unleashes a surge of lightning. The werewolf raised his weapon to defend himself using a mental barrier, but it was completely ineffective as the Red Commander screamed. Ugh, that monster. What is he? The werewolf struggled to say. He is first-rate Han Kang-sok, and also a necromancer. The werewolf approaches the gate as today marks a great defeat for their side. As they tried to escape through the portal for a rematch, Han Kang-zok unleashed his power. Trying to escape, not on my watch. And just like that, the Red Commander was pulled back by the power before he could escape, screaming in agony. The werewolf vanishes, unable to save his subordinates. No. Then space returned to normal, and Han stood before the Red Commander, who had been struck down by lightning. It's been a long time since I've let my prey escape. Nearby, the city is still engulfed in flames. Dong-yu receives a system notification that the possession state has ended, and the transformation causes him to cry out in pain. That hurt more than I thought, and I feel so heavy. The side effects of becoming a temporary demigod are too much. He grits his teeth in pain as another notification appears. After this immense power fades, all stats will decrease for 24 hours. -10. Han Kang-shuo muses the werewolf was able to achieve a demigod transformation. You're definitely hiding something interesting, aren't you? Dong-yu thought, his face pale. Han Kang-shik is a demigod unlike himself, and his power isn't temporary. He then managed to ask, "Thank you for your help, but why are you here?" He replied, "I came to greet you, though I don't know why those guys sent you to greet me." He found this puzzling. Han Kang-shuk had come to greet him. With a cold gaze, Han Kang-shuk pointed directly at Chung-woo. "But your reputation is certainly well-deserved. I hope we can work together more often from now on. You only beat me by 2 minutes. The gap is small and easily closed. So wouldn't it be great to have a talented friend who can keep up with me?" As he spoke, he reached out to Chung-woo, who paused, then calmly replied that such alliances are often influenced by the Tower of Strength. Han Kang-x quickly agreed, but Song Sheng-yu wondered, "What is a demigod? Is it a profession?" Han Kang-shu retorted, "Didn't you just experience it?" Then he paused, "I see," and began to explain. "It's not a profession, but more like a power one gains by meeting certain special conditions, which is how I got it. But it seems you only achieve that power temporarily. It's a shame I don't know how to fully obtain it. So if you want to know, you'll have to find out for yourself." With that, Han Kang-xc generated power in his fingers, and an aura enveloped him. "Now that we've met, I should be going. Until next time." Butterfly is also happy. Goodbye, see you next time. Safe travels." Dong-yu watched Han Kang-zok go, wondering if he came to help, or to see if he'd truly reached the demigod realm. Countless helicopters fill the sky, as Yong Min-hyung shouts, "Looks like we're too late. Sorry we couldn't be of more help this time." Yong-woo forces a smile. "The fact that the surveillance team warned us is already a great help. Even with the helicopter escort, I'm exhausted. It's good to be back safely. I truly regret having to say this after such a major battle, but there's something we need to tell you. We've just discovered an angel statue in Soon." Soon after, the helicopters take to the skies once more, shifting the scene to a towering building. "The Surge Squad has arrived," Han exclaimed with excitement. "Looks like the Evolutionary Society left behind a treasure trove." A status window appears displaying information about the Great Northern Divine Thunder, an unclassified player-crafted item. With enough mana, it unleashes a devastating lightning strike from a gun made of a magic core. And there it was, a massive cannon. Jisoo remarks that while it requires a lot of mana, they've found another weapon besides the ballista. Sung Minhwa turns around and says, "That's not all they left behind, a whole truckload of weapons. It's like they abandoned an entire military camp." Donggu replied, "Send one of those 3 thunder cannons to Suwon village and then divide the spoils evenly." He then exclaimed inwardly, realizing the most important item was the commander's. Item information: Warrior's Bracelet, legendary grade accessory type effect seal. It seals all of the enemy's weapons for a short time, the duration depending on the level difference. The second item, the Mountain Spirit's Shield, a legendary shield that can block 3 magical attacks. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Yang Yu nervously clutches the 2 syringes. I also acquired 2 werewolf syringes. Adding that to the one I already have, I can transform into Anubis a total of 3 times. And while this level 4 Minotaur skeleton soldier is only good for carrying things, this is essentially the highest version of the skeleton beast soldier. Now all that's left to do is... Just then, from behind, Sung Minhwa spoke up. The statue was discovered in the Namsan area. As a setup item, we can only move it. Investigators are already waiting there 24 hours after its initial discovery. Han Ho looked over, puzzled. How much longer do we have to wait? Looking at the time, Sung Binhwa replied, in 17 hours. We're currently in the process of blocking information to prepare for the item's removal. Ju suggests that they've worked hard and can finally rest, and Han Ho excitedly hugs the ribcage. Is there air conditioning? I could just hold this and sleep all day. Dong Yu stares wide-eyed at the sight, wondering if it's really a pillow. Back in the towering building, the 3 entered a resting room, where Han Ho chuckled as he checked his phone, noting how much the Suo village location had improved. It's even being considered a real village, and all the members are above level 8. They're having a party, and we're the only ones who can't go. He pouted, a little disappointed. Yong Yu muses that all the crafting class players like blacksmiths, tanners, and chefs are already above level 8. Beyond just getting stronger, if they could synergize different job classes, this place has the potential to grow beyond a village and become a city. And Gangwa Island too. The pirates' behavior seems very unusual. The frequency of their coastal appearances is steadily increasing, and from the pirates we've captured, we can see the community of the Chinese server too. Since they'll never give up on invading the Korean peninsula, we need to understand their actions as clearly as possible. Just then Han Ho asked, will those pirates come again? Young Yu affirmed that they would, but not for the time being. Jisoo explained that since all of their vanguards had been defeated, they would have to reassess and reinforce their forces before landing, considering how detrimental that was to the expeditionary force. Dong Yu looks up, contemplating that we too should take stock and reinforce our forces in preparation for an even greater war. Just then, a notification appears. Chapter 2, Part 1 is now active. The precarious balance of power has finally ended, he exclaims in astonishment. So all the monster commanders have been defeated. We weren't the only ones working hard. At that moment, the monster commander elimination rankings appeared. 1 Ko 1 57 3 monsters. 2 Hanang Suks 2 monsters. 3 Do 0 seconds 2 monsters. 4 Cho Yuns 2 monsters. 5 Jiang Haiyan Mins 1 monster. 6 Do 1 second 1 monster. 7 Old Forest Mages 1 monster. 8 Reconstruction Alliance Chairman 1 monster. 9 Sword King Ma, Sans 1 monster, a total of 14 monsters. Han Ho, after reading, exclaimed excitedly, wow, so the main storyline just ends like that. Yu replied seriously, there's no way, something else will start soon. The system then displayed. Chapter 3 Storyline Guidance begins team selection for all Korean server survivors. We are pleased to announce this news after a long and challenging time. If the story so far has been a difficult event where you had to survive and fight against increasingly powerful monsters, now is the time to decide your fate. 2 superior races leading the game await you to join their ranks. From now on, choose either the angel or demon race before continuing the fight for Earth's future. Of course I'll choose the angels. Who would want to call themselves a demon? At that moment, a Dong Yu was startled. An important warning. 1. You can sign a covenant with the chosen race through the statue of one of the 2 superior races. 2. Through the statue, you can receive a trial quest and earn a certain number of epaulette points upon completion. 3. Each team will receive a group quest, and all members will receive a huge reward upon completion. 4. A large number of new large-scale dungeons will be added. These 5 events will last for 7 days, though the schedule may change depending on the game's progress. Samsung Yu reads aloud. It's basically a team competition. Choosing demons or angels doesn't imply good or evil. They're just team names representing good and evil. Han Ho and Jisoo stared blankly at the Yu while he continued to ponder. Are the angels and demons mentioned in the quest really like the creatures we know? No, it's not my professional habit, Han Ho exclaimed, agitated. So maybe they're aliens. In that case, are aliens playing with us? Are they mocking us by choosing sides like this? Could these conspiracy theories be true? Ju, spouting wild theories, awkwardly puts his phone away, as Han declares it confiscated for a week. Dong Yu strokes his chin thoughtfully. The truth remains unclear, but it will become apparent as the game unfolds. Now we have no choice but to wait for the angel statue to arrive. Cut to outside the building where everyone has gathered. The excitement builds as the angel statue's arrival nears. Drones take to the sky and snipers take their positions. Dungmin H reports that the main plot has begun with Vanguard troops attempting to protect the statue, including other alliance teams. Though I doubt they'd dare attack us, it's better to be cautious. Only a few members of the alliance know about the angel statue due to security concerns. Han Ho and Jisoo are up ahead. Wait here. Dong Yu thought to himself that Dong Hoon seemed to have a lot of faith in him. It has arrived. At that moment, a helicopter carrying a large iron container flew in. The iron container is placed onto another, as Choi Dong Hoon approaches and speaks. Sung Woo, I heard you've been through a lot, and as much as I'd like to chat, we should inspect this first. A statue is revealed bearing the mark of the superior race, an angel statue. Dong Woo looks up, exclaiming that it's truly the embodiment of an angel. Choi Dong Hoon continues, confirming that it's an angel with a sword and crown in hand. He thought to himself, a sword and a crown. This must mean something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. A prompt appears. Place your hand on the stone statue. The 2 of you have pledged allegiance to the angel faction. One of you will be an angel faction member and can use the exclusive bulletin board. The 2 of you will receive a group quest, a +10 to your defense and corn. The 4 of you can earn a lot more gold by killing a player from the demon faction. Choi Dong Hoon's eyes widened. I think it'll divide the players and make them fight each other. Of course, Dong Yu laughs, but no one will hesitate to choose a side because they'll get corn right away. The system prompts him, do you wish to join the angel faction? Once chosen, you cannot leave for a set period. 7 days. If you leave the angel side after that, you may be punished for angering them. Choi Dong Hoon thought now he had to choose a side. But is choosing the angel's side really the right thing to do? It's not just because they found the angel statue first, is it? Wouldn't people be harmed by force if they were bound by a statue of unknown good or evil? Even though I agreed to side with Chung Woo. On Chung Woo's side, the system refuses. You cannot choose the angel faction. You currently possess a tainted item. Please try again after destroying the Chaos Crystal and removing the Chaos attribute. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down. How can this be? That defiled object is the stone on his chest. Item information, Chaos, Crystal Legendary Grade, DLB type function. The user will possess the Chaos attribute, gaining 500 mana, 250% mana recovery, and stealing 3% mana and HP while attacking Dung Yu. Feels it's not worth it, meaning he should give this up. All for some nameless faction of angels. And I have a bad feeling about that angel statue. Then a hidden quest appears. Destroy the statues of the superior race to unlock a third faction. Who isolated this land? You must consider that at least once when facing a crucial decision to know who the real enemy is. The superior race is certainly not on your side. Their goal isn't humanity's advancement. Rather, their goal is to completely eradicate humanity to satisfy their ambitions. With the power of chaos, you must stand up for the survival of your race. You will win by escaping the clutches of the superior race, but accepting this quest will enrage them. Dung Yu thinks a hidden quest means he has to choose this. Do you want to accept the hidden third option quest? Time limit 15 seconds. Accept. He taps yes and incurs the wrath of the superior race. The superior race has issued a bounty on all players, targeting KO 157. The angel faction offers a 20 million gold reward, while the demon faction offers 15 million. A wave of pressure descends, and Choi Dong-hoon trembles, struggling to withstand it. Sung-yu, what have you done? My status window is telling me to kill you right now. He gritted his teeth and glared. Dung-yu thought to himself, oh no, it seems Dong-hun has chosen the angel's side, then curtly replied, it's complicated. Choi Dong-hun gritted his teeth in anger. If it's complicated, you should still tell me. You know I can't ignore the system's messages. Dung-yu then presents his scythe. Then let's make it simple. And with that, he unleashed a devastating blow. The third option, destroy the statue of the superior race. Choi Dong-hoon was stunned as the statue shattered, and he turned back in alarm. The angel statue. What are you doing? Dong-hoon calmly replies. This is the third option, leaving Choi Dong-hoon with a bewildered expression. Who, explain yourself. There's always a third option to conquer this game. We refuse to let our ending be dictated by some unknown entity. At least it won't be a happy ending. Choi Dong-hoon trembles as he cries out. Ah. Sung-woon. He gritted his teeth. Do you really know what you're doing? A system notification appears. The angel faction has issued a group quest to take your life. From now on, all players belonging to the angel faction are obligated to hunt you down, and the bounty has been raised to 50 million gold. Dung-yu wondered a light appeared after the angel statue was destroyed. What could be here? Item information, angel wing, fragment, legendary grade, consumable type. Effect teleports you to an angel statue within a certain range. The demons can't use this item. It says it can be used as a last-ditch escape if the statue is destroyed. Yong-yu picks up the angel wing fragment, realizing he can use this to move to another statue. Is this an item that the losing side can use to escape? After all, this is a battle to destroy each other's statues. But I'm pretty sure I heard there's another angel statue somewhere. Suddenly he had an idea. Rumor has it the pirates found an angel statue. So instead of waiting for those pirates to come to me, I can just take care of both at once. Still, that same night, Yong-u, looking a little dumbfounded and uneasy, called out. Han coughed uncomfortably, his face contorted in pain. Who is he? You've made yourself a powerful enemy without so much as a discussion. It seems it's time we cut ties. A status window appears displaying the server quest. This is a quest given to the entire Angel faction server. You may choose one of the three options below. 1. Prevent the third faction from reaching Z157. You will receive the judge's blessing from the Angel faction when fighting opponents. All of your stats will be greatly increased for a limited time, plus 5 ranking points for independent players who sign a contract with the Angel faction. Only those who have contributed the most can receive the sacred treasure from the Angel faction. 2 third-party supports defending K157. You'll have the chance to choose a third faction, making you an enemy of the superior race. 3 outsiders. Hanho pointed and shouted a question. Do you see this? You can't. So that's what you did. If I didn't have some conscience, this bonus would have been enough to make me drool. Dung-yu urgently turns to Ju for help, realizing it's a substantial amount of money. Ju then sees her cleaning her sword, muttering about 150 million gold. Hyung, just you wait. Then she gives a friendly smile. Shung-yu, next time please listen to our opinions when making big decisions like this. Hanho pouts, looking extremely displeased. Can we even trust this person anymore? Dung-yu hastily reassured him. Yes, yes. Of course I would have if it wasn't an emergency. Just then another person appeared. Choi Dong-hoon arrives with his disgruntled ally, saying, Brother, this angel statue is something we found. He destroyed it without reason, unforgivable. Dong-hoon calmly replied, It's just my intuition, so I can't confidently explain it to you. He thought to himself that even if he told them about his quest, they wouldn't understand. Choi Dong-hoon's expression softened slightly. I trust your instincts, but this isn't the time to test my faith. The others began to murmur in confusion. A sacred treasure that boosts all stats. It's like gaining 6 or 7 ranks, and not just the gold, but the corn is tempting too. Everyone stares intently, 3 people surrounded by red eyes, glare, cough, and turn pale. So this is supposed to be an alliance. Choi Dong-hoon's expression hardened with anger. I'm the leader of this team. If you make someone we can't handle an enemy like this, our partnership is over. Dong-yu forces a smile, understanding that, for Dong-hoon, this situation is like a bolt from the blue, a reluctant agreement born of circumstance. He declares, we could wage war against you right here, Jung-woo. The allied teams turn serious, glaring at Jung-woo. Han panics. Say something, senior. Did I miss the right time to cut ties with you? Dong-yu wondered if he could win against the Crusader commander, who had already completed their first awakening. But then Choi Dong-hoon raised his hand. However, the Yongdi-dum Po Guild will remain neutral for now. Dong-yu sighs in relief. Thank you for trusting me. He thinks to himself he overlooked it even though it was entirely my fault. As they turned to leave, Yong-hoon added, my decision to side with the angels, or with you, could change at any moment. Hurry so I can be on your side. The scene shifts to another part of the city. Ki-ung ordered his men to patrol the village for suspicious individuals and to repack the supplies sent by the Yongdongpo shelter. Cha-han called out, are they almost here? Kyungshu replies, yes, they're almost here. And there they are, Sung-yu's team has arrived. In the sky, helicopters arrive carrying Sung-ui and his W-class bone dragon. Kyungshu excitedly welcomes him, saying, as you can see, no one in the village chose the angels, everyone chose option 3. Dong-yu clasped Kyungshu's hand, realizing none of them chose the reward despite the enormous sum. This village is now undoubtedly the safest place in the world. Kyungshu added, I think you'll be fine, but just to be sure, we've reinforced the defenses in case of any unexpected incidents. However, I didn't expect the Union to support us with a helicopter. No, this is spoils of war. The pets dragged some people out of the truck, shocking the 3. Dong-yu recounted, on the way here, we were attacked at a place called the Reconstruction Alliance. It seems the Union is an alliance of multiple guilds, so even if Dong-hoon chose the third option, it would only be his choice. She also said they received an offer immediately after choosing the third option, and few would accept a loss and give up immediate gains. Sergeant Kim held up his phone screen and said, as expected, the community is in an uproar. Countless attention seekers are loudly proclaiming they'll kill you, and some are even live streaming to attract others. Kyungshu turned and asked, you were hailed as a hero just moments ago and now this. Dong-yu seriously told him to ignore them but worried inside. I knew this would happen, but it's still unsettling. They'll quiet down once things change. Before he could finish, he cried out in pain, clutching his stomach, alarming Ju, who stood nearby. Dung, a seed he obtained in the previous battle, has appeared on his stomach, Sergeant Kim exclaimed in shock. What? What is that A seed? Kyungshu adds that even though he doesn't know what it is, he's sure it's a good item. The system window appears, indicating that the third choice has been triggered by fulfilling a certain condition. You have met the requirements to become the pioneer of a new party. If you plant the World Tree seed now, it will grow into a sacred tree and bless your party. To achieve this, you must complete the third selection quest and successfully establish a party. The massive seed glows in Chung-woo's palm, his eyes widening in surprise. The World Tree is a sacred tree. I've always hesitated about where to plant it, but with the current situation, I have no choice but to plant it here. In Seoul Village, I must also protect the tree until it fully grows, for if destroyed, the World Tree will bring disaster to all. I don't know how big it will get, but hiding it is out of the question. I need a place with members I can trust completely, and defend it with everything I have. The village square is the perfect location for this. Cut to later, and everyone is working with machinery. They dug a large hole, and Han-ho shouted, don't dig up all the dirt in the plaza. Leave some for the helicopter landing pad. Shung-yu turned back and sighed, but we're short on space. He's so impatient. I know, but think about it. Safe passage, aviation technology for the settlement. How could I give that up? Just then, Q appeared, suggesting they build a low fortress around the World Tree and install thunderclap cannons. The Yondidung Po Guild sent us 2 of them, Sergeant Kim said, looking over. How about building one on top of Mount Pandan? We can hide it by camouflaging it on normal days. Kia Ung-shu chuckled, saying that was a good idea, just as a convoy of motorcycles sped toward them. Tae-shung excitedly called out, Captain, there aren't any new monsters around here. There are still a few strays underground or in abandoned buildings, though. But the hellhounds have almost completely disappeared. Yong-woo calculated to himself. Through racing, they relocate abandoned vehicles from the streets, and sometimes even repair the roads themselves. However, their purpose is to drive on them, and they've also taken over a shop near the Suwon area, rapidly raising funds to run these facilities. At that moment, Han-ho's father proudly held the safe displaying item, information name, vault, pawnshop, tier special type, finance and effect. A portion of the gold earned by contracted players will automatically be sent to the vault as described. You can sign a contract by placing your hand on the vault. The vault owner decides the collection rate, and then the gold earned by contractors is automatically deposited into the vault at that rate. Collection rate 10%. Contract players 225. Current gold 150. 5.48. Every villager has willingly accepted a contract. Somehow all their efforts have paid off for now, as Han stares blankly at his father, as if witnessing his shady past. Jisoo and her sister happily returned, carrying a large stone, saying, "I think life around here is getting better and better." Dong-yu smiled as he worked, adding to the sentiment. "Even though we don't get to enjoy it because we're always being called away." Soon after, a large circle was built and filled with earth. Dong-yu presents the large seed, and someone recognizes it as a world tree seed. You can already see the difference. The system then announces that you have planted the seed of the sacred world tree, a mystical being now taking root in this land. Immediately, a surge of power erupts in the area, triggering a hidden quest: protect the magic tree. The goal is to protect the world tree until it grows to a certain size. The reward is the first world fruit and a permanent buff. Though a divine entity, the world tree is incredibly fragile in its seedling stage, so monsters sensing its presence will come in droves, craving its sacred and noble power. Protect the world tree with everything you have until it's strong enough to protect itself. The world tree can absorb nutrients from monsters. The more you kill, the faster the tree grows, but its destruction would bring about an irreversible catastrophe. The same quest was applied to all party members, a total of 226 people. Dong-yu smiled, realizing this wouldn't be easy at all. Some began to panic. Are we supposed to protect it? Does that mean something's coming to attack us now? Suddenly the air crackles with tension as a horde of monsters charges forward. Someone shouts that they're moving in packs. They're coming from the 3 o'clock direction. It's a horde of ogres. And the kobolds from the sewers are emerging too. Kyung-soo thinks this is a tower defense game, then shouts for everyone to move. The ranged attackers quickly head to their assigned watchtowers. Woof, move to the front. At that moment, shipping containers crashed to the ground, and Han stammered, "Whoa. What's that?" Sergeant Kim said, pushing up his glasses with a hint of pride. They're called mobile strongholds. By combining them, we can protect a large area. A shout rings out, priests, archers, and mages to the ramparts. Sergeant Kim, beaming with pride, explains that each mobile fortress can also be used as a gun turret. Han-ho's eyes widen in disbelief. This is amazing. Whose idea was this? He confidently says, "There are many talented people in our village. You could say we've been preparing a little since the Youngbo crisis." Dong-yu and the others watched from the platform. No profession was wasted, and it was wise to encourage the members. Below, a sea of fire and screams erupted as a horde of goblins approached, wiped them out with area magic. She orders the healers to focus on keeping them alive, and to prevent them from climbing the ramparts. Dong-yu's summons appear in the sky, explosions erupt, and those with ill intentions watching from afar with binoculars cheer. "Wow, did you all see that? The necromancer is right there." It was wise to find and track the location where he first met the Yeondeungpo guild members. A battle seems to have occurred and monsters are gathering here. What's going on over there? Going against his own kind is pretty badass, but he's standing there with a huge bounty on his head. We also chose option 1, thinking we'd hit the jackpot. Self-proclaimed bounty hunters are probably popping up all over the server, right? Now I'm announcing this to all the hunters, he shouts to the Ron that's live streaming. A necromancer is here in Sugan. Everyone go and eliminate him. Since we're just trackers, we'll leave the fighting to the hunter summoners. At that moment, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Oh, a necromancer! Yong-yu appears eerily before them. His eyes glowed and they cried out, "He sees us." Just then a skeleton soldier burst through the door, startling them. "Ah, a zombie, we're sorry, we just." Soon after, the group was apprehended by the assault team, and Han-ho anxiously checked the internet before saying, "This isn't good, senior. There are 5 live streams about you, and one of them has officially declared they're going to kill you, a bombing mission targeting you, the necromancer, and your followers." The frizzy-haired man on the screen pointed and taunted, "I am Kim Kin, Hoang ranked 10th on the 16th floor from Xiang, and I will slaughter you all with my nuclear bomb." The disheveled man who called himself Kim Kin Huang was extremely pleased with himself. Like bombs, necromancer. As he spoke, he tossed a golden orb into the air, boasting that he was the best at blowing people up. He throws the bomb behind him, and a massive explosion erupts, collapsing the walls. Kim Kin Hong babbles on, saying, "When it comes to explosions, he's number 1. My past life was as a terrorist, and that bomb was one of my weakest creations. I create bombs. I even have one that can be produced every 24 hours. And I'm still thinking about what I should do. What do you think I should do?" He points, taunting us. Of course he is. Even you wouldn't be able to stand that. All you scumbags following him can choose to run or die, because I'm blowing up this whole area, and the reward will be mine. Meanwhile, Dong-yu's ally Han-ho watched the livestream, his face twisting in concern. Is he issuing a challenge? He could have just bombed us silently, but to brag like this, he's either crazy or lying. But if he's not lying, how do we stop the bomb? We can't move the headquarters in time. Dong-yu worried, realizing the enemy wasn't just after him but wanted to kill all the players here for rewards and experience. He stood before the World Tree seedbed as Ki-young-soo approached, reporting, "Gongwoo, there have been no threats recently. Gangs show up from time to time, but they don't pose a threat." Dong-woo replied, "Still, we can't let our guard down. Monsters aren't the only ones after us. Most of the videos on the community forum are probably fake, but someone will definitely take advantage of this. This is getting tiresome, I'm feeling pretty worn out." A notification appears. The World Tree seed is growing now at 11%. It hasn't grown any further since reaching 11%. Everyone looked down at the seedling as Han Ho spoke up. So Mr. Sung Yu, what do we do? After forming the third faction. I don't know Sung Yu, but we have to believe our choice will lead to a better outcome. Though in his heart he thought this game has an ending, and even though I don't see angels or demons in the divination stone, I don't think they'll give us a happy ending. Then he suddenly exclaimed, maybe we should decide our own ending. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Dong Yu further reflects that angels and demons are no friends of humanity, treating them as lesser beings to be manipulated. Even if there's no third option, I won't follow either of them. Kia Eungshu, on the other hand, is muttering about the ending. He gritted his teeth, wondering if they could find the one who created this game. I truly want to meet the one who kept us in the dark and killed so many. Soon night fell. Suddenly explosions erupted one after another, throwing the group into a panic. What's going on? Amidst the flames, the blonde-haired punk appeared laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, you thought, needing 20 hours to make the bomb meant I'd be here in 24. I came prepared, and now it's too late to run. I'm cutting right to the climax. Witness the end of the necromancer. As he spoke, he hurled the bomb forward, a skill capable of leveling an entire apartment complex. A system window flashes a red alert. A red storm warning has been issued for the current area. The terrified citizens screamed. A shield, everyone get down. The goblin warrior leaps forward, shielding Sung Yu from the devastating force. Kim Kin Huang's face contorts in frustration. Yeah, so what? Why isn't it exploding? Goblin Shuang landed heavily as Sung Yu asked. You said this bomb was a skill, not equipment, right? Equipment information appears on the screen. Mountain Goblin's shield, a hero-rank shield that weakens magic attacks 3 times. With a clang, Kim Gangwang hurled 3 more bombs, a twist of fate, for this had never happened before. Instantly, a sweeping blow severed his arm and a scream of agony echoed. With eyes blazing, Dongwu grabs a gun and fires, then glances down at the terrified citizens below. Dong Yu said grimly, hey, film this, and the cameraman startled, haha. He unleashes his power and shouts, I'm about to make an announcement, so be sure to upload this video. From now on, I promise 3 things to all players on the Korean server. I will hunt down and kill every last one of those who announced they would kill and curse me. At that moment, Kim Kyung-hoon was struck by countless attacks. That came from the barrel of Dong Yu's gun. He continued, including those who sided with angels and demons. You all know what my job is, so death isn't the end. But if you join my third faction, things will change. Around him now is an army of bone soldiers. The cameraman trembled in fear as Dong Yu realized he lacked leadership and cunning, so he had to show his strength to keep those vipers from preying on his people. Cut to another area where a group of people knelt before a phone screen showing a live broadcast. We apologize for provoking the Soulmaster. We were only joking, please forgive us. 3226 viewers. We were brain dead at the time. We are truly sorry. If any Soulmasters are watching, please pass along our apologies. And of course, we're planning to join the third faction. Tears streamed down his face out of fear, and Shung Min-hoom scoffed after seeing it. Yet back then he was so boastful. Shung Min-ho amuses that Konu was truly terrifying at that time. At this point, Playbook Part 3 discussion board 432 is blowing up with notifications. Am I the only one who finds this situation funny? Am I the only one who finds this funny, me Choi? As soon as the bounty for killing a necromancer was announced, everyone acted like it was as easy as killing cattle. Now they're begging for their lives, proving they'll do anything to survive. I even thought the necromancer would cleanse the community. He said he'd kill all the terrorists. Sung Min-hoom and Sung Min-hoa exclaimed in shock. This is the necromancer's warning to all celestials. Answer in 12. Langian suddenly has to choose a side. I was already confused, but now thanks to the necromancer I'm even more lost. But seeing this, I think he really has the power to wipe out those angels and demons. Survivor 362. I support the necromancer, but I don't know what will happen if war truly breaks out. The priest, Seo Dong-gu, really sees the necromancer as his end. He doesn't appear often, but when he does, he's always impressive. I fully support you. All the negative comments have disappeared because if they weren't targeting Seong Yu, it would be strange. Choi Dong-hoon sat across from him, his face darkening as he realized he was the most pathetic one there, with no choice but to leave Seong Yu and join the angels. This wasn't what he wanted, but it was his reality. He then made a shocking decision, recruiting more search team members to find new targets, leaving Dong Min-hwang bewildered. So you want to challenge a necromancer? Seong Yu said he'd kill anyone from either the angel or demon factions. Choi Dong-hoon was in a bind. He didn't want to fight him, but he couldn't ally with him either. He's reasonable, so I should be able to negotiate. I need to play this smart. I can't be reckless. I need to become stronger, so I won't be swayed by anyone. Suddenly, Dong-min spoke up. Commander, there's a report of another angel statue found in the Jimo area. Choi Dong-hoon's face lit up. Good, tighten security, and begin transport. She then hesitated. But this one's a little different. It's a 4-winged angel statue. Choi Dong-hoon thought to himself, stunned. Do the wings determine the rank? Outside, countless monsters are closing in. Skeletal soldiers quickly appeared to block them, as Ki Young-soo shouted, 3 weasels on the right. Woof, defend, and block them. Well done, Motorcycle Squad. Focus on the fallen monsters. At this moment, a system notification appears. The World Tree sapling is 99% grown. Deng Yu observes, thinking, we've gained a lot of experience with this defense strategy, but the pressure to protect the World Tree is immense. After fighting monsters for a while, Kyung-shu happily says that the average level of the players here can reach at least level 10. Sergeant Kim excitedly pours water over his head to relieve fatigue, adding that the highest level is 15. Deng Yu smiled, thanking everyone for their hard work, then thought to himself that the World Tree's growth was nearly complete. A system notification appears, announcing that the World Tree has reached its initial growth stage, granting all questing players a +1 to their stats and strength. All players currently on quests will receive a blessing for the next 24 hours, increasing all gains by 20%. Deng Wu gazed up thoughtfully. This tree looked no different from any other ordinary tree. He touches the tree, feeling its immense energy. The World Tree has borne its first fruit, and only the worthy may claim it. Deng Yu was astonished. Only one fruit. Item information appears. The World Tree's first fruit, a legendary edible item with unknown effects. Description. This fruit was created by the mystical energy of the World Tree. Absorbing it will grant you a special power. He decisively bites into the World Tree fruit. Why hesitate to eat it? Having consumed the World Tree's fruit, you are now linked to the World Tree, and a surge of power washes over Sung Yu. As the World Tree grows, you'll gain stat boosts, and you can instantly return to it from anywhere. A 24-hour countdown begins. Sung Yu looks up at the tree and marvels at the stat boosts and teleportation skill. This is definitely worth protecting. He thought with a sharp gaze, I didn't dare risk fighting the pirates because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to escape if something went wrong. But now that I have the World Tree, I feel much safer. The quest to protect the Magic Tree 2 has begun, and the World Tree's energy is spreading, which will attract even stronger monsters. Sergeant Kim, observing from afar, exclaimed, "It's even worse now. When will this ever end?" The others cried out in alarm as I detected something in the northern sky. In the sky, Kyung-shu quickly looked over. It's the aerial Vans flying in the sky. Kyung-shu frowned as he looked at the screen. Shung-yu, there are so many W's. Can we really defeat them all? Shung-yu calmly replied. If it were before, of course not. But now things are very different. As he spoke, a confident smile spread across his face while above a swarm of W's filled the sky. Each one of them looked ferocious as they dove down, causing the citizens to look up in a panic. They're here. I can't believe how many of them there are. Han Ho exclaimed. Why are they circling like that? I'm going to take them all out. Deng Yu targets the lead W. It's trying to gauge our strength. At that distance, it's likely just observing and controlling the W's, not attacking. If the enemy is too strong, it won't hesitate to retreat. This time we have to wipe them all out so the World Tree has something to eat. Suddenly the leader roared, Kyung-shu yelled, and the aerial battle began. Hold on, everyone. The Wiv opens its maw and dives intent on swallowing everything whole. A scream pierces the air. L fires the Thunder God cannon, piercing several Wiv with a single blast. They're all dead. We've eliminated the Blue Vens. Yongyu thinks again. Ogre appear. The W Ven's defiant howls echo as you gain 69432 gold from the Sun Ween. You have acquired 665444 gold from Sun Weven and 614511 gold from Sun Ween. Shung Yu transforms into his werewolf state, advancing as he speaks. Shouldn't you be coming down here, leader? Death timer, 48 minutes, 44 seconds. Werewolf timer, 49 minutes, 2 seconds. Souls absorbed, 48. Shung Yu's eyes glowed. He thought, while waiting for you, I've absorbed enough souls. The Alpha Warg focuses its thoughts, is that the Thunder God's cannon, the W Vens continue to descend, screams echo, the W Vens are charging in. Recharge quickly, it continued. He wanted to use that weapon to attack the sky, but I'm already prepared. Just as it opens its jaws to strike, it's met with a punch from the Necro Robot. The Bon are retreating, and the Necro Robot announces that it needs to recharge. No, it needs to recharge human mana. Necro, overload, a surge of power emanates from it. The blow knocks down several wyverns, and the lead wyvern wonders if they've stopped using the Thunder God's cannon. Below, Kyung-shu and the others are worried. They're coming again, and the defenses can't hold out much longer. They'll destroy the World Tree at the first chance they get. A red alert appears on the system window. Meanwhile, Rakiel has also begun to move in this area. Be warned, the Death Knight has also begun to move in this area. Shung Yu analyzes the situation, blocking the Wuven's line of sight, and summons protectors to shield the World Tree with an iron defense. A cacophony of cries erupts as magic attacks and arrows fly. I'll use as many spirits as possible to attack with greater force. Deng Yu swings his scythe, enhancing his weapon with magical bombs and feeding them to the enemy. With calculations complete, Sung Yu shouts for everyone to get out of the way, as a powerful blast shatters the Weaven's formation. Notifications appear announcing 566454 gold earned from the Sun, Weavens, and the crowd erupts in cheers. The moment has come. You've earned 502372 gold from slaying the Sun Weavens. You've succeeded. Cheers erupt as they realize they've won. Target the isolated monsters and attack. Where's the leader? Just then, the Wiv leader appeared with a swollen belly. Ju exclaimed, "It's the leader, it's about to spit something out." It opened its mouth and spewed a load of filthy liquid, a disgusting sight that even made the skeleton soldiers freeze. "It's attacking everyone. Stay away from the skeletons, I'll make them mutate." Dung Yu reaches out to control the Wiv corpses. The Wivs in the air shrieked, and everyone was filled with anxiety. Sergeant Kim exclaimed, "This is no longer a battle for humans. Even Hanho's father is falling back. At this rate, we'll all be injured." The lead Wiv's eyes glowed as it snarled, suddenly turning to flee. Jisoo quickly turned back and shouted, "Sung Yu, the leader is getting away." Everyone then rode their bone Ws in pursuit. "Don't let it get away. Chase it." Sung Woo unleashes a Twilight attack. The Twilight attack is triggered, instantly binding the Alpha Wyvern like a silkworm cocoon. Ju shouts, "Brother, make it fall." Then the two of them jumped down, weapons in hand, and severed the leader's wings, sending it plummeting to the ground. A thick cloud of dust billows up from the impact as Sungwoo appears in its sights, charging forward. "This must be the first time someone's been surprised by me, right?" He swung his scythe and declared, "Today we have conquered the sky." With one strike, the alpha wretch howled in agony, its disgusting maw wide open, then suddenly snapped shut. Shung Yu strikes again, slicing at its neck, as he thinks about how strong its resistance is, even when restrained. Suddenly, Ju approaches with a grim look, forcing Zheng Yu to retreat in surprise. "Huh." A strange power emanates from her body, and the Alpha W opens its mouth in agony. Jisoo's power manifests on her body as she unleashes sharp sword strikes upon the Alpha Wiv. Its body is covered in bloody cuts, writhing in agony. Jisoo sheathes her sword nonchalantly, declaring that it's over and it can no longer move. Dongyu stood there, stunned, and muttered a thank you before turning to call out to Mink. Minok is saddened, feeling awful about the situation. "It feels like I'm relying on others." Then Mink gets stabbed in the head by the Alpha Weapon. A notification appears. "You've received 4333500 gold from Sunboss W Ven Alpha Male and a special reward for hunting the monster leader. Secret shop voucher, you have received the title Ruler of the Sky. Agility +2. Stamina